the game invades reality. Everyone at 18 must undergo a job transition ceremony. Different professions, different responsibilities. The frontline fighting paladins are the most popular. The invincible mage is unfortunately despised. Because of the various resources related to mages in major instances, the drop rate is ridiculously low. Yet I accidentally transitioned to become a mage. Looking at the companion skills after the transition, I fell into contemplation. The initial skill Magic Spirit Surging, blessed by the elemental god, seizes the bloodline of the magic spirit. Any skill you learn will automatically level up, and cancel the chanting time and wind up. The sudden arrival of happiness made me shiver. Then the problem came. I'm just a poor boy. When I crossed over, I was only 3 years old. After being raised by my sister, she disappeared because of a mission. Usually, I have to work hard to survive. I don't have the money to buy an expensive skill book. When I had a headache, there was a knock on the door. Is this Mr. Chu Chen? After receiving a positive response, he handed me a delivery card for a package. These days it's usually system mail, very rare to receive a package, but the next second I was stunned. I saw the sender's name on the package, Shu Shi, my missing sister. Impatiently opening the delivery box, I saw a shiny golden chest, with Fengxing on top. The skill chest is a gift from me. I set the date for the day you awaken, for your future. Good luck. A few simple words brought tears to my eyes. I put away the envelope, opened the skill chest, and a burst of light appeared. Then, 5 brightly shining skill books appeared before me, just when I thought my luck had run out. The system prompted the user to choose 1 out of 5. Indeed, it makes sense. I rolled my eyes and looked carefully. I didn't see it until the end. A bright red skill book, Fireball Spell. Occupation, Mage. Ha ha ha, I was trembling all over. Suppressing my excitement, I grabbed the Fireball Spell. I slowly imprinted my right hand on it, learned the skill, and the system prompted. The passive skill Magic Spirit Surge, the number of fireball spells replaced with Infernal Catastrophe. Just from the name, I knew it wasn't an ordinary skill. I quickly opened the panel, checked the attributes and description of the Infernal Catastrophe skill. Looking at my own combat power value, I was dumbfounded. Even for an average person, after the second transformation and wearing top-notch equipment, the combat power is barely 4,000. And this forbidden curse is truly extraordinary. I immediately decided to go to the leveling area and experience the power of the forbidden curse. Because my physique was only 5 points, I chose the Fierce Beast Forest in the beginner's area. Amid the astonished gazes of many, a level 1 junior mage walks towards the territory of level 5 Bloodwolves. It's very quiet here because the job change ceremony won't end for another 3 hours. No one needs to grind level 5 monsters. I stood in the forest and shouted for them to come out. After a few echoes, a group of Bloodwolves quietly surrounded me. Their figures came into view. The Bloodwolves were very cautious, waiting until their numbers reached several dozen. Once they confirmed there was only one person, they prepared to attack. I raised my hand and silently chanted Purgatory Catastrophe. In an instant, cruel fire elements danced wildly accompanied by the angry howls of evil spirits. A vast sea of fire formed in an instant. A mushroom cloud, like a nuclear explosion, appeared among the Bloodwolves. Even the nearby leveling teachers were shocked. He was a 4th level Apocalypse Scholar. Distant red flames spread instantaneously. He reacted very quickly and cast a holy light shield on himself and the students. Luckily, the wave of fire broke the shield, but there was no harm to him or the students. Just the aftermath shattered the shield. He took the opportunity to leave, not daring to imagine how dangerous this person was. After casting the skill, I felt completely drained. The system prompts continued, and there was no sound for several kilometers around. This one skill actually cleared the Blood Wolf territory. The flames seemed to be absorbed by the earth, and the newly spawned Blood Wolf was instantly evaporated by the flames. And my experience bar skyrocketed. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 20. After the confusion, I almost laughed my mouth off. You see, a professional needs a month to level up to 20, but I only took a few seconds. I instinctively looked at the 100-minute skill cooldown, during which time I could only do something else. I looked at the materials scattered all around. I quickly ran and picked them up. Because the currency here is gold coins, and there is a rule that allows for picking up other people's dropped items and equipment. So there's a special group of people who scavenge like this. I turned into a money grubber, and half an hour later, all the dropped items were stuffed into my backpack. I even picked up a passing dog and shook it a few times, afraid it might steal from me. After picking up everything, I quickly made a run for it. After all, I was useless during the 100-minute cooldown. After reaching the safe zone, I started to check all the materials, and my backpack was already more than half full. I hadn't even seen many of these materials before, and there was even a lump of dried wolf powder. Suddenly, my eyes lit up, attracted by a skill book. Looking at the information on the skill book, I knew it could sell for a good amount of money. Next, let's see what equipment has dropped. In this world, there are 7 levels of equipment, and the probability of dropping each level decreases exponentially. A warrior's vest, an assassin's dagger. A quick glance revealed all white and blue gear, not a single piece of mage equipment. But one skill book had already fallen into my lap. Suddenly, a purple light pierced through my eyes. Artifact necklace. Then the equipment information appeared. It turned out to be an immunity detection method. This is my best guarantee. The trump card of the forbidden curse won't be easily discovered. After the excitement, I started counting the spoils, over 300 gold coins, 16 pieces of equipment, a priest skill book, over 100 bottles of potions. Unfortunately, not a single piece of equipment is for a mage. So I went to the trading post to exchange for money. A row of receptionists stood at the entrance of the trading post. After being led to the room by the girl in a uniform and black stockings, I took out my big treasure. Because priests are a popular profession, plus I just graduated from school today. The large number of novice job changers made the skill book sell for a good price. 500,000 gold coins, listed on the trading post, waiting for auction. I directly dumped the equipment at the trading post. Looking at the 120,000 gold coins in hand, I decided to check out mage-related items. Excitedly, I ran to the trading device to search for mage skill books. To my surprise, there were only 3. This means that in the entire market of Jiangling City, there are only 3 mage skill books. When I saw the long list of prices, I gasped in shock. My small treasury couldn't even afford a page of skill books. I don't believe it. With so few mage skill books, I'll keep searching. 538 warrior skill books, 359 priest skill books, 492 assassin skill books. I suddenly felt dizzy, and the harsh reality of life finally woke me up. Now at level 20, all I can do is quickly advance to the second stage, farm equipment, and then cash out. To become the cash king of Jiangling City. Experience the joy of the wealthy. So first, I have to go for the second stage. However, when I arrived at the transfer hall, there wasn't a single person there for the transfer. Only the chubby receptionist was fast asleep. Time for lunch, I shouted in his ear. It startled the chubby guy, but when he heard that I wanted to take the second stage mission, he looked at me in surprise, wide awake. When he confirmed that I was today's graduate, he painfully suppressed a smile. Graduated this morning, and transferring in the afternoon, no one even dares to think of that in the wishing pool. Then he confidently said, "There's no one as awesome as you in Jiangling City." I gave him a dirty look. Is being awesome a crime? After a heated but friendly debate, he, with a bruised face, took me to the sanctuary to receive the mission. I stepped onto the platform and walked to the sacred stone altar for the second stage. Raging magic power engulfed my whole body. Then my basic information is displayed. The second transfer system will randomly release a map from 5 tasks, each with different difficulty levels. Among them, the most difficult is the Storm City, and most who received this task failed. In the past 10 years, only one person has passed in Jiangling City, and that is my genius sister, the female knight Chu. Fortunately, if the task fails, it can be received again, with a total of 3 chances. As the task is announced, the big screen displays the task map, and the requirements for the Storm City task are also very demanding. After carefully reading the task requirements, I couldn't help but want to walk the path my sister had taken. However, just after receiving the task, the chubby receptionist advised me to quickly cancel and reapply. The level of difficulty in Storm City is beyond your ability. Countless proud youths lie buried here. It's better for young people not to be too arrogant. I looked at him and said seriously, in Jiangling City, I do not allow the existence of anyone more abnormal than me. After bidding farewell, I headed towards Storm City. It is a city full of lifelessness. Several hundred years ago, it was a prosperous city called Star Moon City. Later, the Storm Lord invaded and slaughtered all the people in the city. They then slept here, making it the most terrifying map for the second transfer. But unexpectedly, on the way to Storm City, I encountered Jiang Feng, who had been in conflict. Jiang Ling is the son of the leader of the largest guild, the Blue Dragon Gang. Jiang Feng, who had transferred to become a swordsman, suddenly leaped out of the bushes with a huge sword on his shoulder. Who do I see? Isn't this my good classmate Chu Chen? His 2 lackeys also jumped out at the same time. My dear 3 brothers in the thicket, what were you 3 doing in the bushes just now? Hearing my banter, Jiang Feng instinctively distanced himself a bit from those two. We really are fated to meet, even in a place like this. However, when he used detection technique to look at me, the expected basic information did not appear. Only 3 words appeared: Han Nu Mei. His face instantly turned the color of pig liver. However, just as he was about to unleash his skill and go berserk, he was stopped by his lackey. They all used detection technique, but didn't see any information. However, only those above level 10 cannot view basic information. Jiang Feng was instantly sweating cold. He's already at level 8. He's considered first tier now. Normal people would estimate he's not even at level 5. However, the originally worthless mage in his mind now appears like a monster, making people palpitate with fear. I glanced at Jiang Feng. I also thought about casting a powerful curse directly at him, burning him to ashes and quieting things down. But after all, he's a classmate. It's not good to act ruthlessly. And the 100 minutes of cold-bloodedness made me a bit annoyed. I saw them standing still. I walked straight through them, and they didn't dare to stop me. Then I arrived at the entrance of Stormwind City. The ancient city walls are about 15 meters high. Above the city gate, the words stars and moon can be vaguely seen. As I looked at the information for the Black Vortex instance, I chose to enter the instance alone directly. Just as I landed and steadied myself, a bunch of system prompts popped up. I was actually losing health all the time. It's no wonder it's a secret realm, the difficulty is so high. I quickly took a bottle of basic red potion. Looking at my health bar, I couldn't help but feel fortunate. Now I don't have equipment, my health value isn't high. If I don't take the potion, I won't be able to last even a few minutes in this secret realm. Suddenly, a weak voice came, and I quickly hid behind the tree. I sneakily looked towards the source of the voice. I saw a figure that looked like a zombie, aimlessly wandering around, wearing tattered clothes. I could vaguely see that emaciated body. After reading her information, I was shocked. The monsters guarding the entrance are all in their 20s. It must be so terrifying inside. And there's black mist all around. Releasing skills now might be more stable, but I still don't know how big Storm City is. If the skills are on cooldown, I'm done for, no doubt about it. Gritting my teeth, I made a decision that went against my profession, putting all my attribute points into agility. After all, the goal is the Storm Lord. These small fry, if I can't hit them, it's fine. I transformed into the wall and moved slowly, and the monsters around me gradually became level 25. It was really abnormal back then, being able to solo this instance. I was lost in thought. I didn't expect to startle the monsters nearby. The monsters suddenly screamed and ran towards me. These 2 monsters are really scary. I activated my legs like a small motor, not knowing how long I ran, and suddenly noticed the movements of the monsters behind me gradually slowing down. Why did they stop chasing? I also stopped in confusion, then continued to run. However, the group of undead monsters looked panicked and gradually retreated, which left me puzzled. Just then, a heavy breathing sound came from behind me. A huge shadow rose, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. I quickly turned around. In front of me appeared a huge white bear, with a ferocious face and crimson eyes fixed on me. I cast a detection spell with my hand. It turned out to be an epic boss, Storm Lord. Bosses also have different levels, usually at level 10. Sensing my detection, the Storm Lord howled arrogantly, "Lowly humans, how dare you disturb my sleep?" I instantly got goosebumps, knowing that one slap from it would definitely end me. I instantly mobilized all the fire elements in my body, silently chanting infernal catastrophe in my mind. The bursting fire elements instantly converged. Then, in an instant, a raging flame erupted and soared into the sky, instantly engulfing all the monsters in the area. The monsters in the area were receiving over 20,000 damage per second. The 3-stage damage floated up from the Storm Lord, directly emptying his health bar. Just made an appearance, didn't even have time to finish the lines before falling. The screen full of system prompts made it hard for me to keep up. The experience bar also skyrocketed. Reached level 28, just need to level up 2 more times to accept the 3rd transfer mission. I relaxed, just reacted a bit slowly earlier, I guess it's already gone by now. But leveling up is really too stressful, there's no sense of achievement at all. After the skill ended, the already dilapidated Storm City had turned into a wasteland. I displayed my agility, started to search for spoils of war, just like before. After searching every corner, I returned to the position of the Storm Lord. Until this moment, only then did I see a pile of shiny items under the boss's body, and at a glance, I saw a pale blue material. A pale blue heart. Congratulations on picking up the item Storm Heart. Then it prompted me to complete the 2nd transfer mission, and requested timely delivery of the mission. I put away the still beating blue heart. Looking at the pile of suspended shiny items again, as an epic level treasure, the rewards given were naturally excellent, and soon I was attracted by a blue light. This is a skill book, and it's a skill book with a staff inlaid on the cover, the exclusive symbol of a mage. I crouched down, suppressing the impulse to burst into tears, and carefully picked up the skill book. The skill book information is displayed in front of my eyes. Ha, I'm feeling sleepy. Sending a pillow, I wonder what series of forbidden spells will awaken this time. I am extremely excited, whether to learn the Thunderfall technique. I spread out my palm and focus it within the light circle. Congratulations on learning the Thunderfall technique skill. The passive skill Magic Spirit Surge is generating forbidden spells. Skill replacement successful, Thunderous forbidden spell Leishi Memorial. I quickly opened the spellbook. Seeing the soaring combat power due to the Leishi forbidden spell, indeed skills are also graded. A level 20 skill upgraded to Mirror, and the combat power is twice that of level 1. After stuffing all the loot into my backpack, I'm ready to go back and complete the task. But before I could go far, suddenly a noisy sound came from the front. I saw Jiang Feng and his little brothers running away, with a thick poisonous bug following behind them like a python. The monster's attributes were immediately displayed in front of me, a level 20 raging boss. At this time, Jiang Feng was being chased, covered in sweat. The roaring little brothers are all useless at protecting themselves. The archer on the side is still relatively calm. I remember you have a team teleport scroll, take it out and use it, otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. Hearing this, Jiang Feng also became alert, instantly taking out the scroll, but didn't use it immediately. Looking at me under the big tree, today I will make him die here. Everyone, listen to my command, lure the boss to Chu Chen's location. I will only activate the teleportation under that tree. Those who don't keep up will have to fend for themselves. Then his little brother went crazy and ran forward, instantly throwing Jiang Feng behind with 4 people. I saw a few people running towards me and understood their intention, trying to drag me into trouble. Then I'll take care of all of you. Soon, 5 people ran to the tree. Jiang Feng laughed and said, Chu Chen, go to hell. I didn't say anything. Pointed to the sky with one hand. The thunder elements in the sky all awakened. Annihilation thunder. Instantly, the purple thunder gathered into a sea of thunder and struck down. At this moment, Jiang Feng crushed the teleportation scroll, disappeared on the spot. The boss lost its target and rushed back towards us. With a huge roar and 170,000 damage, the thunder dragon landed. The boss directly turned into powder. I looked at the place where Jiang Feng disappeared. I didn't expect the teleportation scroll to be so fast, and it didn't leave them behind. Immediately after, there were continuous prompts, and the monsters within a few kilometers were cleared again. Ding! You have reached level 30, meeting the conditions for the third transformation. Although there is very little experience here, you were originally at level 28. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Now that both skills are on cooldown, I dare not delay and quickly leave. However, the commotion here was detected. The market is in trouble. Just now, there was a high-level Thunder West monster appearing in the Insect Valley, an ancient evil god. Upon hearing the secretary's words, the mayor suddenly raised his head and said, say it again. You can't casually mention the ancient evil god. Years ago, there was an invasion, and the mayor still vividly remembers the fierce battle. The secretary stammered, saying that although it's not confirmed, it's certain that someone used advanced lightning magic in the poisonous Insect Valley, and Zhang Ling is not an advanced mage. Unless it's the Spirit Cultivation Church recruiting. Xinxingshan is a 9-circle mage from the 560th century, the number 1 mage in the Dragon Kingdom. He once single-handedly killed 3 ancient evil gods and was then hailed as the Dragon Kingdom's war god. Go investigate thoroughly and report back, otherwise the barrier will have to be activated. At this time, I also arrived at the Temple of Job Change, and Xiao Pang was still sleeping as usual. When he saw me, he suddenly stood up and teasingly said, Brother, are you here to pick up the second job change task again? Sorry, I'm here to turn in the task. What, you cleared it? Xiao Pang is dumbfounded. I can let you deceive me, but don't deceive yourself. I know it's amazing that you reached level 20 in half a day, but you don't have a single piece of equipment from head to toe. How could you clear it? That Chu Shi, she only cleared it with top-notch equipment. I listened to him and silently handed over the Storm Star. I looked at Xiao Pang, who had his mouth wide open. I smiled. Bro, what kind of monster are you? Come on, let's go turn in the task. I walked into the sanctuary again and presented the Storm Star. The system congratulated me on completing the second job change task, and golden light instantly enveloped me, completing the job change ceremony. I feel my perception of elemental fluctuations has become stronger, and then the stone wall began to change again. Meeting the conditions, I began to release the third-level mission, and saw this line of words. The chubby guy below collapsed. Didn't he just finish the second-level transformation? Even though the game world is being invaded, he can't cheat. The third-level mission is the same. 5 maps of different difficulties are randomly released. The mission map is the Turing Ruins. Then the mission prompt is displayed in front of me, with coordinates on it, so I can go directly. I smiled helplessly. It's another 5-star map, but with 2 forbidden spells on me, it's no big deal. Suddenly, I remembered that I would comprehend new skills after a successful second-level transformation. Quickly take a look. Because of the existence of magic spirits, skills are the most important, equipment doesn't matter, you can even run naked. After the panel opened, the information showed that my combat power soared to 17,482 after the second-level transformation. And comprehending the new skill Magic Return, before I could even see the skill clearly, it was replaced by the Surge of Magic Spirits. All-pervading support, your skills are released without consumption, and the cooldown reduction is unlimited and stackable. After reading the description, I almost died of shock. This is a divine skill. Not to mention the lack of consumption, the unlimited stackable cooldown alone would make other mages want to bang their heads against the wall. The cooldown time for professionals can be reduced by a maximum of 55. Even if you wear a sacred contract, you can't break through it. But now I can stack it up to 100. If I can infinitely release powerful spells, that would be a real magical machine gun. After the excitement, I walked out of the temple. And under the sycophantic farewell from the chubby guy, I left, selling equipment as usual. This time, instead of being greeted by a young lady, I was met by a man with a sly smile. Knowing he was called Sly Guy, I understood the meaning of his name. After tossing out all the equipment and miscellaneous materials, Sly Guy put away his smile and became serious, then after some calculations, offered a package price of 600,000. No problem. Suddenly, Sly Guy rubbed his hands together and approached me. I have good news for you. There was a bit of 1 million gold coins for that skill book at the auction, far beyond our imagination. By the way, do you have any skill books this time? I rolled my eyes. Do you think I print skill books at home? But I do have an equipment. Can you take a look? As I spoke, I pulled out a dagger directly, and he looked at my dagger. Sly Guy looked at me foolishly. As a newly transferred novice, you can produce a level 25 golden weapon. Who exactly are you? Stop the nonsense. If it's for auction, what would be a suitable starting price? Sly Guy pondered. The dagger has excellent attributes, and the level is not bad. It should go for around 600,000, but its design adds a lot of points. I suggest being bold and setting the price at 1 million. I pondered for a moment, just about to agree. Suddenly, a charming voice from the side said, "Wait, I want this dagger." I saw a remarkably beautiful girl running over. Perhaps all the beauties in the world have something in common. I couldn't help but take a few more glances, noticing her gaze. The girl put her hands on her hips. "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize this princess?" I was slightly stunned. The princess is actually the daughter of the president of the White Tiger Guild, Chin Taihan, and she is a true princess of the White Tiger Guild. So it's you. This guy is also our former classmate and we even changed jobs together. Shinny was eyeing the dagger I wanted. I heard you say 1 million just now, right? I'll transfer it to you. As a cute girl, the appearance of this weapon immediately attracted him, and at this moment, the creepy guy stepped forward. "Your Highness, you may have misunderstood. We were just discussing the starting price. Based on my trading experience, this golden dagger could fetch at least 3 million. Wen Yen and I both laughed. I just realized that the creepy guy was still willing to negotiate for me in this situation, because if I traded privately with Wen Yen, he wouldn't get any commission. Shinny felt that the creepy guy was trying to cheat, but after some thought, she said, "Let's trade for 3 million. This time, I rejected his offer. "Shinny, what are you doing? Do you still want to raise the price?" I waved my hands repeatedly. No. I just want to change the way we trade. I want to exchange with you using items. You can exchange with me using French skill books, any level is fine. Shinny hadn't reacted yet. Wei Suo looked at me in shock. My goodness, I've been in the trading market for so many years, and I consider myself a conscientious merchant. But compared to this Mr. Chu, I'm just a conscientious intermediary. People exchanging assassin equipment for mage skill books. This guy is the fighter jet among the swindlers. He deserves an award for that. Shinny also reacted, and the merchant's scream echoed through the exchange. Shinny was so angry that she trembled. "Do you know how much a mage skill book costs? How dare you ask me for it? Why don't you just take my life?" I shrugged my shoulders, knowing that my request was unreasonable. After being rejected, I had no choice but to throw the dagger to Wei Suo. Old Wei, please help me auction it. Okay, Wei Suo readily agreed. Oh, don't. Now Chini was anxious, looking at the moonblade. The design of this dagger is too perfect, it's as if it has captured his soul. I can't give it up. I can't do it. Chini stomped her foot irritably, then made up her mind and looked over. Mage skill books, I really don't have them. Can I exchange them with something else? What else? Some information. Chini looked around and then approached me. Oh, add me as a friend and chat with you. Seeing her serious look, it piqued my curiosity, so I added her as a friend. Soon, Chini sent me a private message. I want to tell you. It's internal information from our guild. I'll use it to buy your moonblade. After you can't tell anyone. Since it's used to buy my stuff, that information belongs to me. I don't need your permission to tell anyone. Besides, I haven't agreed to the exchange with you yet. Forget it. I'll tell you first. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, 1 kilometer south of the Misty Marsh, a level 20 mystical frost dragon will respawn. If you want to go, I can take you. I've already formed a team, and there's a level 45 third transformation assassin to accompany you. If you agree, I'll send you the coordinates before we depart tomorrow night. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said okay. After all, it's a level 20 secret realm, and the attraction is quite strong. The secret realm is divided into two types. One type is Storm City, which is a fixed secret realm. Fixed secret realms don't change or disappear. Anyone who meets the level requirement can enter, and different teams inside won't affect each other. The other type is the Dragon's Lair mentioned by Chingy. No matter how many teams enter, they'll all be in the same map, with only one boss. It's a competition to kill the boss. Moreover, the refresh time and location of this type of secret realm are completely random. It can only be known in advance through special means, but most of the time, it's a matter of luck. After all, the rewards in this type of instance are much better. After agreeing, I wanted to give him the dagger, but I didn't expect him to refuse outright. I'll take you in tomorrow, and you can trade with me later. Moreover, it's said that there are surprises in that instance, so make sure to come on time. Upon hearing this, Shu Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that although this little princess was a bit willful, she was still quite reasonable. Thinking back to his attempt to extort her just now, Shu Chen's face turned red. Fine, it's up to you. With those words, he left the trading post. Today was only the first day of his job transfer, and Shu Chen didn't rest for a moment. On his way home, he reviewed his gains. Learning the Forbidden Curse Purgatory Catastrophe, advancing to the second stage, learning the Annihilation Thunder, and taking on a third stage mission. He also managed to earn 72,000 gold coins, which could improve his life. The only regret was letting Jiang Feng and his group escape in the poisonous Insect Valley. A cold light flashed in Shu Chen's eyes. Ultimately, he had just become a professional and was not decisive enough. Next time I encounter a similar situation, I must not hesitate even for a moment. Shu Chen told himself in his heart. In this world, if you are not ruthless enough, others will bully you. If you are not ruthless enough, you cannot climb to the top and dominate the world. I must become stronger and find my sister. I will. Upon returning home, it was already dark outside. Shu Chen cooked some food for himself and ate alone. Sigh, it's not very tasty. Although criticizing his own cooking skills, Shu Chen still swallowed it down. I should get a secondary profession in the future. Becoming a chef would be great. In the Blue Star, anything is possible. Some people can use special items or do hidden tasks to have their own secondary professions, but that requires some opportunities and luck. Shu Chen didn't think he was very lucky. Otherwise, he would have been born into a wealthy family and enjoyed life in Rome. That would be the son of fortune. Now, although he had learned a set of forbidden curses, he still had to work hard like a mule. Sigh, life is tough. Lost in thought, Shu Chen fell asleep. Midnight. Blue Dragon Guild headquarters. The lights in the conference hall were on, but it was very quiet. There was only one figure beside the round table, the crown prince of the Blue Dragon Guild, Jiang Feng. He was lying sideways, with his feet on the table, constantly checking his watch as if waiting for someone. So annoying. Perhaps tired of waiting, Jiang Feng suddenly stood up. At that moment, the door of the conference hall was pushed open. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels on the carpet echoed in the room. Soon, a woman dressed in a long and wide black windbreaker appeared in front of Jiang Feng. The windbreaker was long and wide, covering the woman's face and figure. You finally came, how did it go? Jiang Feng sat back down and asked the woman. The woman remained silent for a moment before speaking. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, outside the Misty Swamp, there will be a secret area refresh, and Chini will be there. Great! I will turn that place into her grave. Jiang Feng clapped his hands and laughed loudly. The woman's head moved slightly under the windbreaker. Why do you want to harm Qinyi? She just advanced to a new job, only level 10, is she a threat to you? Jiang Feng snorted, a threat? A level 10 assassin, can my Blue Dragon Guild even consider her a threat? Mainly because she is Qin Taihan's daughter from the White Tiger Guild, that's why I want to kill her. The woman still didn't understand. What does that have to do with anything? Hearing this, Jiang Feng glanced at the woman. You seem to have a lot of questions, don't you? Hee, but it's okay to tell you. To be honest, my dad wants to do something big recently. He wants to merge the other 3 major guilds. Let our Blue Dragon Guild dominate in Jiangling City. Our first target is the White Tiger Guild. But Qin Taihan of the White Tiger Guild is not easy to deal with. His only weakness is this precious daughter. I'm doing this behind my dad's back to give him a surprise, so he won't keep saying that I'm idle all day, just a playboy. After I kill Qinyi and take credit for swallowing the White Tiger Guild, I will take 80%. After speaking passionately and generously, Jiang Feng laughed triumphantly. The woman in the windbreaker remained silent once again. After laughing enough, Jiang Feng said to the woman, don't worry, even if you become a traitor to the White Tiger Guild, I guarantee that the Azure Dragon Guild will definitely have a place for you. Besides, you have no blood relation with that Qinyi, why do you care about her? A sneer came from the woman in the windbreaker, care about her? Feng, are you joking with me? Would I care about her? Jiang Feng frowned in confusion, then why do I sense that your mood is off? The woman in the windbreaker's voice turned extremely cold. I just want to discuss something with you. Can you let me personally kill Qinyi? The next day, Shu Chen slept until mid-morning. After getting up and preparing some food, he began to clean the room. Today, Shu Chen was not planning to go out and work hard. Although he had become a professional, grinding monsters for levels was not the entirety of life. Reject the rat race, love life. Shu Chen shouted the slogan and started cleaning. Since Chu Shi entered the Royal Knights and left Jiangling City, Shu Chen had kept this small home tidy, hoping that one day when Chu Shi returned, she could praise him. But unexpectedly, since Chu Shi left, she had never returned. Busy until the evening, Shu Chen still had plenty of energy. After changing professions, he had attribute bonuses and was no longer like an ordinary person. Looking at the time, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Shu Chen opened the system, checked his friends list, and privately messaged Qinyi. Before he could say anything, she messaged him first. Qinyi, hey, can't wait? I'll send you the coordinates now, meet at 10 sharp. Qinyi. 53. 69. Qinyi, don't forget my Moonblade. Shu Chen, okay. White Tiger Guild headquarters. This guy is really aloof. If you don't know, you'd think I'm your lapdog. Qinyi exited the private chat in dissatisfaction, her mouth pouting high. Oh, who has offended our little princessy? A charming voice came, accompanied by an alluring scent of high-end perfume. Qinyi turned around, a smile reappearing on her face. Sister Su Miao, you finally came. Did you find the people I asked you to find? The charming woman known as Sister Su Miao was adopted by Qin Taihan since childhood, the half-sister of Qinyi. Su Miao affectionately patted Qinyi's head. You seem anxious. I've found them all. Here's the list, take a look. She handed a list to Qinyi, who carefully examined it and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Great, these people are perfect. This time going to the Jiaolong lair in the secret realm, we will definitely be able to clear it smoothly. Su Miao was a bit worried. Can this configuration really work? Although these people have decent professions, their levels are too low, all around level 20. Should I find some above level 50 in the guild? No way. Qinyi immediately refused. Having those people lead me around, it's like I enjoy privileges in the guild. Su Miao smiled helplessly. You are the guild leader's biological daughter, of course, you can naturally enjoy privileges. Who dares to say anything? But Qinyi insisted, I just don't want to be looked down upon. Besides, with you, a level 45 assassin, am I still afraid of danger? Oh, you! Su Miao was exasperated by her, so she had to compromise. Su Miao, level 45, third-tier assassin, Night Apostle, clearing a level 20 secret realm was naturally a piece of cake for her. Since Qinyi was so insistent, she stopped speaking. After the people and horses were assembled, Qinyi took a quick look and counted a total of 30 people. Let's go, set off to the secret realm, Dragon's Lair. This was Qinyi's first time exploring the secret realm since changing jobs, and she couldn't help but feel excited. With a command, the group of people rushed towards the direction of the misty swamp. When Shu Chen found the location of the secret realm according to the coordinates, he happened to meet Qinyi and others. Hey, Shu Chen! When Qinyi saw Shu Chen, she hurried over. Huh, you're quite punctual. Shu Chen nodded and then looked behind Qinyi. She led a team with a perfect composition, with tanks, DPS, and support each accounting for about 1/3. Sister Su Miao, this is the friend I told you about, Chu Chen. Shini introduced to the people behind her. Su Miao walked over, glanced roughly at Chu Chen, and found that Chu Chen was missing a piece of equipment. You crossed the misty swamp alone like this? Chu Chen smirked. I allocated all my attribute points to agility, so those monsters couldn't catch up to me. This statement caused bursts of laughter from the monster hunting group. Ha, what did I just hear? A mage with all points in agility, did I drink too much or did this guy drink too much? Don't say that, he allocated all points to agility, a master of escape, this is top-level understanding. They say mages are poor, look at this guy, he can't even afford a single piece of equipment. Listening to the ridicule of the others, Chu Chen just smiled calmly and ignored them. Ignorance is bliss, and Chu Chen didn't bother to argue with them. But when Qinyi heard her people mocking Chu Chen, she became displeased. Shut up, Chu Chen is my friend, you're not allowed to speak ill of him. Hearing this, some of the people behind were still dissatisfied. Where did you find this friend? Did you pick him up off the street? Exactly, has he made any contributions to our guild? Why should we bring him to the secret realm for free? It doesn't matter to bring him along, but this is a level 20 secret realm, with a minimum level requirement of 10. Does this mage guy even have level 10? You guys are making me angry. Shini stomped her foot in anger, then directly requested a trade with Chu Chen. Chu Chen, give me the dagger. Their agreement was to exchange the dagger after entering the secret realm. However, Chu Chen didn't pay attention to these details and directly put the equipment up for trade. After receiving the moonblade, Shini raised it high to show the people behind her. See that? A level 25 golden dagger, I bought it from Chu Chen. Still dare to mock him? Among you, who can drop equipment of this level? The materials used to craft the moonblade had absorbed the light of the moon. At this moment, in the middle of the night, the moonblade bathed in moonlight, emitting an extremely dazzling edge. Wow! It's so beautiful. A top-quality dagger. It's really beautiful. A level 25 golden weapon, my goodness. When can I have one? There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Even Su Miao, who had been maintaining a cold demeanor outside, couldn't help but take a few more glances. As an assassin herself, she naturally yearned for this gorgeously designed dagger. At the same time, she also became interested in Chu Chen, the mage in plain clothes. After the shock of the monster hunting group, different voices soon emerged. Do you think this golden dagger was dropped by that poor mage? Is it true? How is that possible? Look, he doesn't even have a single piece of equipment. I think this guy probably picked it up somewhere, right? Ha, that's right, in my opinion. It's very likely that he stole it from someone. Stolen? Chu Chen's expression turned cold. Originally, he had intended to ignore the noise from these guys. After all, the summer insect cannot speak of ice, and the well frog cannot speak of the sea. However, the other party unexpectedly went too far, starting to insult their own character. This made Chu Chen's anger rise. Just as he was about to erupt, suddenly, there were waves of fluctuations in the air, and the surrounding space began to distort. Sensing the anomaly, Su Miao's expression became serious. Everyone, be alert, the secret realm is descending. Black mist descended from the sky, coalescing into a band-shaped vortex suspended in the air. Hurry, this is the entrance to the dragon's lair. Someone shouted, and everyone's gaze was drawn over. Chu Chen also looked in that direction. In the vortex, light shimmered, like a colorful black. The dragon's lair was behind the vortex. This was the entrance. Qinyi and the others were waiting for this moment, and she took the first step forward. Let's go! Pulling Chu Chen into the team, Qinyi, as the team leader, touched the vortex. The next moment, black mist filled the air, enveloping all the team members. They disappeared on the spot. When their vision returned, they found themselves deep in a mountainous area. Knights, stay on the perimeter and be on guard. Su Miao, as the highest-ranked member, naturally took command. Soon, they formed their formation and cautiously moved forward. Not long after they set off, rustling sounds came from the bushes ahead. It seemed like something was moving, and not slowly. They're here! Su Miao lightly exclaimed, revealing her weapon, a level 40 golden grade twin swords, the purple gold rose thorn. As soon as she spoke, numerous slender figures appeared. Snakes! At least dozens of them. Name, Rock Snake, Attribute, Beast, Level, LV, 25, Health / Constitution, 236, Strength, 384, Intelligence, 249, Agility, 375, Spirit, 186, Combat Power, 1437, Skills, Rock Projection, Poison Fong. The monsters in the secret realm were much stronger than those in regular dungeons. The rock snake was only level 25, not much different from the outside level 35 creatures. Protectee, Sumio said, and her body had already shot out, the twin swords dancing in her hands. Critical hit, critical hit, critical hit, critical hit. After all, she was a level 45 assassin, and each strike on the rock snake was a critical hit. The damage of a third-tier assassin was evident. Under a flurry of sword strikes, dozens of rock snakes perished instantly. After dealing with the first wave of minor crises, before everyone could catch their breath, the ground began to shake. 7 or 8 huge bears ran towards them, roaring thunderously. Name, Rock Bear, Attribute, Beast, Level, LV. 28, Health / Constitution, 316, Strength, 404, Intelligence, 179, Agility, 298, Spirit, 146, Combat Power, 1616, Skills, Savage Charge, Endless Maul, Form Up, Prepare for Battle. Faced with so many level 28 rock bears, Sumio did not dare to be careless. The others joined the battle. 10 knights formed a shield wall. Although their levels were lower, together they could barely withstand the charge of the rock bears. Roar! Roar! Along with the bears' roars, archers hid in safe positions and began to attack. However, with an average level of around 20, it was difficult for the archers to deal damage to the heavily armored rock bears. Fortunately, with Sumio present, the battle seemed somewhat easier. A few minutes later, the rock bears fell one by one, their experience points shared among the team members. After the battle, some began to express dissatisfaction with Chuchun. Hey, Mage, you need to contribute too. Yeah, hiding in the back and not using any skills, what's the point? Forget about him. Anyway, the loot is distributed based on output ratio. Look at him, 0%, don't expect anything. Upon hearing this, Chuchun couldn't help but laugh. I didn't take action to save face for you guys. Otherwise, once I cast a banishing curse, you won't even have a gaming experience left. Alright, let's keep moving forward and hurry to find the boss. Sumio picked up the dropped items and said coldly. The team continued to move forward. Chinee took a few steps and came to Chuchun's side, looking apologetic. Chuchun, don't mind them, they are just like that. Don't worry, since we are in a trade, I will never treat you unfairly. Even if you didn't deal damage, I will still share the loot with you. If they have any objections, I will give you my share. Let's see who dares to say more. Chuchun smiled lightly. This little girl knows how to take care of her emotions, indeed quite kind-hearted. Then, he opened the data panel. Currently, Sumio ranked first in team damage, with 86% contribution. The second was a level 26 archer, only about 1/10 of the first, with 10% contribution. As for Chinee, she was quite slack, 3,478. Chuchun, on the other hand, had a glorious 0, ranking last. No need, I will strive on my own, Chuchun said with a smile. Seeing him so stubborn, Chinee shook her head helplessly. Although she bought a level 25 golden dagger for Chuchun, she also understood how trashy the mage profession was. Chuchun's naked outfit was the best proof. She had already started thinking about how to defend him when Chuchun remained as 0 after finishing the secret realm. Just say, he likes being a 0? No, it should be. He likes to be a 0? That's not it either. Chinee quickly shook her head. That was too evil. The team advanced a few hundred meters. They arrived at a cliff surrounded by dense forest, with no clear path, only through the woods ahead. Screech! This time, they were attacked by LV. 35 ironclad eagles. The ironclad eagles were not only numerous but also able to fly, making them tough opponents. Even Sumio seemed to struggle more than before. Without the assistance of others in the team, she would probably have a hard time dealing with them alone. In the crowd, Chuchun looked at these monsters. Level 35, with pitiful health. I really have no interest in taking action. Chuchun thought helplessly, forced to continue watching the show. At this moment, a priest couldn't bear it and shouted at Chuchun, Hey, Mage, use your skills. Can't you conjure a fireball? Chuchun turned around, innocently shaking his head. I really can't do that. Conjure a fireball? I can't even conjure a fireball in my lifetime. Unless it's at the level of a banishing curse, then even if I conjure it, it would probably be a sun. The number of ironclad eagles increased, and the priest was utterly disappointed in Chuchun. Without wasting more words, he continued to cast skills to buff Sumio. Then he turned around and healed a wounded knight, operating smoothly and joyfully. Chuchun sighed as he watched. I envy you all, being able to operate so smoothly and enjoyably. The priest, upon hearing this, spurted out blood for over 10 meters. He quickly ran to the other side, keeping a distance from Chuchun. The battle lasted for 20 minutes, and in the end, they won under Sumio's leadership. After the battle, everyone orderly picked up the loot. These items would be distributed according to their contributions after the secret realm ended. Of course, first, they had to survive. After a brief rest, with the help of the priest, everyone was back in top condition. Alright, let's continue. The monsters ahead may be tougher. We need to find the boss quickly and resolve the battle. Su Miao, seeing that it was almost time, urged them to move forward. Alright, find the boss, solve the battle. 10 knights shouted, cheering each other on. Boom! At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The towering peak in front of them inexplicably cracked on the surface. Then, it collapsed suddenly. Countless rocks fell like rain, smashing into the ground. Oh my, get out of the way. Be careful, don't get hit, priest, quickly shield up. There's a cave ahead. There's a cave ahead. The team members panicked and quickly found a place to take cover. After a few minutes, the rock shower stopped. After confirming there was no danger, Su Miao took the lead to step out, followed closely by the others. The ground was a mess, with trees and forests smashed in large areas. As they looked up again at the mountain peak, everyone gasped in shock, their hearts stopping. On that mountain peak, a giant dragon was tightly coiled. The huge dragon head exuded endless pressure, like a god descending, overlooking all living beings. The majestic dragon's might was overwhelming and could not be faced directly. The dormant dragon was awakened, and a roar shook the mountains. The dragon lay coiled on the mountain range, just a slight movement of its body causing earthquakes and shaking mountains. Is this the boss of the dragon's lair? I can't see its information at all. How high level is this guy? The people came to their senses and couldn't help but ask. Curious, Chu Chen cast a probing spell at the dragon. Name, Jinhai Flood Dragon, Legendary Boss, Attribute, Divine Beast, Level, LV, 40, Health / Constitution, 671, Strength, 884, Wisdom, 699, Agility, 675, Spirit, 946, Combat Power, 8128, Skills, Dragon Roar, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, Eternal Thunder Tribulation, Divine Light Protection, Dragon God Regeneration. Fortunately, having leveled up to 30, Chu Chen could just see the information about this boss. Chu Chen secretly rejoiced. Besides Chu Chen, only Su Miao could view the boss information. After reading it, even her cold and icy face couldn't help but show emotion. This was a level 40 legendary boss, and the people on their side were all too low level. Apart from her at level 45, the highest level among them was a level 26 second transformation archer. Although Qinyi had good equipment, she was only level 10. As for Chu Chen, Su Miao didn't even think of this person. What could a currently 0 damage naked mage do? Dance naked for the boss? After a moment of hesitation, Su Miao decided not to miss this great opportunity. Although the boss was tough, it was only level 40 after all. Let's do it! After making the decision, she began to command, Knights and warriors, take your potions. Priest, give all buffs to the front line. Archers, long-range output, other assassins follow me. We haven't been noticed by the boss yet, so let's launch a surprise attack first. But don't be greedy for output, attack while keeping a distance, slowly wear down the boss. With the arrangements made, Su Miao took all the potions she could and buffed herself up. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly came from the team, don't bother with all this, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze was drawn to Chu Chen. Chu Chen stepped out from the crowd, stretched his almost rusty limbs, and walked to the front. Roar! The dragon boss let out a long roar, and with a flick of its tail, it created a crack in the mountains. Stop making noise! In front of everyone, Chu Chen ran to the foot of the mountain, pointed at the dragon boss, and cursed loudly, stinky eel, keep making noise, and I'll roast you. People behind him, damn, is this guy crazy? No, doesn't he recognize that's the boss? I've seen crazy things before, but never this crazy, it's beyond wild. Chu Chen, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Watching Chu Chen acting crazy, Su Miao's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, the dragon boss on the mountain seemed to have noticed the tiny humans below. Roared, the dragon roared to the sky, and a protective golden light burst out from between its scales. It activated the skill, Divine Light Protection. It can immune to 80% of physical damage and 50% of magical damage, definitely a divine level shield. Oh no, the boss is awake. We can't ambush anymore, look at what this guy has done. Is this guy intentionally causing trouble for us? Where did this disaster come from? Even Qinyi couldn't stay calm now. Chu Chen, come back quickly, don't act recklessly. Su Miao saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly commanded, prepare for battle. Don't mind that mage, act according to my previous strategy. With Su Miao's command, everyone responded one after another and formed their battle formation. By now, the dragon boss had attracted its hatred. It raised its body, its antennae pointing straight to the sky, with lightning faintly bursting out. This was its ultimate move, Eternal Thunder Tribulation. Once the skill was activated, a range of 300 meters under the dragon would be covered by thunderstorms, and no one could escape. In an instant, lightning flashed across the sky, rumbling. Su Miao sensed something was wrong and urgently shouted, "Spread out." After saying that, she retreated to the outer perimeter herself. While standing in front of the dragon, Shuchen smiled coldly. "No need to move, watch my performance. It uses thunder, then I'll use thunder too. Annihilation Thunder." Crack, boom. Dark clouds gathered, and the lightning summoned by the dragon was instantly absorbed by a mysterious force. Roar, it let out a confused roar, looking up at the sky. However, the next moment, a thunder dragon suddenly descended, illuminating the entire dragon's lair with silver light. Under everyone's gaze, the thunder dragon pierced through the body of the dragon boss like a sharp blade. Direct hit. One-hit kill. Immediately after, the thunder dragon landed, and the electric net dispersed. Your team has killed the Jinhai Dragon, legendary boss, and gained experience points. Your team has killed the Deep Sea Python and gained 4,000 experience points. Your team has killed the Red Gold Tiger and gained 3,000 experience points. Chu Chen killed the boss in one hit. Numerous system prompts scrolled in the team channel, leaving everyone speechless. It wasn't until the two halves of the dragon's body fell to the ground, bursting out numerous spoils of war. Oh my god. What did I just see? Lu Gu, give me a slap. I feel like I'm dreaming. Damn. Look at the damage panel. Everyone opened the panel at the same time, only to see, NO. 1. Shu Chen, output damage, accounting for 98% NO. 2. Su Miao, output damage, accounting for 1.7%. One skill dealt over 58 million damage. What kind of monster is this? Everyone's mouths remained wide open for a long time. Until, oh my god, I leveled up by 6. Me too. I leveled up by 5. I'm level 30 now. I can take on the third advancement mission. It took me a year to reach level 24, and now I jumped to 30 in one go? At this moment, Shu Chen turned elegantly. I'll keep the loot for now, we'll distribute it based on damage later, does everyone agree? Upon hearing the voice, everyone froze in place. This naked mage they had looked down upon before now seemed like a god of destruction. Su Miao furrowed her brows, lost in thought. She secretly cast a probing spell on Shu Chen. The result. Look at your sister. Su Miao was shocked. At level 45, she couldn't even see his information? Has he already exceeded level 55? How is that possible? Isn't this guy Qin-Yi's classmate? He should have just changed jobs 2 days ago, right? Thinking back to the skills Chu Chen just displayed, that must be at least a 7th tier skill, maybe even higher. What on earth is going on? Su Miao thought more and more, feeling more shocked in her heart, and a strange look appeared on her charming face. On the other side, Shu Chen looked at the treasures all over the ground, his mouth beaming with a smile. The dragon boss was very generous, dropping materials and equipment all over the place. He didn't have time to look closely, so he just collected everything into his backpack. His own damage accounted for 98%, so he could give them 2% later. Wait. Shu Chen carefully pondered and realized that things were not that simple. He quickly looted everything and returned to the crowd. Facing the various expressions of the crowd, Shu Chen smiled slightly. Everyone, I accounted for 98% of the damage, you all saw that, right? According to this proportion, I should take 98% of the loot. But, I only picked up what I hit just now. When I didn't attack earlier, you guys took everything. So, you should hand over some to me. I've finished speaking, who agrees, who disagrees? After Chu Chen finished speaking, everyone in the team was stunned. Especially those who had previously ostracized and mocked Chu Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. If it weren't for the strict discipline of the White Tiger Guild, they would have wanted to escape the secret realm. Now in their eyes, Shu Chen was a peerless killing god. This guy even dared to one-shot the dragon boss. If they wanted revenge, even if they had 800 lives, it wouldn't be enough to die. Seeing everyone silent, Shu Chen shrugged. No one's speaking, so I guess that means no objections, right? If you talk about being crazy, Shu Chen is indeed crazy. But what he said is not wrong. He totally has the capital to be crazy. Distributing loot based on damage proportion is the default rule worldwide. Everyone looked at each other, finally focusing their gaze on Su Miao and Qin-Yi. In this team, Su Miao is their backbone. And as the guild leader's daughter, Qin-Yi is naturally a core member. However, these two people seem to not care about the loot at the moment. Su Miao had always maintained a cold demeanor and had not expressed any opinions until now. However, the look in her eyes towards Chu Chen seemed to have some complexity. On the other hand, Qin-Yi was full of excitement. She ran to Chu Chen's side, looking him up and down. Chu Chen, what did you just do? A level 40 legendary boss. Did you just one-shot it? What profession are you exactly? You're not an ordinary mage, right? Is it some super cool hidden profession? Let me see. Ha? Why can't I see your information? Are you cursing at people? Chu Chen was puzzled. Cursing at people? What do you mean? The prompt, see your sister, was displayed by the parrot's necklace for peepers to see, which Chu Chen naturally couldn't see. However, Xinyi didn't bother with these details and pulled Chu Chen to ask again, how did you do that just now? That thunderbolt was a 6th tier mage skill, right? Or 7th tier? So cool. Chu Chen's mouth twitched. 6th tier? 7th tier? Well, that's not relevant. But now he was also a bit of a headache, as everyone's eyes were on him, clearly wanting to know the answer. Ahem. Chu Chen coughed twice, his heart racing. Well, that was just a magic rune. I bought a 6th tier magic rune at the auction house and just used it. You guessed it right, that was a 6th tier mage skill. The magic rune is a consumable item that can directly release a skill. However, this item is extremely rare. It requires a master with at least 9 turns to make, and the raw materials are extremely expensive, so no one would bother to do it. Moreover, magic runes can only release skills below the 3rd order. But most people have only heard of the existence of magic runes and have never seen them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been fooled by Chu Chen. So that's how it is. Xinyi felt a bit lost. Others were even more indignant. No wonder. I said this poor mage couldn't possibly be a hermit master. I was just looking at him with admiration. Damn, fooled. With this explanation, the filter on Chu Chen's body was shattered. In the eyes of the crowd, he turned back into that poor mage who couldn't even conjure a fireball. Chu Chen didn't care about these false reputations, he just wanted something real. Hee, my 98% loot. Xinyi shrugged, let's talk outside first. Look at the body of that dragon boss, so scary. At the words, everyone turned to look. They saw the town sea dragon, which had been cut in half, still lying there. Chu Chen was puzzled. Based on his previous experience, a boss would disappear after death later than a normal monster, but not too late. It had been at least 10 minutes since he killed it. Why hadn't it disappeared yet? Refusing to die? Xinyi became more and more frightened as she turned to look at Su Miao. Sister Su Miao, the secret boss is done, let's go out first. Su Miao, however, grabbed her, wait a little longer. Xinyi, seeing her unusual behavior, couldn't help but ask, wait for what? Of course, wait for me. A domineering voice came, and then Jiang Feng appeared with dozens of people from the woods. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded the members of the White Tiger Guild. Jiang Feng, how did you end up here? Xinyi frowned. The refresh point of the Dragon's Lair secret realm was obtained from the elder of the White Tiger Guild. How could Jiang Feng know? Did he happen to pass by and discover it? Impossible. The Dragon's Lair refreshes at 10 o'clock at night, and it's been over 2 hours now. How could he come out to level up in the middle of the night? There's definitely something fishy going on. And from the looks of the other party, it seemed unfriendly. Just now, Chu Chen's skill directly raised Xinyi to level 22. He looked around at the members of the Azure Dragon Guild, but none of them could see the information. This means that these people are at least level 32 or above. Seeing Xinyi's panicked look, Jiang Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, stop guessing randomly. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. Listen, there's a traitor in your White Tiger Guild, she told me your whereabouts. And this traitor is standing right next to you. At the words, Xinyi trembled. A traitor standing next to me? She nervously grabbed Su Miao's arm, turned her head, and saw Chu Chen at a glance. Chu Chen? What are you looking at me for? I'm not from your guild. Xinyi suddenly realized, oh, right. Then, smack. Su Miao pushed Xinyi away, walked to Jiang Feng's side with a frosty face. Then she turned around, her charming face full of malice. That's right, the traitor is me. I told Jiang Feng about the time and place of the Dragon's Lair refresh. I led him here, with the purpose of getting you killed. Boom! When this was said, Xinyi felt as if she had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. That was her sister. Although Su Miao was just adopted and had no blood relation to her, Xinyi had been sticking to her like a shadow since she was a child. How was she any different from a real sister? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and heard it with her own ears, Xinyi would never believe that Su Miao wanted to die. Why? Xinyi cried like rain, trembling uncontrollably. Why? How dare you ask me why? Su Miao gritted her teeth, her features contorted in extreme anger. Before you were born, Dad loved me the most. I enjoyed all the good things in the house alone. But ever since you came, everything changed, everything. Dad's attention was all on you, he never pampered me like before. For so many years, I couldn't understand. Why? Why did he give so much of his love for me to you? Her hoarse voice roared out, releasing all the accumulated resentment. After listening to Su Miaojia's accusations, Qinyi stood dumbfounded in place. She understood these words and was deeply shocked. After a long time, she regained her composure and said to Su Miaojia, "Isn't that obvious? Because I am his biological daughter. Stop talking nonsense to me. Anyway, you must die today. I will take back what belongs to me." Su Miaojia had already descended into madness, shouting recklessly. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Feng had a look of enjoyment on his face and couldn't help but applaud. Ha, this is truly exciting and dramatic. I left a bunch of hungry sisters behind to come here and confront you in this secret realm. Being able to witness such a spectacle is worth it. Then, he waved his hand, "Get them, kill them all for me." Following the order, the 60 members of the Qinglong Guild around began to close in, pressing closer step by step. These people were personally selected by Zhang Feng, with an average level of 50. Dealing with Qinyi would be a piece of cake. Zhang Feng sneered, ready to enjoy the slaughter. At that moment, ding, system prompt. Jelong Lair boss Jinhai Jelong, legendary, has undergone a mutation. Ding, system prompt. Jelong Lair boss Jinhai Jelong, legendary, has undergone a mutation. Ding, system prompt. Jelong Lair boss Jinhai Jelong, legendary, has undergone a mutation. 3 system prompts consecutively appeared on everyone's panels. Zhang Feng was stunned and turned to look. He saw the previously severed Jinhai Jelong had completely regenerated. Moreover, it was floating in the air, enveloped in golden divine light. It was undergoing a mutation. The dragon's roar was filled with pain, its single horn on the head shed, transforming into 2 forked dragon horns. At the same time, it grew a pair of claws on its lower body. The mutation was complete, and Jinhai Jelong had evolved into a true 5-clawed golden dragon. Among the crowd, Xu Chen looked over with great excitement. Name, Deep Sea Dragon King, Ancient Level Boss, Attribute, Divine Beast, Level, LV. 40, Health / Constitution, 886, Strength, 1074, Wisdom, 971, Agility, 945, Spirit, 1496, Combat Power, Skills, Dragon Roar, Deep Sea Dragon Fury, Towering Waves, Divine Light Protection, Dragon God Regeneration. After the boss mutation, the level remained the same, only changing from legendary to ancient level. Even so, its attributes had undergone a tremendous change. The Deep Sea Dragon King swam in mid-air, occasionally letting out a roar. Su Miaojia's face changed slightly, fearing that delays could lead to more trouble, and quickly said to Zhang Feng, "Feng, we must act now, hurry." Zhang Feng was excited. "Alright, Qinglong members, follow my command. First, kill all the people, then let's kill the boss together. This is a mutated boss, a 1 in a million chance. The rewards must be amazing." Urged by him, the Qinglong Guild members acted once again. Wait! At this moment, another voice rang out. Xu Chen stepped forward. "Zhang Feng, you really can't change your ways, always seeking death everywhere, right? His 98% loot hasn't been collected yet, and he wants to kill someone? If you kill him, who will I ask for my stuff? Are you kidding me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was taken aback. "Xu Chen, you're not dead?" Last time in the Poisonous Insect Valley, he deliberately led the boss to Xu Chen. He thought Xu Chen had died that time, but unexpectedly they met again here. "Dead? Ha ha." Xu Chen smiled coldly. "I can't die, but you should die." With new and old grudges combined, Xu Chen's killing intent arose. As he spoke, flames appeared in his hand, and the fire elements in the air began to stir. Zhang Feng and the others paid no attention, but Su Miao's face changed drastically. "Be careful, Feng, this guy might have a magic rune." "Magic rune? What's there to fear?" Zhang Feng was unconcerned. He happened to know about magic runes, knowing that they could release up to 3rd-tier mage skills, and he had 2 golden magic resistance rings on him, which together could immunize 70% of magic damage. What's there to fear from a mere 3rd-tier skill? Come on, Xu Chen, let me see your strength. You and I have been enemies for many years, today we settle it once and for all. Xu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Again? Zhang Feng, let me tell you one last time, as Xu Chen's enemy, you are not worthy. Inferno Catastrophe. Boom! The fire element with the strongest desire for battle erupted. Flames soared into the sky. For miles around, no one was spared. Unlike the silent thunder, the Inferno Catastrophe, although low in damage, was multi-segmented damage. Ah! What is this? So hot! So hot! I can't! I'm suffocating! I can't breathe! I can't breathe! Zhang Feng was engulfed in flames, emitting pig-like screams continuously. In this moment, fear, regret, and remorse. Countless emotions surged, and then, along with his life, disappeared in the flames. The burning anger rose from the ground, spreading to the sky. In an instant, more than 60 members of the Azure Dragon Guild, along with the recently transformed Deep-Sea Dragon King, and Su Miao who had left the team, were all killed. The flames dissipated, and the world fell silent. Many members of the White Tiger Guild were already scared to the point of urination, and it was a physical scare. This. They wanted to say something, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they couldn't help but shiver, unable to say anything. Fortunately, they had only exchanged words with Chu Chen just now, without doing anything too excessive. Otherwise, they would probably have turned into ashes now. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a chill. At this moment, the sea of fire dissipated. Chu Chen was enveloped in the elements of fire, like a fire god emerging from hell. He slowly walked towards Qinyi and stood in front of her. He reached out his hand. My 98% loot. Qinyi nodded frantically. Here, all for you. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then quickly began to pick up the items dropped by the Deep-Sea Dragon King. 2 minutes later. Your backpack is full and cannot continue to pick up items. Damn. Chu Chen looked at the last piece of orange equipment on the ground, a pair of golden boots. Dragon Scale Boots, Golden, Class, Assassin, Level, LV. 25, Durability, 2500/2500, Strength plus 49, Agility plus 87, Equipment Effect, when you are behind an enemy, Critical Damage plus 40%, Evasion Rate plus 40%. Introduction, wear Dragon Scale Boots and fight without losing blood. It's actually for assassins only. Chu Chen looked at the items in his backpack. They were all hard-earned, and he couldn't bear to throw any of them away. At this moment, Qinyi approached Chu Chen and initiated a trade request. Chu Chen, I just discussed with everyone, and this time the spoils of the secret realm are all for you. After all, without you, we wouldn't have been able to pass through, and everyone has leveled up a lot and is very satisfied. Besides, you saved our lives. Looking at the items Qinyi placed on the trading post one by one, Chu Chen was at a loss. I really want them, but my backpack is full. Sigh, maybe it's fate. Chu Chen sighed. There was only one piece of equipment left that he couldn't pick up, and it happened to be something Qinyi could use. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Qinyi tilted her head. What did you say? Nothing. Chu Chen waved his hand. He cancelled the trade and pointed to the equipment on the ground, saying, I don't want those anymore, and also, this pair of golden grade shoes, specialized for assassins, you take them. Ah. Qinyi quickly waved her hand. No, I can't take them. If I ask you to take them, just take them. Why so much nonsense? Do you think I care about this little thing? It's just a trifle. Chu Chen waved his hand, but his heart was bleeding. And at that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Second level secret realm, triggered the prison of the Shadow Dragon, please enter with caution. The second level secret realm, as the name suggests, is a secret realm within a secret realm. This situation is extremely rare, and the difficulty is not comparable to an ordinary secret realm. Of course, the rewards are more exciting. Seeing the system prompt, even Chu Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Today is full of surprises. The body of the Deep-Sea Dragon King disappeared, replaced by a red vortex. This is the entrance to the second-level secret realm. There seemed to be blood flowing in the vortex, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. Just by looking at the entrance, it was clear that the prison of the Shadow Dragon was definitely not simple. After Qinyi's surprise, she quickly calmed down. She decided not to go in. Without Su Miao leading the way now, the remaining members of the White Tiger Guild were only in their 20s. With this lineup, even surviving the first-level secret realm was a close call. Going into the second-level secret realm would be seeking death. After discussing with the team members, she walked up to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, we've decided not to go to the second-level secret realm. You shouldn't go either, it's too dangerous inside, and your magic emblem may not be effective. Chu Chen looked at the entrance of the second-level secret realm with fanatic eyes. After hearing Qinyi's words, he smiled and shook his head. You guys can retreat if you want. I've set my mind on this secret realm. Seeing Chu Chen's fearless appearance and recalling his performance just now, Qinyi couldn't help but feel that Chu Chen could easily pass through the second-level secret realm. In that case, I won't say more. After hesitating for a moment, she initiated a trade with Chu Chen again. I'll give you the spoils, and then I'll take my people and leave. Ah, Chu Chen was stunned. This little girl was really particular. Unfortunately, he couldn't take these things himself. And he had another problem to deal with. His backpack was full, and if he entered the second-level secret realm later, he wouldn't be able to pick up anything. How about this, can you do me a favor? I'll give you some equipment, and you can take them to Old Wei at the trading post to sell for me. The things on you, including these golden grade shoes, will be your reward for helping me. After some thought, Shu Chen came up with this plan. Firstly, Xinyi had always shown kindness to him and even defended him before. Giving her some spoils was a way of returning the favor. Secondly, these major guilds often had information that ordinary people couldn't obtain. By befriending them, he might get some information in the future that could help him find his missing sister, Shu Shi. Although this hope was slim, Shu Chen was willing to invest in it. Okay, I agree. Hearing Shu Chen bring it up again, Xinyi no longer refused and readily agreed. Actually, when she saw the attributes of those golden grade shoes, she had already been secretly drooling. Now she could openly accept them. After agreeing, Shu Chen traded some equipment to Xinyi and asked her to deliver it to Wei Suanan. He trusted Xinyi's character. Moreover, rich second generations like him wouldn't be greedy for their own things. Suspect not, doubt not, this was Shu Chen's principle. Clearing half of his backpack, Shu Chen left 50 empty slots. After Xinyi took the items, she left the dragon's lair with the members of the White Tiger Guild. Is that guy really going to the second-level secret realm? Is he crazy? Exactly, the second-level secret realm is not a place for just anyone to go. My master, a level 60 ghost swordsman, died in a level 20 second-level secret realm. This poor mage, gaining some fame with equipment, thinks he's invincible now? Who does he think he is? It's a pity those good equipment will be buried with him. After exiting the secret realm, the members of the White Tiger Guild started chattering again. Shut up, all of you. Xinyi glared at them. Shu Chen just saved our lives, and you're gossiping about our savior? Seeing them ashamed and closing their mouths, Xinyi turned to look at the entrance of the secret realm, her expression filled with worry. Everyone had left, leaving only Shu Chen in the dense forest. He quickly sat down, opened the system panel, and checked his backpack. When he traded earlier, he found something incredible in his backpack. But with many people around, he didn't want to show his excitement. Now alone, Shu Chen couldn't contain himself, his mouth almost reaching his ears with a grin. Ha ha, a skill book, never enough in a lifetime. Yes, he had obtained another mage skill book. Taking it out of his backpack, the enchanting staff emblem made Shu Chen couldn't help but lick his lips. Mist Technique, LV. 20, second tier skill, class restriction, mage, reaching out, he touched it. Do you want to learn Mist Technique? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on learning the skill, Mist Technique. Passive skill Magic Spirit Surge triggered, skill Mist Technique replaced with Azure Sea Tide Rising. A water-based forbidden curse, Excited, Shu Chen looked at his attribute panel. Shu Chen, class, Starlight Mage, second transformation, level, LV. 31, Constitution, 271, Strength, 210, Intelligence, 406, Agility, 390, Spirit, 462, Combat Power, Skills, Magic Spirit Surge, Infernal Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Sea Tide Rising, Available Attribute Points, 55. Due to it being only a 20-level secret realm and with many people, a lot of experience was divided. After clearing the first level of the secret realm, Shu Chen only leveled up by 1. He didn't care much about that, as leveling up was the easiest thing for him. The important thing was the skills. Skill, Azure Sea Tide Rising, active, water-based forbidden curse. Summon the power of the deep sea to deal multiple damages to enemies, apply a restraint effect, and heal team members, removing all negative effects. Incredible! Another amazing skill. A forbidden curse never disappoints, always delivering. This effect not only inflicts damage and control but also provides group healing and removes all debuffs. Truly, priests would be silent, and warlocks would shed tears upon seeing this. Shu Chen let out a satisfied laugh. He looked at the skill panel. Infernal Catastrophe cooldown, 46 minutes. Annihilation Thunder cooldown, 61 minutes. Perfect, I'll rest during this time. Shu Chen lay down on the grass. Now, he had 3 active skills. When clearing the secret realm, having at least 2 was a safety measure. One is used to clear the way for small monsters, and one is used to quickly defeat the boss. Still too few skills. Shu Chen pondered, he must speed up the progress and learn more skills. Suddenly he remembered something. It's time to let his source of all laws come into play. Next time he goes to the exchange to sell goods, he must ask Wei Suanan if there is any good equipment to reduce cooldown. He can stack up to 100% cooldown reduction. As long as there is suitable equipment, he must get a set even if it costs a fortune. Thinking like this, Shu Chen squinted for a while. Although the sky was bright in the secret realm, it was already early morning outside. Shu Chen felt a bit sleepy and fell asleep. 40 minutes later, he opened his eyes, full of energy. Looking at the cooldown, the Annihilation Thunder had already cooled down. Without hesitation, Chu Chen walked straight into the blood-red vortex. Ding! Enter the second-level secret realm, Prison of the Shadow Dragon? System prompt: the second-level secret realm is slightly higher in difficulty. Please enter cautiously with a well-equipped team. Screw it, let's go in. A crimson light struck and covered Chu Chen directly. When his vision cleared, Chu Chen found himself in a dark place. It seemed like a cave, very dark and damp, making people uncomfortable. Looking around, he didn't see any shadows of monsters. Chu Chen walked slowly along the stone wall for his safety. Chu Chen allocated all 55 free attribute points to agility, directly increasing it to 445. This agility value was quite powerful in a level 20 secret realm. Feeling a bit relieved, Chu Chen continued forward. At that moment, a blood-red light shot out from the front of the cave. The red light was fast, and Chu Chen couldn't see clearly what it was. In a hurry, he quickly dodged to the side. What's going on? Chu Chen suddenly realized that his movement speed had decreased significantly. It shouldn't be. With his agility at 445, his movement speed should not be slow. Could it be that the strange red light just now was causing trouble? Chu Chen calmed down and observed carefully. Although the cave was dimly lit, he could still see that there were no monsters around. But, what was this? He saw a thin red thread passing through his body. Was this the red light from earlier? It had turned into a physical form and passed through his body. Swish! Swish! At that moment, more red light shot from all directions. Chu Chen tried to dodge. However, each time he was hit by a red light, a red thread would appear on his body. At the same time, his movement speed would become slower. It was this guy. Gritting his teeth, Chu Chen turned around abruptly. Suddenly, a huge and ugly hairy face appeared in front of him, hanging upside down. Oh my god! Chu Chen was startled without any mental preparation. Name: Crimson Blood Spider. Attribute: Poisonous Insect. Level: LV. 30, Health / Constitution, 317, Strength, 328, Intelligence, 315, Agility, 414, Spirit, 387, Combat Power, 3758, Skills, Crimson Spider Silk, Cocoon, Venom Invasion, Introduction, a poisonous insect that inhabits dark dungeons, strong poison, afraid of sunlight, likes to paralyze and cocoon prey, then swallow them alive. After reading the monster information, Chu Chen's scalp tingled. This guy likes to swallow prey alive? Get lost. He couldn't help but greet the big spider in front of him. Then, he instantly activated a skill. Azure Sea Tide. Swish! Swish! The water elements in the air began to gather towards Chu Chen like a whale sucking in water. Then, like a surging wave, one after another, spiraled outwards and spread around. As each water wave spread out, a string of numbers floated up. It seems that there are countless monsters hidden in this cave. Fortunately, the element of water can penetrate everywhere. No matter where the monsters are hiding, they will be swept away by the blue sea tide. After using the skill, the slowing effect on Chu Chen disappeared. He increased his speed and smoothly passed through the damp cave. This forbidden curse has already cleared out the monsters in the cave. Coming out of the cave, the light completely disappeared. Chu Chen arrived in a world made up of darkness. Roar! A distant and heavy roar came from above. The sound was like a deer's cry, like a whale's song. It seemed to come from ancient times. Since the secret realm is called Dragon's Shadow Prison, then, there must be a Dragon Clan monster imprisoned here. Chu Chen muttered. Unfortunately, it was too dark here, he couldn't see anything at all. Chu Chen moved cautiously. At the same time, lightning flickered in his hand, ready to use the thunder of annihilation at any time. Clang! A harsh sound of iron chains shaking came from above. Chu Chen felt a strong pressure. He didn't dare to be careless and instantly jumped several meters away. Looking up, he saw a faint light shining down. By the light, Chu Chen clearly saw a black dragon hovering in the air and beginning to descend slowly. Foolish humans! How dare you disturb this god? You shall suffer the wrath of the gods. Destroy! With a roar, a violent wave of sound came. Chu Chen's eardrums felt like they were about to burst, so he quickly covered his ears. Enduring the pain, he checked the information of the giant dragon. Name: Shadow Dragon, Dominant Level Boss. Attribute: Divine Beast. Level: LV. 40, Health / Physique, 1247, Strength, 1381, Wisdom, 1273, Agility, 1189, Spirit, 1574, Combat Power, Skills, Dark Strike, Gate of Hell, Bloodthirsty Rage, Ultimate Scale Reversal. Introduction: As a descendant of the Dark Heavenly Dragon, the Shadow Dragon inherited the bloodline of the ancient evil god. Due to its arrogance, it offended the ancestor of the mountains and was sealed here for hundreds of years. Its magical power has been sealed by the remaining prison chains. A dominant level boss, descendant of the ancient evil god. Although both are at level 40, the dominance of the Shadow Dragon completely overwhelms the previous Deep Sea Dragon King. The Sea Dragon has no chance to even touch it. The more Chu Chen looked, the more excited he became. In midair, the Shadow Dragon's body was bound by countless iron chains. Obviously, this was its prison. The black scales, black dragon claws, black horns, all emitted an aura of evil and corruption. And yet, it dared to call itself a god? Are you sure you're not a fake god? Chu Chen smiled coldly. Element of thunder, heed my command, thunder of annihilation. Boom! In the sky, thunder roared. The thunder dragon struck down, shattering the rock wall and directly hitting the head of the Shadow Dragon. Thunder descended from the sky. Crack, boom. 7 segments of damage floated up, clearing the health bar of the Shadow Dragon. The lightning illuminated the space. The rock walls were full of ravaged marks, indicating an extremely fierce battle had taken place here. But that was all in the past. The Shadow Dragon was killed with one blow by Chu Chen, and the story behind those battle marks would eventually be erased. Then, completely forgotten. The grand entrance of the Shadow Dragon, but its death was absolutely decisive. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground. The Shadow Dragon widened its eyes, filled with unwillingness and shock. It couldn't understand how it, even with its power sealed, could be killed in an instant by a level 30 human? This is not logical. Roar! Taking its last breath, the Shadow Dragon let out a mournful cry like a thread of air. And then, it died. Chu Chen let out a sigh. To be honest, killing the Shadow Dragon was his most difficult challenge. Previously, using forbidden spells, he could almost instantly defeat the boss with the first round of damage. But this time, the thunder of annihilation struck the Shadow Dragon 7 times before finally killing it. This could only mean that his own strength was still not enough. I'm not strong enough yet, Chu Chen murmured. At this moment, countless loot items shimmering in various colors appeared on the Shadow Dragon's body. Chu Chen temporarily didn't think much, and picking up the loot was the most important thing. Ha! What's this? He suddenly noticed among the loot items a staff shining with a golden light, very eye-catching. A staff? Could it be a mage weapon? And it's golden. A divine artifact? Chu Chen controlled his heartbeat and walked towards it step by step. Then, he slowly picked it up. Ancient Divine Authority, Divine Artifact, Class Type, Mage, Level, LV. 35, Durability / Constitution plus 800, Strength plus 700, Wisdom plus 1000, Agility plus 600, Spirit plus 1100, Equipment Skill. Every time a skill is cast, there is a 1% chance to summon a wild boar monster to assist in battle. Introduction, wielding divine authority, commanding all living beings. Damn! Chu Chen shouted to the sky, tears streaming down his face. Finally, a mage equipment dropped. And it's a divine artifact. One step to the top. After the excitement, Chu Chen caressed this treasure, resembling an old father who had finally received his long-awaited child. Ha! Wait a minute. Suddenly, Chu Chen sensed something was off. Generally, if equipment has special effects, it would be marked as equipment effect, like Perot's necklace. But this ancient divine authority seems to be marked as an equipment skill? Chu Chen wasn't too sure and looked at it repeatedly. Yes, it indeed said equipment skill. Skill? A skill. It's a skill. A smile slowly formed at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth. If it's a skill, then, having cleared the second level of the secret realm, Chu Chen had already reached level 36. With a nervous heart, he equipped the ancient divine authority. Then, ding! Detected that your equipment has a skill. Your passive magic spirit surge triggered. Equipment skill has changed. Please check. Ha ha, it works indeed. Chu Chen was extremely excited and checked the equipment again. Ancient Divine Authority, Divine Artifact, Class Type, Mage, Level, LV. 35, Durability / Constitution plus 800, Strength plus 700, Wisdom plus 1000, Agility plus 600, Spirit plus 1100, Equipment Skill. Every time a skill is cast, there is a 1% chance to summon a barbaric beast Dangkong to assist in battle. Introduction, wielding divine authority, commanding all living beings. Dangkong? Chu Chen was slightly surprised. Before crossing to the Blue Star, he lived in a place where there was a strange book called Classic of Mountains and Seas. In that book, there was a record of a strange beast called Dangkong. This is too overbearing, directly summoning a divine beast. If a summoner sees this, they would probably have to kneel down, right? Chu Chen looked at the ancient divine authority staff in his hand. It was made of 5 hollow metal rods, representing the 5 elements. At the top of the staff was a purple spirit pearl emitting light outward. Its entire design exuded a domineering aura. After admiring it for a moment, he put it away and left the secret realm. Once again returning home with a full load, Chu Chen went straight home. Lying in bed at night, he began to organize his thoughts. In a few days, it would be the graduation trial, and he must join a large guild by then. That way, it would be easier to investigate his sister's situation. In addition, there are 2 more things to do. One is to do the 3rd task at the Turing ruins. The other is to find suitable cooling equipment to make the source of all laws work. Okay, let's take it step by step. Tomorrow, let's go to the Turing ruins first and complete the 3rd task. Early the next day, Shu Chun, who had decided to discipline himself, got up after the alarm clock rang 5 times. Hurriedly washing up and having breakfast, he first went to the trading post. Oh, look who's here. My dear little Chu Chen, I missed you so much. Just as he stepped in, Wei Suanan greeted him with a smile on his face. Yesterday, Xini, at Chu Chen's request, brought a batch of top-quality equipment to the trading post. Wei Suanan was ecstatic when he saw it, almost jumping for joy on the spot. Knowing that these things belonged to Chu Chen, he was even more delighted. He really hit the jackpot. Seeing Wei Suanan approaching, Chu Chen kicked him away. Can you be normal? I'm scared. Ahem. Wei Suanan patted the footprints on his body and made a very gentlemanly gesture to Chu Chen. Please. Chu Chen was speechless for a moment. Walking into the trading post, Chu Chen saw that many people were being served by beautiful girls. And on his side, no one was paying attention. A girl in black stockings and a bald creepy man. The difference between them was quite significant. After entering the office, Chu Chen awkwardly made a suggestion. Let's discuss something. Next time, can I have someone else serve me? I don't mean anything else, it's just a preference. With that, he pointed to a girl in black stockings in the hall. Wei Suanan stretched his neck to take a look. Tisk, just her, I can wear that too, as long as you like it. No. Chu Chen hurriedly stopped him. I mean, at least it should be a woman. Wei Suanan looked embarrassed, then gritted his teeth. Fine. I can do surgery too. No. Chu Chen said firmly, I think you're fine, no need to change. Wei Suanan felt honored. As long as you like it, Chu Chen. Okay, let's get to the point. Did any of my equipment sell? Hearing this, Wei Suanan clapped his hands. Of course. The ones Miss Qin brought for you yesterday are still up for auction. But, the spiritual enchantment you personally gave me a few days ago has been sold. Chu Chen looked expectant. How much did it sell for? Wei Suanan raised an eyebrow. Guess. Chu Chen? I'm just a kid. Why guess? Ahem. Wei Suanan took a sip of water to ease the awkwardness, then continued. Spiritual enchantment, a priest skill book, sold for 210,000 gold coins. What? Chu Chen was quite surprised. So much? It seems that not only mages, but other professions are also quite profitable. Later, Wei Suanan deducted a 5% commission and handed 1,995,000 gold coins to Chu Chen. I'm rich. Chu Chen was excited for a moment. But then he remembered the price of the Mage skill book and felt a bit disheartened. The revolution has not succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. He realized that he still had too few skills. Too few. Okay, let's continue auctioning the rest. I have some new goods here, you take them. After that, Chu Chen traded with the creepy man and gave him all the things he got from the Shadow Dragon explosion. This time, Wei Suanan was truly dumbfounded. He had just delivered a bunch of level 25 to 30 equipment yesterday. And today, there were a dozen more. There was even a level 35 golden equipment. Black scale armor, golden, class type, warrior, night level, LV. 35 durability, 5,000/5,000 constitution plus 93 agility plus 67 equipment effect. For every 100 points of constitution, there is a 10% increase in constitution. Introduction, not enough. Looking through them one by one. Yesterday and today, Chu Chen gave him a total of 46 pieces of silver equipment and 29 pieces of gold equipment. All of them are levels 20 to 35. You should know, the new graduates just changed jobs a few days ago, and they are about to enter the peak period of the second job change. Equipment from level 20 to 30 is the most popular. Respected Mr. Chu, what kind of monster are you? Wei Suanan cried bitterly, thinking to himself that if he were 20 years younger, he would worship Chu Chen as his big brother and travel the world with him. Isn't that a bit much? Seeing his expression, Chu Chen was speechless again. If I were to give you the ancient divine authority, wouldn't you kneel down on the spot? Alright, you just look at the prices of these equipment, I will come to collect the money later. Hearing this, Wei Suanan was once again moved. Mr. Chu, you trust me so much. I really have no way to repay you, I can only offer myself. Stop. Shu Chen interrupted in time. To change the subject, he quickly asked, by the way, do you have any cooling reduction equipment for mages in your exchange? Of course. When it came to professional matters, Wei Suanan was a bit more normal. How much do you want to reduce the cooldown? I can help you put together a set. Don't worry about it, the more the better, Shu Chen said. The more the better? Wei Suanan shook his head. Mr. Shu, you may not understand the rules. The maximum cooldown reduction for professionals can stack up to 55%, exceeding this value is meaningless. Shu Chen smiled inwardly. I don't understand the rules? No, it's you who don't understand me. Too lazy to explain too much, Shu Chen said. Stop talking nonsense, just follow my recommendation. Okay. Wei Suanan didn't say much. He began to search in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said to Chu Chen, there is a set, the cooldown reduction together is 100%. 100%? Chu Chen was immediately interested. What set? Tell me more. After thinking for a moment, Wei Suanan said, Wind God Plain. It's a dungeon not far from Jiangling City, with monsters around level 40 to 45. The boss there, Wind God, drops a Wind God set, which reduces cooldown. If I remember correctly, each additional set effect increases cooldown reduction by 20%. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. If Wei Suanan's information is accurate, then he only needs to get 5 pieces of the Wind God set to reduce the cooldown to 100%. By then, he can unleash forbidden spells indefinitely. He. Chu Chen smiled proudly. He seemed to see a new era about to come. Thanks, old Wei. If it works out, you will be the hero who opens a new era. Leaving behind a confused Wei Suanan, Chu Chen rushed out of the exchange. There's no rush to brush the Wind God Plain. The most important thing now is to complete the 3rd job change mission. Otherwise, if it's delayed, the time limit will be exceeded. He glanced at the mission panel. 3rd job change mission. Save the Turing Dynasty, 5-star difficulty. Introduction. The Turing Dynasty was a powerful nomadic tribe that was destroyed by a natural disaster, submerged by a great flood, and reappeared 300 years later. Please enter the Turing ruins, find the deceased Turing king, and bring back the Turing crown to complete the job change mission. Time limit, 33 hours and 52 minutes. Exceeding the time limit will result in mission failure. Do the 3rd job change first, then brush the Wind God Plain. Next, it's time to level up mindlessly, preparing for the graduation trial. With a plan for the upcoming events, Chu Chen was full of motivation and ran towards the direction of the Turing ruins. To the east of Jiangling City, there is a magnificent and extravagant manor. The manor faces the sea, with extremely luxurious interior decorations that are enviable. This is the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Guild. At this moment, in the council hall, a bunch of useless people. The angry man smashed everything in his hand to the ground, his face contorted in a furious roar. The middle-level cadres of the Azure Dragon Guild were all silent, none daring to speak. The guild leader, Zhang Hetian, was in a state of extreme anger at the moment, and they did not dare to easily provoke him. Last night, the guild leader's son, Zhang Feng, took a group of guild members around level 60 and went out. Up to now, this group of people has not returned. Moreover, no matter how they tried to contact them, there was no response. Zhang Hetian felt that something was wrong, so he sent people out to look for them. However, after half a day, they found no clues. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Zhang Feng and the others had been active in the Misty Swamp area. Find them. Find them quickly. If I can't find my son, I will destroy all of you. The level 307th transformation Fireburst Warlock, when angered, was truly suffocating. But the angrier Zhang Hetian became, the more his inner fear was revealed. You see, with the power of the Azure Dragon Guild, it wouldn't be difficult to find even a fly in Jiangling City. But now, his own son had been missing for half a day without a trace. There was only one possibility, a terrifying possibility that Zhang Hetian dared not even think about. Lao Jiang, what has made you so angry? I could hear your voice from far away. Suddenly, a deep male voice came in, accompanied by footsteps. Who? Zhang Hetian raised his head abruptly. After seeing the person clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing through them. Who would have thought it was you? Turns out it's the guild leader of the Vermilion Bird Guild. Guild leader this, guild leader that, just call me by my name. The guild leader of the Vermilion Bird Guild, Tu Lian, walked in and sat down without any hesitation. He casually looked around and noticed the tense atmosphere, then smiled. What's wrong, Lao Jiang? Has something happened? Zhang Hetian looked coldly at Tu Lian, wondering why he had come to the Azure Dragon Guild at this time. Could it be that his son's disappearance was related to this old fox? But why would he do that? Suddenly, a possibility crossed Zhang Hetian's mind. causing his pupils to slightly dilate. Could it be that my plan to merge the other three major guilds has been exposed? No, that's impossible, I only mentioned it to my son. But if it hasn't been exposed, what is the purpose of this old man Tu Lian coming today? With a hidden agenda, Zhang Hetian asked tentatively, Guild Leader 2, may I ask what brings you to our humble abode? Look at you, always so formal in your speech. Tu Lian maintained a smiling demeanor. Well, you see, our Tu family has recently had double happiness, so we wanted to invite guests from all over, and today I came specifically to deliver an invitation to Brother Jiang. With that, he took out a red invitation and placed it on the table. Zhang Hetian didn't even look at it and continued to ask, may I ask what the happy occasion is? At this question, Tu Lian instantly became proud. The first happy event is nothing special, it's just that my son is about to turn 18. Young people these days always want to make a big deal out of their coming-of-age ceremony. So as a father, I can only swallow my pride and invite guests from all over. Who made me have only one son, just like you, Brother Jiang, you should be able to understand, right? Ha ha ha. Mentioning his son, Zhang Hetian's face instantly turned red, his expression as stiff as a pig's liver. However, he was also a master of self-restraint, managing not to explode. And what about the second happy event? Tu Lian became even more pleased. The second event is a big one. Brother Jiang, do you know that the Spirit Cultivation Church has a quota in our Jiangling city this year? Zhang Hetian nodded. The Spirit Cultivation Church is the largest guild in the Dragon Kingdom, on par with the Royal Knights. 3 years ago, the Royal Knights recruited a Chushi in Jiangling City and never returned. This year, although there is still no quota for the Royal Knights, the Lingxi Church has arrived, which is also a major event for Jiangling City. I don't know how many people are eyeing that one spot. The principals of various colleges are racking their brains to get their students into the Lingxi Church. Even if it means sacrificing everything, they are willing to do it. This is a great opportunity to bring fame to the college. If successful, it will be recorded in the college's history and become famous for eternity. However, Elder Xingxingchen of the Lingxi Church has not appeared yet. He is like a dragon showing its head but not its tail. No one knows what kind of person the Lingxi Church is looking to recruit this time. As the president, Zhang Hetian naturally understands this information, but he didn't understand why Tu Lian came to tell him this. Seeing his puzzled look, Tu Lian couldn't contain his laughter any longer. After laughing enough, he stood up, raised his head, and said, Brother Jiang, you are unaware. This spot in the Lingxi Church already belongs to my Tu family. My son, Tu Tson, will be the first newcomer from Jiangling City to enter the Lingxi Church. To be honest, this news was somewhat shocking to Zhang Hetian. If what Tu Lian said was true, then their plan to absorb the other three major guilds would have to be announced as a failure. They all knew that there was an old guy in the Tu family who was a member of the Royal Knights. If they were to enter the Lingxi Church as well, then in the future in Jiangling City, the Tu family of the Vermilion Bird Guild would be the absolute authority. Although Zhang Hetian did not want to see this happen, he had no time to consider it now. Picking up the invitation on the table, Zhang Hetian smirked, Congratulations, President Tu. I will definitely come to congratulate you. Good, I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, Tu Lian left the Azure Dragon Guild. Watching Tu Lian leave, Zhang Hetian's expression instantly turned dark, lost in his thoughts. That's right, this is the Turing Ruins. Following the mission prompt, Chuchen quickly found the entrance to the secret realm. Turing Ruins, designated map for the third-tier mission in Jiangling City, difficulty, 5 stars, level restriction, LV. 30, ha. Chuchen leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Just now, in order to hurry, he ran for his life, dodging the monsters on the road, exhausting himself in the process. No, I need to learn a flying skill soon. I'm at least a forbidden spell mage, with high-level skills that should allow me to fly. To come to explore a secret realm and still have to run here, it's not fitting for my status. Taking a quick break to recover his strength, Chuchen took out a precious item from his backpack. The sacred artifact staff Ancient Divine Authority. Ha, finally got some equipment. No more running around naked. To commemorate this great and heroic moment, Chuchen struck a very exaggerated pose and equipped the staff. After that, his attributes underwent a tremendous change. Chuchen, Occupation, Starlight Mage, Second Transformation, Level, LV. 36, Constitution, 984, Strength, 820, Intelligence, 1331, Agility, 900, Spirit, 1477, Combat Power Value, Skills, Spirit Flow, Purgatory Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Sea Tide, oh my god. His combat power directly increased to over 40,000. Having equipment is really good, children without equipment are like grass. Chu Chen was so moved he cried. Although he had that Peros necklace before, it was just a necklace that would be covered by outer clothing. A divine artifact being blocked by ordinary clothes. The feeling was like wearing underwear over long johns. Uncomfortable to death. Now, he no longer had to endure such humiliation. He wiped his nose to the side and reached out to touch the entrance to the secret realm. Ding! System prompt, Turing ruins belong to the designated map of the third transformation. Only one person can enter. Do you want to enter? Yes. The black mist rolled in, the familiar transition. After a brief disappearance of sight, what appeared in front of Chu Chen was an underwater scene. He entered the underwater world. Ding! System prompt, you are in a submerged state, breathing is obstructed, receiving 300 damage per second. -300 -300 -300. A series of white numbers floated above his head. Wow, losing 300 health per second. Chu Chen quickly took medicine. Fortunately, he had the habit of hoarding medicine, so he never sold it when he went to the exchange. Maintaining good health, Chu Chen swam forward. Due to attribute bonuses, even though Chu Chen was a duck on land before, he could now rival a world swimming champion. He moved smoothly underwater, advancing quickly. According to the information he had read, Turing Kingdom disappeared due to being submerged by water. So Chu Chen swam directly to the bottom of the water. The Turing Palace must be down there. As long as he found the crown of the Turing King there and brought it back, the mission would be completed. The light underwater was limited. The further he swam down, the darker it became. I don't even know where that ghostly palace is. There isn't even a mission prompt. Chu Chen complained in his mind, looking around. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, a series of strange cries came from all directions. Chu Chen was startled and quickly stopped, floating in place. Upon closer inspection, he found that he was surrounded by a group of ugly-looking monster fish. Name, Deep-Sea Monster Fish. Attribute, Fierce Beast. Level, LV. 35, Health / Constitution, 397, Strength, 384, Intelligence, 379, Agility, 515, Spirit, 418, Combat Power, 2049, Skills, Deep Sea Dash, Poisonous Bite, Sudden Appearance to startle you. Introduction, the deep sea is very dark, no one can see anyone, so let's just grow randomly. The monster fish group blew bubbles, surrounding Chu Chen in the middle, observing him aggressively. Chu Chen looked at the bulging eyeballs, teeth sticking out, and somewhat deformed monster fish, feeling a chill down his spine. No wonder it's so dark underwater. If you saw each other's faces every day, you'd go crazy. Being so ugly and coming out to scare people, seeking death. Annihilation thunder. Click, boom. The thunder dragon entered the water, and the electric current spread out underwater like the roots of a towering tree. The scene was like a lightning fireworks show, dazzling and beautiful. However, it was beautiful for Chu Chen. For those underwater monsters, it was a disaster. Damage values in the 7 digits floated throughout the underwater area. With the ancient divine power, the damage from the annihilation thunder reached millions in one go. Terrifying. You have killed the deep-sea monster fish and gained 200 experience points. You have killed the deep-sea monster fish and gained 200 experience points. You have killed the sleeping old snapping turtle and gained 400 experience points. You have killed the iron shell turtle egg and gained 400 experience points. Chu Chen looked satisfied at his handiwork and shook his head again. I wonder when the skill of ancient divine power will trigger. A 1% chance, isn't that too low? When upgrading it to a forbidden curse, why didn't they adjust the probability to 100%? Is there a bug? Give a patch, will you? After feeling disappointed for a while, Chu Chen regained his spirits and picked up the loot from the monsters he had defeated. Forget about what skills can or cannot do. I learned forbidden curses for only 3 things. Make money, still, make money. How to make money? Of course, by collecting loot from battles. After collecting the items, Chu Chen habitually wiped the sweat off his brow. Although there was no sweat underwater, the strange sense of ritual still needed to be present. And at that moment, Chu Chen suddenly discovered that below him, a golden palace was slowly emerging. A massive palace made of gold broke through the ground underwater. The palace was grand and magnificent, exuding a mysterious aura. The buried Turing Palace appeared in front of Chu Chen like this. Boom, the palace continued to rise until it stood completely above the riverbed. At the same time, Chu Chen was amazed to find himself getting closer to the water's surface. No, the water level is dropping. Sure enough, when the palace appeared, the water here quickly receded like an ebb tide and then disappeared. And Chu Chen slowly landed inside the palace. Soldiers were patrolling the square and corridors of the palace. Chu Chen looked around. Name, Turing Soldier, Race, Human, Level, LV. 45, Health / Constitution, 432, Strength, 526, Wisdom, 597, Agility, 475, Spirit, 367, Combat Power, 3487, Skills, Charge, War Roar, Crescent / What should I do next? Shu-Chen stood in the center of the palace square, feeling a bit lost. He originally thought that the process of this mission was to kill the monsters and then sneak into the underwater palace to find the crown. But he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Forget it, let's kill first and then figure it out. The violent fire elements gathered, and flames flickered in Shu-Chan's right hand. Just as he was about to strike with hell catastrophe, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Warrior! A group of soldiers and officials hurriedly approached, surrounding an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. Running up to Shu-Chen, the old man grabbed Shu-Chan's hand gratefully. Warrior, you are the savior of our entire touring clan. The people behind him echoed, yes, our savior. Seeing this situation, Shu-Chen couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. What's going on? Why is there a plot twist now? He raised his hands to speak, but suddenly noticed a golden crown on the old man's head. Are you the touring king? The old man clasped his hands together. I am indeed the king of the touring clan. Warrior, you defeated the water monsters and saved our entire touring clan. What reward do you want? I will fulfill the warrior's request. What? Is this really happening? Shu-Chen's eyes lit up. I want 1 billion gold coins, a harem of concubines. No. Quickly shaking his head, he pointed to the crown on the touring king's head. I have no other requests, just give me that hat. Before the touring king could say anything, the officials behind him exploded in anger. How dare you? This kid wants to seize power. Where is the touring army? Capture him. Attack. The soldiers received the order and immediately surrounded Shu-Chen. Is this acting so real? Helpless, Shu-Chen prepared to unleash his skills again. At this moment, the touring king roared, back off, all of you. This warrior saved us, the touring clan repays kindness. How can we treat our benefactor like this? After speaking, he turned to Shu-Chen, warrior, I truly cannot give you this crown. How about this? I will betroth my most beautiful daughter to you. How about that? Shu-Chen suddenly became interested. Oh, fellow villager, you have a daughter, let me take a look. The touring king beckoned, and a fair-skinned, bright-eyed girl ran over. This is my little princess, named Atisha. She is 14 years old, of marriageable age, and I will betroth her to you now. What's going on? 14 years old? Get lost. Shu-Chen roared. I am a law-abiding citizen. Don't think you can defeat me with evil desires. My Dao heart is firm, I will never bow to such vulgar temptations. Hearing Shu-Chen's roar, although King Turing did not understand the meaning, he knew that Shu-Chen had rejected him. Humph, you are going too far. Do you think my daughter is not worthy of you? You are insulting my touring clan. Soldiers, kill him for me. Shu-Chen's face was full of black lines as he looked at King Turing. King Turing, legendary boss? Damn, so you are the boss of this secret realm. And his level is not low, at least 10 levels higher than Shu-Chen, unable to see his detailed information. Everyone here, although they look human, are actually just monsters in the secret realm. Why waste time talking to a group of monsters? Inferno catastrophe. Boom! Flames exploded, instantly engulfing the entire palace. You have killed King Turing, gaining 7,000 experience points. You have killed Turing soldiers, gaining 200 experience points each. You have killed Turing princess, gaining 2,000 experience points. It's a pity for the little girl. Shu-Chen sighed. Suddenly, he saw a skill book shimmering with red light floating where King Turing had stood. Red? Another mage skill book? No, this can't be. It's all fake. Shu-Chen closed his eyes, trying to calm his excited heart, and told himself that the drop rate for mage skill books is less than 1 in 100,000. How could he be so lucky to consecutively drop so many? It must be that he was obsessed with skill books and hallucinating. Yes, that must be it. Shu-Chen took a deep breath, then slowly opened his eyes and looked again. Holy crap, it's a mage skill book. I hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha. Rushing over, Shu-Chen quickly picked up the skill book. Do you want to learn rockfall technique? Yes. Shu-Chen didn't hesitate. Ding. Congratulations on learning the skill, rockfall technique. Rockfall technique? Judging by the name, it should be a second-tier earth elemental skill. Passive skill magic spirit surge triggered, skill rockfall technique replaced with Path of the Divine End. Path of the Divine End. Majestic, I love it. Shu-Chen was ecstatic, quickly checking his skill bar. Skill, Path of the Divine End, active, earth elemental curse. Summon a giant meteor to fall from the sky, dealing damage to enemies. Every time this skill is used, there is a 99% chance of casting it again for free. 99% chance of casting it again? In other words, this skill can double, then quadruple. Infinite combos. This, a meteor shower? Chu Chen imagined the doomsday-like scene, eager to try the skill now. Wait. Suddenly, he frowned, realizing things were not simple. After a moment of hesitation, a lascivious smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Then, he raised the ancient divine scepter in his hand. The skill of this staff is that there is a 1% chance of summoning a divine beast each time a skill is cast. And the path of the divine end, each falling meteor counts as an independent skill. In other words, these two things can work together perfectly. Qinglong Guild Headquarters. In the center of the manor, there is a floating loft. The loft has no windows and is completely sealed. At this moment, inside the aerial loft, Zhang Heten and a man in black robes stand on opposite sides of a square table. Night Ghost, quickly divine the location of my son. The man known as Night Ghost is a 5 transformation diviner of the Qinglong Guild, a stargazer. Night Ghost muttered to himself. On the square table, there were several transparent glass balls. Under the chanting of the Night Ghost, they began to float and shimmer with an eerie light. Soon, they dimmed and fell back onto the table. What's going on? Zhang Heten didn't understand divination, but he could tell that the situation was unusual. The Night Ghost shook his head, panting heavily, and took a big gulp of blue potion. Divination was a very energy-consuming skill that required a lot of blue potion to support. Unable to determine the location, guild leader, young Master Feng may have already. Seeing the guild leader's grim expression, he didn't dare to continue. Zhang Hetian's eyes widened in anger, veins popping on his forehead. Then you tell me, who did Feng encounter in the misty swamp last night, and what happened? Alright, I'll try. Shine upon the world, bright stars, eternal and shining. Our hearts are connected. Illuminate in the darkness, my lost soul. The Night Ghost crossed his hands in front of his chest, murmuring softly. The glass balls on the table once again reacted, emitting a scorching light. The light converged into a light curtain. Zhang Heten widened his eyes, looking at the scene within the light curtain. He saw a dense group of people standing on it, but the image was extremely blurry, and he couldn't make out their faces. How can this be? Zhang Heten asked. Sweat dripped from the Night Ghost's head. I can only do so much. Perhaps someone is wearing equipment that blocks detection. But it's okay, this is enough. I can check their personal information. The one standing in the middle on the left, that's young Master Zhang Feng. He is currently in a secret realm, seemingly in a confrontation with someone. Boom! As soon as the Night Ghost finished speaking, a flash of red light passed through the image. Then, the black figure representing Zhang Feng disappeared from the screen. Along with him, a large circle of people around him also disappeared. Zhang Hetian's pupils dilated instantly, blood vessels appearing in his eyes. Even he could see that his son had been killed like this. Find out who released the skill. The Night Ghost gritted his teeth, crazily consuming blue potion. Then, he looked at the figure releasing the fire-based skill. The result. What the hell? The Night Ghost's expression changed drastically. Oh no. Zhang Hetian grabbed the Night Ghost's collar. What did you see? Speak up. The Night Ghost was completely bewildered. I saw what the hell. What did you say? Zhang Hetian's expression turned even uglier. The Night Ghost explained nervously, Guild leader, forgive my incompetence, I couldn't see any information about this person. You couldn't see? Zhang Hetian was also surprised. You're a level 175th tier professional. Could his level be above 180? This statement reminded the Night Ghost. He quickly rewound the image to the moment the skill was released. Upon closer inspection, he was even more shocked. Guild leader, look at this skill. Its range is so vast, it almost covers the entire secret realm map. And among the people present, there are knights from our guild who are over level 60. They were also killed in one move. After the Night Ghost explained, Zhang Hetian's face also turned pale. Killing a group of knights around level 60, even he, a 7th tier fireburst warlock, might not be able to do it. After all, knights were known for their high defense and health as a tank class. And that person, with just one skill, managed to kill them all? Zhang Hetian watched repeatedly, sweat forming on his forehead. This skill is at least 8th tier, and possibly even 9th tier. He dared not speculate further. After all, beyond the 9th tier were forbidden spells. In the entire Blue Star, let alone using forbidden spells, there were few who had even seen them. My son, who have you offended? Who is this powerful figure? Why did he come to Jiangling City to kill my son? Zhang Hetian's anger surged in his chest, almost spitting out blood. Night Ghost's eyes flickered, recalling something, and quickly said, President, in our Jiangling City, there is absolutely no such person. This person is definitely an outsider. Have you heard that the Lingjiao Church came to Jiangling City this time to recruit people, and there is a mage? Hearing this, Zhang Hetian suddenly straightened his body. Are you saying, this person is Xinxingchen? No, Elder Shun? Xinxingchen, the 9 revolutions heavenly demon law. With his own strength, he single-handedly killed 3 ancient evil gods that invaded the Dragon Kingdom, known as the man of the protecting the country divine law. Just with a name, it made the arrogant Zhang Hetian stiff and stutter in fear. He almost forgot about his son's death. Zhang Hetian was now in a state of shock. Yes, that's right, it's definitely him. It can't be anyone else. He completely gave up and understood that the matter of Zhang Feng being killed could never be mentioned again. Even when he cried at his son's grave, he had to find a place where no one was around to cry. That's Xinxingchen, the protecting the country divine law. He would never kill innocent people indiscriminately. Since Zhang Feng died at his hands, it must be for committing some heinous crime. Yes, it must be like this. Zhang Feng, my son, your death was deserved. Zhang Hetian mourned in his heart. President, there is another piece of information that I think should be reported. Night Ghost suddenly spoke up. Zhang Hetian lowered his head, weakly said, speak. Night Ghost pointed to another figure on the light screen. This person, I have checked her information. She is the daughter of Qin Taihan from the White Tiger Guild, Qini. He. After hearing Night Ghost's words, Zhang Hetian chuckled bitterly. Today, Zhuke Guild's Tulin said that the Lingjiao Church had already reserved a spot for his son. Now he saw that Xinxingchen, with Qini from the White Tiger Guild, had killed his son. So they had already climbed up the high branches. Only our Qinglong Guild is a joke. Ha. Zhang Hetian suddenly remembered his ambition to merge the 3 major guilds. Now it seemed like a pure clownish dream. Night Ghost, do not spread today's events. After saying that, Zhang Hetian walked out of the tower in the air, leaving behind a desolate figure. On the other side, the transfer temple. It was not yet the peak period of the second transfer, and it was still very quiet here. Chu Chen walked into the hall and was surprised to see that the chubby receptionist Du Kai was not asleep. At that moment, Du Kai also noticed Chu Chen. He excitedly ran out from behind the counter, about to speak to Chu Chen, but suddenly his face changed, covering his mouth. Chu Chen looked at Du Kai puzzled. What's wrong with you? Du Kai shook his head while covering his mouth. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that he had said last time that when he came back, Du Kai would become mute. Well, it seemed like he was a good kid who kept his promise. Chu Chen smiled slightly. Fortunately, he was familiar with this place, so he walked towards the sanctuary on his own. Walking up the twin moonstone platform, Chu Chen handed over the touring crown. Congratulations on completing the 3rd transfer mission. Everything was simple and smooth. After coming down, Chu Chen checked his attribute panel. Chu Chen, Occupation, Elemental Apostle, 3rd transfer, Level, LV. 38, Constitution, 1871, Strength, 1579, Intelligence, 2431, Agility, 1773, Spirit, 2497, Combat Power Value, Skills, Magic Spirit Surge, Purgatory Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Sea Tide, Path to God's End, Magic Power Surge. Used to the explosive growth of attributes, Chu Chen was already feeling a bit bored. He is only interested in newly acquired skills. Magic Surge, Passive. Your skill damage increases by 10%, the passive skill Magic Spirit Surge triggers, and the skill Magic Surge is replaced by Transcendental Insight. Transcendental Insight, Passive. You can freely control the extent of spell release, up to 200%. Control the extent of release? Chu Chen was stunned. Does this mean that I can experience the joy of grinding and monster hunting like an ordinary person in the future? I finally don't have to feel inferior for only knowing curse spells. Chu Chen laughed happily, then pointed towards the wall. Silent Thunder, 0.1%. ZZZT. A small lightning bolt shot out from his fingertip, directly hitting the wall. Crack! A wisp of black smoke emerged from the wall, and then nothing happened, not even a crack appeared. If it were the full-powered Silent Thunder, it could have overturned the entire class transfer temple. Chu Chen's control over elemental power had reached the level of a grandmaster. After a few more tries, he had mastered it proficiently. Then, he said to the light screen, inquire about the requirements for the 4th transfer mission. Soon, golden light formed into words. This is a beginner class transfer temple. To obtain the 4th transfer mission, please go to the advanced class transfer temple. Ah, the helplessness of a small city. Chu Chen had only learned about the 3rd transfer of professionals in the academy, which was a watershed. Starting from the 4th transfer, the difficulty would increase to a crazy level. but he had no idea how to proceed with the fourth transfer now. He only knew that after the third transfer, he needed to reach level 60 to transfer to the fourth. Then, level 70 for the fifth transfer, and so on, up to the ninth transfer. Beyond the ninth transfer, one would enter a mysterious and unknown realm that no one had reached before. However, all of that was still far off. Sighing, Chu Chen descended from the twin moonstone platform and returned to the hall. Du Kai saw Chu Chen and couldn't help but shine with excitement in his eyes. But due to their previous agreement, he held back from speaking. It was clear that he was struggling to hold back, his little face turning red. Chu Chen found it amusing, but didn't delay and left directly, heading to the trading post. Lao Wei, how are my equipment sales going? As soon as he entered, Chu Chen cut to the chase. He didn't expect his receptionist to change into a lady in black stockings, so he went straight to Wei Suanan. Wei Suanan greeted him with a smile. Oh, Mr. Chu, you finally came. I've been waiting for you. Alright, Chu Chen said disdainfully, as long as you didn't forget to wear your long johns. He. Wei Suanan continued to smile. I know you're busy, so I won't waste time. As he spoke, he requested a trade with Chu Chen. Most of the equipment you consigned for auction has been sold, totaling 28 million gold coins. After deducting a 5% commission, I should give you 6 million gold coins, please check. Damn! Chu Chen was shocked. This was undoubtedly a huge sum for his past self. After the transaction, over 26 million gold coins entered his account, and Chu Chen could hardly believe his eyes. After a while, he recovered. Indeed, with power, money was just a string of numbers. Just a toy. Mr. Chu, this is only a part of it. You currently have 13 pieces of silver equipment and 7 pieces of gold equipment for sale. If all goes well, these 20 pieces of equipment can still sell for around 10 million. It wouldn't be long before the annual peak of the second transfer arrived. At that time, the demand for level 20 to 30 equipment would exceed supply. So many people were preparing in advance, causing prices to soar. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Chu Chen bid farewell and walked towards the exit of the trading post. The trading post was always crowded. He squeezed out of the crowd and finally made it out the door with some difficulty. Ugh, you're so annoying, can you just leave? Just as he stepped outside, Chu Chen heard a familiar voice. Following the voice, he saw Qini in a white dress walking towards him, accompanied by a young man with red hair. This young man had a smirk on his face, following Qini like a stray dog, completely ignoring her impatience. Toot Song, are you crazy? Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Qini couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to hit him if they weren't in public. The young man beside her was Toot Song, the son of the president of the Vermilion Bird Guild, who had awakened the hidden profession of Wind Warrior. He was also ranked as the most promising graduate of this year in Jiangling City by a certain media outlet. After being scolded by Qini, Toot Song remained unbothered, still smiling. I'm just worried about you. There are so many people here. What if someone has ill intentions towards you? I have to protect you. Qini frowned in disgust. Who needs your protection? Can you stay away from me? Stop being so annoying like a stray dog. Dog? Did you just call me a dog? Toot Song was first surprised, then he leaned in closer. I am a dog. I am your little wolf dog. Woof woof woof. Seeing his annoying behavior, Qini clenched her fists. Toot Song, can you be any more disgusting? Not far away, Chu Chen saw this scene but decided not to greet Qini and turned to leave. His movement caught Qini's attention. Chu Chen, she called out from behind. Chu Chen turned around. What's up? Qini pushed Toot Song away and ran to Chu Chen. Are you here to sell equipment? Do you have any assassin gear? I want to change my equipment recently. She didn't know why, but talking to Chu Chen made her feel inexplicably nervous. Hearing this, Chu Chen shrugged. I gave everything to Lao Wei, go ask him. With that, he walked away. Qini quickly stopped him. Hey, don't leave yet. I have to level up early tomorrow, can you come with me? She was surprised by her own words. As the daughter of the president of the White Tiger Guild and a goddess-level beauty at Maple Leaf Academy, when had she ever spoken so humbly to a guy? But after asking, she couldn't help but look nervously at Chu Chen, waiting for his answer. Before Chu Chen could respond, Toot Song came running over. He stood next to Qini, looking hostilely at Chu Chen. Who is this guy? Did he offend you? Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? Qini, flushed with anger, glared and shouted, get lost. Chu Chen is my friend, if you dare touch him, I'll kill you. Friend? Toot Song completely ignored the second part of Qini's statement and looked disdainfully at Chu Chen. At this point, Chu Chen had put away the ancient divine power. Otherwise, if he flaunted the sacred artifact, it would have caused a huge commotion wherever he went. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't even have any equipment on him, Toot Song sneered. Are you kidding me? Look at this guy, so poor he doesn't even have any equipment, and he thinks he can be friends with us? Bang! Chinee kicked him again upon hearing this. Quickly, she explained to Chu Chen, don't listen to his nonsense, he's crazy. I truly consider you as a friend. Chu Chen smiled, not taking those words to heart. It's okay, I automatically filter out the barking of dogs. But unfortunately, I have other things to do now, so I can't go level up with you. Goodbye. Watching Chu Chen walk away, Chinee felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Soon, that bitterness turned into sorrow and indignation. She walked over to the body of Tucson lying on the ground and kicked him a few more times. On the other side, Chu Chen quickly walked away, wanting to get to the function plane early. But not long after he left, he heard someone shouting behind him. Selling skill books, cheap sale. Cheap sale of Mage skill book, Spirit Wind Curse. Mage skill book? Spirit Wind Curse? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's steps instantly froze. He turned around and saw a girl of about 10 years old. She stood among the crowd, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chu Chen had learned from Wei Suanan. Many people liked to sell things privately at the entrance of the trading post just to avoid that 5% commission. However, as long as it wasn't too blatant, the trading post wouldn't interfere, because they simply couldn't manage it all. Walking up to the girl, looking at the skill book she was holding in her arms, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Little girl, how much are you selling this Spirit Wind Curse for? Upon hearing someone inquire about the price, the girl raised her head in surprise. Excited yet timidly, she held out 3 fingers. 3 million gold coins. Hearing this price, Chu Chen nodded. It was a bit high, but still reasonable. According to the normal market price, Mage skill books easily went for millions. But the Spirit Wind Curse was an exception, because this skill was just too damn useless. Spirit Wind Curse, a 3rd-tier mage skill. It has 2 effects. One is to release it on an enemy, which can make them float in the air and cause a small amount of damage. The condition is that the target must be at least 10 levels lower than you to make them float. The second effect is to cast it on oneself, allowing for brief flight. Just how brief this flight is, someone once tested it on a professional forum. The farthest flight was 10 meters. Countless people questioned why such a stupid skill could be ranked as a 3rd-tier skill, requiring level 30 to learn. Later, someone joked that any mage who learned the Spirit Wind Curse would tarnish their reputation. But jokes aside, as a mage skill book, selling the Spirit Wind Curse for 3 million was completely within a reasonable range. It's just that there were no buyers. After the little girl stated the price, she looked somewhat flustered at Chu Chen, her dark eyes barely blinking. At that moment, Chinee walked over. Chu Chen, do you want to buy this skill book? I'll buy it and give it to you. She tried hard to please Chu Chen, not only because she had feelings for him but also for a more important reason. She wanted to recruit Chu Chen into the White Tiger Guild. Chinee had grown up in the upper echelons of society, with experiences and knowledge beyond ordinary people. She knew that Chu Chen's ability to clear the 2nd-tier secret realm prison of the Shadow Dragon alone was definitely not as simple as having magic runes. If he were a mediocre person, even if given 10,000 runes, he would still be scared by the boss. Like Tucson. Just as Chinee arrived, Tucson followed. Do you want to buy a skill book? Let me see. Ha? Isn't this a mage skill book? Why are you buying it? Ignoring Chinee's disdainful and disgusted look, Tucson took the skill book from the little girl's hand and played with it. Isn't this the most rubbish Spirit Wind Curse? Hey, you little brat, how much are you selling it for? The girl frowned slightly and said timidly, 3 million. What? Tucson's voice sharply exclaimed, sounding like a chicken squawking. This is the mage's most rubbish skill. How dare you sell it for 3 million? You're disrupting the market. Believe me, I'll have the members of the professional association take you away. Startled by his outburst, the little girl's eyes immediately turned red. My brother is injured. It will cost a lot of money. This is the skill book he obtained in the wilderness. I need to sell it for more money. Without money, he will die. Tisk. Tutsong's face was full of disdain as he threw the skill book back to the girl as if it were trash. Whether your brother lives or dies is none of my business. Let me tell you, based on market price, this piece of trash skill book of yours can only sell for 300,000. How about this? I'll do you a favor, buy it for 500,000, how about that? Tears streamed down the girl's face as she tightly held onto the skill book. No, the doctor said we need 3 million. Chu Chen looked at the emotionally distraught girl and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He remembered when he crossed over, he had a high fever at the age of 5. His sister, Xu Shi, who was only 3 years older, carried him around seeking medical help. But because they had no money, they were turned away. Chu Chen knelt behind her, seeing her expression mirroring that of the girl. Distraught, yet stubborn. I wonder how she is doing now. Shu Chen's expression turned lonely. He took a step forward and patted the girl's head. Sell me this skill book, for 3 million. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the girl suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't until Chu Chen sent a trade request and entered 3 million in the price field that the girl's nose tingled and tears flowed uncontrollably. She held back her tears and put up the spirit wind curse. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The trade was not completed yet when Tu Tsang suddenly rushed over and interrupted them. I was going to buy this skill book to give to E. Who the hell are you to cut in? Or are you deliberately showing off in front of E? Damn it, I get it now. You poor bastard want to steal my girlfriend, don't you? Dream on. Facing Tu Tsang's roar, Shu Chen rolled his eyes. He felt that saying another word to such an idiot would only dirty his own mouth. Fortunately, Xinyi was nearby. She grabbed Tu Tsang and kicked him over. Tu Tsang, don't embarrass me, okay? Who is your girlfriend? Take a look at your own behavior. After scolding him, she turned to Shu Chen and said, Shu Chen, I'm sorry. How about I buy this skill book and give it to you? After all, 3 million is not a small amount. Shu Chen waved his hand to stop her, no need. With that, he completed the transaction directly. The spirit wind curse turned into a red light and transferred from the girl to Chu Chen. Xinyi patted her mouth in regret. Who is Chu Chen? He had previously entrusted himself with a bunch of top-quality equipment to be handed over to the exchange. He wasn't worried at all about being cheated. He even gave himself a pair of top-quality golden shoes. Would someone like that care about a mere 3 million? Xinyi, oh Xinyi, what are you thinking? Chu Chen is obviously a low-key hermit expert. If you want to bring him into the White Tiger Guild, be extremely careful in your words and actions in front of him. With these thoughts in mind, Xinyi looked at Chu Chen. It wasn't entirely her fault, mainly because Chu Chen's humble appearance and his naked outfit was too easy to misunderstand. On the other side, Chu Chen completed the transaction with the little girl. Seeing the extra 3 million in his account, the girl was extremely grateful. She bowed to Chu Chen and quickly ran off. Chu Chen put away the skill book and prepared to leave. He needed to find a place where no one was around to learn the skill. Just as he took a few steps, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Tu Tsang held a blue long axe in his hand, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his lips. Did I let you go? Annihilation thunder. Chu Chen growled. He didn't want to waste words on roadblocks. Using transcendent insight, he controlled the power to just 0.1%. Crack bang. A thunderbolt flashed across the sky and struck directly on top of Tu Tsang's head. Minus 4,726. Ah! Tu Tsang screamed in pain and fell backwards. Damn, did you see that? A level 19 warrior got killed in an instant? Look at that person's skills, seems like a mage. I know this warrior, he's Tu Tsang from the Vermilion Bird Guild. Damn, the young master of the Tu family. A warrior with top-tier equipment got killed in an instant? Where did this mage come from? I don't know, can't even see his information. People around were discussing one after another. Chu Chen paid no attention, crossed over Tu Tsang's body with a cold face. He didn't kill him, leaving a layer of skin for Tu Tsang. After all, Chu Chen was just a recent graduate student, not bloodthirsty. You provoked me once, I can give you a small lesson. But if you dare to keep jumping around in front of me, sorry, I'll break your legs. The previous Jiang Feng is an example. After being struck by lightning, Tu Tsang was covered in black smoke. He was left with only 46 health points, looking dumbfounded. Monster. The proud young master of the Tu family, rumored to be the one chosen by the Lingshou Church to recruit new members, dared not even make a sound after being humiliated by Chu Chen. On the side, Xinyi saw Chu Chen's performance, covered her mouth in surprise. Then, she was overjoyed. I was right. He's definitely not an ordinary mage. Seeing Chu Chen leave, Xinyi hurriedly caught up. Chu Chen, wait. Hearing this, Chu Chen turned around. What's up? Xinyi looked excited and went straight to the point. Chu Chen, do you have any plans for the graduation trial in a few days? Actually, what I wanted to say is, can you join our White Tiger Guild? Chu Chen immediately shook his head. Sorry, I have other plans. His plan was to do everything possible to enter the Royal Knights. Even though his profession is not a knight, he will work hard. Because only by entering there can he investigate the reason for his sister's disappearance. Seeing Xinyi's disappointed face, Chu Chen became interested and asked, why did you invite me to join your White Tiger Guild? Because you are very strong. And you are a good person. Xinyi nervously said. A good person? Chu Chen was puzzled. Why do you think so? Xinyi pursed her lips and explained. Because you helped that little girl just now. Helped her? Chu Chen frowned. Did I help her? Shini nodded repeatedly. Of course you did. You bought her things. Ha! Chu Chen gave a cold smile. Perhaps in the eyes of wealthy people like you, buying something from a poor person is considered helping her. But for me, I just used money of equal value to buy something I needed. I don't have the compassion to help others from a moral high ground. So, you don't need to think of me as a good person either. I have things to do, I'll leave first. With that, Chu Chen left the trading post without looking back. Shini stood there, at a loss. After all the commotion, it was already past noon. Chu Chen went home and prepared something to eat. After eating, he took out the Spirit Wind Curse. According to his previous experience, the higher the grade of the skill book, the more powerful the forbidden curse after transformation. This was Chu Chen's first time learning a third-tier skill. He was full of anticipation. Learn Spirit Wind Curse? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on learning the skill, Spirit Wind Curse. Passive skill Magic Spirit Surge triggered. Skill Spirit Wind Curse replaced with Wind Spirit Wings and Soul Binding Dance. Ha? Chu Chen looked at the system prompt and was stunned for a moment. Why didn't I understand it? Why are there two transformed forbidden spells? Is the system malfunctioning? Or did I not open it correctly? With doubts, Chu Chen closed the interface and reopened it. It remained the same. Oh my, can't be true, is it this exciting? Chu Chen suppressed a smile and quickly checked the skill panel again. Sure enough, there were two more. Wind Spirit Wings, active, Wind-type forbidden spell. Summon wind spirits, fly with the wind. Under the protection of Wind Spirit Wings, you will be in a state of 99% damage immunity, and Wind Spirit Wings will deal massive damage to enemies. Soul Dance, active, Wind-type forbidden spell. Summon wind demons, attack enemies with a powerful whirlwind, causing massive damage and applying a restraint effect. One flying skill, one group control. Looking at the two new forbidden spells, Chu Chen couldn't stop smiling. After a short break at noon, Chu Chen set out again. This time, the target was the Wind God Plane. The next task was to quickly complete the Wind God set and get his cooldown reduction to 100%. He also found that even using the 0.1% power of the Annihilation Thunder, the cooldown time was still 100 minutes. This is too annoying. Stepping out, Chu Chen directly activated the skill Wind Spirit Wings. Swish, two pairs of wind elemental wings appeared behind Chu Chen. The wings were over 2 meters long, creating a strong airflow that rustled the surrounding houses, showing considerable power. Let's go! With a single thought, under the drive of the Spirit Wings, Chu Chen's body shot out like a cannonball. Almost hit the wall. Fortunately, Chu Chen was agile and narrowly avoided it. Too dangerous. After getting used to the flying posture, Chu Chen could control the altitude at will. Passing through the outdoor instance, he tried flying close to the ground. Dash! 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 Where Chu Chen flew past, a string of red damage values floated up. Any monster touched by the Wind Spirit Wings was instantly killed. Ha ha, it's not bad to grind monsters like this. Excited, Chu Chen kept shuttling through the group of monsters. However, the joyful time was always short-lived. 5 minutes later, the Spirit Wings disappeared, and Wind Spirit Wings also entered cooldown, also 100 minutes. Damn! Fly for 5 minutes, charge for 2 hours? Too unfair, right? After complaining, Chu Chen looked around. He had already entered the range of the Wind God Plane. Next, he had to find the boss Wind God and strip him of his equipment. According to his usual map-clearing habits, one forbidden spell would end it. However, this time he didn't plan to do that. The Wind God Plane was an outdoor instance, and there were definitely people leveling nearby. If he used the forbidden spell, he wouldn't even know where the boss's body was. Before finding it, it was very likely that passing players would pick up the drops, resulting in a big loss. He didn't know how often the Wind God boss respawned, and he didn't have much time to waste here. So, it was safest to find the boss first before taking action. After making up his mind, Chu Chen began to search around the Wind God Plane. Wind God Plane, recommended level, LV. 35 LV. 40, the terrain here is flat, and the monster density is low. This was advantageous for Chu Chen. Although he was full of forbidden spells, the 100-minute cooldown still gave him a headache. Sigh, didn't expect this. Clearly possessing the ability to slay gods, yet still have to search and use skills. Heaven is unfair to me. The more Chu Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. In front of him, a few monsters happened to pass by. Name, Ironthorn Wolf, Attribute, Beast, Level, LV. 37 health/stamina, 487 strength, 504 agility, 473 intelligence, 391 spirit, 338 combat power, 3198 skills, Iron Wolf charge, Dizzy Roar, Pounce introduction, hungry, 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 who will let me take a bite, I promise just one bite. Name, Fierce Wind Golden-Eyed Tiger Attribute, Fierce Beast Level, LV. 39 Health/Constitution, 537 Strength, 511 Agility, 501 Intelligence, 499 Spirit, 315 Combat Power, 3666 Skills, Roar of the Beast King, Skin Reinforcement, Fierce Wind Tiger Claw Introduction. Want to try biting me? A wolf and a tiger, both directly targeting Chu Chen. Ah, can't escape. Infernal Catastrophe. Power, 1%. Boom. A 1% Infernal Catastrophe directly wiped out the two monsters. Collecting the spoils, Chu Chen continued forward. The further he walked into the Wind God plane, the higher the density of monsters. Chu Chen glanced at his skill bar. Except for Wind Spirit Feather Wings and Infernal Catastrophe on cooldown, everything else was ready. Unfolding his agility, Chu Chen ran while luring monsters. When a large number of monsters gathered around him, Chu Chen directly cleared the screen. Annihilation Thunderstorm. 1%. Who couldn't help but sigh? Chu Chen hadn't tried such a suffocating playstyle in a long time. Clearly able to wipe out the entire map but could only release bit by bit. At this rate, it will be suffocating. Roar! Just as Chu Chen was feeling uncomfortable, a loud roar came from behind. This roar was more powerful than what was heard before, with tremendous penetrating power. Chu Chen turned around in surprise. A white giant tiger, walking in front, its bloodthirsty eyes already locked onto Chu Chen. Wind God, Elite Boss, Attribute, Fierce Beast Level, LV. 45 Health/Constitution, 714 Strength, 798 Agility, 679 Intelligence, 688 Spirit, 573 Combat Power, 7624 Skills, Fury of the Wind God, Wind Sweeping Clouds, like a spring breeze introduction. My skills have no cooldown. The so-called Wind God turned out to be a white tiger? Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. But it makes sense, clouds from dragons, wind from tigers, very reasonable. The white tiger Wind God was majestic, with a huge tiger head proudly standing. Stupid humans! Why have you trespassed into this god's territory? Bear my wrath! After hearing the Wind God's lines, tears filled Chu Chen's eyes. Little White, you finally came. I've been looking for you so hard. He walked towards the Wind God, wiping out the big white tiger directly. Approaching, Chu Chen silently took out the ancient divine authority, holding it in his hand. Although it's a bit hard to part with, let's meet again later. Annihilation Thunderstorm, full power. 200%. Boom, crackling boom. After holding back for a long time, Chu Chen released everything at this moment. He had no more reservations, crazily rushing forward regardless of everything. Transcendent Insight also reached its peak. The double-powered Annihilation Thunderstorm, carrying the vast momentum of killing demons, crashed down. Crack, boom. Hearing the commotion in the sky, the white tiger Wind God looked up, only to see endless thunderstorms rolling down, forming into a thunderous dragon striking down. At that moment, it saw its own demise. Boom! The immensely powerful thunderous dragon descended. The white tiger Wind God turned into powder directly. The entire Wind God plane was shrouded in thunderous light, all monsters, none spared. Ah, this white tiger was quite beautiful, but unfortunately, nothing was left. Not even a hair. Looking at the location where the white tiger Wind God was turned into a scorched earth, Chu Chen felt very regretful. But as long as there are spoils of war. After the Wind God's body disappeared, the ground was filled with spoils of war bursting out. Chu Chen did not hastily stuff everything into his backpack as usual, but carefully searched through them. Half a minute later, he held up a ring excitedly. Ha, it came out, the Wind God ring. Wind God ring, gold, occupation type, unrestricted, level, LV. 40, durability, 3000/3000, constitution plus 30, strength plus 30, wisdom plus 30, agility plus 20, spirit plus 20, set effect, 1/5 skill cooldown reduction plus 20%. Introduction, reject the wise time, unlimited firepower charge. Chu Chen couldn't wait to put on the ring. Sure enough, all skill cooldowns became 80 minutes. Ha ha, Wei Suanan does have some skills, the Wind God set is really useful. After picking up the spoils of war from other places on the map, Chu Chen occupied nearly half of his backpack space again. Ah, is there any way to expand the backpack a bit? I don't know, can space-type skills do that? Forget it, those things are not easy to come by, let's think of another way. In the Blue Star, each profession has some skills classified as taboo, such as the Summoner's Sacrifice Demon, the Warlock's Defying Fate, and the Mage's Time and Space skills, are all areas that ordinary people cannot touch. It is said that only those who have reached the mysterious realm of 9 transformations or above can understand those things, but that is still too far away for Chu Chen now. After obtaining the first Wind God set, Chu Chen did not stop. He stayed in place, waiting for the white tiger Wind God to respawn. About 40 minutes later, Roar! Stupid humans! Why intrude into this god's territory? Endure this god's wrath. The white tiger wind god appeared majestically. However, halfway through the lines, he saw Chu Chen with a hungry look on his face. The white tiger wind god felt goosebumps all over his body. Chu Chen didn't care. Soul-binding dance. Whoosh, the wind elements swept in, colliding and converging in the air. Finally, forming a huge whirlwind. The whirlwind spread instantly, covering the entire wind god plane. All monsters were immobilized in place, and then, a dozen segments of damage floated up from the top of their heads. Dash! 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 It is obvious that soul-binding dance does much less damage than infernal catastrophe and annihilation thunder. But, it was enough. The just respawned white tiger wind god fell again, leaving behind a pile of spoils of war. Chu Chen pounced on them like a hungry wolf, rummaging for a while, and picked up a bracelet. Wind god bracelet, gold, occupation type, unrestricted, level, LV. 40, durability, 3000/3000, constitution plus 30, strength plus 30, wisdom plus 30, agility plus 20, spirit plus 20, set effect, 2/5 skill cooldown reduction plus 40%. Introduction, reject the wise time, unlimited firepower charge. After putting it on, the cooldown reduction directly reached 40%. Hee. Chu Chen continued to wait with great anticipation. Another 40 minutes passed. Roar! Stupid humans! Why is it you again? The white tiger wind god was speechless, lying limp on the ground. Since they were all being defeated in seconds, and couldn't resist, they might as well enjoy it. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. He squatted down, reached out, and started patting the tiger's head. Hey! It's really something, this white tiger feels really good. Extra smooth, not at all prickly. Chu Chen wanted to stop but couldn't resist, and he felt refreshed directly. 10 minutes later. Hey, I've been touching you for so long, can't you make a sound? Seeing the white tiger wind god go from anxious to gradually relaxed, Chu Chen was not happy. This guy doesn't seem to understand his position, right? Who is serving whom? With a roar from Chu Chen, the white tiger wind god suddenly came to his senses and froze on the spot. Make a sound? How to make a sound? It hesitated, opened its mouth, and made a sharp sound, meow? Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh and pulled the white tiger's lips. Your little mouth is quite sweet. Since you are so understanding, I'll give you a good time. Purgatory catastrophe. Boom! The obedient and understanding white tiger wind god once again perished at the hands of Chu Chen. After squatting 5 times and spending nearly 3 hours, Chu Chen finally collected the wind god's 5-piece set. Wind god ring, wind god bracelet, wind god belt, wind god earrings, wind god boots, set effect. May 5th skill cooldown reduction plus 100%, passive skill source of all laws triggered. Your skill cooldown reduction breaks the limit, reaching 100%. The exciting moment has finally arrived. Chu Chen couldn't hide his smile and quickly checked the skill bar. Sure enough, the cooldown time for all active skills became 0. Ha, awesome. Forbidden spell version of the magic machine gun, done. Chu Chen burst into laughter, feeling magical energy surging throughout his body, seemingly inexhaustible. Even though he usually acts cautiously, he can't hold back now. He must have some fun first. Then, Chu Chen raised his hand. Purgatory catastrophe. Annihilation thunder. Soul-binding dance. In an instant, lightning, flames, and fierce winds, 3 types of magical elements ravaged simultaneously. The wind god plane was directly turned upside down. 20 kilometers away from the wind god plane, on the outskirts of Jianling City, a tree branch protruded from a steep cliff, and on the branch, an old man with a white beard lay sunbathing. This old man is one of the elders of the Spirit Cultivation Church, Xinxingshan. This time he came to Jiangling City to recruit new members, and he was responsible for screening them. However, Xinxingshan is lazy and carefree by nature, and he can't be bothered with trivial matters. When he arrived in Jiangling City, he didn't even go in, he just hid here to relax. Ha! What's that commotion? Suddenly feeling a strong elemental fluctuation, Xinxingshan sat up abruptly. Is this a forbidden spell? No, it's impossible, releasing 3 types of elemental forbidden spells simultaneously. No one can do that unless they are a god. But even if it's not a forbidden spell, it should be at least a 9th order magic. To think there is such a powerful person in Jiangling City, this person's strength is probably not inferior to mine. No wonder my teacher asked me to come to this remote place, it seems there is another purpose. Xinxingshan's teacher is a 9th level diviner, Tianyu divine servant. At the same time, he is the president of the Spirit Cultivation Church. If it weren't for his personal instructions, Xinxingshan would never have come to such a place. And besides the president, no one dares to assign him tasks. This man is known as the guardian of the nation's divine law. Even the leader of the Dragon Kingdom military district would be polite to him. Who dares to trouble him? Even if this Buddha lies on the floor of the Spirit Cultivation Church's main hall every day, no one would dare to say anything. No, I have to go check it out. Xiaohong, let's go. With Xinxingqian's call, a crane with red feathers all over its body flew over. This is the sacred beast he tamed at the top of the Nether Mountain, the Crimson Blood Spirit Crane. Turning over and leaping onto the crane's back, Xinxingqian flew towards the direction where the magical energy fluctuated just now. Chu Chen looked at the mess on the ground and scratched his head. Looks like things have escalated. Let's get out of here. He quickly picked up all the loot he could find and retreated in time. Stirring up such a commotion would definitely attract the attention of the authorities. If they were to discover themselves later, it would be difficult to explain. Don't be reckless before you develop properly. With this in mind, Chu Chen walked towards the function plane. At this moment, this instance had almost been completely destroyed. However, the wild instances of the blue star have automatic repair functions. It's just that being destroyed like this, automatic repair would probably take some time. Hey, little guy. Suddenly, a voice came from above. Chu Chen looked up and saw a large red bird hovering in the air. There are still living creatures here? Chu Chen was surprised and reached out to cast a banishing curse. Don't be nervous, I'm talking to you. Before the words fell, an old man with a white beard jumped off the bird's back. It was Xinxingqian. Looking at the old man in front of him, Chu Chen also knew that this person had a big background. Did the authorities send someone to investigate so quickly? Chu Chen thought, becoming wary. Little guy, have you seen who destroyed this place? Xinxingqian stood in front of Chu Chen and asked directly. Seeing that Chu Chen still had a hint of youthfulness on his face, it was obvious that he was a child who had just graduated not long ago. Naturally, he wouldn't associate him with the powerful mage who released the 9th level magic. Chu Chen shrugged at the question. I have no idea. I just passed by here, and it was already like this when I arrived. Xinxingqian looked slightly disappointed and asked again, have you seen any strange people around? Chu Chen nodded, pointing at Xinxingqian. Aren't you one of them? An old man with a white beard riding a large red quail. More than strange, it's downright bizarre. Squawk. Hearing Chu Chen calling it a large quail, the red blood spirit crane let out a long cry to show its threat. Xinxingqian grabbed the crane's beak. Quiet down, your call will attract nearby creatures. The red blood spirit crane was a spirit of all things. Creatures with wisdom, upon hearing its call, would surely come to pay homage. However, they would only pay homage to the crane. If they saw other people, they would still attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble. A giant bear over 3 meters tall came running. Moon Worship Bear King, Elite Boss, Level, LV. 60, Xinxingqian frowned. This was a level 60 boss. He must not let it touch Chu Chen, or it would be a sure death. Little guy, step back, let me handle it. Annihilation Thunder. Before Xinxingqian could finish speaking, Chu Chen took action. After all, Chu Chen was not sure about the combat power of this old man with a white beard, so he didn't hesitate and directly used his skill. The Annihilation Thunder with 1% power struck down, instantly killing the Bear King. Xinxingqian was shocked. It was true that a level 60 elite boss was nothing to him. He had 1,000 ways to kill it. But, this young Chu Chen, who looked like he was under 20 years old, could also do it? Who is this kid? Reassessing Chu Chen, Xinxingqian's mind began to be active. Anyway, the task the church gave me is to recruit a new member. Recruiting anyone is fine, but I think this kid is pretty good. So young, able to kill a level 60 elite boss with a single move, his potential is limitless. And when he released the skill just now, he didn't even need to chant. His control over magical elements has reached a masterful level. If this kid is properly trained, he might be able to take over my mantle in the future. Thinking like this, Xinxingqian subconsciously checked Chu Chen's information. The result. Look at your sister. Xinxingqian, Omega, a dignified 560th level 9 Transcendence Mage, can't see this kid's information? Cough. Xinxingqian coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and shock. Little guy, what's your name? Which school did you graduate from? Chu Chen rolled his eyes. My teacher taught me that before asking someone's identity, you should introduce yourself first. Xinxingqian, Sigma, /A cough. Alright, let me introduce myself first. I am the elder of the Soul Cultivation Society, Xinxingqian. Oh. Chu Chen nodded coldly. Xinxingqian, oh. What does O mean? Shouldn't a normal person question, be shocked, and feel uneasy upon hearing their own name? Why isn't this kid following the script? Cough. Little guy, it's your turn to introduce yourself now, right? Chu Chen covered his nose, saying disdainfully, why do you keep coughing, are you sick? Shen Xingchen was taken aback. What do you mean? Seeing that the other party didn't understand his well-intentioned joke, Chu Chen felt quite bored. After all, the other person was not like him, someone who had crossed over from Earth. My name is Chu Chen, a student of Maple Leaf Academy, recently graduated and changed professions, no guild, no position. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingchen became even more excited. Just graduated recently, completely fitting his recruitment criteria. This way, he could recruit Chu Chen more legitimately. Ha, you just wait for me. Playing it cool with me, huh? Let me show you. Wait until I send you a guild invitation, see how you act cool then. You better be grateful and pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha, cough. Shen Xingchen cleared his throat, speaking seriously. Chu Chen, in the name of the Elder of the Soul Cultivation Society, I formally invite you to join our society. Do you agree? Chu Chen waved his hand, not interested. If you have nothing else, I'll be on my way. Shen Xingchen, not interested? If it were a normal person, just hearing about the Soul Cultivation Society would make them shiver. After all, it is one of the top guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, on par with the Royal Knights. Most people would probably faint with excitement upon receiving his invitation. But this kid, not following the usual script. Did he take the wrong medicine? Stop right there. Shen Xingchen also lost his temper, stepping in front of Chu Chen. The Crimson Blood Spirit Crane thought a fight was about to break out, flapping its wings excitedly. Stirring up trouble. Chu Chen frowned, looking at the man and the crane. What do you want? Shen Xingchen calmed down a bit. After all, his identity and age were there, he couldn't argue with a child. Chu Chen, do you have doubts about my identity? That's the only explanation that makes sense. This kid must think he's a fraud, hence his reaction. With that, Shen Xingchen rolled up his sleeve. On his right forearm, there was a golden triangular mark. People who joined the guild would have something similar on their bodies. And this triangular mark was the exclusive symbol of the Soul Cultivation Society. Chu Chen shrugged. I don't have any doubts. Aren't you Shen Xingchen? I've seen you in textbooks. As the guardian of the nation of the Dragon Kingdom, his deeds were included in the school textbooks by Maple Leaf Academy. Chu Chen had naturally studied them in class. Shen Xingchen proudly stroked his beard. It's good to know me. So, are you willing to accept the invitation now and join the Soul Cultivation Society? Chu Chen still shook his head. I said, I'm not interested. Rejected twice, Shen Xingchen couldn't hold back anymore. Why? Is it that the dignified Soul Cultivation Society can't catch your eye? Chu Chen looked slightly embarrassed. Cough. It's not that. Mainly, I already have other goals and don't want to join another guild. Other goals? Shen Xingchen secretly rejoiced, thinking this would be easy. Chu Chen, you are young and may not understand the position of our guild. In our Dragon Kingdom, there is no other guild that can compare to the Spirit Cultivation Church. Of course, he reluctantly admitted, except for that Royal Knights Order. Chu Chen nodded. That's right, I want to join the Royal Knights Order. Shen Xingchen? Wait, that's not right. Shen Xingchen was about to break the news, suddenly remembered something. As far as I know, the Royal Knights Order doesn't have any slots in Jiangling City this year. Hearing this, Chu Chen was stunned. No slots? Is this even possible? I thought as long as you perform well in the graduation trial, you can join any guild. Since changing jobs, Chu Chen has been either grinding monsters in dungeons or trading at the exchange. He didn't have time to pay attention to the class group messages, so he didn't know much about these things. Shen Xingchen chuckled. That's right, I guarantee it with my reputation. I'm not lying to you. Chu Chen quickly checked the class group messages. He remembered that the homeroom teacher Shen Xinling had once sent a list of guilds recruiting in Jiangling City this year. After finding it, upon careful inspection, indeed, the Royal Knights Order was not on the list. Chu Chen felt a headache, thinking this might not be good. If he couldn't get into the Royal Knights Order, investigating his sister's matter would probably become more difficult. Just then, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding! Shen Xingchen invites you to join the Guild Spirit Cultivation Church. Do you agree? Shen Xingchen looked confident. Chu Chen, don't hesitate. You definitely have no hope for the Royal Knights Order. We are your best choice. Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. Are they really inviting me in? That's the Spirit Cultivation Church. An opportunity that countless people yearn for is now in front of me. But, do I really need it? After much thought, he finally decided to agree. In any case, the Spirit Cultivation Church is also a big platform. Maybe in the future, it could help with investigating his sister's matter. So, Chu Chen nodded and reluctantly said, well, I can only join your guild. Shen Xingchen was speechless. Why does he look so reluctant? Oh, right. Chu Chen suddenly remembered something, looked up and said, I'm just temporarily joining you. If I have the opportunity to join the Royal Knights Order in the future, I will transfer. Shinshingshin, I'm going to your IU degree. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Shinshingshin urged Chu Chen to agree to join the guild quickly. Since Chu Chen had made up his mind, he didn't hesitate anymore and agreed directly. Congratulations on joining the 9-star guild, Spirit Cultivation Church. Your guild contribution level is Apprentice, LV. 0. Congratulations on receiving guild enhancement buff. Your constitution increases by 100 points. Congratulations on receiving guild enhancement buff. Your strength increases by 100 points. Congratulations on receiving guild enhancement buff. Your intelligence increases by 100 points. Congratulations on receiving guild enhancement buff. Your agility increases by 100 points. Congratulations on receiving guild enhancement buff. Your spirit increases by 100 points. Congratulations on receiving guild enhancement buff. Your active skill damage increases by 5%. Congratulations on receiving guild enhancement buff. You receive 5% less damage. A series of system prompts flooded the screen. Chu Chen looked unimpressed. Is that it? I thought there would be some amazing buffs. Shinshingshin rolled his eyes. You just joined the guild. These are the benefits you get. Keep an eye on the guild taskbar. Pick some simple tasks to do. Increase your contribution level, and you'll get stronger buffs. He really couldn't figure out Chu Chen. For a newcomer who has just changed jobs, adding 100 points to each of the 5-dimensional attributes is a huge improvement. Why does this kid seem to not care at all? By the way, Chu Chen, do you have a special item with a shielding effect on you? Hearing this, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Hey, old man, trying to spy on me? Shinshingshin blushed, laughed heartily, and admitted it. I personally brought you into the guild, so I should get to know you better, right? Chu Chen thought it made sense. But he didn't plan to take off the Peros necklace. In case the other party had advanced detection skills and could see all his skills, then there would be no way to explain it. He checked his attributes panel. Chu Chen, Occupation, Elemental Apostle, 3rd Transformation, Level, LV, 40, Constitution, 2247, Strength, 1909, Wisdom, 2774, Agility, 1944, Spirit, 2811, Combat Power Value, Skills, Magic Spirit Surge, Purgatory Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Sea Tide, Path of the Gods, Extraordinary Insight, Wind Spirit Wings, Soul Entanglement Dance. After some thought, Chu Chen said lightly, my occupation is a 3rd-level mage, Elemental Apostle. Currently at level 40, Combat Power Value, 7417. He didn't know how much combat power a normal person at level 40 should have, so he just reported a rough estimate. After listening, Shinshingshin suddenly realized and laughed. No wonder you are so arrogant. Just a few days after changing jobs, you have already completed the 3rd transformation and reached level 40. Chu Chen was taken aback. Am I arrogant? Really? Shinshingshin burst into laughter. You are beyond arrogant. Even I feel inferior, ha ha ha. After laughing enough, Shinshingshin became serious again. However, talents like you, although rare to see. But looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are definitely quite a few. Remember, there are always better talents out there. Just 3 years ago, a genius emerged in your Jiangling city. Entering the Royal Knights at a young age, before 21, already completed the 8th transformation, with a combat power value exceeding 1 million. Truly amazing, shaking the world. Oh, what was her name again? Called. Oh right, Shushi. At this point, Shinshingshin realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Your surname is also Chu. You also want to join the Royal Knights, could it be? Chu Chen was a bit drowsy from his rambling, nodded, and said, she is my sister. Upon hearing this answer, Shinshingshin became even more excited. That's great, rest assured. I will definitely train you to be stronger than your sister, ha. Chu Chen smiled indifferently. Just then, the scarlet blood spirit crane nearby let out a low cry, as if issuing a warning. Shortly after, a group of people rushed in from outside the Wind God Plane. The leader was the president of the Vermilion Bird Guild, Thule. This Wind God Plane belongs to the influence of the Vermilion Bird Guild. Not long ago, Thule sensed that someone had released high-level magic here. Thinking it was an invader, he led his men to investigate. As soon as they entered the Wind God Plane, Thule saw an old and a young person standing there. He waved to stop the team and went alone to negotiate. After all, the other party was a powerful person who could release high-level magic, and they must not start a war recklessly. He planned to use diplomacy before force. Approaching, Thule arrogantly bowed, ready to inquire about the other's identity. But upon closer inspection of the old man, his face suddenly changed dramatically. This, Elder Shun, the national protection spell, within the entire Dragon Kingdom, except for newborn babies, there was no one who didn't know him. After seeing him, the arrogance and momentum of Tulian instantly dissipated, and he respectfully bowed and saluted. "Elder Shin, what are you doing here?" Shin Shingshin turned around, standing with his hands behind his back. "Who are you?" Tulian immediately replied, "I am Tulian, the head of the Vermilion Bird Guild in Jiangling City, respectfully welcoming Elder Shin." "Humph." Shin Shingshin looked disdainful. The arrogance that Tulian had when he first arrived, Shin Shingshin also noticed. Later, when he saw himself, he became so humble and submissive. A typical opportunist. He hated this kind of person the most. Tulian stood opposite, not even daring to raise his head, naturally not noticing Shin Shingshin's expression. "Elder Shin, may I ask what brings you here?" "If you need help, my Vermilion Bird Guild is at your disposal." Shin Shingshin pondered slightly. Since this is the territory of the Vermilion Bird Guild, the mysterious person who released high-level magic just now must be related to them. To investigate that person, starting with the Vermilion Bird Guild should be a good choice. However, Shin Shingshin was not sure if his teacher sent him to Jiangling City specifically for that mysterious person. So he decided to report to his teacher first and then act accordingly. "It's nothing, you can take your people back first. I may visit in a few days, and then I will trouble Guild Master Tulian." These words were truly shocking. If Tulian were not experienced, he would probably have jumped up on the spot. You see, since the rumors that Shin Shingshin would come to Jiangling City, this was his first appearance. This gentleman did not go to see the city government's bombing, nor did he go to the major academies. Instead, he planned to go to the Tuli family. What the hell is this concept? He must have come for my son Tutsong. From the previous information, the Lingxue Church is preparing to recruit Tutsong into the church. It seems true. And Elder Shin actually went to the Tuli family in person. It seems they attach great importance to this matter. Ha ha, my son Tutsong has the demeanor of a great emperor. Thinking like this, Tulian trembled with excitement. He quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, the entire Tuli family is waiting for Elder Shin." Shin Shingshin was a little impatient, waved his hand. "Alright, you can take your people back first, let the two of us have a private chat." "Yes, I take my leave." Tulian did not dare to delay, immediately turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Chuchen with some doubt. "The two of us? Could it be that this young man is Elder Shin's grandson?" Elder Shin accidentally released a few skills while upgrading his grandson, and inadvertently destroyed the function plane. This plot is very reasonable. Yes, it must be like this. Tulian returned to the headquarters of the Vermilion Bird Guild with his people and immediately called the steward. "Issue a general announcement immediately. Elder Shin will soon visit the Tuli family and personally recruit Tutsong into the Lingxue Church. At that time, all members of the Vermilion Bird Guild must be present to give Elder Shin face." Fengshan Plain. After driving away Tulian, Shin Shingshin briefly introduced the situation of the guild to Chuchen. Seeing that Chuchen was not interested, Shin Shingshin felt bored. "Alright, the task of recruiting people is also completed. On the day of the graduation trial, tell Ma Boming for me that I won't go." Chuchen didn't care. "As you wish." What he cared about most now was to level up quickly and improve his own strength. Although the matter of joining the guild was resolved. However, Chuchen still wanted to achieve outstanding results in the graduation trial. At least, he wanted to break his sister's record from back then, so that when they meet again, he can boast a bit. After parting ways, Shin Shingshin rode the Crimson Blood Spirit Crane and returned to the tree branch at the edge of the cliff. He opened the system panel and directly called his teacher. "Shin Shingshin, teacher, are you there?" "Yao Xingyu, speak." Shin Shingshin, "Good news, the recruitment issue has been resolved. I have brought in a newcomer with excellent qualifications." "Yao Xingyu, I already know." Shin Shingshin, "Talking to you fortune tellers is really boring, there are no secrets at all." Shin Shingshin, "By the way, did you send me to Jiangling City this time to investigate a mysterious mage?" Yao Xingyu, "A mage? Not interested, I hate mages the most." Shin Shingshin, "Teacher, I am also a mage, aren't you cursing me too?" Yao Xingyu, "I'm only cursing you." Shin Shingshin, oh Yao Xingyu, almost 70 years old, be serious." Shin Shingshin, Yao Xingyu. "Yao Xingyu, let's talk business. I have been peering into the secrets of fate recently. The child you recruited is the chosen one, pay more attention to him." Shin Shingshin, "The chosen one?" Shin Shingshin, "Oh, I understand now. You sent me to Jiangling City for this child." Yao Xingyu, "You're smart this time. I warn you, this child must be nurtured well. If you fail, I will get rid of you too." After that, Yao Xingyu closed the chat interface. Shin Shingshin stroked his beard, with a sly smile on his face. "Hee, the chosen one, huh? I really need to nurture him well. Hee, how should I train this kid properly?" Meanwhile, at the official building in Jiangling City, Mayor Ma Boming sat at his desk, feeling overwhelmed. The high-level thunder magic incident in the poisonous insect valley last time has not been resolved, and today a similar incident has occurred again. Moreover, someone released high-level magic using 3 elements at the same time. It was even more outrageous than last time. What's more, there are still no clues this time. The graduation trial of this year is about to begin. Many leaders of major guilds will come. At such an important moment, we must not make any mistakes. Just as Ma Boming was worrying, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Secretary Wang Lan's face was pale, her lips trembling as she reported, City Hall. The divine execution stone just had an abnormality. What? Ma Boming suddenly stood up, the chair making a loud noise. The divine execution stone is a tool specifically used to monitor the awakening of ancient evil gods. As long as an ancient evil god awakens nearby, it will show signs. Now, one wave has not subsided before another rises. Ma Boming instantly felt like he had aged several decades, and he slumped weakly in his chair. Is the abnormality strong? Wang Lan shook her head. Not very strong. Not very strong was considered fortunate in this unfortunate situation. That's good. Maybe this time it won't happen in our Jiangling City. Ma Boming prayed weakly. He did not want the disaster from 12 years ago to happen again. That time, the sun-eating earth demon, ranked 384th, almost destroyed Jiangling City. This time, he hoped that heaven would favor Jiangling City. Since joining the Spirit Cultivation Church, Chu Chen has been focused on leveling up. At the same time, he is also looking for ways to reach the 4th transformation. After reaching the 3rd transformation, professionals need to go to the Advanced Transformation Temple to receive tasks. Starting from the 4th transformation, besides meeting the level requirements, a transformation certificate is also needed. Where to get this certificate is unknown. In any case, it requires a certain amount of luck to obtain it. During the leveling process, Chu Chen also began to care about other people's situations. He asked the class teacher Shin Xinling, and found out that the highest level at Maple Leaf Academy is Tu Tsang. Tu Tsang is level 21, has completed the 2nd transformation, and his profession is the Berserk Axe King of the warrior class. His combat power is as high as 1349. At the same time, Shin Xinling also warned Chu Chen not to rashly go to advanced dungeons and secret realms. Their classmate Jiang Feng, who originally had a bright future, unexpectedly died in the secret realm. Chu Chen couldn't help but sneer. His death was not unexpected at all. After thanking Shin Xinling for her concern, Chu Chen ended the conversation. That day, Chu Chen spent the whole day fighting monsters in the level 120 dungeon Lava Cave. After filling his backpack, he went to the Jiangling City Exchange. After receiving the money from selling equipment before, he also delivered a batch of goods to Wei Suanan. With this transaction completed, Chu Chen's VIP level also rose to 5 stars, allowing him to get a 10% discount on purchases at the exchange. Glancing at his account, Chu Chen currently had a total of 98,754,757 gold coins. He was about to reach a small goal soon. Leaving the exchange, Chu Chen returned to his small house. Although he had money, Chu Chen never moved to another place. This was where he grew up with his sister, and he couldn't bear to leave. Moreover, he was worried that if his sister returned one day, she wouldn't be able to find him. Entering his home, Chu Chen made a simple meal and ate alone. Then, he went to his bedroom to rest. After these few days of hard work, he reached level 90. He had met the level requirements for the 4th advancement, and only needed to find the job transfer certificate to accept the task. Everything was progressing step by step, and Chu Chen was calm and composed. After finishing his tasks, it was already dark outside. That night, he went to bed early because the next day was the annual graduation trial. Jiangling City, Trial Square. The annual graduation trial was about to begin. The square was filled with people, with graduates from various colleges gathered here. The trial square could accommodate tens of thousands of people, and it was almost full at this time. In the center, there was a high platform. Ma Boming was standing on it, accompanied by guild leaders from various regions of the Dragon Country. Please look, these are our graduates from Jiangling City this year. These children have worked hard, and most have reached level 15 or above. There are also more than 10 with good talent who have already completed the 2nd advancement. To be honest, some of them have transferred to hidden professions, and their combat power has exceeded 1,000. Breaking 1,000 combat power within 10 days of transferring can be said to be exceptional. The guilds that came to recruit new members in Jiangling City were mostly focused on them. Jiangling City really has a lot of talents. Yes, after all, there were geniuses like Chu Shi in the past. The strength of Jiangling City should not be underestimated. After listening to Ma Boming's introduction, the guild leaders also hypocritically praised a few words. Ma Boming, however, was distracted and not paying attention. He was still thinking about something else, the god-slaying stone. Yesterday, when he checked, he found that the god-slaying stone's anomaly had become even stronger. This indicated that the awakening of the ancient evil god was getting closer. Although he couldn't be sure it would appear within Jiangling City's borders, but Ma Boming had a foreboding feeling. If Eldershin were here, it would be better. He couldn't help but sigh. Until now, Xin Xingchen from the spirit cult had not appeared. He had sent his secretary Wang Lan to inquire around, but there was no news coming back. Ma Boming was anxious, looking at his watch. There was still half an hour before the graduation trial began. Below the high platform, Chu Chen stood in the crowd, waiting silently. In front of him, there was a huge blue vortex. That was the trial's secret realm. Every year, Jiangling City's graduates would enter here to showcase their achievements after 10 days of transferring. Chu Chen. A soft voice came, and Shen Xinling walked towards Chu Chen. Teacher Shen. Chu Chen turned around and politely greeted her. Shen Xinling smiled and nodded. How are you feeling? Nervous? Hearing this, Chu Chen shook his head with a smile. There's nothing to be nervous about. That's good. Shen Xinling touched his hair and then looked towards the entrance of the trial secret realm. The record of this trial secret realm has been maintained by your sister, Xuxi, for 3 years, and no one has been able to break it. I believe that you can also achieve good results inside. Chu Chen nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with longing. At that moment, Principal Wei Quan shouted from a distance, Teacher Shen, bring Chu Chen over here. Shen Xinling and Chu Chen exchanged a glance and then walked over. Principal, do you need me for something? Chu Chen asked in confusion. The principal patted his shoulder and asked with concern, Chu Chen, do you have any thoughts about joining a guild? Chu Chen was momentarily speechless. In the past, he had thoughts about joining the Royal Knights. But now, he had already joined the Lingxi Church, so he naturally had no thoughts. Seeing Chu Chen hesitating to speak, Wei Quan thought he lacked confidence in himself. That was also the reason why he had come to find Chu Chen today. Wei Quan knew that Chu Chen, as a mage, would have no future if he relied solely on himself. So he wanted to use his connections to find a way out for Chu Chen. Back when Chu Shi was famous, she had also elevated Maple Leaf Academy to unprecedented heights. Wei Quan's actions were also a way to repay Chu Shi for her contributions to the academy. Therefore, he took Chu Chen and walked towards a few other people. Are you all busy? Oh, isn't this Principal Wei of Maple Leaf Academy? A man greeted with a smile. It was the president of the Vermilion Bird Guild, Tu Lien. Standing beside him were 3 men of similar age, the presidents of the other 3 major guilds. Among them, the president of the Azure Dragon Guild, Zhang Hetian, looked dejected. The president of the White Tiger Guild, Qin Taihan, was gentle and refined. The president of the Black Tortoise Guild, Di Jian, was arrogant and aloof. Together with the sophisticated Tu Lien, they were the presidents of the 4 major guilds. Some students even called them the Jiangling F4. President Tu, you're too kind. Wei Quan smiled and said, I'm here this time to introduce a child to you. With that, he pulled Chu Chen to his side. When Tu Lien saw Chu Chen, the smile on his face froze. Wasn't this the grandson of Elder Shin whom he had met that day? How could he be here? Wei Quan continued somewhat awkwardly, Presidents, I know this isn't quite proper, but I hope you can accept this child into the guild for my sake. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen looked incredulously at Wei Quan. Join the guild? Play? He quickly waved his hand to explain, no, Principal, Principal Wei, may I ask what profession this student is? Before Chu Chen could finish, Di Jian, the president of the Black Tortoise Guild, spoke. His tone was full of mockery. Wei Quan hesitated and replied anxiously, he's a mage. A mage? Di Jian, already arrogant by nature, became even more excited. Principal Wei, are you kidding me? You recommend a newcomer to us, and you bring us this joke? Forget about being a mage, he's even a pauper. Look at him, he doesn't even have any equipment on him. What, do you think our 4 major guilds are homeless shelters? Listening to Di Jian's aggressive words, Wei Quan broke out in a cold sweat but had nothing to say. Tu Lien, on the other hand, quietly stepped aside, feeling elated inside. Yes, humiliate him like this. Humiliate him severely. Offend Elder Shin's grandson to death. Your Black Tortoise Guild will be finished. Nowadays, Zhang Hetian was distraught all day due to the death of his son and had become useless. Although Qin Taihan was powerful, he was honest and modest, with no grand ambitions. If the Xuanwu Guild is finished, then the Suzaku Guild will soon dominate Jiangling City. Tuli constantly cheered on Di Jian in his heart, hoping that things would escalate. Wei Quan wiped his sweat and said, "Gentlemen, this child is named Chu Chen. He is Chu Shi's younger brother. I hope you can give him an opportunity." "Principal, there's no need to say more," Chu Chen interrupted Wei Quan. "I have no intention of joining their guild. I came to participate in the graduation trial this time just to try to break my sister's record." After saying this, everyone was stunned. After a moment, Di Jian burst into arrogant laughter. "Huh, did you hear that? I can't stop laughing. He said he wants to break Chu Shi's record. Ha ha." The graduation trial secret realm in Jiangling City operates on a points system. Before Chu Shi graduated, the record was maintained at over 2,400 points. Later, Chu Shi broke this record with 7,800 points, and it has been maintained ever since. No one has been able to break it. Now, when they heard Chu Chen say he wants to break the record, it was like a huge joke. Even Qin Taihan, who was always kind to others, shook his head with a smile. Shen Xinling stood behind. Seeing Chu Chen being ridiculed by them, her anger surged. "What are you laughing at? Breaking the record is Chu Chen's current dream. Even if he fails, it's none of your business. A person's dream should never be mocked." After Shen Xinling finished shouting, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Tuli smiled to himself, knowing it was time to intervene. So, he stepped forward and said loudly, "That's right, a person's dream should not be mocked. Little brother Chu Chen, I understand you. How about joining our Suzaka guild?" Glancing at Tuli, Chu Chen waved his hand. "No need, I have already joined a guild." Hearing this, Tuli pretended to be regretful. "Is that so? What a pity." This result was within his expectations. After all, he was the grandson of Elder Shen, and sooner or later, he would enter the spirit teaching church for further training. Participating in the graduation trial was just for fun. Being from a prestigious family, it was natural to be a bit willful. His invitation was just to win people over. After all, his own son was about to enter the spirit teaching church soon. He wanted to lay some foundation by getting close to Shin Xingchen's grandson. Thinking of this, Tuli turned around and beckoned, "Tutsong, come here." Calling his son over, Tuli smiled and said, "This young man is named Chu Chen, you should learn from him in the future." Tutsong was originally bragging with his classmates, but suddenly being called over by his old man, he was a bit confused. But when he saw Chu Chen, he was instantly furious. "Damn, it's you, you little brat." That day at the entrance of the trading post, he wanted to show off his strength in front of Chini, but he was hit by Chu Chen's thunder-based skill and ended up smoking all over. He even lost face. Meeting his enemy now, Tutsong, who had already reached the second transformation and was a hidden profession, the Furious Axe King, naturally wanted to seek revenge on Chu Chen. With a blood-red battle axe in hand, Tutsong swung it towards Chu Chen. Crack! On the side, Tuli also swung his arm round, giving Tutsong a resounding slap. Bang! The battle axe fell to the ground, and Tutsong was completely stunned. Holding his swollen half-face, he looked at Tuli in confusion. "Dad, did you hit me?" "Of course." Tuli's beard stood on end in anger. "You ungrateful child, how dare you talk to young Master Chu Chen like that? Are you out of your mind? Well, if you dare to harm Shen Elder's grandson, our entire Tuli family, including the guard dogs, won't be enough to compensate." After being scolded by Tuli, Tutsong was shocked. He looked at his father, then at Chu Chen. "Isn't he just a poor mage? What? How dare you talk nonsense?" Tu Lien was so scared that cold sweat poured down. He quickly interrupted his son and kicked him in the leg. Bang! Tutsong felt the pain, his legs went weak and he knelt directly in front of Chu Chen. "Apologize to Master Chu Chen." Tu Lien pointed at his son and shouted. Chu Chen looked at the father and son, arms crossed, secretly admiring the scene. Although he didn't know why Tu Lien was acting this way, since the atmosphere had reached this point, he decided to play along with them. Chu Chen looked down at Tutsong, waiting for his apology. Tu Lien's face turned pale, he glanced at Chu Chen. Seeing his cold expression, he quickly slapped Tutsong again. "Apologize quickly." The other side of Tutsong's face also swelled up. "Why should I apologize, Dad? Why should I apologize to him?" Seeing his son stubbornly refusing to apologize, Tu Lien became anxious, just because he is Elder Shen's grandson. This statement caused a commotion on the scene. Chu Chen was also stunned, pointing at Tu Lien. "You're my grandson. How did he become Shin Xingchen's grandson? Just because he joined a club, does he have to acknowledge a grandfather too?" Tu Lien realized his mistake and felt ashamed. "Elder Chu, please forgive me, I spoke out of turn in haste. My son is really ignorant, please don't lower yourself to his level." "Forget it." Chu Chen glanced at the time, the trial was about to begin. He didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he waved his hand and said, "It's fine. If a dog bites me, I can't bite back, right? Isn't that right, President Tu?" Hearing this, Tu Lien gritted his teeth. He called his son a dog, wasn't he insulting himself as well? But he didn't dare to argue back, and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Master Chu is right. Chu Chen smiled faintly and ignored him. At this moment, the onlookers were almost dumbfounded. Wow, is that really the president of the Vermilion Bird Guild? How can such a big shot bow down to a recent graduate student? This is unbelievable. What's this guy's identity? Didn't they say he's Shin Xingqian's grandson? But his last name isn't Shin. Could he be an illegitimate child? Shu, daring to gossip about Elder Shin, you guys are asking for trouble. Chu Chen ignored the discussions and walked over to Wei Quan. By the way, Principal Wei, I need your help with something. Could you go to the city hall and inform them that Elder Shin from the Lingxi sect won't be coming? Wei Quan was still recovering from the shock earlier, and when he heard Chu Chen's words, he pushed his glasses and asked, not coming? What does that mean? Wasn't there a spot for the Lingxi sect in our Jiangling city? Chu Chen didn't see a need to hide anything and said directly, that spot has been given to me. Wei Quan's eyes almost popped out. Given to you? You said you already joined a guild, could it be the Lingxi sect? Chu Chen nodded, confirming. He rolled up his sleeve and showed him the guild emblem on his arm. This time, Wei Quan couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe that Chu Chen had secured a spot in the Lingxi sect before the graduation trial, and he had just taken him to ask someone else to let him join the Xuanwu Guild? Have I become a laughingstock? Wei Quan felt powerless. Chu Chen, you're not really Elder Shin's grandson, are you? Chu Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I'm not. Please convey my message, tell the city hall that he won't be coming. Wei Quan touched his chest, trying to digest all this information as best as he could. Then, he sighed, what a pity, I thought I could witness Elder Shin's elegance. Even if the spot is reserved, he can still come for a visit. Chu Chen sneered, forget it, that old man is too lazy. Oh wait, it's Elder Shin. Elder Shin is busy with affairs, time is tight, understand. Wei Quan's face changed drastically as he looked at Chu Chen. Don't think I didn't hear you change your words on the spot. You just called him that old man. Dare you say you're not his grandson? If you're not a direct grandson, who else would dare to call Shin Xingqian that way? The more Wei Quan thought about it, the more shocked he felt, as if his heart couldn't bear it. I'll go pass on the message to you. With that, he quickly left, heading towards the high platform where Ma Boming was. Chu Chen stayed behind, suddenly seeing Shin Xinling standing there, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Teacher Shin, I'll explain this matter to you later. Shin Xinling nodded gently and said softly to Chu Chen, I never expected you to be so capable. Your sister would be very happy if she knew. Mentioning his sister made Chu Chen's heart sink. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, a figure rushed over and grabbed his arm tightly. Tu Lian's eyes were bloodshot as he held onto Chu Chen's arm. Kid, explain to me. What did you mean by saying that the spot in the Lingxiu church was given to you? Standing on the side listening, Tu Lian seemed to realize that something was amiss. If Chu Chen had entered the Lingxiu church as Shin Xingqian's grandson, that would have been normal. But it seemed that was not the case at all. From Chu Chen's words, Tu Lian understood that he had used the only spot available. The spot that originally belonged to his son was snatched by him. He was not Shin Xingqian's grandson at all. He was a thief, a robber. Tu Lian went crazy and grabbed Chu Chen, but the latter shook him off. Tu Lian, are you not done yet? Like Shin Xingqian, he detested these opportunistic people, so he had never shown Tu Lian a good face from the start. But Tu Lian persisted. Explain to me, how did you steal my son's spot? The Lingxiu church was clearly going to accept my son, why did it become you? Explain. Hearing these accusations, Chu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Great, another crazy one. He pushed Tu Lian away and said impatiently, Tu Lian, are you dreaming of peaches here? You can't even control yourself, look at the character of your son. Although I don't think much of the Lingxiu church, it's not a place where just anyone can enter. At these words, Tu Lian's eyes turned bloodshot, looking like he wanted to devour someone. Just then, Ma Boming's voice came from the central platform of the square. The graduation trial is about to begin. Non-participants, please exit the square. The graduation trial is about to begin. Non-participants, please exit the square. The graduation trial is about to begin. Non-participants, please exit the square. Upon hearing the announcement, Tu Lian calmed down slightly. He dared not obstruct the graduation trial in any way. Glaring fiercely at Chu Chen, he walked over to Tu Tsong's side and whispered in his ear, Tu Tsong, good son. Dad was wrong just now. Remember, find a way to kill him once you enter the secret realm. If he dies, the spot in the Lingxiu church will be yours. Watching his crazed father, Tu Tsong was also influenced. Don't worry, Dad. My great axe has been eager for action. He gripped the blood-red battle axe in his hand, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Unfortunately, his swollen face made him look somewhat comical. After clearing the square, Only the newcomers who were about to participate in the trial were left, except for some professional workers who believed they had no combat power and voluntarily withdrew. There were still about 200,000 people left. Ma Boming stood on the high platform, overlooking the vast square. Fellow students, in the near future, you will be the pride of Jiangling City. It has been 10 days since graduation, now go ahead and show your achievements. Formation, activate. With Ma Boming's voice, the entire square lit up with a blue light, echoing the entrance to the secret realm. Then, the blue light transformed into a huge teleportation formation. In the next moment, the 200,000 students on the square all disappeared on the spot. Just like entering a secret realm, the view briefly disappeared. Soon, Shu Chen appeared in a wilderness. This was the first level of the trial secret realm. Just as he took a few steps forward, Ma Boming's voice came again. Dear students, you have now entered the trial secret realm. You should already be familiar with the rules. To prevent some students from not doing their homework in advance, let me explain briefly again. Our graduation trial secret realm operates on a points system. The first level will have 100 waves of monsters. Everyone will fight individually on separate maps, without affecting each other. Each wave of monsters has 100, killing one will earn you 1 point. Once you reach 1000 points, you can enter the next level of the secret realm. The second level of the secret realm has 10 maps. You can choose to enter selectively. These 10 maps are unique, and you will meet there. Before we begin, I have 2 points to clarify with everyone. First, the graduation trial is just to test your strength. Do not push yourself too hard. If you feel you cannot continue, just retreat to the entrance of the secret realm and you can come out. Second, in the first level, you only need to kill 10 waves of monsters to accumulate 1000 points to enter the second level. The first level's challenges were personally designed by Principal Wei Quan of Maple Leaf Academy. He asked me to tell everyone, students who do not have absolute confidence in their own strength, should not easily attempt to challenge the 11th wave. It's really terrifying. Alright, I won't say more. The trial officially begins. As Ma Boming's voice fell, a huge screen rose on the square. It displayed a leaderboard showing the top 100 students' names and their respective academies. As for video broadcasting, it was not available. Firstly, to protect the students' privacy, and secondly, there were too many participants in the trial, tens of thousands of people, making broadcasting impossible. Anyway, the major guilds understood that the annual graduation trial was just like that. As long as you picked those with higher rankings to challenge, you would be fine. After greeting everyone to take their seats, Ma Boming also sat down. Before his seat could even warm up, Wan Lan suddenly ran over again. She looked around and then whispered to Ma Boming's ear, City Hall, something's not right. The movement of the god-slaying stone is getting stronger. Upon hearing this news, Ma Boming was stunned. Don't panic, stay calm. You go inform General Luo, have him mobilize all the guard forces and strengthen the perimeter patrols. Report to me immediately if there is any situation. Yes. After receiving the order, Wang Lan hurried off. By this time, the first wave of monsters had already appeared in the trial secret realm. The points leaderboard began to change. Many different names appeared on the list, then were pushed down. After all, just as the monsters appeared, everyone's points were not high, so the rankings were unstable. Sometimes you surpassed someone, sometimes they surpassed you, it was normal. Just as people were looking for familiar names on the list, suddenly someone shouted, Look, there's someone with 100 points. 100 points? What's going on? Did they wipe out the entire first wave of monsters? I'm so fierce, who is this? Isn't it written there? From Maple Leaf Academy. Shu Chen. In the trial secret realm, Shu Chen was surrounded by desolation. He was worried about blowing up the secret realm, so he only used 20% of the power of Purgatory Catastrophe. Easily killed the first wave of 100 monsters. Soon, the second wave of monsters respawned. Name, Soundwave Bat, level, LV. 10, Shu Chen couldn't be bothered to look. Purgatory Catastrophe, 1%. 20% was a waste, 1% was enough. Then, the third wave, the fourth wave. In less than 2 minutes, Shu Chen had already cleared 10 waves of monsters. Ding! Your score has reached 1000 points. You can choose to enter the second level of the secret realm. Shu Chen ignored the system prompt. Just now, Ma Boming said that the 11th monster was very terrifying. He was eager to see it. If they were all as weak as the first 10 levels, it would be too boring. Soon, the 11th wave of monsters respawned. Shu Chen stared in amazement. A flash of golden light appeared on the mountain peak in front of him. Then, a huge chicken appeared. And under the right wing of the giant chicken, there was a spherical object. Is this the 11th level monster designed by Principal Wei Quan? Chu Chen was speechless. Is he sick? Really, I used to quite like Principal Wei. Now I like him even more. Chu Chen was excited. Come on, chicken bro, let me see your strength. With that, he made a provocative gesture towards the giant chicken not far away. Cluck! The giant chicken immediately became angry, and the spherical object under its wing slammed down. Bang! The sphere smashed into the ground, instantly dispersing into countless points of light. Then, those points of light transformed into giant chickens just like him. In the blink of an eye, the giant chicken multiplied, surrounding Chu Chen, clucking incessantly. Name, Cluck Chicken, Level, LV. 21, so annoying. Chu Chen's head was buzzing, clearly the clucking was the giant chicken's skill. With a dizziness effect. Azure Sea Tide. 200%. Swish. Water elements gathered within Chu Chen's body, then dispersed in a circular ring around him. Chu Chen, who had reached level 90, used the full power Forbidden Curse on the level 21 monster, dealing a whopping 280W damage. 100 cluck chickens died instantly. Chu Chen looked at the bodies on the ground, spat, always cluck 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 all day long. I'll kill you. After killing the 11th wave of monsters, Chu Chen's score reached 1,100 points. Soon, the 12th wave of monsters continued to respawn. It was a level 22 electric eel bee. It was a combination of an electric eel and a bee. Without hesitation, Chu Chen took out the ancient divine staff. Hee, I've been wanting to try this move. Watch my soul fusion technique. End of the divine path. Boom, the staff pointed to the sky, black clouds pressing down. In an instant, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Bang! The meteorite hit the ground, with a limited damage range, only killing the electric eel bees within a 3-meter radius. However, the end of the divine path had a 99% chance of casting again. At the moment before it landed, another identical meteorite fell from the black clouds. Then, the third, the fourth. Dense and terrifying meteor shower formed instantly. The earth trembled, a scene like doomsday. After clearing the electric eel bees, the next wave of monsters respawned. However, before Chu Chen could see clearly what they were cleared by the meteor shower. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to see a flash of light when a certain meteorite fell. The skill of the ancient divine staff was triggered, summoning a beast. It was a wild boar-like creature, all in blue, with 2 towering tusks that were extremely frightening. Chu Chen quickly checked the information. Name, Barbaric Beast Dangkong, Summoned Beast, lasts 60 minutes, Attribute, Divine Beast Level, LV. 90 HP, 2 million Constitution, 2971 Strength, 3148 Agility, 2486 Wisdom, 2043 Spirit, 1769 Combat Power Skills, Fong Charge, Copper Skin Iron Bones Introduction, Fierce Appearance, Lovely Personality, Arui Beast. Chu Chen patted the pig's head. Wow, he already had a summoned beast. Unfortunately, it only lasts for 60 minutes. Dangkong Hong Chi called out, rubbing against Chu Chen. Obviously, it really liked its master. But Chu Chen was a bit overwhelmed. With its size, it was impossible to push it away, and its skin felt like steel plates rubbing against him. Alright, stop being so clingy. Chu Chen pushed it away with all his strength. The next moment, he couldn't help but freeze. Just nearby, a dazzling light flashed, summoning another Dangkong. Meteor showers were still falling from the sky, and the skills of the ancient gods were triggered again. This Dangkong, upon seeing Chu Chen, also excitedly rushed over to be close to him. Chu Chen felt his scalp tingle, quickly opened the system panel, randomly selected a second-level secret realm, and clicked to enter. I'll leave it to you guys, I'm out. After saying that, Chu Chen disappeared on the spot. Outside the secret realm, the trial square. In previous years, waiting outside for the trial was the most boring part, because there was only a scoreboard on site, and no one could see what was happening inside. So generally, people found a place to chat and wait for the final results. But this year was different. Everyone on site almost simultaneously looked at the scoreboard in shock. And they all looked towards one name, Chu Chen. What's going on? Is Chu Chen cheating? How did he manage to score 1,700 points in less than 10 minutes after entering? What's even more absurd is that the second place, Tu Tsong, only has a little over 130 points. The scene was in an uproar. Almost everyone was discussing Chu Chen, while others were slowly increasing their scores by 1 or 2 points. Slightly better ones could jump by a dozen points at once. But he, with just one move, gained 100 points. And in the time it took to speak, he jumped to 1,800. What does this mean? Did every wave of monsters just commit suicide as soon as they appeared? Countless people speculated about Chu Chen's situation, and some even concluded that he was exploiting a bug. In the crowd, the leaders of the 4 major guilds sat together, each with a different expression. Jiang Hetian was still immersed in the sadness of losing his son. He was numb to Chu Chen's performance. Di Jian had a face as if he had eaten shit. He couldn't believe that the poor mage he had just humiliated was performing so astonishingly. Even if he brought back Chu Shi from that year, it wouldn't be enough. He now wished he could go back 20 minutes and beat his arrogant self to death. Next to him was Baihu Guild leader Qin Taizhan. He had heard from his daughter Qin Yi about a classmate named Chu Chun, who was powerful and had unlimited potential. She praised him endlessly. At first, he didn't believe it, but now he had witnessed it with his own eyes. It's a pity, this young man has already joined the Spirit Cultivation Church, he definitely won't consider our White Tiger Guild. Thinking like this, Qin Taizhan was fine, just worried that his daughter would be sad for a while. Among the four, the most dramatic expression belonged to Tuli. He clenched his teeth, his face turning red and green alternately, like a traffic light, confusing even the traffic police. Finally, when Chu Chen's score reached 2000, he couldn't hold back anymore. Bang! Kick over the chair. Tulian pointed at the high platform in the square and shouted, "Wei Quan, get your ass down." The suspended high platform should have been qualified for the high-level leaders of Jiangling City. They were receiving the heads of various major guilds from other provinces up there. Wei Quan was invited up as a special guest. After all, Maple Leaf Academy once produced a genius like Chu Shi. It was normal to give him special treatment. At this moment, when Tulian shouted from below, Wei Quan was also surprised. He stood up to speak, but Ma Boming gestured for him to sit back down. Shouting like this in front of so many out-of-province guests was truly embarrassing. Ma Boming's anger surged in his heart, and he said in a deep voice to the people below, "Tu Lian, whatever it is, wait until the trial is over to talk about it." Tu Lian had long lost his reason. His eyes were bloodshot and full of blood vessels as he cursed loudly, pointing above. "Ma Boming, stop pretending to be a good person. Tell me the truth, did you collude together to cheat for that brat Chu Chen?" Ma Boming had been quite annoyed recently. He thought Shin Xingchen would come to the graduation trial this year, but he just quietly recruited people and left without showing his face. However, that was a minor issue. There were two mysterious incidents of someone using high-level magic within Jiangling City. Who did it? What was the purpose? No clues had been found, but that was also a minor issue. What troubled him the most was the Punishment God Stone. The Punishment God Stone was showing signs of activity, and the ancient evil god was about to awaken. This was a big deal. Ma Boming sat there all morning, feeling restless and irritable. Now this damn Tu Lian didn't know what he was up to, standing below and talking nonsense, embarrassing himself in front of out-of-province guests. His anger was getting harder to control. Standing up, Ma Boming walked to the edge of the platform. "Tu Lian, if you have any grievances, I'll talk to you personally after the trial is over. Now, either sit down quietly, or get out of the trial square." Ma Boming's reprimand made Tu Lian regain some sanity. He realized his impulsiveness and dared not cause any more trouble, muttering a few curses under his breath. But Ma Boming thought he was still defiant, so he immediately glared. "What are you mumbling about? Come up here and speak." With that, he waved his hand. A blue light flashed from his palm, and at the same time, a magic array with the same light appeared under Tu Lian's feet. In the next moment, he disappeared from the spot and was directly teleported to the high platform. Ma Boming, a hidden professional, a 7th-level spiritual array master. Since taking office at the city hall, he had been focused on the development of Jiangling City and rarely showed his strength. As a result, many people had forgotten how powerful he was. Being teleported to the high platform, Tu Lian was suddenly flustered, his back soaked in cold sweat. Ma Boming exuded a dominating aura. "Tu Lian, you have something to say, right? I'll give you a chance. Now, explain yourself to me." I. Tu Lian opened his mouth but was gasping for breath under Ma Boming's pressure. At this moment, a man came over and calmly said, "Mayor Ma, we all heard what he said just now. I think it would be better for you to give an explanation no matter what." Hearing this, Ma Boming turned to look. The man who spoke was slender but exuded an explosive aura. He was Lu Ruffing from the Assassin Alliance. The Assassin Alliance was a guild specializing in recruiting assassin professions. Although not as powerful as the Spiritual Church and the Royal Knights, they ranked in the second tier in the Dragon Kingdom, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Lu Rufing's words, Ma Boming restrained his aura and resumed his scholarly appearance. It was a critical moment for the graduation trial, and he didn't want to offend these guild leaders. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Boming sighed and said, "Mr. Lu, please rest assured. Look at me sitting here, how can I control the situation inside the secret realm? Cheating is not going to happen." Lu Rufing's eyes were sharp as a knife, and he asked without hesitation, "You are here. But if you send someone into the secret realm to manipulate it? As far as I know, the level of this trial secret realm is not high. Anyone above the 3rd rank can easily dominate inside, right? Ma Boming shook his head and said, the teleportation array in the square only transports registered students into the secret realm. We have received official certification from the Dragon Kingdom Education Society for this. Ha, Mayor Ma is joking. Lu Ruffing smiled faintly. For a secret realm of this level, it shouldn't be difficult to forcefully break in, right? If you want to secretly send someone in, it's also quite simple. Hearing this, Ma Boming smirked. Mr. Lu, you may not know this. The entrance to the secret realm is protected by my heavenly formation, which only allows exits and not entries. Moreover, this is a death formation that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Even if I wanted to enter myself, it would be absolutely impossible. After saying this, he met Lu Rufing's gaze and said, not to mention me, even if Mr. Lu wanted to pass through this formation into the secret realm, I'm afraid you'd either die or lose some skin. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. After being warned by Ma Boming, Lu Ruffing remained calm. It seems Mayor Ma cannot cheat, right? He. Ma Boming stood with his hands behind his back. The annual graduation trials in Jiangling City adhere to absolute fairness and justice. Otherwise, talents like Chu Shi, who come from humble backgrounds, might not be discovered. That's good. After Lu Ruffing finished speaking, he sat back in his original position. Having convinced Lu Ruffing, Ma Boming looked up at the scoreboard. First place, Chu Chen, Maple Leaf Academy, points. Second place, Tu Tson, Maple Leaf Academy, 326 points. Third place, Duan Shichao, Dawn Academy, 291 points. Ma Boming's face was full of black lines. Looking at this kid's points, he must have cleared the first 100 waves of monsters on the first level and started on the second level. No wonder others suspect me of helping you cheat. Can you take it easy? He sighed and looked around, saying loudly, anyone who still suspects me, feel free to speak up. Seeing no one speaking, he looked at Tu Lien. Tu Lien trembled all over and quickly bowed down. Ma Boming's eyes turned cold as he walked towards Tu Lien. And at that moment, his communicator suddenly rang. It was Secretary Wang Lan. After answering, a terrified scream came through the communicator. Mayor, something bad is happening. General Luo encountered the awakening ancient evil god during patrol. It's the Dark Dragon of sequence 193. Its target seems to be the trial square, and it's heading there. General Luo has also led troops to pursue it. Clang! The communicator fell to the ground, and Ma Boming felt dizzy. Is it finally happening? He tightly grasped the railing and looked towards the sky not far away. Boom! Chu Chen cast a forbidden curse and directly destroyed the boss on the second level of the secret realm. Looking at the experience bar that stopped rising, he sighed. After reaching the 3rd rank, various restrictions began to emerge. Level 90 is the level of the 4th rank. If he fails to reach the 4th rank, he will be permanently stuck at this level and unable to gain experience points. Where can I find the certification for the 4th rank? I'll ask that old guy Shinshinshin when I get out. Calculating in his mind, Shu Chun switched maps directly. The second level of the secret realm has 10 maps, each with one wave of elite monsters, worth 10 points each when killed. By now, he had cleared 7 maps. I wonder how others will feel when they reach 1000 points and see the empty second level of the secret realm. Shu Chen couldn't manage so much, so he sped up his actions. He couldn't gain experience himself, and the monsters in the trial secret realm didn't drop any loot. Boring to death. Annihilation Thunder. Purgatory Catastrophe. Soul Entanglement Dance. After clearing the last 3 maps, Shu Chen stretched his muscles. I don't know what's going on in the first level, let's go back and check. Switching maps, Shu Chen returned to the first level. The moment his vision cleared, he was dumbfounded. The originally empty mountain forest was now densely packed with giant wild boars. There were almost tens of thousands of them. And the meteor shower in the sky was still falling, continuously summoning savage beasts. Shu Chen spat out a mouthful of old blood and quickly stopped his skills. In an instant, the over 10,000 savage beasts all looked at Shu Chen. Crescent Moon Slash. Tu Tsong swung his blood-colored battle axe and attacked the monsters in front of him. -2176 -2176 second-tier warrior skill, coupled with top-notch equipment, he successfully dealt over 2000 damage. Phew! After killing the last 2 monsters, Tu Tsong successfully survived the 4th wave of monster attacks. Wiping the sweat off, he smiled triumphantly. Past the 4th wave so easily. It seems I need to slow down. Shu Chen, that little brat, is probably still struggling in the 2nd wave. I can't surpass him too much. Tu Tsong remembered before entering the trial secret realm, His father's instructions were to kill Chu Chen. If he fought too fast, he might miss the opportunity to meet on the second level of the secret realm. He took off a few pieces of equipment to lower his attributes appropriately. Tu Lian carried his weapon and charged towards the fifth wave of monsters. Chu Chen, you better work hard. You must try to keep up with my pace. Don't die in the first level of the secret realm. The one to take your life must be me. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor came, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Tu Lian fell down in a sorry state. What's going on? What happened? He struggled to stand up, feeling dizzy. This seems not to be the movement in the secret realm. Is something happening outside? Outside the secret realm, at this moment, not only the trial square, the entire Jiangling city was in chaos. The loud noise just now was like a hammer hitting people's hearts. Ma Boming looked nervous, gazing at the crack in the sky. The protective barrier of Jiangling city was shattered by a black magical wave just now. This barrier was personally made by Ma Boming, extremely sturdy. Even an ordinary 8th turn expert might not be able to break it forcibly. Ma Boming clenched his teeth, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. From his perspective, he could clearly see. In the air, a black 5-clawed dragon was diving down. The black dragon exuded a sinister aura all over, as if an evil god had descended, terrifying. Dark dragon of the abyss. Ma Boming exclaimed in fear of its name. What? Wei Quan was still trying to calm the emotions of the people below. Upon hearing Ma Boming's words, he couldn't remain calm either. Mayor, what did you just say? Could this black dragon be the ancient evil god of sequence 193? Dark dragon of the abyss? Ma Boming nodded and took a deep breath. At this moment, he saw that the city guard had already arrived outside the square, so he said to Wei Quan, Principal Wei, gather all available forces immediately to protect the citizens. Leave this guy to us to deal with. Wei Quan hesitated. Mayor, you execute the order, go now. Ma Boming didn't give Wei Quan a chance to speak and directly ordered him to leave. Then, he looked at the leaders of the out-of-province guilds led by Lu Rufeng. These people were almost unreliable. Of course, he didn't intend to let these people unrelated to Jiangling City go all out. Roar! Boom! At this moment, the dark dragon launched another attack, directly colliding with the protective barrier with its massive body. The shaky protective barrier seemed on the verge of collapse with one more hit. The people in the city were all in panic, fleeing in all directions. Those who couldn't run hugged their families, curled up in corners, trembling. At that moment, people recalled the fear of being controlled by the ancient evil gods. The sun-eating earth demon 12 years ago was a shadow in the hearts of all the people in Jiangling. Now that shadow was infinitely magnified by the dark dragon. Jiangling City was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. General Luo, a man with a resolute face, rushed to the high platform and stood beside Ma Boming. Luo Dang, the chief commander of the Jiangling City Defense Army with a 6 transformation Blood Moon Sword Soul. General Luo, you arrived just in time. Ma Boming grabbed him. You lead the people to evacuate from the city center, as far away as possible. The barrier is about to break. I will engage this beast for a while to buy you time. Luo Dang said in a deep voice, I have already arranged for the evacuation of the citizens. I will deal with this beast together with you. I have some understanding of it from our previous encounter. Hearing this, Ma Boming was slightly surprised. You fought it before? Luo Dang nodded. I encountered it just as it appeared. But it seemed uninterested in fighting. After shaking me off, it headed towards the trial square. That's a bit strange. Ma Boming pondered slightly after hearing this. But at this moment, there was no time to think further, so he said, All right, General Luo, you stay with me. As he finished speaking, another voice came from behind him, and us. Ma Boming looked surprised and turned to see that the newcomers were high-ranking officials of Jiangling City. These people were mostly 3rd or 4th tier professionals, mostly in auxiliary occupations. However, their abilities were limited, but their passion was undiminished. Good. The situation was urgent, there was no time for sentimentality. Ma Boming immediately ordered, everyone, form a team. Priests stay behind, give me all the enhancement buffs. Others, evacuate the crowd at the trial square to avoid my magic array accidentally harming them. Yes. Upon receiving the orders, the officials acted promptly. Ma Boming looked up, the dark dragon had disappeared, seemingly flying higher into the sky. Its intention was clear, it wanted to gain momentum from the high altitude to directly break through the barrier. Ma Boming was also waiting, the moment it broke the barrier would be his opportunity to strike. 1 minute later. Team, Suyen, evacuation of the crowd on the east side of the square is complete. Team, Li Daxiang, evacuation of the crowd on the west side of the square is complete. Team, Zhao Jie, confirmed no outsiders at the trial square. After reading the messages in the chat channel, Ma Boming closed his eyes slightly. Roar! After a moment, the dark dragon appeared again. It exuded a strong aura and came with fierce momentum. Boom! The dragon's body, like a small mountain, collided with the broken protective barrier, instantly shattering it. At the same time, Ma Boming standing on the ground emitted a mysterious light. His gray-white hair fluttered without wind, and at the moment when the dark dragon rushed down, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. 6th level secret blessing, true word of the soldier, 1000 prison Rakshasa formation. Instantly, a huge magic array lit up from under his feet. Countless armored soldiers rushed out from the magic array, roaring as they charged towards the dark dragon. Clanging sounds rang out, blades struck the black dragon, sparks flying. 7th level skill, confronting the abnormally resistant black dragon, each strike only caused around 200,000 damage. But the soldiers were endless, a continuous stream of damage values kept rising. The black dragon, in pain, roared and tried to break free from the range of the magic array. Kill! Ma Boming was shrouded in black mist, emitting hellish screams from his mouth. He stood in the center of the formation, his long hair flying, his clothes rustling. More soldiers and generals rushed out of the formation, heading straight for the black dragon. Ma Boming's eyes turned completely black, as if about to shed black tears. Luo Dang, who stood by to protect him, felt worried but dared not act rashly. At this moment, the dark dragon in midair was covered with countless soldiers. Break! Just when everyone thought it was about to give in, the black dragon spoke. With a powerful voice, accompanied by a burst of black and gold light all over its body, the countless soldiers entwined around it instantly dissipated. Golden light shimmered. Countless soldiers turned into scattered sand, drifting away with the wind. Puff! The formation was broken, Ma Boming spat out blood, and a deep red damage value floated above his head. Luo Dang quickly rushed over to help him up and pulled him to a safe place. Several level 3 priests rushed over to heal him. However, with Ma Boming's around 80 million health points, their healing was simply not enough. This beast's magic resistance is too high, I can't damage it. But, its condition seems off. Otherwise, with my 80 million health points, I would have been killed by it long ago. Although he had stacked many damage reduction and resistance buffs, the buff levels were too low to be effective. Without a strong healer by his side, Ma Boming's health couldn't recover. He looked at Luo Dang and sighed, General Luo, I might have to rely on you again this time. After speaking, he subconsciously looked at Luo Dang's right arm. It was an empty sleeve. In a disaster 12 years ago, Luo Dang had his right arm bitten off while protecting a few children from the sun-eating demon. Ma Boming had always felt guilty towards him. But today, he had to once again ask for Luo Dang's help. Don't worry, leave it to me. Luo Dang's eyes were firm, showing no fear. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, Quick, look, the black dragon is heading towards the trial secret realm. Hearing this, Ma Boming was shocked and hurried out. He saw the dark dragon continuously roaring, opening its huge mouth and spewing black energy waves towards the entrance of the trial secret realm. Luo Dang understood immediately, no wonder this guy doesn't want to fight. Its real goal is to attack the trial secret realm. What does it want to do? Ma Boming was also puzzled. The trial secret realm was only used for testing graduating students, with no other purpose. There were no treasures inside. Was this dark dragon going crazy and charging into Jianling City just for that? It was too strange. However, the students participating in the trial were still inside the realm. If the dark dragon broke in like this, the consequences would be even more terrifying than outside. General Luo, stop it quickly. As soon as the words fell, Luo Dang had already rushed forward. 6th level secret blessing, true word of the abyss, holy light formation. Ma Boming activated the formation, a white light descended from the sky like a divine presence, enveloping Luo Dang. The holy light formation was also of the 7th level, an auxiliary formation that made team members immune to all damage for 30 seconds. Luo Dang, covered in holy light, wielded a level 350 immortal weapon, the star-cutting demon sword, and charged straight at the black dragon. Ding! Without using any skills, a single slash unexpectedly dealt nearly 1 million high damage. So this guy is just highly immune to skill damage. Discovering this secret, Luo Dang directly attacked the black dragon with 2 more sword strikes without using any skills. Roar! The dark dragon roared in anger. It stopped using skills to attack the entrance of the secret realm and instead began to violently ram into it. It seemed to want to forcefully break in. Bang! Bang! Despite the obstruction of the heavenly formation, the black dragon still managed to create an opening in the entrance of the secret realm. With a passage, it didn't hesitate to engage in battle and went straight in. Roar! Even with high damage reduction against skills, the dark dragon let out a painful roar as it passed through the absolute heaven formation. The power of this formation is extraordinary. Seeing it about to go in, Luo Dang, holding his sword in one hand, bit the tail of the black dragon and followed it in. He thought he would experience great pain when passing through the absolute heaven formation. Luo Dang couldn't help but close his eyes. Fortunately, the holy light effect on him had not disappeared yet, protecting him from shedding a drop of blood. Inside the secret realm, Chu Chen looked puzzled. He clearly remembered that before the earthquake, there were over 10,000 wild boars in front of him. How did they turn into humans with a shake? There were also many young maidens. Did the sows change? Is this a good thing? Excited, Chu Chen was about to do something when he realized something was wrong. The clothes of these people seemed to be uniforms from various universities in Jiangling City. They were all participants in the trial. Like Chu Chen, the students participating in the graduation trial also looked puzzled. No, not just puzzled, but hundreds of thousands of puzzled faces. They were diligently fighting monsters on the first level in their exclusive space when suddenly, everything spun around, and they found themselves in this strange place. There were no mountains or water around here, no scenery at all, like a chaotic space. How could this be? No one knew. Oh my god, why are there wild boars here? Oh my, I have them too. Are these secret realm monsters? Hurry, kill them to earn points. Boom, bang, thud. A bunch of skills lit up and were thrown at the group of barbaric beasts, resulting in damage in the tens. Chu Chen felt sorry at the sight and quickly stood on a high place shouting, "Stop it all! Don't touch my pig!" Upon hearing Chu Chen's voice, the students had not reacted yet, but the wild boars were excited. Naturally, with Kang's gentle personality, they wouldn't attack others without Chu Chen's command. When they saw Chu Chen, they happily rushed over, causing chaos. Oh my god, are these pigs crazy? Why are they running around? Let me chop them. I don't believe I can't deal double-digit damage. Hey, look! Something is flying over there. The scene was chaotic, but when people saw the black dragon, they instantly quieted down. Luo Dang was still biting the dragon's tail as they flew in the sky. Seeing the situation inside the secret realm, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Why are all the students here? Could it be that the skill of the black dragon just now destroyed the internal structure of the secret realm? The trial secret realm is artificial, so it's normal for the structure to be destroyed. However, Luo Dang didn't care about that now. It was too dangerous with all the students here. He wanted to speak up, but with the dragon's tail in his mouth, he couldn't talk. And being in the air without a flying skill, he couldn't let go. In desperation, Luo Dang could only wave his sword to signal. However, no one understood. Look, is there a person on that dragon's tail? It seems so, it's too high to see clearly. What is this dragon for? No idea. The students chatted, unaware of the danger. Only Chu Chen saw the black celestial weapon, the Star Slayer sword. It's him. Chu Chen looked up at the sky and murmured. 12 years ago, he was 6 years old. That day, the sun-eating demon attacked, turning Jiangling City into hell. He and his sister, Chu Shi, were in danger. It was that man, wielding the Star Slayer sword, who intercepted the sun-eating demon and saved them. And the price of saving them was having his right arm bitten off alive. Over the years, although Chu Chen didn't know Luo Dang, he recognized the sword and the empty right arm. Chu Chen fell into memories, his eyes slightly moist. Just then, the dark dragon slowly recovered from the pain of crossing the extreme heaven formation. It discovered the disturbance on its tail, burning with anger. Immediately, the black dragon hovered in the air. It opened its huge mouth and launched a skill towards the disturbance, the black dragon inferno wave. The disturbance's pupils shrank, but there was no way to counter it. In a moment of urgency, he could only let go and fall from the sky. However, the dark dragon clearly had no intention of letting him go. The inferno wave in its mouth continued to gather power, then suddenly, it fiercely sprayed towards the disturbance. Wind Spirit Wings, 200%. At a critical moment, Chu Chen activated a skill. 2 pairs of spirit wings appeared, and he flew over without hesitation. In the chaotic space, the black dragon's inferno wave erupted. Chu Chen's figure was as fast as lightning. In order to save the disturbance, he unleashed the wind spirit wings with double the power, reaching an extreme flying speed. At that moment, he turned into light. The disturbance, falling in midair and facing the dark dragon's attack, had almost given up. If this skill hit him, it would undoubtedly be fatal. He was not afraid of death, just regretful that he couldn't save these children like he did 12 years ago. Ding! Chu Chen invites you to join the team, do you agree? At a critical moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Agree! The disturbance, who had experienced countless battles, was indeed experienced. His ability to make the right judgment in an instant was much stronger than ordinary people. In the instant the system prompt appeared, he agreed to join the team. The next moment, boom! The Black Dragon's inferno wave passed by. The disturbance realized he was being carried upwards by a force. He looked closely and found that it was a handsome young man grabbing him in flight. Shu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to my wit. Just at that critical moment, he suddenly remembered that the wind's spirit wings had damage. If he hadn't teamed up with the disturbance in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dodging the fatal attack, Shu Chen brought the disturbance back to the ground. After a temporary safety, the disturbance looked at Shu Chen. Young man, who are you? Facing his childhood savior, Shu Chen suddenly felt a little shy, blushing and smiling. I am a student of Maple Leaf Academy. Shu Chen. Student? The disturbance was taken aback. From Shu Chen's appearance, he did look like a student. However, the strength he showed when saving himself was definitely not simple. With the disturbance's experience, he knew that even a 7th-tier flying skill would find it difficult to reach that speed. Could he be a hidden class? The disturbance thought. After all, Shu Chen only had a few accessories on him, no other equipment, and was wearing ordinary clothes. The disturbance couldn't guess what class Shu Chen was. Roar! At this moment, the dark dragon in mid-air went mad again, seeming even crazier than before. The students who witnessed the scene just now were all terrified. The disturbance's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. The exit of the secret realm is 500 meters ahead, hurry and get out." He directed the students, then said to Shu Chen, "You should also leave quickly, it's too dangerous here. I will stop the black dragon and buy you time." "No," Shu Chen said in a deep voice, then turned around, facing away from the disturbance. "General Luo, this time, let me protect you." The disturbance's pupils trembled slightly. Before he could speak, Shu Chen had already flown into the air. Facing the black dragon, Shu Chen provocatively extended his hand. "So you're called the Dark Dragon, huh? Take this forbidden curse. Annihilation Thunder. 20%. The thunder pillar fell with a bang, splitting towards the black dragon. The dark dragon, upon seeing Shu Chen, became even more enraged. It roared madly, not dodging or avoiding, raising its dragon head to meet the annihilation thunder. Boom! What? Seeing this damage value, Shu Chen was stunned. This is the annihilation thunder. The forbidden curse he specifically used to one-shot bosses. Even though he only used 20% of its power, he couldn't have dealt only 170,000 damage, right? At this moment, Shu Chen realized how insane this guy in front of him was. He hurriedly checked the monster's information. Name, Dark Dragon, extremely weak state, attribute, Ancient Evil God, level, LV, 100, health, 163 million/200 million, constitution, 4,518, strength, 6,100, wisdom, 5,423, agility, 4,017, spirit, 4,547, combat power, skills, Black Dragon Flame Wave, Penetrating Golden Light, Dragon Soul Protection, Dark Berserk, Great Dark Tide. Introduction. The Dark Dragon was originally a 5-clawed golden dragon covered in holy light, but due to its uncontrollable desire for power, it willingly fell into the path of darkness. Note, due to certain reasons, the Dark Dragon was forcibly awakened and is in an extremely weakened state, with its level, health, and other attributes significantly reduced. Oh my god? To become this insane, and still be a weakened version? How terrifying must the ancient evil god be in its normal state? Since obtaining the forbidden curse after changing jobs, Shu Chen felt pressure for the first time. At the same time, the students below, guided by Luo Dang, had all left the trial secret realm. The Dark Dragon didn't even glance at them, seemingly having no interest in them at all. In midair, a man and a dragon faced each other in silence. The terrifying giant eyes of the Black Dragon stared fixedly at Shu Chen. Foolish and cruel humans, daring to kill my descendants, severing my bloodline. Today, this god will chop you up, slice you, shred you. Listening to the Dark Dragon's lines, Shu Chen suddenly realized. No wonder your name sounded familiar. I remember now, you're the ancestor of that shadow dragon, right? He remembered that the boss of the second-floor secret realm he had encountered before, the shadow dragon's lair, was a descendant of the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon was furious, asking knowingly, seeking death. Then, a wave of black dragon flame burst from its mouth. Luo Dang watched anxiously from below and blurted out, "Shu Chen, be careful." "Ha?" Shu Chen heard the voice and glanced down. Damn, the idol was watching below. He couldn't embarrass himself. "You just tried to tank my skill, right? Fine, I'll tank it too. Wind Spirit Wings." Shu Chen roared, forming a barrier of wind around his spirit wings to protect himself. In an instant, the black dragon flame wave struck. Shu Chen gritted his teeth, not dodging or avoiding, letting his body take the brunt of the blast. Boom! Despite having 99% damage reduction from Wind Spirit Wings, the Dark Dragon still inflicted over 300,000 damage on him. Shu Chen was now level 90, with 2,497 constitution and a high health of 2.24 million. This amount of damage was nothing to him. A single Azure Sea Tide would heal him back to full. But when the opponent's skill hit him, it really hurt. Shu Chen grimaced, "It doesn't hurt at all. Have you not eaten? My turn." Annihilation Thunder, full firepower. The Annihilation Thunder with 200% power was unleashed again, with a magnificent momentum. The Thunder Dragon suddenly descended. The damage was still average. Luo Dang watched anxiously from the ground, but he couldn't fly, so he couldn't help. Seeing Shu Chen struggling, he shouted loudly, "Shu Chen, this guy has high immunity to skill damage. Try to use normal attacks." Use normal attacks? Hearing the shout, Shu Chen was taken aback. He looked at his fists, then at the Dark Dragon's steel-like scales, shaking his head like a drum. I don't think this suggestion is very scientific. Foolish humans, do not think you can harm me in the slightest. Now, hand over your life to me. I can kill you 1,000 times and it still wouldn't be enough. The Black Dragon roared madly, opening its blood-filled mouth and charging towards Shu Chen. He. Shu Chen, unafraid, smiled back, a hint of a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. As the Black Dragon approached, he suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the ground headfirst. The Dark Dragon pursued relentlessly, while Shu Chen taunted and fled ahead, until he lured the Dark Dragon to a height not far from the ground. And above the ground, there were over 10,000 giant wild boars, restless and ready to move. Outside the secret realm, in the trial square. Hurry up and repair. Cut out the video feed. Ma Boming shouted at his subordinates, but his eyes were fixed on the large screen in the middle of the square. When the trial square was first built, this screen had the function of broadcasting images from the secret realm. However, as more and more students participated in the trial, this function became somewhat redundant and was no longer used. Now that the Dark Dragon had entered the secret realm, the situation inside was unknown. Ma Boming also asked the students who had just escaped from inside, but they were all too scared to speak clearly, unable to provide any information. Therefore, they could only rely on the video broadcast function now. Unfortunately, the Dark Dragon's skills had just affected the equipment, almost causing damage. They were now working hard to repair it. Ma Boming urged them on, while looking at his own skill bar. The cooldown time for the Holy Light Array was still over 10 minutes, otherwise, he would have rushed in himself. City Hall, is it fixed? Finally, the technicians reported the news. This was the best news Ma Boming had heard today. Quick, switch to the feed. Beep, hiss, the screen turned to static, then the image of the trial secret realm appeared. The screen showed a chaotic scene, with nothing discernible. What is this? Ma Boming controlled the view and moved it to the bottom. And then, he saw a crowded space filled with countless wild boars? Every monster in each level of the trial secret realm had to be approved by him. He had never seen this wild boar before. Where did it come from? Who put pigs in my secret realm? Trying to develop animal husbandry, huh? City Hall, look at the left side of the screen. Secretary Wanglan reminded from the side. Ma Boming heard her and quickly moved the view. Soon, the figure of the Dark Dragon appeared in the center of the screen. It was roaring furiously, its huge body moving swiftly in midair. In front of it was a tiny figure. That figure was agile like an elf, dodging all of the Dark Dragon's attacks and luring it towards the ground. Just like walking a dog. What kind of flying skill is this? The speed is so fast. I've never seen it before, but judging by his appearance, he should be a hidden class of the elf type, right? Exactly, no ordinary class could have this kind of flying speed. Don't speak too soon, maybe some powerful figure has appeared, teasing this ancient evil god. The leaders of the guilds from other provinces did not leave, but instead watched from a relatively distant place. Especially Lu Ruffing from the Assassin Alliance, his eyes sharp as knives, looking at the big screen as if trying to see through something. On the other side, Shin Xinling, who was worried about the safety of the students, also did not leave. She bit her pink lips, watching the figure moving under the claws of the Black Dragon on the screen, looking more and more familiar. After a while, she suddenly widened her eyes and blurted out, "It's Chu Chen." Hearing this name, Ma Boming was also quite shocked. Although Chu Chen had performed well in the trial secret realm, he was just a newcomer who had changed jobs 10 days ago. How dare he challenge the ancient evil god alone? This courage, this boldness, could it be that the heavens are once again favoring Jianling City, giving birth to another supreme genius after Chushi? At this moment, in the chaotic space of the secret realm. Come on, little Blackie. Come chase your brother. Chu Chen flew at high speed in front, while still able to turn back and make faces at the dark dragon behind him, taunting it directly. Roar! The dark dragon was infuriated at being called Little Blackie. How could the former evil god endure such humiliation? New grudges added to old hatred, truly unbearable. Blinded by the flames of revenge, it disregarded everything to chase Chu Chen. He dared to chase, then come. Chu Chen showed a triumphant smile. Soon, he flew to a height of more than 10 meters above the ground. The over 10,000 barbaric beasts gathered excitedly, all wanting to rub against Chu Chen. Ha ha, piggies, get ready, the spicy strips are here. Surrounded for me. Chu Chen shouted, then abruptly stopped his movement and changed direction. His extremely high agility attribute, combined with the blessing of the wind spirit wings, gave him absolute control over his body. But the dark dragon was not as agile. It suddenly lost its target, unable to break in time, and crashed into a group of wild boars on the ground. Ow ow! Grunt! Grunt! Over 10,000 barbaric beasts, following Chu Chen's command, swarmed and pounced on the black dragon. The situation changed suddenly. The dark dragon was at a loss, overwhelmed by the pigs. It was like a poisonous snake covered with tens of thousands of ants. Then, countless thick fangs stabbed into the black dragon's body. Numerous red numerical values floated up densely. Although the damage was low, the sheer number was overwhelming. The dark dragon howled in pain, wanting to take off, but was pressed down and unable to fly. Come on, piggies! Surround it, keep pushing. Chu Chen's hands and feet danced with excitement. Since his skills couldn't kill it instantly, he would let the wild boars gnaw it to death. The summoning time for the creatures was 1 hour, and there were probably about 20 minutes left. It was enough. Soon, amidst the wails of the dark dragon, its health points rapidly decreased. Roar! Chu Chen thought the battle could end like this, but he didn't expect the dark dragon to counterattack again. It let out a dragon roar, and countless golden lights burst out from between its scales. This was its skilled golden light through the body. Puff! Puff! The golden light was as sharp as a sword, instantly cutting hundreds of barbaric beasts in half. In the chaotic space, blood splattered wildly. Chu Chen felt heartbroken when he saw this. Are you trying to chop my pigs? Don't be afraid, piggies, I'll help you. With that, Chu Chen also rushed over. At the same time, a figure quietly appeared and reached the position behind Chu Chen. It was Tu Song. When the students escaped from the secret realm just now, he didn't leave, because he noticed Chu Chen. He firmly remembered his father Tu Lian's words, which were to kill Chu Chen. So, he chose to stay. When Chu Chen confronted the dark dragon in midair, Tu Song hid among the wild boars. Even if some unruly wild boars pooped on him, he didn't move. Watching Chu Chen flying in midair, he held on to one belief: you will eventually come down. As luck would have it, Chu Chen finally landed. The time was right. Tu Song cruelly smiled, wiped off the pig poop from his face, and gripped the blood-red battle axe in his hand. He. A gentleman conceals his weapon in his body, waiting for the right moment to strike. Chu Chen, I endured the humiliation of pig poop. What reason do you have not to die? Now, I will take your life. Half Moon Slash. He used his skill, leaped out from the wild boar group, and launched a surprise attack on Chu Chen from behind. Soul Binding Dance. In order to prevent the dark dragon from counterattacking, Chu Chen directly activated the skill. Although the damage caused was not high, the immobilization effect was successfully triggered. The dark dragon's body showed a clear pause in movement. Soul Binding Dance. I bind again. With several consecutive curses, the dark dragon was completely immobilized, unable to move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group rushed forward to attack the dark dragon. Meanwhile, behind Chu Chen, in a place unnoticed by anyone, a blood-red number floated above Tu Song's head dash. Since he was not in Chu Chen's team, he naturally suffered from skill damage. Ah! With a cry, Tu Song didn't even have time to say his last words before he fell to the ground. Ha! Chu Chen faintly heard a sound, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. At this moment, the dark dragon's wail could also be heard. The accumulated damage values piled up, and its health bar gradually depleted. Keep going. Bite it. Avenge our fallen brothers. Encouraged by Chu Chen, many fighters bravely bared their fangs, countless black scales flew up, and the dark dragon's defense was completely broken. A few minutes later, to Chu Chen's anticipation, the dark dragon's health was finally depleted. Roar! Letting out a final wail, the former evil god of sequence 193, the dark dragon, fell. At that moment, some of the fighters' bodies became transparent and then disappeared. Their summoning time had ended. Chu Chen bid farewell with tears. Well done, my piglets. I'll call you out again next time. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, chaos ensued. Many reporters and streamers witnessed the fall of the Dark Dragon in the trial square. The Dragon Kingdom's professional forum was also bustling with activity. A post titled "Spectacular Scene, Thousands of Pigs Against the Dragon" quickly gained millions of views. The post went straight to the point, showing the video of Chu Chen leading a group of pigs to defeat the Dark Dragon. Wow, where did this guy get so many wild boars? Is he a summoner? No way, I heard he's a mage, but I'm not sure. Stop talking nonsense, a mage can't be this powerful. Our guild elder Lu Ruffing was on the scene, and he said this guy is a hidden elf class profession. Hey, are you talking about Lu Ruffing from the Assassin Alliance? Wow, he's my elementary school classmate. Who cares about your classmate? The star of this post is the pig keeper. Anyone not discussing the pig keeper can leave. Chu Chen became a sensation nationwide for a while. Terms like mysterious elf class profession, dragon slayer, baron of pigs were coined, all attributed to Chu Chen. At that moment, on the trial square, the onlookers were shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. Although Chu Chen had killed the Dark Dragon in a strange way, there was no doubt that he, single-handedly, had stopped the destruction of the former evil god and saved the city of Jiangling. In the past, the tale of Xinxiangchen slaying 3 ancient evil gods was a legend, but it happened on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. The people of Jiangling had never witnessed it firsthand. But now, things were different. Chu Chen, under everyone's gaze, killed the Dark Dragon. At that moment, he went from a recent graduate to a hero for all the people of Jiangling. Congratulations, Mayor Ma. Your city of Jiangling is full of talents, another genius is born. The leaders of guilds from other provinces also came over to compliment. Ma Boming smiled coldly, you flatter me. These same people had avoided the crisis just moments ago. Now they were coming over, and there was only one reason. They all wanted to recruit Chu Chen. Ma Boming knew what they were thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Lu Ruffing changed his indifferent expression and said with a smile, I just contacted the guild headquarters and asked them to send reinforcements. It looks like we don't need it now. Ma Boming cursed silently in his heart, and replied, thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Lu. Oh, you're too polite. Lu Ruffing continued, since we are cooperating, helping each other is only natural. By the way, Mayor Ma, is this young man in the secret realm Chu Chen? I heard that he is Chu Shi's brother? Ma Boming frowned slightly and nodded in confirmation. Lu Ruffing smiled meaningfully, Mayor Ma, back then we wanted to recruit Chu Shi, but we were outcompeted by the Royal Knights and they took her away. This time, we must get Chu Chen. Hearing this, Ma Boming looked slightly puzzled. Mr. Lu, isn't your Assassin Alliance supposed to only recruit assassin professionals? Lu Ruffing waved his hand. For such a rare talent, we naturally have to relax our requirements. Back then, due to professional reasons, some of our members opposed Chu Shi's membership, and that's how we missed her. But it doesn't matter this time. As long as Chu Chen agrees to join our guild, I can give him the taboo magic stone. Upon hearing these words, even Ma Boming couldn't help but be surprised. Taboo magic stone? Are you talking about the 10-star item that allows a person to have dual professions? In the Blue Star world, materials and items are classified by star ratings for rarity, and the taboo magic stone is the highest level, 10 stars. The person who uses it can break taboos and have a second profession. What's even more insane is that the second profession can be freely chosen. That's right. Lu Ruffing nodded. Our guild leader was lucky enough to encounter a triple secret realm, where the boss dropped a taboo magic stone for him, which has not been used yet. As you know, our guild leader values talent greatly. If Chu Chen agrees to join, the guild leader will definitely give him the taboo magic stone. By then, if Chu Chen changes his second profession to assassin, no one in the guild will gossip anymore. After listening, Ma Boming fell into contemplation. According to his thinking, with Chu Chen's performance, he would definitely find a way to get him into one of the top 2 guilds. But if what Lu Ruffing said was true, it would also be a good choice for Chu Chen's personal development. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment. After some thought, Ma Boming shook his head and said, Mr. Lu, let's wait for Chu Chen to come out and let him make his own decision. Inside the secret realm, all the dangers had disappeared, and there was silence in the chaotic space. General Luo, are you okay? Chu Chen approached Luo Dang and asked with concern. I'm fine. Luo Dang looked at him with relief. Good lad, with young people like you, there's nothing to fear in Jiangling City in the future. Being praised by his benefactor, Chu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. General Luo, I want to thank you. 12 years ago, during the invasion of the sun-eating demon, you protected a group of children, and I was among them. After speaking, he looked at Luo Dang's right arm. It was also that time when your right arm was. Ha ha ha. Luo Dang burst into hearty laughter. It's okay. What's a single arm? I bet it on the new era. Now it seems, I won the bet. Moved to tears, Shu Chen said, "Oh my goodness." Smack! Luo Dang gave him a slap on the head. "Stop speaking nonsense." Ouch! Shu Chen held his head in pain. Then, he and Luo Dang looked at each other and burst into laughter. After laughing enough, Luo Dang pointed behind Shu Chen. "Go on, your spoils are there." "Okay." Shu Chen responded with a sound and walked to the place where the dark dragon disappeared. Various colors of loot were dazzling. Shu Chen checked them one by one. Material: dark gold dragon scale, level. Introduction: an ancient dragon scale emitting a mysterious aura. 7-star material? The materials Shu Chen obtained from defeating the boss before were mostly 3 stars or below. Those were all sold in the exchange by him. This was the first time Shu Chen had exploded such a rare material. Unfortunately, he didn't know what it was used for, so he decided to keep it for now. He continued to look, and 2 purple equipment pieces caught his attention. Dragon Soul Holy Robe, Artifact, Class Type, Mage, Priest, Level, LV. 100, Durability / Constitution plus 500, Strength plus 400, Wisdom plus 700, Agility plus 400, Spirit plus 800, Equipment Effect, gain the blessing of the Dragon God. After death, exist as a soul for 60 minutes, then resurrect at full health, cooldown time of 480 hours. Introduction: the Holy Dragon is immortal. Ancient Luminous Spear, Artifact, Class Type, Knight, Level, LV. 100, Durability / Strength plus 4000, Agility plus 3000, Equipment Effect. Each use of a melee skill triggers Dragon Soul attack and has a 50% chance to increase the current strength value by 5%, stackable up to 20 times. Introduction: with the help of the Dragon God, go forth fearlessly. Shu Chen held the Dragon Soul Holy Robe, tears streaming uncontrollably. 10 days. Do you know how I spent these 10 days? What's the difference between me and streaking? After a long time, he wiped away his tears. Finally, he had clothes to wear, but unfortunately, they were level 100, so he couldn't wear them for now. He stuffed the 2 artifacts into his backpack and continued to look at the ground. What is this? Soon, he found a colorful gem. Item: 5-color elemental bead, level. Introduction: certification for the 4th advancement of the Mage class. Shu Chen. My goodness. Truly worthy of the ancient evil god. This reward is too exciting. Shu Chen grabbed the 5-color gem, feeling its delicate touch in his palm. This bead is very smooth. I'll keep it for now. I'll go back to the big city, find a high-level job change temple, and take on the 4th advancement task. There were still many treasures underground, and Shu Chen continued to search. He didn't even bother looking at some silver items, just stuffing them into his backpack. He only glanced roughly at the golden items, giving them some face. What's this again? Soon, Shu Chen was pleasantly surprised to find 2 extremely dazzling treasures lying quietly among a pile of junk. They were 2 skill books. This dark dragon was truly full of treasures. Unfortunately, the body had already disappeared, otherwise, Shu Chen would have tried to revive him and kill him a few more times. He quickly picked up the skill books. Long River Sunset, LV. 80, 4th tier skill, class restriction, archer, skill book, unknown, requires identification. One was a 4th tier archer skill that could only be learned at level 80, while the other needed to be identified. Strange, why does a skill book need to be identified? I'll go see Wei Suanan later, he has the identification skill. After putting them away, Shu Chen continued to search for treasures. Not bad for the harvest, right? At this moment, the voice of Luo Dang came from behind. Shu Chen stood up, scratched his head, and then pointed to the pile of loot on the ground. How about you take some too? No need. Luo Dang awkwardly waved his hand. I came over to tell you. The process of you killing the dark dragon was seen by people outside. At the words, Shu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Seen? What does that mean? A few minutes ago, Ma Boming chatted privately with Luo Dang, roughly telling him about the situation outside. At this time, Luo Dang also informed Shu Chen of what he had learned. Really? That's great. Do they think I look handsome in the photos? Hearing that he had become famous, Shu Chen was even a little excited. But Luo Dang looked serious and said in a deep voice, Shu Chen, this may not necessarily be a good thing for you. Not a good thing? Why? Shu Chen asked in confusion. Being famous is great. You can gain a lot of fans. If a few rich women take a liking to me, then I can stop struggling for a few decades. Ahem. Sorry, got a bit carried away. Seeing Luo Dang's expression change, Shu Chen quickly stopped his daydreaming. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Luo Dang continued to explain to him, you are a newcomer who has just graduated, and by doing such earth-shattering things, you will definitely attract the attention of many malicious people. I don't know how you managed to kill the dark dragon, maybe you have some magic weapon on you. But you must understand, the innocent will be blamed for the guilty. By then, there will probably be many people trying to snatch your magic weapon." Hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. "Magic weapon? My magic weapon is the forbidden curse. Who dares to compete with me? Want to learn? I'll teach them. I'll teach them a lesson." However, he also understood that Luo Dang was genuinely concerned about him. So he gratefully said to Luo Dang, "Don't worry about me, General Luo, I can handle it." Sigh. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't take his words seriously, Luo Dang sighed, "You should try to keep a low profile. Your sister was too dazzling back then, which led to jealousy and betrayal." Upon hearing about his sister, Chu Chen immediately dropped his carefree attitude. He grabbed Luo Dang's shoulder. "General Luo, do you know about my sister?" Luo Dang nodded slightly. "I know, but I only know a little." Chu Chen's lips trembled, excited and hopeful. "Can you tell me?" Since the day he found out about Chu Shi's disappearance, Chu Chen had been trying to find out about her. But at that time, he had not changed jobs, and no one would help him. Now, he finally heard about it from someone else's mouth. How could he not be excited? Luo Dang patted Chu Chen, indicating him not to get too excited. Then he said, "I only heard about it from a friend of the Royal Knights. Your sister disappeared because she received a mysterious mission." Chu Chen suddenly remembered that in the letter Chu Shi left for him, she mentioned that she had to participate in a dangerous mission that she had to go to. This matched exactly with what Luo Dang said. So he quickly asked, "What mission?" Luo Dang shook his head. "I'm not very clear about that. Perhaps it involves internal secrets of the Royal Knights. That friend didn't tell me much. He only mentioned one thing to me. This mission is related to the Higanbana demon." "Higanbana demon? Is it another ancient evil god?" Chu Chen muttered. In the academy, there was a course specifically about knowledge related to ancient evil gods. Among them was a textbook called Evil God Manual, which they often used, so Chu Chen had some impression of the name Higanbana demon. Luo Dang nodded. "Yes, it is the ancient evil god of Sequence 44. Sequence 44. Chu Chen repeated, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. Today, he only defeated the Dark Dragon of Sequence 193, and moreover, the opponent was in an extremely weakened state. Even so, his forbidden curse could not crush it. If it weren't for a twist of fate, summoning more than 10,000 barbaric beasts in advance, the outcome of this battle is really hard to say. Not enough. I need to be even stronger." Chu Chen clenched his fists tightly, determined in his heart. Whether it's for his sister or for himself, he must become even more powerful. The road ahead is long and arduous. He understands that his journey is far from over. Seeing Chu Chen suddenly fall silent, Luo Dang comforted him. "Don't think too much. Focus on what's in front of you first. Have you figured out how to explain to the people outside when you get out?" Chu Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Forcing down his heavy heart, he forced a smile, then opened his eyes and said, "I've figured it out. I'm going to blame that old man Xinxingchen for everything. They're coming out. Quick, capture the whole scene." Countless people surrounded the trial square. Journalists from major media outlets, platform anchors all aimed their cameras at the entrance to the secret realm. It won't be long before Chu Chen and Luo Dang come out from there. The new and old generation of urban heroes, fighting side by side, triumphant return. What a ceremonial and heritage-filled scene. As long as it's filmed well, with a little gimmick, the traffic will definitely be overflowing. Soon, to the anticipation of the crowd, the two figures gradually appeared. Chu Chen and Luo Dang had just steadied themselves when they were immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. Of course, they were mainly focused on Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, can you tell us how you defeated the Dark Dragon? You're just a new graduate who recently changed jobs. How did you gain such powerful abilities? Were you scared at that time?" Despite being prepared in advance, suddenly becoming the center of attention for hundreds of thousands of people on the scene made Chu Chen a bit nervous. Ahem. He waved his hand, pretending to be nonchalant. "Well, I can't reveal too much. Because in the battle with the Dark Dragon, it was mainly my master who was controlling from afar, so my role was not that significant." This statement caused a commotion on the scene. "Who is your master? Is he here? Can you bring him out to meet everyone?" Chu Chen chuckled. "That might not be convenient. My master is Elder Xinxingchen of the Spirit Cultivation Church, but he is not in Jiangling now." Boom! Mentioning Xinxingchen, the crowd suddenly erupted into a huge commotion. No one could have imagined that today's urban defense battle would be related to that esteemed person. Subsequently, the reporters asked again, "Chu Chen, why do you call Elder Xin your master? Are you his disciple? Have you already joined the Spirit Cultivation Church and become one of them? Really? I don't believe it." Chu Chen successfully diverted the attention to Xinxingchen, smiling triumphantly. "Alright, let me show you something. Immediately, he rolled up his sleeves and raised his arm. On his right forearm, there was a golden triangular emblem. That was the emblem of the Spirit Cultivation Church. Chu Chen had indeed joined the Spirit Cultivation Church. Instantly, the crowd went wild, looking at their excited faces, as if they had joined the Spirit Cultivation Church themselves. The reporters became even more excited, bombarding Chu Chen with questions. On the high platform, Ma Boming stood at the edge, watching the situation below. Everyone was celebrating wildly, but he didn't make an effort to maintain order. The victory in today's battle had lifted the spirits of all the citizens. Letting them vent their excitement was also good. City Hall, Mayor Ma. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Ma Boming turned to look at the man running towards him in a panic, puzzled. Tulian, what are you doing here? Tulian looked anxious, at a loss for words. Mayor Ma, my son. My son hasn't come out. I can't reach him. Is he still in the secret realm? What? Hearing this, Ma Boming was also slightly surprised. During the crisis just now, the 4 major guilds all chose to protect themselves wisely and no one took action. Ma Boming had opinions about this, but Tu San was just a student participating in the graduation trial. His safety, as the city government official Ma Boming, was still his responsibility. Don't worry, I will send people to search the interior of the secret realm. Or you can ask Luo Dang later, he might know about Tu San's situation in the secret realm. I'll go now. Tu Lian lost his son, how could he wait? He went straight to Luo Dang. Pushing through the crowded people, he walked to the front. The first thing he saw was Chu Chen, surrounded by people, looking glorious. It's this brat again. My son's life and death are uncertain, but he has turned into a hero. Tu San's disappearance must be related to him. He is afraid that Tu San will snatch the spot of the repairing spirit church, so he used despicable means to harm Tu San. As the thoughts became clearer, Tu Lian's anger rose, and he shouted, Chu Chen, you little beast, what have you done to my son? Tu Lian usually paid attention to his health, so his voice was full of energy, attracting everyone's attention. Click, click. The sharp-eyed reporters quickly aimed their cameras at Tu Lian and started snapping photos. This might turn out to be a big scoop. Chu Chen, standing in front, scratched his head in confusion. Your son? Oh, I remember now, that kid with a bad brain, right? I didn't see him. If I had seen him, I would have definitely saved him. Chu Chen was not lying about this. Although they had conflicts before, it was not a matter of life and death. Moreover, he and Luo Dang had saved tens of thousands of students in the secret realm. If he saw Tu San, he would have saved him as well. But the problem was, he really didn't see him. Stop talking nonsense to me. Tu Lian roared, my son Tu San is missing. It must be you playing tricks. You were afraid he would snatch the spot of the repairing spirit church, so you used despicable means to harm him. Are you jealous and harboring evil intentions? Faced with Tu Lian's questioning, Chu Chen was at a loss. He blinked his eyes, full of question marks. Are people this confident nowadays? Am I jealous of Tu San? Is this guy joking? And it's not even funny. Before Chu Chen could say anything, the reporters on the side couldn't hold back either. President Tu, why don't you stop embarrassing yourself here? Yeah, Chu Chen's strength is obvious to all. Your son can't even compare to him, so don't come here to make a scene. President Tu, don't act like a clown being sarcastically mocked by a group of reporters. Tu Lian's face turned red with anger. At this moment, Luo Dang also spoke up, President Tu, I can testify. When the students were running out of the secret realm, Chu Chen was entangled with the dark dragon in the air. How could he have had time to harm your son? With Luo Dang's words, Tu Lian knew that continuing to argue was meaningless. Alright, I was impulsive this time, but Chu Chen, you wait. If I find out that you harmed my son, I will definitely tear you apart. Blaring fiercely at Chu Chen, he turned and left. After all, the most important thing now was to find Tu San. Alright, Chu Chen, let's continue. The little episode ended, and the reporters continued their interviews. However, Chu Chen adhered to one principle. Whenever the topic of the Dark Dragon was mentioned, he would shift the focus to Xin Xingchen. That old man, lazy and irritable. If you have the guts, go ask him. Scare you to death. 1 hour later, Ma Boming saw that it was almost enough and ordered the dispersal of the crowd in the square. There had just been a big battle here, and repairs were needed. The reporters had asked almost all the questions they could, and they all left. Chu Chen regained his freedom, bid farewell to Luo Dang, and quickly slipped away. Today was supposed to be the graduation trial for the new students, but now, no one cared about the trial results at all. The only thing people were discussing was Chu Chen. Of course, there was also his master, Xin Xingchen, in a corner of the trial square. Assassin Alliance's Lu Ruffing stood there, looking at Chu Chen's departing figure. His face was gloomy, his eyes sharp, and no one knew what he was thinking. After resting for a night, early the next morning, Chu Chen headed straight to the trading post. "Lao Wei, come out and greet the guest." The office door was pushed open violently, and Wei Suanan looked up. When he saw who it was, stars appeared in his eyes. "Oh, our great hero has arrived. Quick, take a seat, take a seat." Wei Suanan hurriedly helped Chu Chen to his seat, patting his back continuously. "Great hero Chu, you have brought glory to our Jiangling city. Your deeds have probably spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. By the way, you must have found some good stuff from the Dark Dragon, right? How about showing it to us?" Chu Chen rolled his eyes. You really can't go 3 sentences without mentioning business. However, he had come this time to make a deal. Without much ado, he first took out the 7-star material, the dark gold dragon scale. "Lao Wei, can you help me see what this thing is for?" Wei Suanan took the dragon scale, and his eye of insight easily saw through the information. "Wow, this is a rare forging material that can be used to upgrade equipment up to artifacts and below. This is a good thing. You see, every time you upgrade equipment, the attributes and effects will increase significantly." Hearing this, Chu Chen felt happy. The dark gold dragon scale could be used to upgrade artifacts. Does this mean that his ancient divine authority could become even stronger? If I want to forge an artifact, how should I go about it? Chu Chen continued to inquire. Wei Suanan shook his head with a wry smile. "I can't help you with that. You need to find a high-level forging master. But I can provide you with the material recipe." "Recipe?" Chu Chen was taken aback. "Are you saying that to forge an artifact, you need other materials besides this dragon scale?" "Of course," Wei Suanan said matter-of-factly. "Forging artifacts is no small matter. It requires a lot of materials. Moreover, the forging master must be at least at the 7th rank to qualify for touching artifacts." After saying that, he raised his eyebrows, leaned in close to Chu Chen. "Mr. Chu, the artifact you want to forge, is it from the dark dragon you killed? Do you mind showing it to us?" Chu Chen kicked him away, wiping his face with disgust. Speaking so close, spittle was flying. "Stop the nonsense, quickly tell me the material recipe." Wei Suanan grinned. "Equipment can undergo multiple stages of forging. The higher the level, the more materials are needed. If I'm not mistaken, your artifact should not have been forged yet, so you only need the materials for the first stage. There are 3 in total, namely the dark gold dragon scale, the 1,000-year ice crystal, and the fire of order." Chu Chen secretly noted them down and asked, "Do you have the other 2 for sale?" Wei Suanan searched his mind for a moment. "There is a fire of order up for auction, but the 1,000-year ice crystal is no longer available." Hearing this, Chu Chen was somewhat skeptical. "Is that true? Don't you need to check?" He. Wei Suanan smiled smugly, pointing to his head. "Mr. Chu, my memory is naturally amazing. I know exactly what goods are received and sold in this huge trading post every day. Even if it was a month ago, the girls who come in and out of our exchange, no matter what color panties they wear, I get lost." Chu Chen interrupted him with disdain. "Too disgusting, control yourself. How much is that material? Hurry up and buy it for me." "Got it," Wei Suanan replied, then led Chu Chen to the self-service trading equipment. After a few operations, he turned to Chu Chen and said, "Look, the flame of order, fixed price, 30 million gold coins." Chu Chen leaned over to take a look. 30 million. Doesn't seem expensive. You don't know about this. Wei Suanan explained while purchasing the flame of order. The money for this material is just the beginning. To forge artifacts, the main cost is for the blacksmith, which is not a small expense. Here, take it. After finishing the transaction, he applied for the trade with Chu Chen, placed the flame of order, and added 12 million gold coins. You've sold all the equipment you had before, totaling 42 million gold coins. After deducting the money for the flame of order, you have 12 million left. After receiving it, Chu Chen suddenly remembered something. Don't you need to deduct a fee? Oh no, I forgot. Wei Suanan pretended to be surprised, exaggerating his acting skills. Then he grinned. It's okay, forget about it. Consider this service free for you this time. But, the dark dragon, it must have given you a lot of good things, right? If you want to sell them, can you also list them on our exchange? Chu Chen rolled his eyes. I was planning to give them to you anyway, why play these tricks? Wei Suanan, caught in his thoughts, twisted his body and even blushed. Looking even more disgusting. Chu Chen applied for the trade, through all the equipment he had harvested yesterday, mostly orange gold equipment, and 2 red spiritual weapons. Oh my god, level 90 spiritual weapons? And 2 of them. Mr. Chu, you are truly my lucky star. Too bad I'm not a woman, otherwise I would definitely make you happy tonight. Shut up, Chu Chen roared, attracting the attention of many people in the hall. He couldn't afford to lose face, so he quickly pulled Wei Suanan to a corner. Can you calm down? Can you keep quiet? Otherwise, I won't give them to you. Wei Suanan quickly covered his mouth with both hands and nodded obediently. His eyes were shining, almost turning into gold coins. That's about right. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Chen, still worried, asked again, Can you guarantee not to make a sound? Wei Suanan nodded again. Then, Chu Chen resumed the trade and put up the ancient glass spear. Put! Wei Suanan saw it and immediately sprayed out, his eyes bulging like a toad. Seeing something was wrong, Chu Chen quickly pressed his hands to cover his mouth, preventing him from making a sound. Wei Suanan was ecstatic. I received a level 100 artifact. I have to call my mom. Her son has made it. 10 minutes later, Chu Chen saw that he had calmed down, then let go of his hands. Seriously, old Wei, you run an exchange, yet you get so excited seeing an artifact? Wei Suanan wiped his mouth, breathing heavily. You don't know. Our Jiangling city is a small place. Encountering artifacts is extremely rare. Even if a few occasionally appear, they are all digested internally by those big guilds. How could they pass through our exchange? I have to tell you, this level 100 artifact is the first time I've seen one. Chu Chen shook his head with a smile. Alright, take your time to sell it. Yes, there's one more thing I need to ask you. Wei Suanan's expression turned serious. You can count on Wei to die for you. Not to the point, not to the point. Chu Chen took out the skill book wrapped in black mist and handed it to Wei Suanan. The skill book needs to be identified. Can you handle it? No problem. Taking the skill book, Wei Suanan patted his chest. My eye of insight also has identification function. After saying that, his eyes flashed with a burst of light. Chu Chen hurriedly asked, What is this? Wei Suanan shrugged. Identification skill. Chu Chen glanced at him sideways. I know you are using identification skill. I'm asking what this skill book is? Wei Suanan also glanced back sideways. I am using identification skill, and the skill book I identified is also identification skill. Chu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense and snatched the skill book back. Identification skill, LV. 20, second tier skill, occupation restriction, none. Damn. He actually used identification skill to identify identification skill. Alright, nothing else. By the way, do you know where to find the 1000-year ice crystal? Ice Spirit Palace. Wei Suanan said without hesitation, that is the highest level map in our Jiangling city. I remember it very clearly. Okay, busy yourself, I'm leaving. With a target in mind, Chu Chen didn't delay and turned to leave. Wei Suanan was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, Hey, Mr. Chu, Ice Spirit Palace is a level 300 map. It's very dangerous, don't go there easily. Chu Chen waved his hand without looking back and walked out of the trading hall. At that moment, in a corner, an ordinary-looking man watched the direction Chu Chen left. After Chu Chen's figure disappeared, he picked up a communicator and whispered, Notify the head of the family. Chu Chen went to Ice Spirit Palace. South of Jiangling City, headquarters of the Vermilion Bird Guild. This mansion was built by the sea and covered a vast area. At this moment, the mansion was brightly lit and extravagantly decorated. The two family had originally planned to celebrate two happy occasions. One was to welcome Xinxingchen, and the other was to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Tu Tsang. But now, Xinxingchen did not come, and Tu Tsang was missing. After a day of searching, there was still no trace. It could be concluded that Tu Tsang was dead. In the courtyard, the head of the family, Tu Lian, sat in the main seat, his face extremely dark. Sitting below were the middle and senior members of the guild. Today, he summoned everyone for one thing, to avenge Tu Tsang and kill Chu Chen. Although there were many people present, Tu Lian did not speak, and they all remained silent. After a while, a man in red armor walked in. The Lietian team belonged to the Vermilion Bird Guild and was an elite force personally trained by Tu Lian. This man in red armor was the captain of the Lietian team, Han Tai. Head of the family, there is news about Chu Chen. He is heading to Ice Spirit Palace. Hearing this, Tu Lian suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a strong killing intent. Good, he is seeking his own death. Han Tai, lead the team yourself and go kill him for me. Han Tai hesitated for a moment. Head of the family, he is now a hero in Jiangling City. If we kill him, we will become enemies of the people of Jiangling. Smack! Tu Lian was furious and slapped him. What hero nonsense! He himself admitted that it was Xinxingchen who killed the Dark Dragon. What does it have to do with him? This little bastard is just seeking fame and reputation. Moreover, he envied my son Tu Tsang, took his spot, and even plotted against him. I will definitely make him suffer 1,000 cuts. Faced with Tu Lian's anger, Han Tai quickly bowed. I understand, head of the family, wait for my news. Immediately, he turned to the people behind him and said, Lietian team, follow me to Ice Spirit Palace. At the entrance of Ice Spirit Palace, Shu Chen shivered, it's damn cold. Rubbing his hands, he entered the instance. Soon, the monster guarding the palace gate came forward. Name, Ice-Sealed Centaur Beast, Attribute, Divine Beast, Level, LV, 270, Health, 1500W/1500W, Constitution, 4113, Strength, 4416, Wisdom, 3927, Agility, 4046, Spirit, 3379, Combat Power Value, Skills, Ice-Sealed Charge, War Roar, Spear Swing, Introduction. A divine beast, half human and half horse, sealed in ice here, guarding the palace for thousands of years. Weakness, slow movements, can be attacked from behind. The attributes are quite average, except for health, it's similar to a weakened dark dragon. But in terms of skills, it's a world of difference. After all, it's just a small monster, there's no comparison. Now, at level 290, Shu Chen could see through the information at a glance. He could even see the weaknesses. On the way here, Shu Chen casually learned the appraisal technique. Then, he transformed it into a forbidden curse, White Zealot's Heart. White Zealot's Heart, the holy beast White Zealot understands all things in the world and can see through all information without restrictions. If I use my White Zealot's Heart to look at my Perot necklace, what will happen? Is there a bug? Shu Chen was very curious. Infernal catastrophe. The fire element burst, directly clearing the monster at the entrance. There was no choice, he needed to find the boss to get materials and control the skill's power. Otherwise, standing at the entrance and casting a few forbidden curses, this instance would be completed. With a helpless shake of his head, Shu Chen walked inside. Ding ding! Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Shu Chen opened the panel and found that Xinxingshan was chatting with him privately. Xinxingshan, are you there? Shu Chen, what's up? Xinxingshan, hee, I heard you caused quite a stir in Jiangling City? Shu Chen, not really, just killed a monster. Xinxingshan, hee, then why are a bunch of reporters coming to interview me? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Shu Chen, I don't know. Xinxingshan, hee. Shu Chen, can you stop saying hee all the time? It's like mocking someone. Xinxingshan, I know, I'm mocking you. Xinxingshan, hee. Shu Chen, you're not really going to get angry with me, a kid, right? Xinxingshan, forget it, come to Deep Sea City when you have time, I have a task for you. Shu Chen, what task? Xinxingshan, you'll know when you get here, at the latest the day after tomorrow. Xinxingshan, 22:41. After sending the coordinates, Xinxingshan directly ended the chat. Shu Chen wiped his cold sweat. Luckily, I managed to fool him. I wonder how this old guy will retaliate against me. Oh well, I have to go to the big city to pick up the fourth turn task and then go there after collecting the materials. With a determined mind, Shu Chen continued walking forward. Suddenly, a commotion came from behind. It seemed like someone was coming. Shu Chen turned around in confusion. As the footsteps approached, a team of 10 people appeared at the entrance of the palace. Get him, kill him. The leader didn't hesitate and gave the order directly. Then, the 10 people surrounded Shu Chen. Crescent slash. Explosive bow. Charge. Seeing a bunch of skills coming towards him, Shu Chen smiled slightly. Soul binding dance. Swish. The violent wind element swept over, directly immobilizing the 10 people, while blood-red damage values floated above their heads. Instant kill. Thud. Thud. 10 bodies fell to the ground, their faces frozen in terror. So weak, what are you trying to do? If you want to level up your team, go fight your monsters, I'm not going to compete with you. Why do you have to fight as soon as you come in? Shu Chen shook his head regretfully. Killing people won't explode loot, otherwise, looking at these people are around level 5, there should be some good stuff on them. To solve the crisis, Shu Chen continued to walk into the passage. This Ice Spirit Palace is not only freezing to death but also particularly large. What's even more annoying is that the interior is built like a maze. Shu Chen reasonably suspects that those centaurs are not willing to be gatekeepers at all, but they simply don't know the way inside. Shu Chen is annoyed to death. If it weren't for finding the boss, he really wanted to cast a spell to flatten this place. Clearing out the small monsters along the way, half an hour later, Shu Chen passed through the end of the passage and finally arrived at a spacious hall. Above the hall, an ice-sealed throne stood in the center, with a giant wrapped in ice sitting on the throne, seemingly asleep. Name, Ice-Sealed King, Epic Boss, Attribute, Giant, Level, LV, 350, Health, 4000W/4000W, Constitution, 7376, Strength, 7491, Wisdom, 8288, Agility, 6305, Spirit, 5246, Combat Power Value, Skills, Ice Sealed Roar, Reign over the World, War Soul Summon, Soul Dominance, Heavy Hammer, Weakness, Slow Movements, can be attacked from behind. Shu Chen was a bit speechless. So all these monsters have the same weakness? Let me vent my anger first, give me a break. Purgatory. Ha! Just as he was about to cast a spell, Shu Chen suddenly noticed a gem embedded in the ice seal thrown under the boss's buttocks, shimmering with a strange light that didn't match the color scheme of the rest of the hall. Shu Chen held back the spell and used the Heart of Baizhe to investigate. Material, 1000-year ice crystal, level? Introduction, originally a common gem, affected by the cold air of the ice-sealed king, it turned into a 1000-year ice crystal. Shu Chen? What's going on? The boss hasn't even been fought yet, and the material pops out on its own? Shu Chen looked around, a bit at a loss. Is this boss too hospitable? It made him feel a bit embarrassed to even start. Think about it, breaking into someone's place, not only taking things but also beating them up, isn't that quite rude? Forget it, let's get the material first. The ice seal throne is probably over 10 meters high. Shu Chen spread his wind spirit wings and flew to the side of the boss. The 1000-year ice crystal was embedded in the armrest. Without hesitation, Shu Chen reached out to grab it. Ha! Why is water coming out? After fiddling for a while, the 1000-year ice crystal didn't budge at all, but Shu Chen ended up with water stains all over his hands. No, it's melting. He suddenly looked up, only to see the ice-sealed king awakening, the ice on its body melting rapidly. Its deep blue eyes were glaring angrily at him. Crack! The ice blocks surrounding its body shattered, and the ice-sealed king swung its massive right arm towards Shu Chen. When the boss was sitting down, it was almost 30 meters high. With such a huge body, its speed was naturally not that fast. With the wind spirit wings, Shu Chen easily dodged to the side. Bang! The boss's heavy blow, unable to stop in time, slammed onto Shu Chen's left arm. Ah! Whether out of anger or pain, the boss let out a roar and stood up. With a towering body of over 40 meters, it almost filled the entire space. Foolish human, dare to disturb this king, prepare to die. Shu Chen froze in midair, rolling his eyes. Here we go again. These bosses, it's either foolish humans or lowly humans every time they open their mouths. Isn't there anything new? Who designed the lines? If you don't have ink in your stomach, go home and read more books, okay? After silently complaining in his heart, Shu Chen challenged the boss. Stop talking nonsense, come chase me if you dare. He moved his body, trying to lead the boss elsewhere. In a normal battle, casting a forbidden curse would instantly defeat the boss, and then he could collect the loot. But now the loot had jumped out on its own, and Shu Chen wasn't sure if his skills would damage it. He had never fought this kind of battle before, so he was unsure. The boss was too close to the chair at the moment, and rushing over would result in an attack. So, he decided to lead the boss away, pick up the 1000-year ice crystal first, and then make his move. Trying to escape? Coward! The voice of the ice-sealed king echoed throughout the entire hall. Then he took heavy steps and began to pursue. Good, if I can lure it out, it will be easier. Seeing the boss start to move, Shu Chen quickly expanded his body and flew towards the entrance of the hall. However, when he stood at the entrance of the hall and turned to look, the ice-sealed king had only taken half a step. After a while, thud. The ground shook as the boss's footsteps landed, completing that step. Shu Chen was dumbfounded. No, bro. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Humph. The ice-sealed king exhaled a cold breath. Do you think you can escape? I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Shu Chen was cursing in his heart. Stop reciting your crappy lines. Can you walk a few steps faster? At that moment, he understood why the boss had placed the 1000-year ice crystal in such a conspicuous place. It knew that he was too slow, deliberately luring him over for a surprise attack. Thud! Several minutes later, the ice-sealed king finally completed the second step. Shu Chen looked speechless as he realized that those two steps covered about 10 meters. Let's just do it like this. Tired of waiting, Shu Chen spread his wind spirit wings and prepared to fly over to dig out the ice crystal. Found it, over here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Shu Chen turned to see another 10-person team rushing in from outside the hall, entering one by one. They were dressed in fiery red armor, just like the previous 10 people. It was a coincidence the first time, but if it happened twice, things were probably not that simple. Are these people specifically coming for me? Shu Chen also noticed the clues and muttered to himself. Despicable humans, you actually have helpers. Do you think I don't have any? Come out, ice-sealed warsoul. The ice-sealed king opened his arms, and his palms lit up with a blue cold light. In an instant, the ice covering the hall began to crack, and countless armored warriors crawled out from the cracks. What should we do? Someone in the 10-person team asked. The leader immediately ordered, Kill them first. Oof. Chu Chen sneered. Kill me? If I weren't worried about the materials being destroyed, you wouldn't even have the chance to say that. In the end, it's the 1,000-year ice crystal that's allowing you to live a little longer. Swish! Chu Chen didn't waste any time. He maximized his speed and broke out of the encirclement of the 10-person team. In the blink of an eye, he arrived next to the ice seal throne. With the 0.1% power of the purgatory catastrophe, he blasted around the 1,000-year ice crystal. 10 consecutive shots, and he directly melted a hole where the crystal was. Then, the ice seal throne couldn't withstand the high temperature and began to melt, filling the hole with water. Chu Chen quickly stuck his fingers into the hole and dug fiercely. Snap! This time, he managed to dig out the 1,000-year ice crystal in one go. Charge! The soldiers summoned by the ice-sealed king rushed over, some of them at high speed. Chu Chen quickly stashed the ice crystal in his backpack and flew behind the boss. The hundreds of armored warriors below lost their target and began to attack a team of 10. Seeing the situation turning bad, they turned and ran outward. Now you want to run? Didn't you want to kill me? Hee hee. Die. Boom. The double-powered hell catastrophe struck, spreading an endless sea of fire all around. The team of 10 had nowhere to hide and was wiped out in an instant. And the blood bar of the ice-sealed king was directly emptied. Due to attribute restraint, even a level 300 boss, Chu Chen still unleashed explosive output. Ah! Stupid! Humans! After leaving his last words, the ice-sealed king's body suddenly fell, then completely melted. Its huge body, after turning into water, directly flooded the hall. Chu Chen quickly flew to a high place, constantly amazed. Wow, this boss! So much water! When the water flowed outside, Chu Chen finally landed. After a quick glance, there were no fresh items among the spoils, so he collected them all in his backpack. With the Millennium Ice Crystal in hand, Chu Chen didn't linger and left the Ice Spirit Palace directly. Returning the same way, walking out from the main gate, Chu Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Outside the palace, another group of people in red appeared. Dogskin plaster. Chu Chen muttered and walked up to them. Seeing Chu Chen, Han Tai was not surprised. He smirked coldly and said, "You did come out alive after all. I knew they were no match for you." Chu Chen looked Han Tai up and down and noticed that his attire was different from the others, clearly indicating he was the leader. He sneered, "You knew they were no match for me, yet you let them in? You bosses all like to send your underlings to die as cannon fodder first, don't you?" At his words, Han Tai's face changed. Before he could speak, Chu Chen continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you are also sent here as cannon fodder by someone else, right? Speak up, who is behind you?" Han Tai's face turned red and then pale. Immediately, he brandished his weapon and said coldly, "Yes, I am cannon fodder, so what? Today, I will show you that even cannon fodder comes in different grades. Attack!" With his command, 20 members of the Leet Yang squad rushed towards Chu Chen. Wind Spirit Wings. Chu Chen spread his elf wings and flew directly into the crowd. This skill was considered one of his lowest damage outputs, but it was enough to deal with these cannon fodders. Watching his subordinates being wiped out instantly, Han Tai was stunned on the spot. The people he brought were the elites of the Leet Yang squad, at least above the third transformation. Some of them had even reached level 90, although they hadn't completed the fourth transformation task. Their combat power had exceeded 10,000. But they were easily wiped out by Chu Chen? How is that possible? Han Tai tensed up, sweat dripping down his face. Could it be that killing the Dark Dragon was not all orchestrated by Shin Xingchen behind the scenes? Who is this person, really? Han Tai had always been a smart and pragmatic person. He swallowed hard and then threw his weapon aside, kneeling down with a plop. A series of actions flowed smoothly. Please, spare me." Chu Chen almost laughed, spreading his hands. "I can spare you, but tell me who sent you?" I'll tell you. Han Tai knocked his head frantically and said, "It's Tu Lien. Tu Lien, that old guy asked me to kill you. It's really none of my business." Chu Chen tilted his head. "Huh? What did you say? I didn't catch that." Han Tai was instantly confused. I said it's all right." Chu Chen didn't give him another chance. "It seems you won't betray your master even if you die. You're quite a tough nut. Then I'll give you a quick one." Boom! The skyfire struck, and Han Tai turned into ashes. "Tulin, this old turtle." Chu Chen's eyes flashed with anger. In the previous few conflicts, he didn't pay much attention. But he didn't expect that Tulin would actually have murderous intentions towards him. He knew he couldn't bear it anymore. The other party had already crossed the line, and if he continued to endure, he would truly become a chamber pot. Chu Chen's face darkened, his spirit wings spread out, and he flew directly into the sky. Vermilion Bird Guild Headquarters, 2 Family. In the courtyard, there was a spirit silk wooden coffin, in front of which was a tablet. Tulin lay on the coffin, crying loudly. That cry was so heartbreaking and sorrowful. Those who didn't know would think he had lost a son. Of course, he did lose his son. Tu Tsong's body couldn't be found. Inside the coffin were some clothes he wore when he was alive. After crying for a while, a middle-aged man came over and helped Tulin to sit on a chair. This person was Tulin's younger brother, Tu Kan. Big brother, don't be so sad, mourn. When the news of Chu Chen's death comes, Shoutsong can be buried. Other members also said in unison, please mourn, President. After Tulin sat down steadily, he wiped away his tears. When his breathing calmed down, he said in a deep voice, where is Han Tai? Why hasn't he come back yet? Tu Kan comforted, big brother, don't worry, I just contacted him, he didn't respond, he should still be in battle. This useless guy, getting more and more sluggish. Tulin cursed, then said to Tu Kan, go bring the cold jade lion mane horse, and it will accompany Tsong for burial. Okay. Tu Kan replied, and soon brought a pure white horse. In the Blue Star, the pet beasts were divided into 4 levels, demon, spirit, god, and saint, each level had 10 ranks. This cold jade lion mane horse was a 7-rank divine beast. Tu Tsong used to ask for this all the time, but Tulin didn't buy it for him, after all, it was worth over 30 billion. Today, he planned to give it to Tu Tsong at his birthday party. But unexpectedly, the birthday turned into a memorial day, and the gift turned into an offering. Tu Kan brought the horse to the side of the coffin, sat back, and comforted Tulin, big brother, don't worry, Chu Chen won't survive. Even if Han Tai is not up to the task, don't we still have you and me? I, a dignified 5th-level mountain-moving warrior, plus you, a 7th-level soul controller, are we afraid we can't kill that kid? That's right. As Tu Kan's voice fell, other members also echoed one after another. The President and the Second Lord don't need to take action, we, the members, are not to be trifled with. Tulin nodded, then waved his hand and went back to his room. When he was gone, everyone seemed much more relaxed. Tu Kan took a sip of tea and said, speaking of Chu Chen, I think of Chu Shi and those little girls. Hearing this, several members joked, what, Second Lord, after so many years, you still miss her? Ha, Second Lord is quite a romantic guy. Exactly, Second Lord, you don't want to marry her, do you? I heard she's dead. Tu Kan disdainfully said, would I marry such trash? Oh, someone else teased, does the Second Lord know something? Tell us. Tu Kan showed a contemptuous smile, who doesn't know about her scandals? Do you think she entered the Royal Knights by strength? Ha, who knows how many men's beds she's been in? Such trash, it's better if she's dead. If she's still alive, I'll make sure to bring her over one day and let everyone have a go. After all, she does look pretty good, ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, thank you, Second Lord, for thinking of us, ha ha. In the courtyard, a group of people laughed recklessly. They did not notice that Chu Chen was sitting on the roof, his face extremely gloomy. When he flew to the Tu family, he originally intended to break through the protective barrier directly. However, using the insight of the White Zealot, he saw a flaw in the barrier and quietly slipped in. He hid on the roof, intending to eavesdrop on what they were up to. Unexpectedly, he heard these people insulting his sister. Chu Chen lowered his head, the shadow of his bangs covering his eyes. He felt like he was in an icy cave, breathing heavily, even his blood exuding a chilling coldness. At that moment, he only wanted to kill. Soul-binding dance. The wind element forbidden curse swept in. Ah, what's going on? I can't move. Someone is attacking. Chu Chen deliberately controlled his power, not intending to kill them. He wanted these people to see their own faces before they died. Even in the depths of hell, they would still tremble and wail at the thought of him. The wind spirit wings spread out, and Chu Chen slowly descended into the courtyard. Still laughing? His voice was as cold as ice as he looked at Tu Kan. Tu Kan was hit by the soul-binding dance, although only losing 1/5 of his health, he was under a control effect and couldn't move. You are Chu Chen? Tu Kan was not stupid and naturally guessed who this killer-like young man was. Hui. At this moment, the cold jade lion mane horse saw its owner being attacked and charged straight at Chu Chen. It was immune to control effects. Chu Chen's killing intent was strong. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and rushed towards the white horse. The white horse's health bar emptied instantly from the attack of the wind spirit wings, neighing as it fell to the ground. Inside the house, Tu Lien broke free from control and rushed out, just in time to see the scene, instantly furious. Damn it, Chu Chen. How dare you kill my horse? Chu Chen smiled coldly, no need to rush, you will all join it soon. His voice was like an evil spirit from the depths of hell, devoid of any human emotion. Even Tu Lien couldn't help but shiver. Chu Chen, what do you want to do? At the words, Chu Chen raised his hand slightly, fire elements swirling around him. I'm here just to teach you all my principles of action. First, those who insult my loved ones. will be killed without mercy. Chu Chen's gaze was icy, and the raging fire elements gathered. This power is so strong. Tu Lian's expression changed drastically, then he gripped the short staff in his hand and waved it in the air. Forbidden! Swish! A red light ring instantly enveloped Chu Chen. At the same time, the fire elements on him dissipated as if extinguished. This is a forbidden magic effect? Chu Chen was secretly surprised, looking at his system panel. All his skill icons were marked with a red slash, unable to be used. The forbidden magic effect was the bane of mages. However, while the other skill icons were dimmed, Emergence of the Azure Sea was still lit up. This water element forbidden curse, although lacking in damage, had an unparalleled control effect. Even under the forbidden magic state, it could still be released. Hee hee, little bastard, are you speechless? Tu Lian laughed triumphantly, his eyes wild. You think you're something just because you've made a little splash, arrogant and conceited, daring to intrude into my Vermilion Phoenix Guild alone. Don't think that the Spirit Teaching Church is covering for you. I dare not touch you. You killed my son, now I will make you pay. Explode. With a loud shout, over a dozen blood-red orbs appeared around Chu Chen, tightly trapping him. Soul Controller's 6th tier skill, Crimson Burst, unmatched in power. In terms of single-target burst ability, it could even rival that of a same-level archer. You talk too much. Chu Chen's face was indifferent as he said calmly. Immediately after Emergence of the Azure Sea, Wind Spirit Wings. After breaking free from control, the elf wings reappeared. At this moment, the crimson explosion of the slaughter was also completed, chanting, boom! Dozens of blood cells burst simultaneously, as if they were going to shatter Chu Chen and the space around him. 6th tier skill, terrifying. However, above Chu Chen's head, only a white number floated according to priority. The Wind Spirit Feather Wings' 99% damage reduction would trigger first, followed by the Guild Buff's 5% damage reduction, and the final damage value would be calculated. After the bombardment, Chu Chen stood motionless, proud and upright. He casually used 2 fingers to pat his shoulder, brushing off the dust there. Then, he looked at the slaughter. Have you eaten? You! The slaughter was shocked, looking at Chu Chen as if he were a monster. The Crimson Explosion was his proudest skill, having defeated countless bosses above the Dominator level in seconds. But now, against a newly promoted rookie, it only caused 460,000 damage. Why is the damage so low? Could it be that I have been cultivating for years and getting weaker? Or is it that this Chu Chen is really a monster? No, it's impossible. The slaughter gritted his teeth fiercely, preparing to launch another attack. On the other side, Chu Chen smiled coldly. Oh, do you like to have someone accompany your son in burial? Then, you go down first. Swish! Chu Chen reached extreme speed, turning into a meteor and rushing to the slaughter. Then, boom! Boom! Dozens of relatively weak purgatory catastrophes instantly smashed onto the slaughter's head. The charred body fell to the ground, and Chu Chen kicked it away. He deliberately controlled the degree of skill released just now to avoid affecting others behind him. Because, for that slaughter, Chu Chen didn't intend to let him die too easily. His wings fluttered, and Chu Chen flew to the slaughter's side. Seeing his own brother being killed, the slaughter was already terrified. Although the control time of the soul binding dance had ended, he still felt numb all over and couldn't move, slumping in the chair. He usually relied on the slaughter to dominate in Jiangling, not putting anyone in his eyes. Now, with the slaughter's death, most of his spirit and soul had dissipated. Smack! -375. Chu Chen didn't use skills. He punched the slaughter in the face, knocking him and the chair over together. Then, he continued to chase, pressing the slaughter to the ground and punching him one after another. -391, -811, critical hit. -364. Chu Chen minimized the power of the Wind Spirit Feather Wings, only retaining the damage reduction effect to prevent sneak attacks. Smack! 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 Thinking of the insults the slaughter had made to his sister just now, Chu Chen's heart was as cold as ice. At this moment, he just wanted to transform into a demon and gnaw at the slaughter's flesh and blood. Smack! Smack! After who knows how long, the slaughter's face was swollen like a pig's head. Chu Chen stood up, his right fist covered in blood, with the opponent's and his own. The 5 transformed mountain-moving warrior is a warrior-class profession with naturally thick health. It was impossible to kill him by continuing like this. Moreover, Chu Chen had been fighting for so long that he was almost out of breath. Mainly, when he hit the opponent, his own hands hurt like hell. After stopping, Chu Chen looked around. Where his gaze fell, those guild officials immediately sat stiffly in their chairs, pretending to still be under the control of the soul-binding dance. Poof! Chu Chen sneered, then waved his hand, and the full firepower of the purgatory catastrophes descended, destroying the entire two-family manor. Even the protective barrier couldn't withstand it and shattered with a bang. At this moment, Shuchen suddenly remembered something. Damn, the two family must have a lot of good stuff. I should have looted it before burning it. Regretfully smacking his head, Shuchen was full of remorse. Maybe there's some treasure that's not afraid of fire, surviving, I should look for it. Thinking like this, he quickly activated the Heart of Baizé and searched around. A pile of scum's ashes, 2 broken pieces of wood, burned house, found nothing. You burned it really clean. Oh well, Shuchen shook his head in disappointment and prepared to leave this unlucky place. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that not far away, Tu-Tsung's coffin was still there, completely undamaged. What a surprise! The Heart of Baizé immediately provided feedback. Shu-Chen was stunned. What surprise could there be in a broken coffin? Could it be that this coffin could be used as material for forging or something? Hesitating for a moment, Shu-Chen still walked over. He kicked open the coffin lid and looked inside. Inside the coffin were some clothes, and those clothes seemed to contain something underneath. Shu-Chen reached out, threw the clothes aside, and then a large red egg appeared before him. He used the Heart of Baizé to investigate again. Pet egg, Cold Jade Lion Mane Horse. Introduction. The egg of the Cold Jade Lion Mane Horse can hatch into a Cold Jade Lion Mane Horse. Black lines fell on Shu-Chen's head. Holy beast Baizé. So mischievous? But, he muttered, picking up the pet egg and feeling the warmth coming from the eggshell. It's very puzzling. Why should a horse hatch from an egg? Shu-Chen pursed his lips, thinking that this Tu Lian was really sick. Not only did he bury a real horse, but he also put a horse egg in the coffin. Why must the whole family be neat and tidy? Horse egg, not bad, but now it belongs to me. Putting the red pet egg into his backpack, Shu-Chen spread his wings and flew away. Not long after, the news of the two families' extermination spread throughout the city. The government immediately sent people to seal off the scene and start investigating. Shu-Chen, acting as if nothing had happened, slept peacefully for a night and then arrived at Maple Leaf Academy. Now, the new semester had begun, and the entrance of the academy was bustling. Hey, have you heard? It seems like the Vermilion Bird Guild has been wiped out. I heard, that's one of the 4 major guilds in Jiangling, who could wipe out their entire family. It's so strange. What's so strange about it? His surname is Tu, so he was slaughtered, it's normal. Big brother, I remember your surname is Park, right? Ahem, let's talk about something else. Look, Teacher Shin is coming over. A group of energetic freshmen chatted with healthy and positive topics. Shu-Chen listened on the side, almost laughing out loud. Shu-Chen. Shin Xinling walked out of the school gate, looking tired as she had been busy receiving new students for several days. Walking up to Shu-Chen, she wiped her sweat and asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Shu-Chen nodded. "Teacher Shin, I'm going to leave Jiangling soon, so I thought I'd say goodbye to you." "Leaving Jiangling?" Shin Xinling was slightly surprised, but then she understood. "Right, you've joined the Spirit Cultivation Church, it's time for you to go out and explore. After all, Jiangling is just a small city, you can't stay here forever. So when are you ready to leave?" "I'll leave early tomorrow morning," Shu-Chen replied. Hearing this, Shin Xinling seemed a bit disappointed and reluctant, but she still smiled and said, "So soon? I've been a bit busy lately, how about you wait for 2 more days, and I'll arrange a farewell banquet for you." No need to bother. Shu-Chen quickly waved his hand. This damn Shin Xingchen, the old guy, set the latest time for himself to go find him tomorrow. The issue of framing him before had not been resolved, and Shu-Chen didn't want to provoke him again. This old guy was not an easy one to deal with. "I've already reached level 90, so I want to go to a big city quickly and take on the 4th level mission." Well said. Shu-Chen gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. The reason sounded quite impressive. 4th transformation? Shin Xinling was surprised, then nodded. "Yes, with the elder of the spirit cult taking care of you like this, it's normal to level up faster." "Alright then, I won't delay you, remember to come back and visit often." "Yes, I will," Shu-Chen replied, then took out the 4th tier archer skill book, Long River Sunset, from his backpack. "Teacher Shin, my sister and I have been under your care since the day we entered the academy. I don't have anything valuable to give, so please accept this skill book." "No, how can I accept your things?" Shin Xinling quickly declined. "This is my heartfelt gift, please accept it." Shu-Chen didn't trade, but directly sent it to Shin Xinling via email. "Teacher Shin, I won't disturb your work, I will come back to see you." With that, he left Maple Leaf Academy. After walking a distance, he turned around and looked at the red maple leaf emblem on the academy gate. He remembered when Shushi first entered the academy, he was only 13 years old and could only stay in the junior academy, playing with a group of kids. Even though he was mature at that time, in the era of universal job change, without changing jobs, even if his brain was sharp, he could only deceive other kids for candy in the junior academy. At that time, he had always hoped that one day he could enter Maple Leaf Academy and complete the job change to dominate the world. Now, he had achieved it, but his sister was missing. With a sigh, Shu Chen came back to his senses and continued walking away. After bidding farewell to Teacher Shin, he wanted to go see Luo Dang. In Jiangling City, only these two people made Shu Chen miss them. What should I give him? Shu Chen was a bit puzzled. General Luo was a swordsman and had already reached the 6th transformation, so there was nothing on him that Shu Chen could give him. Moreover, Luo Dang was a straightforward person and wouldn't accept expensive gifts. I got it. After thinking for a while, Shu Chen clapped his hands, then ran into a general store and bought a straw hat. Feeling like something was missing, he went back and bought a roll of red tape. He wrapped the straw hat with a circle of red tape, smiled proudly. This looks good. He raised the straw hat high. Betting on the new era with General Luo. I won't let you down. In the future, this straw hat will represent the bond between us. Half an hour later. What? General Luo left? In the City Hall building, Shu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Why are you so excited? Sit down. Ma Boming waved his hand, motioning for Shu Chen to sit back in his chair, then poured him a cup of tea. General Luo is already a mid-level officer in the Dragon Marshal Department. He just came back for a routine break. Now that the holiday is over, of course he has to go back. Shu Chen looked sad. Is our bond broken like this? Ma Boming was puzzled. What are you talking about? Ah, nothing. Shu Chen quickly changed the subject, then placed the straw hat on the table. Mayor Ma, can you help me deliver this straw hat to General Luo? Hearing this, Ma Boming glanced at it and could probably guess that this ordinary straw hat had a special meaning, so he nodded. Don't worry, I will give it to him. You are the great hero of our Jiangling city. I will fulfill this request for you. Is there anything else? There is one more thing. Shu Chen grinned. Mayor Ma, you must be quite busy lately, right? Upon hearing this, Ma Boming was puzzled, not sure what he meant. Yes, I am busy, repairing the trial secret realm, and rearranging the city's protective barrier. And yesterday the two family was wiped out again. Sigh, it's not a small matter. Ah, yes, repairing the secret realm and the barrier is indeed a big deal. Shu Chen hesitated for a moment, then initiated a trade request. Ma Boming was surprised again. What are you doing? Shu Chen organized his words. It's like this, Mayor Ma, I'm about to leave Jiangling City. So you're not thinking of making a contribution to Jiangling before you leave? I want to donate some money to support the repair work of the barrier and the secret realm. Shu Chen also knew that the Dark Dragon at that time was completely awakened forcibly to avenge the Shadow Dragon, ran to Jiangling to find himself, and caused such great destruction. In the end, he still had some responsibility for this matter. Of course, just a little bit. So Shu Chen wanted to spend some money to buy peace of mind. Hearing Shu Chen say this, Ma Boming also showed an appreciative expression. Well done. With young people like you in Jiangling, I, and General Luo who is away, can rest assured. Come on, how much money do you plan to donate? After that, he agreed to the trade request. Shu Chen looked at his balance, with a total of 110,354,728 gold coins. He gritted his teeth and transferred all the remaining amount to Ma Boming, leaving himself a small target. Ma Boming received 10,354,728 gold coins and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Very good. Young people are straightforward in their actions, and they even have a sense of completeness. Shu Chen chuckled, stood up. All right, Mayor Ma, you're busy, I'll take my leave. After reminding about the straw hat again, he left the official building. After everything was done, Shu Chen returned to his small house and cleaned it inside and out. The next morning, he left alone. Using the wind spirit feather wings, Shu Chen flew into the sky, overlooking the entire city. Since he crossed over, he had been living in this small place and had never left. Now, he unexpectedly felt a hint of reluctance. After watching for a moment, he looked up and gazed into the distance to the north. There was his destination. Deep Sea City, here I come. Heading north all the way. Shu Chen flew for more than 2 hours and finally arrived. Deep Sea City, in the Dragon Kingdom, could be considered a first-tier city, far from the small place like Jiangling. Looking at the bustling crowd, Shu Chen found a quiet place. He opened the system panel and privately messaged Shin Xingchen. Shu Chen, Lao Shen, I've arrived in Deep Sea City, should I come find you now? Minutes passed, but there was no response from the other party. What is this old guy up to? Shu Chen muttered, sitting on a bench by the roadside. It was late spring and early summer, and the girls on the street were dressed very lightly. While waiting for Shin Xingchen's reply, he enjoyed the view. This city was known as 7 turns are as common as dogs, and 8 turns are everywhere. After observing for a while, Shu Chen found that it wasn't that exaggerated. Most of the people walking on the street were below the 4th turn. These people might look glamorous on the surface, but they might not even pass a 4th turn task behind the scenes. Ding! After 20 minutes, the system prompt finally sounded. Opening the panel again, it wasn't Xinxingchen, but Wei Suanan. Wei Suanan, Mr. Shu, good news, your ancient glass gun has been sold. Wei Suanan, the transaction price is 1 billion gold coins. Take it. Wei Suanan, transferred to you, 950 million gold coins. Shu Chen, received, thank you, Lao Wei. Quickly ending the chat, Shu Chen hurriedly checked his backpack. Including the previous remaining 1 billion, his assets now totaled 1 billion 50 million. Shu Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. 10 billion, a lifetime's worth of spending. Ding! At this moment, another message came. Xinxingchen, come to my house tonight, it's the coordinates I gave you last time. Damn! Is this old guy putting on airs? Forget about him, let's go spend some money first. Opening the navigation, he found the Deep Sea City Exchange and flew directly there. In such a big city, using flying skills wouldn't attract much attention. He arrived at the exchange and walked in. Welcome! A black silk girl in a light blue uniform greeted warmly and guided him inside. Following her, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Finally! I get to experience this too. Wei Suanan, you better never show up again. Sir, are you feeling unwell? Seeing his expression, the receptionist asked with concern. No. I want to buy something, can I use this device? He pointed to the automatic trading device, similar to the one at the Jiangling exchange. Yes. The receptionist sweetly smiled, you can operate it yourself. If you have any questions, you can call me anytime. My name is Chu Han. He awkwardly smiled, your name sounds really nice. Thank you. Receptionist Chu Han left with a smile and returned to the front desk. The rural Chu Chen then leaned over the instrument and started operating it. Now that he had money in his pocket, it was time to get some skill books. Before coming, Shu Chen carefully calculated that he hadn't learned any new forbidden spells for several days. Progress was too slow. This could lead to problems. After setting it up, Shu Chen set the filter criteria for Mage skill books below level 90. He didn't need those above level 90 for now. After some thought, he set the price below 1 billion. Then, he clicked search. There were a total of 132 books. Damn! Big cities are awesome. Don't contact Jiangling in the future, I'm afraid Deep Sea City will misunderstand. At the Jiangling exchange, he found 3 Mage skill books, and this incident lingered in Shu Chen's mind like a shadow. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he began to carefully select. Level 25 second tier skill, Fireball. Level 60 third tier skill, Super Flame. Level 80 third tier skill, Hell Thunder Light. Seeing so many Mage skill books in front of him for the first time, his decision-making disorder suddenly kicked in. 15 minutes later. It's you! Shu Chen made up his mind and chose a slightly more expensive one, a level 90 third tier skill Rage Ice Roar, with a fixed price of 55 million gold coins. It was so cheap, well within his purchasing power. After selecting the skill book, he clicked to buy it, and then a line of text appeared on the screen. The item you selected has been sold. Okay, let's try another one. Shu Chen felt a bit regretful, he really wanted an ice-type forbidden spell. After another half-day of selection, he chose the level 90 third tier skill Meteor Fire Rain and clicked to buy it. Result: the item you selected has been sold. Shu Chen was speechless. So popular? Why were Mage skill books so hard to get in a big city? He quickly refreshed the list and found only 68 left. Having learned his lesson this time, Shu Chen didn't hesitate and found a level 70 skill book. Without even looking at the name, he quickly purchased it. The item you selected has been sold. Shu Chen's face turned red, he refreshed again. This time there were 41 left, but it was obvious that a new batch had come in. Without even looking, he randomly clicked one. The item you selected has been sold. Refresh again, click again, the item you selected has been sold. Refresh again, click again, the item you selected has been sold. Damn it! Bang! Frustrated, Shu Chen kicked over the trading device. 20 minutes later, Shu Chen walked out of the exchange. Although he lost 3 million in equipment damage fees, he felt refreshed. That kick was so satisfying. Damn, what kind of freaks are the people in Deep Sea City? Their reaction speeds are getting faster one after another. It's partly my fault, I shouldn't have stopped practicing my skills back then, otherwise my reaction speed wouldn't be so slow. Sigh. We can't afford to lose traditional skills, brothers. That's a bloody lesson to learn. Walking down the long steps, Shu Chen looked around boredly. There were many professionals setting up stalls here, constantly shouting to attract customers. They had to sell their goods quickly before the city enforcement team arrived, or they might end up being dragged away along with their stalls. Level 50 warrior shoes, top quality attributes, selling cheap. Level 80 knight armor, high HP, stylish appearance, come take a look. Chu Chen activated the Bai Zhe heart and looked around as he walked. Wherever his gaze fell, he could see the attributes of those equipment. Unfortunately, there were very few items for mages. Occasionally, there were one or two pieces, but either the level was not suitable, either too high or too low. Ding! There's a surprise ahead. Again? Chu Chen complained inwardly, but he also knew that the Bai Zhe heart wouldn't deceive him. So, he took steps forward. Soon, he found a person sitting in a less crowded area. He was holding a wooden sign with crooked words written on it. Level 90 Mage Skill Book, Dispelling Light, price 100 million, if you dare to bargain, I'll cut you. Chu Chen walked over to check the person's information. Zhang Yi, occupation, Twilight Judicator, 8 Transcendence Knight, level, LV. 456, Constitution, Strength, Wisdom, Agility, Spirit, Combat Power Value, Weakness. It's useless to tell you, you can't beat him. Put. Chu Chen almost spat out blood. At level 90, he could easily kill a 7 Transcendence, but when it came to an 8 Transcendence, even the Bai Zhe heart couldn't be bothered to hint at the weakness. I'm already level 90, how come I can't beat someone who's level 456? Am I that weak? He couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. But then again, are there 8 Transcendence Knights all over Deep Sea City? Dignified 8 Transcendence Knights are setting up stalls at the entrance of the trading post. Who am I to not work hard? Chu Chen squatted down. Big brother, are you really selling this skill book for $1 billion? Yes. The man sat cross-legged on the ground. Without even looking up, he replied in a dull tone. Then, he casually touched the broadsword shining with silver light beside him. Don't mess around, no bargaining. Chu Chen quickly added the person as a friend and then requested a trade. 1 billion is 1 billion, at least he could buy it. If he went back to the trading post, he might end up breaking a few more devices. The money he would lose would be enough to buy a skill book. Encountering this 8 Transcendence big brother was also a bit of luck. The transaction was completed smoothly, and the level 94th tier skill book, Dispelling Light, entered Chu Chen's backpack. The 8 Transcendence Knight named Zhang Yi remained silent and left after the trade. Strange person. Chu Chen muttered, then looked at his backpack. He took out the skill book and started learning it. It had been a while since he learned a new skill, and he was a bit excited. Ding! Congratulations on learning the skill, Dispelling Light. Passive skill Spiritual Surge triggered, skill Dispelling Light replaced with Temple of Light. Then, he looked at his attribute panel. Chu Chen, occupation, Apostle of Elements, 3rd Transcendence, level, LV. 90 Constitution, 2497 Strength, 2089 Wisdom, 3024 Agility, 2094 Spirit, 3061 Combat Power Value, Skills, Magic Spirit Surge, Purgatory Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Sea Tide, End of Divine Path, Extraordinary Insight, Wind Spirit Wings, Soul Entanglement Dance, Heart of Bai Zhe, Temple of Light Skill. Temple of Light, active, light-based forbidden curse. Summon the power of the Temple of Light to purify all evil beings in the world. Can directly kill enemies with dark attributes. Directly kill enemies with dark attributes? TSK. This skill is the nemesis of darkness. There should be an additional passive skill. Everyone looks like they belong to the dark attribute. That would be perfect. After learning the skills, Chu Chen's trip was not in vain. The next step is to take on the 4th level mission. After all, he still has a level 100 artifact on him, the Dragon Soul Holy Robe. If he doesn't complete the 4th level advancement to level 100 soon, the clothes will start to mold. He didn't linger and went straight to the Advanced Job Change Temple using the unscrupulous navigation. The Advanced Job Change Temple, apart from its different functions, didn't look much different from the outside. It was just livelier on this side of the Deep Sea City. Chu Chen stepped in and approached the front desk. I want to take on the 4th level mission. The person sitting at the front desk, half lying on the table without even lifting their head, was indiscernible as male or female. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, they handed him a piece of paper. Fill out the form first. Chu Chen was taken aback, then took it. The form was densely packed with information to be filled out, including date of birth, hometown, alma mater, professional level, etc. Helplessly, Chu Chen could only comply with the rules and patiently started filling it out. 20 minutes later, he finally finished and handed it back. From out of town? After reviewing Chu Chen's form, the staff finally raised their head. It was a glamorous-looking girl. She glanced at Chu Chen, looking impatient. Bring your residence permit. Chu Chen couldn't help but frown. Miss, I'm just here to take on a mission. Why do I need a residence permit? Nonsense! The receptionist sharply scolded. If there are no conditions, everyone and their pets would come to our deep sea to take on missions. Wouldn't we be overwhelmed with work? If you don't have a residence permit, go get one quickly, don't waste time here. Seeing her attitude, Shu Chen also felt annoyed. He had wanted to mention Xinxingxin, but then thought it unnecessary. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves, extended his arm, and asked, "Is this enough? Why are you?" The receptionist was about to get angry when she saw the golden triangular symbol on Shu Chen's arm. "This is the Spirit Repair Church. Are you from the Spirit Repair Church?" Shu Chen coldly retracted his arm. "What do you think?" The receptionist immediately stood up, tidied herself up, and went outside. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier, this misunderstanding? All right, you want to take on the 4th level mission, right? Let's do it right away, follow me." Shu Chen sneered inwardly, sarcastically saying, "No, I have to hurry to get my residence permit." "Oh, please, don't be difficult, can we?" The receptionist came over, hugged Shu Chen's arm, and rubbed against his chest forcefully. Shu Chen was shocked and only then noticed that this girl was really wealthy and very generous. He carefully looked at the brand on her chest for a while, not for any other reason, but mainly because there was a brand name, Song Ying. Shu Chen didn't want to make things difficult for her, so he pulled back his arm and said, "Let's get on with it." Hearing this, Song Ying hurriedly led Shu Chen into the temple. After all, he was from the Spirit Repair Church, and she didn't dare to be negligent. In the past few years, they offended a group of people when they transferred to the temple. That person was the son of a senior elder of a large guild in the Deep Sea City. When he brought people to the temple to cause trouble, it was the people from the Ling Church who stepped in to calm the situation. Since then, the leaders of the temple have been polite to the people from the Ling Church. As a front desk receptionist, she naturally did not dare to provoke them. Shu Chen followed Song Ying and quickly arrived at a side hall. This was the place specifically for issuing 4th level tasks. Inside the main hall, there were no extra decorations, just a pool in the center. Song Ying pointed to the pool and looked back at Shu Chen. "Mr. Shu, the 4th level task is to be received here." Shu Chen nodded and walked over. Next to the pool, there was still a circular stone platform. When he stood on it, ripples appeared in the water, forming a line of text on the surface. "Shu Chen, current level LV 90, meets the conditions for the 4th level transfer. Please submit the Mage Profession's 4th level transfer certificate." Seeing this, Shu Chen took out a 5-colored elemental bead and placed it in his hand. At this moment, a koi fish jumped out of the water, took the bead in its mouth, and then fell back into the water. Transfer certificate submitted successfully, initiating the 4th level task. Task successfully initiated. The task map is Dark Realm. Dark Realm? Sounds like a dark element. Can the skills I just learned be put to use already? Shu Chen continued to look on with anticipation. After waiting for a while, there was no movement on the water's surface. Shu Chen couldn't help but feel confused. Is that all? What about the task description? Shu Chen was truly speechless. He accepted a 4th level task, but it only provided the location without even half a word of description. What kind of game was this? He turned to look at Song Ying and pointed to the pool where the task was issued. Is this thing malfunctioning? Song Ying? Well, Mr. Shu, all tasks above the 4th level are like this. Once you reach the designated map, there will be further instructions. After saying that, she couldn't help but look at Shu Chen strangely. How did this person enter the Ling Church without even knowing the most basic rules? Could it be that he is the illegitimate child of some big shot who got in through connections? Some time ago on the Dragon Country Professional Forum, it seemed that someone revealed that Elder Xinxingxin had a grandson who was wandering outside, named something like, yes, Shu Chen. So it was him. The more Song Ying thought about it, the more surprised she was, and at the same time, her mind began to be more active. This kid looks dull and not very smart. With my looks, I can easily capture him. Isn't it just a matter of minutes? As long as I control Xinxingxin's grandson, I can have whatever I want in the future. Thinking like this, Song Ying quietly unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her white shirt, revealing a path to sin. Unfortunately, the decoration style of this side hall was very antique, with no lighting fixtures installed, only a few torches hanging on the walls. Song Ying was afraid that Shu Chen couldn't see her assets clearly, so she took a torch from the wall and approached Shu Chen, ready to give him a good look. Master Chu, if you don't understand, I can go with you. I can help you solve any problems at any time. As she spoke, she kept doing chest exercises. Hearing this, Shu Chen turned his head and quickly moved away. Oh, stay away from me, it's too hot. Song Ying? Shu Chen chuckled, don't get me wrong. I mean, the torch in your hand is burning me. Well, I've completed the task, so I'll take my leave. With that, he left the side hall without looking back, leaving behind a flushed Song Ying. Coming out of the transfer temple, Shu Chen followed the coordinates to the eastern outskirts of the deep sea city. Unlike Jiangling, the wilderness here was extremely lively. Many people are killing monsters to level up, and occasionally there will be skill explosions. Shu Chen paid no attention and went directly to a map called Shadow Canyon. Passing through this map would lead to the Dark Realm. The road in Shadow Canyon is rugged, with monsters ranging from level 80 to 100. Shu Chen confirmed the direction and took a step forward. Who goes there? Stop! Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from nowhere and stood directly in front of Shu Chen. There were 4 of them, all young. Shu Chen became alert and looked at each of them. All 4 of them were warriors, with levels not too high, except for the leader who was level 194 and had undergone 5 transformations, while the others had undergone 4. Not knowing where they came from, Shu Chen took a slight step back, creating some distance and preparing to strike at any moment. Who are you? Who allowed you to come here? The leader looked at Shu Chen with extreme arrogance. Shu Chen also saw the name of the leader, Lu Zhangwei. He said lightly, I'm here to grind, what's it to you? Hearing this, Lu Zhangwei looked at his brothers and chuckled, huh, did you hear that? He's asking what it has to do with us. Where did this bumpkin come from, not even knowing who controls Shadow Canyon? Control? Shu Chen couldn't help but frown. These secret realms and dungeon maps had been public resources since the era of universal job change. Apart from those artificial secret realms, he had never heard of anyone controlling them. Of course, he also knew that some powerful guild organizations would forcibly occupy some maps, claiming them as their own and charging tolls to passers-by. Obviously, he had now encountered such a situation. After laughing enough, Lu Zhangwei brandished a huge axe on his shoulder and threatened, Kid, you look like an outsider, let me kindly remind you. This side of Shadow Canyon, Misty Marsh Plains, Gu Wolf Mountain, and the secret realm of Dark Realm, all belong to me. If you want to level up inside, you have to pay up first. For 3 regular maps, it's 6,000 gold coins for half an hour each. As for the Dark Realm, it's 100,000 for 1 run. Where do you want to go? Shu Chen furrowed his brows. I want to go to hell with you. With that, a bright red light of fire elements appeared in his hand. Seeing Shu Chen about to make a move, Lu Zhangwei sneered disdainfully, damn bumpkin, you want to fight? Explosive Heaven Gang, assemble! With his loud shout, hundreds of people suddenly surrounded them from the nearby trees, bushes, cracks in the rocks, and even from under the sunbathing old turtle. In the blink of an eye, a large group of people gathered around. Boss, we're here. The younger brothers quickly assembled, and Lu Zhangwei smiled triumphantly. How about it, bumpkin, will you obediently pay up, or shall my brothers take care of you? Shu Chen looked indifferent. Although the other side had many people, they were just a mob. If he really wanted to, he could easily defeat them with a single skill. However, he had just arrived in the deep sea city and hadn't established himself yet. Making such a big commotion and killing these hundreds of people might bring trouble later on. If he provoked those 8th and 9th transformation powerhouses, he would have a hard time dealing with them. After all, with only 3 transformations, the forbidden spells he could use were not enough to make him invincible. Shu Chen had also considered that although he could easily kill 7th transformations now, it would probably take until the 5th transformation to confront 8th transformations. Therefore, he didn't have the ability to act recklessly at the moment. After thinking it through, Shu Chen decided not to make a move. He spread his wind spirit wings and planned to fly over directly. If they dared to chase him into the secret realm, he could deal with them there. Just as Shu Chen was about to take off, a voice came from afar. What's happening? A middle-aged man with a soft voice and demeanor walked over, and the people from the Zhatian gang quickly made way when they saw him. Lu Zhangwei was shocked. How did you come here? The newcomer had a sharp face, a slender figure, and exceptionally sharp eyes. He coldly glanced at Lu Zhangwei. I was nearby on business and came over to take a look. What are you guys up to? Lu Zhangwei pointed at Shu Chen. This kid came to cause trouble in our territory, and I was about to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Shu Chen and the crowd also started to feel nervous. His heart of Baizhe had already seen through that the newcomer was an 8th level assassin, the Shadowless Man. Just thinking about not being able to confront an 8th level professional, and one shows up immediately. This is too unlucky. Just as he was thinking, the man had already looked in his direction. Faced with the sharp gaze of the 8th level assassin, Shu Chen tensed up. What to do? Should he fight or flee? The atmosphere was extremely tense. Shu Chen stared intently at every move of the 8th level assassin, wary of him suddenly making a move. With the protection of his wind spirit wings, these guys behind him were not to be feared. As long as they got close to him, they would be taken out directly. The only one to be feared was the man in front of him. The burst of the 8th level assassin, for himself at the 3rd level, probably couldn't withstand 99% of the damage immunity. He dared not be careless. The man walked step by step towards Chu Chen, and his expression slowly began to change. When he saw Chu Chen's face clearly, he was suddenly surprised. Chu Chen? What are you doing here? Seeing the other person call out his name, Chu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. In that instant, he had been predicting how the other party would make a move, whether it was a sudden step and backstab, or a direct and brutal throwing of a knife, he had a way to deal with it. But the other party did nothing, just called out his name. What kind of move was this? Could it be the legendary call your name, will you respond move? No, that's not it. Chu Chen suddenly remembered the pearl necklace. Since he called out his name, he must know him. Who are you? Chu Chen asked. The man smiled, walked over quickly, looking very happy. I am the Grand Elder of the Assassin Alliance, Lu Ruffing. On the day of the graduation trial in Jiangling City, I was also there, don't you remember? I didn't forget. Chu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He really didn't forget, because he didn't know this guy at all. That day, Chu Chen had already decided to join the spiritual cult, so he didn't bother to look at people from other guilds. Besides, that day he was busy with dragon slaying. How could he have so much free time? Oh, that day, Brother Chu, your heroic figure, I remember it vividly. I've always been curious, with so many pigs, how do you feed them all? Can you handle it? Chu Chen felt even more embarrassed. Hee. I'll pass on this experience to you later. By the way, I want to go to the Dark Realm to do a mission, but this little brother of yours. Oh. Lu Ruffing slapped his forehead, turned around and shouted, Hey, you, come here. Apologize. Lu Zhangwei trembled, and hurriedly ran over. He stood in front of Chu Chen, bowing repeatedly, I'm sorry, my. That thing. Alright, I was blind, didn't recognize Mount Tai, please forgive me. Nonsense, Lu Ruffing always acted like he wanted to eat children, acting all high and mighty in front of the guild president. Now, seeing this young man, he even had a smiling face. This was a rare sight. It can be seen that this outsider from the countryside was definitely not simple in status. With Lu Ruffing speaking, not to mention apologizing, he would even bow down and acknowledge him as his father without hesitation. There was no way around it. This instant secret realm was originally the territory of the Assassin Alliance. They used to be a big guild, but now they are affiliated with the Assassin Alliance, specifically here to watch over things. To put it bluntly, they are just collecting fees at the door. When Lu Ruffing speaks, one dares not disobey. Seeing him like this, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, waving his hand to indicate it didn't matter. Then, he looked at Lu Ruffing and said, Elder Lu, right? Can I visit that secret realm? Lu Ruffing laughed heartily, of course you can. To be honest, I really admire you, Brother Chu, but it's a pity you joined the spirit cult. Otherwise, I would have pulled you into our guild no matter what. We missed your sister back then, and now we've missed you, it's truly regrettable. Hearing this, Chu Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, Do you know my sister? Lu Ruffing nodded, of course. The talented female knight Chu Shi, who in the entire Dragon Kingdom doesn't know her? Chu Chen was somewhat hopeful and continued, then, do you know about my sister and the Abyssal Flower Demon? Abyssal Flower Demon? You mean that ancient evil god? After thinking for a moment, Lu Ruffing shook his head, not quite sure. Chu Chen sighed inwardly, feeling a bit disappointed. But he also understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. Well, Elder Lu, I'll go in first. However, Lu Ruffing stopped him. Brother Chu, are you going to do the 4th level mission? The monsters in this dark realm are all of the dark element, not easy to deal with. I see that your equipment seems incomplete. Why don't you wait a bit? I'll look in the guild warehouse, maybe there's some equipment you can use. Chu Chen rolled his eyes in his mind. Can you be more hypocritical with your words? You, an assassin guild, have things that I, a mage, can use? Besides, do I need your help with dark element monsters? If I don't beat them to a pulp, consider them clean. No need to bother, I'll go first. Chu Chen waved goodbye and walked into the canyon. Lu Ruffing's words just now inadvertently reminded him. He also belonged to a guild. Since joining the spirit cult, it seemed he hadn't checked the guild interface yet. As Chu Chen walked in, he opened the system panel to check the guild information. Ignoring the unimportant things, he went straight to the guild warehouse. Oh my god! Even though Chu Chen had seen many good things before, he was still shocked by the inventory in the warehouse. It was filled with artifacts and immortal artifacts of various professions, interspersed with quite a few divine artifacts. There were countless high-level materials and items. This old man Shinshingshin, hiding so many good things at home, didn't tell me earlier. Let me see if there's anything I can use. He looked around and then squeezed into a corner without monsters, carefully examining. Wow! A level 680 artifact bow, so awesome. Damn! A level 330 immortal sword? Not even a dog would want it. Ha! What's this? Suddenly, something in the inventory caught Chu Chen's eye. He quickly clicked to view it. Item, Mirror Heart Staff, Level? Description, 5th level certification for Mage class. After reading the description, Chu Chen's eyes widened, drool almost coming out. I want it, I want it. He quickly clicked to retrieve it, but insufficient permissions. Your current guild contribution level is Apprentice, LV. 0. Chu Chen instantly wilted. Damn, completely forgot about this. Forget it, when I see Shinxingchen, I'll find a way to extort this old man, he must have the permissions. Wiping off the drool, Chu Chen closed the interface. It was getting dark soon, he had to hurry and complete the 4th level mission. Since there were dark attribute monsters inside, he could easily pass through with a few light-based spells, it wouldn't take long. In a spacious area, Chu Chen spread his wind spirit feather wings and flew directly to the entrance of the secret realm. It is still the familiar black vortex. Chu Chen reached out to touch it, ready to enter. Ding! System prompt, the Dark Realm is a designated map for the 4th turn mission and can only be entered by one person. Do you want to enter? Yes. Ding! System prompt again, your 4th turn mission directive is being generated, please wait. Completed. Mission name, 7 Stars Gathering, exclusive mission for Mage class, mission requirement 1, endure the 7 types of elemental spell damage from the Dark Void Lord. Mission requirement 2, deal 7 types of elemental spell damage to the Dark Void Lord and defeat it. Chu Chen read it over several times, finally understanding the mission requirements. The first one was manageable, just withstand the damage, which he could easily do. The main issue was the second requirement, to deal 7 types of elemental spell damage to the boss. He quickly opened his attribute panel to check the skill bar. Fire, thunder, water, wind, earth, light. That's it. Oh damn, only 6. Chu Chen was completely dumbfounded. Missing one skill, how am I supposed to play this? Suppressing the urge to curse and blast the secret realm, Chu Chen began to calmly analyze the situation. He soon realized there was nothing much to analyze. The problem was clear, he needed to learn another skill. And this skill's elemental attribute couldn't overlap with the existing 6. Where can I get this skill book? Chu Chen pondered, rubbing his chin. Should he go back to the exchange? No, he shook his head. Every time he saw those self-service trading devices, he got angry and might end up smashing a few. Or should he look around the streets to see if there were any stalls set up? But that would rely too much on luck. Chu Chen didn't consider himself lucky. Since changing jobs, he had faced numerous challenges and put in countless times more effort than others to get to where he was today. Was it easy? Sigh, life is tough. Ding! Friend Shinxingchen has sent you a message. Just when he was at a loss, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Just when I was out of ideas, the sucker comes knocking on my door. He quickly opened the chat interface. Shinxingchen, what's up? Come find me. Chu Chen, on my way, Elder Shin, please wait. Asterisk? Asterisk, with a brief message, Chu Chen decided to abandon entering the secret realm, turned back, and headed towards the canyon. Currently, there was no time limit for this 4th turn mission, so there was no need to rush. When he reached the mouth of the canyon, Chu Chen saw Lu Zhangwei and his men still standing guard in the same place, showing great dedication. Hey, big brother Chu, you're out. Seeing Chu Chen, Lu Zhangwei smiled and said, everyone, look, Big Brother Chu is truly a young hero admired even by Elder Lu. To clear the extremely difficult Dark Realm so quickly, I truly admire you. Listening to Lu Zhengwei's flattery, Chu Chen's expression turned cold. He couldn't be bothered with the other party and spread his wind spirit wings to fly away. Purple Gold Society. As the most luxurious villa area in Deep Sea City, the residents here were basically top figures in various fields. Not only was the design style high-end and luxurious, even the protective barrier gave off a starry sky effect. Apart from the luxurious appearance, the defense capability was top-notch, comparable to the city barrier of Deep Sea. Following the coordinates, Chu Chen flew down to the entrance of the residential area. The security guard approached him and politely inquired about Chu Chen's identity and purpose. After confirming his identity over the phone, the guard escorted Chu Chen inside. It had to be said that as Chu Chen walked along the path in the villa area, he was completely shocked. Truly a big city, in Jiangling, one would never see such a high-end residential area. It was like an ancient palace. The two-family burned by him is also considered a face of Jiangling city, but compared to the place in front of him, what is the difference from a dog's nest? This old man really knows how to enjoy. Chu Chen thought to himself, and soon arrived at Shinxingchen's home. After the guard who led the way left, Chu Chen walked up and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, and a white-bearded old man in a yellow cartoon pajamas walked out from inside. Chu Chen was dumbfounded at that moment. What kind of person is Shinxingchen, this old man? you're here? Come in. Shin Xingqian's expression was indifferent, as if he wanted to maintain a sense of dignity in front of Chu Chen. But the expression of the cartoon character on his pajamas was very funny, which directly gave him away. Such an obvious contrast made Chu Chen want to laugh. Following Shin Xingqian inside, Chu Chen looked around. Fortunately, their home decoration was relatively normal, with antique-style furniture made of original wood colors. Chu Chen couldn't help but nod. This old man finally looks a bit like a normal person. He sat down on the chair without hesitation and asked Shin Xingqian, "Hey, old man, why did you call me here?" Shin Xingqian leisurely brewed 2 cups of tea before speaking. "What's up? You did a good deed yourself, why ask me?" Hearing this, Chu Chen explained calmly, "It wasn't me, I don't know why those reporters came to find you." He. Shin Xingqian had a triumphant expression. "Did I mention this matter? Did you confess on your own?" Chu Chen. "Alright, I didn't call you here for that." Shin Xingqian handed a cup of tea to Chu Chen. "I mainly have something to ask for your help." "Ha?" Chu Chen took the teacup and was stunned. The person in front of him, although a weird old man with taste, had another identity, the protector of the national divine law. Even if the minister of the Dragon Martial Department came, he would probably have to address him politely as a junior. Such a person used the word please to him? Is this old man trying to do something to him? Is he still holding a grudge? Chu Chen was very cautious, didn't even dare to drink the tea, placed it on the coffee table, and said, "What do you want? I may not be able to do it." No, you can definitely do it. It's much simpler than killing the dark dragon. Shin Xingqian rubbed his hands, sat closer to Chu Chen, and said, "You may not know, I have a granddaughter. She is the only relative I have in this world." "Oh?" Hearing this, Chu Chen suddenly became interested. "Is your granddaughter pretty?" Shin Xingqian slapped his thigh. "Of course she's pretty. My genes are top-notch." "Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. What are you thinking?" The smile abruptly stopped, and Shin Xingqian resumed a serious look. "Let's get to the point. I called you here to ask you to accompany my granddaughter to explore a secret realm." Hearing this, Chu Chen was even more puzzled. "What secret realm?" "It's like this." Shin Xingqian took a sip of tea and explained the situation. His granddaughter, Shin Susu, is a 155th level 4 transformation diviner. Recently, she collected materials and used a 4th order divination skill to predict the refresh time and location of a secret realm. The secret realm is level 160, and Shin Susu insisted on teaming up with her friends to explore it. Shin Xingqian was worried about her safety, so he wanted Chu Chen to accompany and protect her. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was still a bit confused. "If you're worried about her, why don't you take her yourself? A mere 150 level secret realm, wouldn't you breeze through it with a sneeze? Why do you need me to go?" "Well," Shin Xingqian hesitated, then finally said, "I have a lot of work to do. How can I have so much free time to accompany a child's mischief?" Chu Chen almost burst out laughing at that moment, saying with a big smile, "You? Busy with 1,000 things a day? Ha ha ha. You lazy old man, lazier than the old turtle in the stinky ditch behind my house." Suddenly, Chu Chen stopped and suppressed his laughter. He saw Shin Xingqian looking at him with a face that seemed ready to devour him, while the cartoon character expression on his pajamas remained comical. Chu Chen held back his laughter and continued, "Since you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth, right? You're so secretive, how do I know you're not trying to strike back? If you don't want to say, that's fine, I'll leave first, find someone else to help you." He pressed on step by step, determined to force Shin Xingqian to tell the truth. Only by hearing the truth could he seize a handle on him. Once he had a handle, his own situation would be easier to handle. At this moment, Shin Xingqian glared angrily at Chu Chen, his white beard trembling with anger. After a moment, he slammed the coffee table, seeming to compromise. "Fine, I'll tell you the truth. The reason I couldn't make it was because I wanted to meet someone while Susu was exploring the secret realm." "Oh?" Chu Chen's gossip soul was instantly ignited. "Who are you meeting?" "I'm meeting." Shin Xingqian hesitated, his nostrils flaring, his shy beard turning red. "I'm meeting my girlfriend." "Put." Chu Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. He quickly pulled out some tissues, wiping the coffee table he had dirted with his laughter, and asked, "Lao Shun, is this girlfriend of yours an old lady you're fooling around with outside?" "What old lady?" Shin Xingqian frowned, looking like he didn't want to hear it. Xiao Wabao is only 68 years old, still young. "And what do you mean by fooling around? We are in a serious relationship." Alright. Chu Chen didn't argue with him. Serious, you two are very serious. But if it's so serious, why are you sneaking around to meet her without telling your granddaughter? Bringing up this question, Shin Xingqian looked troubled. "Susu. She strongly opposes us being together." "Ha?" Chu Chen was even more curious. "Why?" "Ah." Shin Xingqian sighed heavily. "It's not her fault. When her grandmother passed away, Susu was very sad, crying for days and nights. The two of them had a very good relationship, and Susu didn't want anyone else to become her grandmother, so she has been stopping me from meeting Xiao Huabao. Hearing this, Chu Chen was shocked. What kind of logic is this? And you don't blame her. Just let her have her way. If it were me, I would discipline this little troublemaker. 3 meals a day, she would be corrected within a week. He never expected that the prestigious elder of the Lingxian Church, who could single-handedly face 3 ancient evil gods on the border battlefield of Longhua, would be rendered helpless by 2 women. Look at how worried the old man has become. When Chu Chen mentioned disciplining his beloved granddaughter, Xinxingchen was about to get angry, but then he deflated. You're right, but what can I do? Susu lost her parents when she was young, and then her grandmother passed away, leaving only me as a relative. If I don't spoil her, what can I do? Alright, I've told you the truth. Can you help me with this favor? Hearing this, Chu Chen pretended to hesitate and continued to tease. I have no problem helping, but why do you have to find me specifically? There should be many experts in the Lingxian Church, why not ask them? Xinxingchen had a black line on his face, patiently saying, you sure have a lot of questions. I personally brought you into the guild, so I'm practically half your master, right? This kind of opportunity for experience should be given to you first. Seeing him suddenly adopt the posture of an elder, Chu Chen rolled his eyes and said, fine, I promise you, I'll accompany your granddaughter on a trip, but why do you still have something to say? Xinxingchen couldn't help but shout. If it weren't for the purple sandalwood coffee table in front of him and the tea set worth millions on top of it, he would have flipped out no matter what he said. Chu Chen smirked, calm down. I'm quite busy every day, can't you let me make a trip for nothing? So, Faced with Chu Chen's hint, no, it was already a clear indication, Xinxingchen suppressed his anger and said, fine, speak, what do you want? Equipment, pets, or skill books? Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Chu Chen leaned in close to Xinxingchen and said, Old Shen. No, I should call you master. I saw this thing in the guild warehouse, can you get it for me? With that, he opened the system panel, entered the guild warehouse, and sent the information for the mirror heart staff to Xinxingchen. Are you kidding me? Xinxingchen almost jumped out of his chair when he saw it. A level 5 certification. Can I just give it to you? There are several mages in the guild who grind contribution points every day just to fight over this thing. Give it to you? No way. Chu Chen smirked, Master, you wouldn't want your granddaughter to know about your secret rendezvous with the old lady, right? Xinxingchen slowly turned to look at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with shock, anger, confusion, and several other complex emotions. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, You rascal, there will come a time when you'll beg me. Fine, here you go. With that, he took out the mirror heart staff and traded it to Chu Chen. Succeeding in his plan, Chu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction and then asked with concern, Master, are you okay? Phew. Xinxingchen let out a sigh, patting his chest to calm himself. I'm fine, I'm not angry. What's there to be angry about? Not angry. As long as you're not angry. Relieved, Chu Chen leaned in again and said, How about giving me a skill book? Put. Xinxingchen was about to take a sip of tea to calm himself but ended up spraying it all out. Chu Chen hurried over, wiping his mouth and patting his back, acting like a dutiful son. This really is the last time. I just want a skill book, any level will do. And if I learn another skill, won't I become stronger? That way, I can better protect your granddaughter, right? After calming down for a while, Xinxingchen's breathing gradually returned to normal. Since he had already given the level 5 certification, a skill book was indeed nothing to him. Agreed, just one book. After confirming multiple times, he reluctantly opened the guild warehouse again. What level are you now? Chu Chen quickly replied, Level 90. Level 90, let me see. Although he said he didn't want it, he honestly selected a high-intensity skill book for Chu Chen. Well, how about this level 85 Firestorm? It should be enough for you. Fire element? Chu Chen shook his head, I don't want that, give me another one. Quite picky. Xinxingchen continued searching. How about this level 90 Dance of the Storm? Is that okay? Wind element? Chu Chen continued to shake his head. No, I don't want that. Xinxingchen was speechless and continued to search. Damn it, mage skill books are already scarce, and now that there are 2, you still don't like them. Ha? What's this? Level 10 Frost Curse? Who threw this trash into the warehouse, dirtying my eyes? Frost Curse? Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Wait, I want this one. Level 10 is better than nothing. It seems that even the powerful spirit cultivation sect doesn't have many mage skill books. Chu Chen showed interest in the Shenbing curse. Xinxingchen looked at him in shock and incomprehension. Are you planning to use a level 10 skill to protect my granddaughter? Are you out of your mind? Never mind, give it to me quickly, Shu Chen urged, asking him to trade the Xianbing curse to himself. Xin Xingqian, helpless and unwilling to argue with him, just took out the book and gave it to him. The moment the skill book entered his backpack, Shu Chen's heart finally settled down. Alright, it's very late, go to sleep. Xin Xingqian rubbed his slightly sore head, got up and went upstairs. That night, he felt like he had aged a lot. You can find a guest room on the first floor to sleep in. Stay at my house for 2 days first, and come back the day after tomorrow. Leaving these words behind, Xin Xingqian's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Shu Chen smiled and shook his head, tidied up the coffee table, and found a room to lie down in. Closing his eyes, he began to organize his thoughts. Now that the issue of the 4th level mission has been resolved, the next step is to level up quickly and reach the 5th level as soon as possible. The remaining task is to find a blacksmith of at least level 7 to see what the ancient divine power can be forged into. If the result is unsatisfactory, Shu Chen will have to consider changing weapons. After all, the level of the equipment is only 35, although it is a sacred artifact, the level is too low. Another thing is the horse egg found in the coffin of Tu Song, which needs to be hatched somehow. He doesn't have a pet with him now, and he really wants one. I wonder what kind of creature will hatch from it, Shu Chen began to imagine. As he was thinking, for some reason, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. He widened his eyes in horror. Oh my god, could it hatch Tu Song? Shu Chen suddenly felt very humorous. He shook his head and dismissed the absurd idea. Let's look at the new skill instead. He took out the skill book and started learning. Ding! Congratulations on learning the skill, Xianbing Curse. The passive skill Magic Spirit Surge is triggered, and the skill Xianbing Curse is replaced by Dictatorship Domain. Skill, Dictatorship Domain, active, Ice-type Forbidden Curse. Creates an icy domain, causing damage to enemy targets and imprisoning all targets within the range for 30 seconds. Enemy target imprisonment effect, subsequent damage plus 400%, friendly target imprisonment effect, immune to all sources of damage. Shu Chen carefully read the skill description several times, feeling somewhat disappointed. He already had 2 control-type skills, adding another one was redundant. Moreover, this new skill would also control teammates. What the heck? Even with an additional damage immunity effect, what's the point? While teammates are being controlled, so are the enemies, who would still want to harm them. The more he read, the more uncomfortable he felt, so Shu Chen simply stopped reading. After all, it was just a forbidden curse transformed from a level 10 skill. He didn't have high hopes for it anyway. It was just a formality, as long as he could complete the 4th level mission. Putting aside his distractions, Shu Chen closed his eyes and went to sleep. At the same time, outside the Purple Gold Society, the dim moonlight seeped through the clouds and scattered down. The streets outside the villa were very quiet. It was not yet late at night, and there were very few passing vehicles. The wealthy area of Deep Sea City has always been like this, not tolerating any noise that would disturb people's rest. By the roadside, under an old locust tree, a figure stood there. From his perspective, he could see Xin Xingqian's house perfectly. I already know where he lives. I will definitely try him when I have the chance. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. I will strike when Xin Xingqian is not around. Oh, how many times do you have to ask? I already gave him the skill book. I'm not a child. Can't I handle this little thing? Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to watch a movie later. Late night horror movie. So exciting. Bye. Click. Hang up the communicator, and the man walked out from the shadows of the trees. In the moonlight, his appearance could be clearly seen. He was none other than Zhang Yi, the 8th-turn knight who sold skill books to Shu Chen during the day, also known as the Twilight Judge. He still had a messy appearance, but his eyes were incredibly clear and excited. Captain Chu Shi's brother. Hee hee, this is so fun. After taking a last look at the Shen family villa, Zhang Yi turned around and walked away. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, Shu Chen got up. He found some ingredients in the kitchen, made breakfast, and Xin Xingqian's snoring could still be heard continuously. Shu Chen left him a note and went out. Returning to the Shadow Canyon once again, Shu Chen was surprised to find Lu Zhangwei from the Blast Sky Gang still guarding the entrance. Shu Chen was speechless. Could this guy be working a 996 schedule? He never expected that even in another world, there would be such a situation. Oh, Shu Ji, why are you here again? Upon seeing Shu Chen, Lu Zhangwei hurriedly came up to greet him. I'm going back to the secret realm. Without much ado, Shu Chen walked inside. Wait! A burly man at the entrance raised his knife to stop him, looking fierce. Don't you understand the rules? Have you paid the fee? Before Shu Chen could say anything, Lu Zhangwei quickly stepped forward. Li Ji, don't. Then, he whispered a few words in the big man's ear. What? After listening, the man namely looked puzzled. Are you sure it's Elder Lu? I'm sure, don't mess with him. You really can't afford to provoke him. Lu Zhengwei winked and crazily hinted. Seeing his serious expression, the burly man looked Chu Chen up and down, no longer entangled, and stood back in place. Lu Zhengwei wiped his sweat and said, Don't mind, Chu Ji, go in. Chu Chen nodded and walked in under everyone's gaze. Passing through the mountain tunnel, he spread his wings to continue flying. Familiar with the route, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, ignoring a series of system prompts, and entered the dark realm. A sinister and terrifying aura swept over him. Chu Chen looked around, and where his gaze fell, it was as silent as a deserted valley, eerily quiet. He walked around, sneered, like to hide? Then never come out again. With a slight raise of his arm, Hellfire Catastrophe. The fire-type forbidden curse was unleashed directly. In the dark forest, flames erupted instantly. Boom, trees were destroyed, and flames rose hundreds of meters around. This time, he only used 10% of his power to prevent accidentally killing the boss. You have killed the skeleton bat and gained 0 experience points. You have killed the fallen earth demon and gained 0 experience points. Chu Chen set fire to the mountain as he walked, forcibly creating a path in the dark forest. Until the forest was burned down, only scattered flames remained in the entire secret realm. Standing on the scorched earth, Chu Chen searched around for the boss's trace. However, there was no sign of it anywhere. It seemed that there were no living creatures left in the secret realm. Damn, did I accidentally kill it? Chu Chen felt a bit annoyed, wishing he had been gentler earlier. At this moment, he stood at the edge of a cliff, the end of the secret realm. Beyond it was a thick fog that he couldn't cross. Feeling frustrated, Chu Chen didn't notice that the fog behind him began to move. Before long, the fog gathered into a tangible form, eventually condensing into a giant eye. On the green eyeball, purple patterns were densely distributed, emitting a strange aura. It looked at Chu Chen, and then another nearly 100-meter-long purple tentacle materialized beside it. Danger behind you, the heart of Bai Zhe suddenly warned. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned around. The giant eye flickered with a fierce light, and the purple tentacle slammed down. Wind Spirit Feather Wings. At the critical moment, he spread his wings of the spirit, moved his body back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Bang! The tentacle smashed into the cliff, splitting open at the same time. Stones and flesh flew everywhere, and in the next moment, those pieces of flesh actually merged into the thick fog at the edge of the secret realm, growing into tentacles again. In an instant, hundreds of purple tentacles, surrounding a giant eye, emerged from the thick fog, hanging in midair, ready to strike. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Chu Chen looked at the densely packed tentacles, almost succumbing to his fear of crowds, his skin covered in goosebumps. Name, Lord of the Dark Void, Ancient Level Boss, Type, Monster, Level, LV. 180, Health, 1500W/1500W, Constitution, 5176, Strength, 3795, Wisdom, 7791, Agility, 6022, Spirit, 8034, Combat Power, Skills, Tentacle Trial, Dark Water Spirit Art, Dark Fire Spirit Art, Dark Wind Spirit Art, Dark Earth Spirit Art, Dark Thunder Spirit Art, Dark Wood Spirit Art, Dark Ice Spirit Art. Weakness, Fear of Light-based skills. After reading the information, Chu Chen finally understood. No wonder he couldn't find it anywhere. It turns out this boss has already merged with the secret realm itself. But now that he has found it, Chu Chen can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He then spread his wind spirit feather wings to protect himself. Next, all he needed to do was stand still and take the beating. Come on, hit me hard. Facing the Lord of the Dark Void, Chu Chen sat cross-legged, as if allowing himself to be ravaged. And the boss was not polite at all. 2 tentacles tore through the air, sweeping fiercely across Chu Chen's body. Bang! Thud! His body flew backward, hitting the rock wall behind him. Minus 3,873 damn. Chu Chen grimaced as he stood up. Although the damage wasn't high, it really hurt. Swish swish swish. At that moment, the giant eye in the thick fog wriggled frantically, controlling more tentacles to descend. Damn, here they come again. Chu Chen gritted his teeth. According to the mission requirements, he needed to withstand the opponent's magical damage, not play some strange whipping game. Infernal Catastrophe. Faced with the overwhelming tentacles, Chu Chen directly cast a fire-based curse. Boom! Minus 9,811 minus 9,811. The tentacles were destroyed, and the boss didn't lose much blood because its weak spot was its eye. The 5% skill power was enough to burn through all the tentacles without harming the giant eye. Unconsciously, Chu Chen's control over magical elements became more proficient. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the smell of burnt flesh filled the air, and the giant eye showed signs of pain. Then, as if getting angry, it suddenly expanded and shot out a black flame from its pupil. Dark fire spirit art. Finally using a skill. Come on, hit me. Chu Chen's expression turned fierce as he stood his ground, taking the hit head-on. Boom! Several damage values floated above his head, and the dark fire spirit art caused him nearly 70,000 damage in total. Completely within his tolerance range, Chu Chen quickly looked at the mission panel. Mission name, 7 Stars Gathering, exclusive mission for Mage class, mission requirement 1, withstand the 7 types of elemental spells from the Lord of the Dark Void. Progress, 1 out of 7, mission requirement 2, inflict 7 types of elemental spell damage on the Lord of the Dark Void and defeat it. Progress, 1/7, mission duration, 23 hours 34 minutes. Both mission requirements were 1/7 completed, good, just like that. Although the countdown for the mission started upon entering the secret realm, the remaining time was more than enough. Azure Sea Tide. For conservative reasons, he decided to restore his health to full. At the same time, he dealt water elemental damage to the boss. Annihilation Thunder. Soul Entwining Dance. He used the lowest power to cast skills of all 6 magic elements. The Temple of Light had to be saved for last, otherwise using the light-based Forbidden Curse might accidentally kill the boss directly, which wouldn't be fun. Now, all that was needed was for the boss to continue using skills, to inflict damage from all 7 elements, and this task would be completed. Come on, big eyes, keep attacking me. Chu Chen flew into the air, taunting the terrifying green eyes. The boss had no mouth to speak, but its eyes showed signs of anger. The black mist continued to churn, and the burnt tentacles suddenly grew back. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but frown. You're really troublesome. Infernal Catastrophe. Once again, he burned the newly emerged tentacle tips, causing the giant eye to roll in pain. Swish! A bone-chilling ice spike shot out, the second one, the Dark Ice Spirit technique. Chu Chen braced himself once again. Good, keep going. In this way, Chu Chen repeatedly burned the tentacles, forcing the boss to use skills against him. After 6 times, the damage from the 6 elements wind, fire, ice, earth, thunder, and water had all been endured, and the progress of the 2 mission requirements had reached June 7th. Infernal Catastrophe. Burning the tentacles once again, excitement shone in Chu Chen's eyes. According to the pattern, the boss should now use the Darkwood Spirit technique. He was about to complete the 4th level mission, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Boom! The pain continued to spread, and the purple blood streaks on the boss's giant eye deepened. A halo appeared, and the giant eye looked at Chu Chen, launching a skill. Chu Chen was also prepared, hovering in midair, ready to face this final blow. The next moment. Boom! The familiar black flames once again spewed out from the giant eye. Chu Chen? What the hell, did I draw the wrong card? After enduring this skill, he looked at the mission panel in confusion. Mission Requirement 1, endure the 7 types of elemental spells from the Dark Void Lord. Progress, 6/7. Chu Chen was at a loss for words, unable to find a way to express his frustration. But the boss wouldn't give him time to be stunned. Over 200 tentacles grew out, one after another, slamming down. Infernal Catastrophe. Wait! Suddenly remembering something, Chu Chen swallowed the Forbidden Curse back. He raised his head to check the boss's information. Sure enough, the Dark Void Lord, which originally had 15 million health points, now had only a little over 2 million left. If he burned the tentacles again, it would be finished. Damn! Chu Chen was speechless. He never imagined that one day he would worry about a monster dying. Forget it, let's run. Chu Chen spread his wind spirit wings and dodged around the boss. Avoiding the tentacles, he approached the giant eye, continued to provoke, and tried to lure it into using skills against him. As soon as the Darkwood Spirit technique was used, he could take its life at any time. What was frustrating was that once it grew tentacles, it stopped using skills altogether. What's more, Chu Chen seemed to detect a hint of playfulness in its eyes. Is this thing playing with me? Damn it, take this. Getting more and more angry as he thought about it, Chu Chen couldn't bear it any longer, flew forward, and punched the giant eye directly. -473, the fist and the wind spirit wings each dealt a certain amount of damage. Fortunately, the wind spirit wings weren't fully activated, otherwise the boss might not have been able to withstand it. Sizzle! The Dark Void Lord made a sound from an unknown source, its giant eye filled with a look of pain. Swish swish! In the black mist, several fast-moving black vines reached out and instantly bound Chu Chen's limbs, pulling him away. What the hell? Controlled, Chu Chen struggled hard but found himself unable to break free. He wanted to use skills but was afraid of killing the boss. So, when he saw dozens of tentacles coming towards him, he could only close his eyes and endure silently. Smack! 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 Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh baby! Come on! Chu Chen's cries were extremely soul-stirring. Although the tentacles didn't cause much damage, the pain was no joke. But that was a minor issue. He was more worried that when the tentacles hit him, the wind spirit wings would also cause damage. The damage wasn't high, but it was unbearable with so many hits. The boss seemed to be addicted, with an excited look in its eyes, not caring about its dwindling health, continuously waving its tentacles towards him. Chu Chen was desperate and couldn't help but roar, "Quick, use skills! Dark Wood Spirit Art! Hurry!" He was so anxious that he even shouted the skill name for the boss. Wait, Wood Spirit Art? He suddenly came to his senses, then looked around at the black vines binding his limbs. Damn! No way? Chu Chen looked incredulously at the task panel. Task name, 7 stars gathering, exclusive task for Mage class, task requirement 1, endure the 7 types of elemental spells from the Dark Void Lord. Progress, 7 out of 7, task requirement 2, inflict 7 types of elemental spell damage on the Dark Void Lord and kill it. Progress, June 7th, task time limit, 22 hours 41 minutes. Damn it! These vines are the Dark Wood Spirit Art. Chu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The first 6 skills of the boss were all sprayed from its eyes, while these black vines extended from the thick fog, causing him to inadvertently overlook and receive hundreds of lashes for nothing. With a dark face, gritting his teeth, Chu Chen said, "Had enough fun, right? Now it's my turn." Temple of Light. Clang! As if a bell was ringing, a golden temple appeared, floating in mid-air. Radiant light shone forth, purifying the darkness like the mist and tentacles, dispersing into nothingness. The giant eye seemed to burst like a punctured bubble, disappearing without a trace. The immense sacred aura filled the secret space, then burst. Boom! With the release of the Temple of Light, the entire dark realm exploded. Boom! The ground shook. Outside the Shadow Canyon, Lu Zhangwei was dozing off against a rock when he was suddenly awakened by the violent shaking. What's happening? He stood up in a panic, looking around in confusion. Lu Gu! Lu Gu! It's inside the canyon. A follower ran over in a panic to report to Lu Zhangwei. It seems like an explosion happened inside the canyon. An explosion? Lu Zhangwei was stunned. He had been guarding the Shadow Canyon for over a year and had never experienced such a thing. Let's go, let's check it out. Calling a group of followers, they marched into the canyon. Following the sound from earlier, Lu Zhangwei and his men quickly arrived near the Dark Realm. He observed everywhere, trying to find the source of the explosion. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. But something seemed off? Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhengwei's expression gradually became uncontrollable, and he shouted in horror, "Damn it! How come the entrance to the secret realm is gone?" The black vortex that was originally standing there had long disappeared without a trace. Lu Gu, look, there's someone. At this moment, a follower beside him reminded him. Lu Zhangwei looked over and indeed saw a person there, so he hurriedly led his followers over. Chu Chen looked utterly bewildered. He looked around at some familiar scenes and then realized that he had blown up the secret realm. Now, he was back in the outside world. Damn, was this secret realm a shoddy project? Standing up, Chu Chen saw a group of people running towards him. Chu Gu? When they reached him, Lu Zhangwei was stunned. He didn't know what this big brother from the Repairing Spirit Church was up to. Chu Chen saw them and scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry, things got a bit noisy and disturbed you." "It's okay, it's just a small disturbance for us." Lu Zhangwei waved his hand repeatedly, then looked at the empty space next to Chu Chen. "The key is, where's my secret realm? Where did my big secret realm go?" Mentioning this, Chu Chen felt even more embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, Lu Zhangwei looked at Chu Chen with a constipated expression. "Chu Gu, you're too bold." Chu Chen noticed his dilemma and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. I'll personally explain it to Elder Lu." After making a decision, Chu Chen glanced at the mission panel. Both missions required 7/7 completion, so he could turn them in, and he felt relieved. On the other hand, Lu Zhangwei, upon hearing Chu Chen's words, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care whether the secret realm was blown up or not, as he wouldn't get a share of the money anyway. As long as he could distance himself from this matter, he was fine. "Okay, Chu Gu, are you going now?" "Yes." Chu Chen nodded, then checked the coordinates and headed straight to the Assassin Alliance headquarters. As the second-tier guild in the Dragon Kingdom, the Assassin Alliance's strength was not to be underestimated. Its headquarters were located in the southern part of the Deep Sea City. When Chu Chen arrived at his destination and looked down, he saw the Assassin Alliance headquarters base standing along the coast, exuding a strong killing intent. "Who goes there?" As he approached, a guard came over. Chu Chen looked over and saw two fourth-tier assassins. Don't misunderstand, I'm here to see Elder Lu. He explained his purpose to the two, but the guards did not let him pass, continuing to question, did Elder Lu ask you to come? No. Chu Chen shook his head, something happened, so I came on my own. What happened? It's a long story. Chu Chen smiled bitterly, in short, your dark abyss was blown up by me. The guards? The two looked at Chu Chen incredulously, not understanding what he meant. After a moment, they understood, but were even more shocked. He dared to destroy the Assassin Alliance's territory and come alone? This guy was quite arrogant. They couldn't help but use detection spells to check Chu Chen's information, and the result was, what the heck? They glanced at each other, realizing that this person was not to be trifled with. Follow me. After discussing for a moment, the two of them led Chu Chen into the interior. This is not a small matter, it is not something that can be solved by a single guard, it's better to hand the person over to Elder Lu for handling. Walking along the long corridor, Chu Chen looked around. The headquarters of this guild was built entirely in the style of a military base, exuding a sense of majesty everywhere. After several turns, they arrived in a room. Oh, Chu Chen, why are you here? Lu Ruffing was particularly surprised to see Chu Chen. The guard stepped forward and said to Lu Ruffing, Elder Lu, this person came to see you, saying, you blew up our secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruffing's smile froze on his face. He looked at the guard, then at Chu Chen, feeling awkward. Chu Chen also approached, slightly apologetic, saying, sorry Elder Lu, I couldn't control myself for a moment, I used too much force. Lu Ruffing's face was full of black lines, his facial muscles twitching continuously. Chu Chen, you didn't blow up the Dark Realm, did you? Chu Chen clapped his hands, Elder Lu was indeed smart, guessed it right away. Lu Ruffing. Clenching his fists in silence, Lu Ruffing asked the guard to leave first. Then he brought a chair for Chu Chen, and he sat down opposite him with a headache. Chu Chen, you may not know, this secret realm is very important to us. It's one of the level 4 mission maps, bringing us a significant amount of income every month. So, is that your reason for illegally occupying that place? Chu Chen sneered inwardly, then looked at Lu Ruffing, waiting to hear what he would say next. Lu Ruffing rubbed his temples, looking very troubled. After a while, he spoke, you know, Chu Chen, I have always admired you. If you had blown up somewhere else, maybe I could have kept things under control, but the Dark Realm. With that, he shrugged, how about this, you come with me to see the guild leader, let him decide on a solution, how about that? Don't worry, with me around, I won't let you be too troubled. With that said, Chu Chen didn't have any objections. Since he was already here, it was best to resolve the matter to avoid future trouble. Okay, I'll go with you. In the dim room, a long table covered with a deep red tablecloth, hanging to the ground. In the center, there was a bronze candlestick. 3 candles were burning, the only source of light in the room. Chu Chen was brought in by Lu Ruffing and sat on one side of the long table. Across from him, there was a slender man in a tailcoat, holding a highball glass with elegance. Elder Lu, why did you suddenly call me here, what's the matter? The man in the suit took a sip of red wine and then asked. Chu Chen found his accent a bit strange and couldn't remember where he was from. Lu Ruffing stood beside him, showing a respectful attitude towards the man. Guild leader, this young man is Chu Chen, as I mentioned to you before. The guild leader swirled his glass, remaining silent. A brief silence filled the air. Chu Chen felt a bit strange and looked up but couldn't see the other person's face or expression clearly. Lu Ruffing cleared his throat and continued, Guild leader, Chu Chen is here this time because he accidentally damaged a secret realm that belongs to us, so we came to apologize in person, you. Upon hearing this, the guild leader stood up, Elder Lu, you handle this kind of thing. Seeing the guild leader about to leave, Lu Ruffing was taken aback. His intention was to bring the guild leader over to put pressure on Chu Chen. Then he would mediate, coerce, and lure Chu Chen into joining the Assassin Alliance. But he didn't expect the guild leader to not understand his intentions at all. There was no understanding between them at all. The guild leader has been getting stranger recently. Lu Ruffing quickly stopped him and continued to explain, Guild leader, Chu Chen damaged the Dark Realm, so it's better for you to handle it. The Dark Realm? The guild leader seemed a bit impatient. What place is that? Chu Chen sat on the side and listened to the conversation between the two. Couldn't help but curse a few words at Lu Ruffing in his heart. Just now, this guy was telling himself that the Dark Realm was very important to them. But now, the guild leader doesn't even remember the existence of this secret realm. How important is it? Seeing the guild leader's reaction, Lu Ruffing was embarrassed and directly exposed. Guild leader, you are really confused. The Dark Realm is an important source of income for our guild. Oh, I remember now. After being reminded, Xiang Zhengqiu exaggeratedly slapped his forehead. Then he looked at Chu Chen. Did he cut off our source of income? Then kill him. Chu Chen almost peed himself when he heard this. The guild leader of the Assassin Alliance doesn't seem like a normal person. He became wary. It might end up in a fight today. Lu Ruffing was also scared and quickly waved his hand. Guild leader, don't you remember, I told you before, this Chu Chen brother is a rare genius youth. We need to find a way to recruit him into the guild. He said the last sentence close to Xiang Zhengchu's ear, without letting Chu Chen hear it. At this moment, Xiang Zhengchu seemed to be interested in Chu Chen. He snapped his fingers, and the chandelier on the ceiling lit up, dispersing the light. A genius youth? Walking to Chu Chen's side, Xiang Zhengchu looked down at him. Kid, how old are you this year? Chu Chen? A series of question marks popped up in his mind. Chu Chen was a bit confused. Since entering, the guild leader seemed to have not said a single normal sentence. Now he suddenly came and asked how old he was. Too strange. Facing such a strange person, Chu Chen thought he shouldn't be too normal either. So he replied, I'm 16. Lu Ruffing blinked and looked at the two, suddenly feeling out of place. Xiang Zhengchu chuckled, 18, what a good age. Join us, and I will waive your punishment. Chu Chen also stood up, facing Xiang Zhengchu across the chair. I'm sorry, guild leader. I really apologize for damaging your secret realm. But, I have already joined another guild now, so I can't meet your requirements. Hearing this, a hint of hostility flashed in Xiang Zhengchu's eyes. Are you refusing me? Chu Chen smiled calmly. Swish, the sound of breaking wind came, a cold light streaked like a meteor, coming straight at him. Fortunately, Chu Chen had been vigilant, and at the moment Xiang Zhengchu made a move, he unfolded his wind spirit wings. Sliding back, Chu Chen narrowly avoided the attack. Thud! The cross dart embedded into the wooden floor, making a dull sound. Lu Ruffing was shocked. He didn't expect the guild leader to directly attack Chu Chen. He hurried over to advise, Guild leader, calm down. Xiang Zhengchu waved his hand. Elder Lu, rest assured, I won't kill him. His life is useful to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Zhengchu's body suddenly surged forward. Facing a strong enemy, Chu Chen didn't dare to be careless. He didn't have time to check the opponent's information, but he knew that the opponent was definitely not weaker than Lu Ruffing, at least above the 8th rank. Opening his wind spirit wings to the extreme, Chu Chen moved his body to the side to dodge. However, the next moment, Xiang Zhengchu's figure trembled, and then split. In an instant, more than a dozen Xiang Zhengchu surrounded Chu Chen in the middle and attacked at the same time. This, shadow clone technique? Or illusion technique? Chu Chen was first surprised, but then he calmed down. Since he couldn't distinguish, he would just fight them all. Infernal catastrophe. Boom! The fire elements suddenly erupted, exploding in the narrow space. Upon seeing the situation, Lu Ruffing quickly dodged outside the room to avoid being affected. Following that, the raging flames, like giant beasts, instantly devoured over a dozen nearby Zhangzhengchu, leaving no survivors. Even the hellfire catastrophe bombarding the room walls failed to destroy them. There must be a powerful barrier protecting this place. Chu Chen remained focused. He knew that an assassin above the 8th rank could not die so easily at his hands. As expected, in the instant he looked up, over a dozen Zhangzhengchu reappeared. Their bodies were like illusions, with flames passing through them, unable to harm them at all. Just as Chu Chen was astonished, one of the Zhangzhengchu had already rushed up to him. Critical hit. Seeing the deep red damage value floating up, Chu Chen felt a chill in his heart. The opponent's mere clone attack caused over 1 million damage. Without damage reduction effects, even 10 of himself couldn't withstand that blow. At that moment, Chu Chen once again keenly felt the gap between himself and an 8th rank powerhouse. Even with forbidden spells at his disposal, the vast difference in attributes made victory impossible. Is this the end? Watching the other dozen Zhangzhengchu attacking, Chu Chen felt despair for the first time. Radiant blessing. A holy light suddenly shone, enveloping Chu Chen like an eggshell, even emitting small feathers. At the same time, the attacks of the dozen Zhangzhengchu had arrived. 000. The blades flashed, but not a drop of blood was shed by Chu Chen. Surprised, he turned his head to see a familiar figure at the door. It was Shin Xingchen. He walked in angrily, his face full of rage and a fierce expression. Even the cartoon character on his yellow pajamas exuded a menacing aura. Chu Chen couldn't help but rub his temples. The hero's entrance seemed a bit off. How dare you hurt my disciple, you're seeking death. 5 Thunder Law. The old man shouted angrily, shooting countless thunder lights from his palms. Crack! Boom! The thunder raged, instantly filling the entire room, and the dozen shadow clones were dispersed by the lightning. Shin Xingchen's control over magical elements had reached an extraordinary level. He. With the clones eliminated, the real Zhangzhengchu appeared. He stood on a huge chandelier, looking down. Old man, you're strong. May I ask for your name? Shinshingchen's face darkened. You want to talk to me? Come down first and apologize to my disciple. Hee, arrogant. Xiangshengchu sneered, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Feng Mo. President. Just then, someone ran in and interrupted him. Lu Ruffing looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit, unable to understand what illness his president had caught. This was Shinshingchen, for God's sake. You want to fight him? Tomorrow morning, all members of the Assassin Alliance will be thrown into the sea to feed the turtles. You won't even get to spit out your bones. President, stop messing around. Don't you recognize Elder Shinshingchen? Please come down. Lu Ruffing pleaded bitterly, not wanting to be implicated by this lunatic. Shinshingchen? I know you. Upon hearing this name, Xiangshengchu retracted his stance, his momentum restrained. He elegantly jumped down from the chandelier and looked calmly at Shinshingchen. I didn't intend to kill him just now. The clone attack only has high initial damage, with little damage afterward. But I admit, I'm not your match. Take your disciple and leave. Leave? Son thief, kneel down and apologize to my disciple immediately, or else, I'll destroy you. Upon hearing this, Shu Chen's eyes lit up. This feeling of having someone covering your back, isn't it awesome? At this moment, he realized that although Shinshingchen, this old kid, usually had a non-serious appearance, he was quite serious when he was serious. Seeing the tension between the two, the atmosphere gradually cooled to freezing point. Lu Ruffing hurried over, knelt down with a plop. Senior Shin, please calm down, let me kowtow on behalf of the guild leader. I'll kowtow. He was a pragmatic and life-loving person. After speaking, he knelt on the ground and knocked his head against Chu Chen. Chu Chen was a bit embarrassed, neither stopping nor allowing it. After all, Lu Ruffing had never shown any malice towards him from start to finish. Now letting him kowtow to himself was a bit embarrassing. Shinshingchen saw this, but he looked disdainful. You dare? Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a fireball at Lu Ruffing's chest. Boom! Lu Ruffing was hit and flew, hitting the wall and then falling to the ground. Chu Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes at this sight. If he wasn't mistaken, Shinshingchen had just used a fireball spell. Yes, the most basic fireball spell. A 9th level mage, even if only using a fireball spell, had such power. And he was only a 3rd level 90th level mage. Even if he used a forbidden curse, he couldn't defeat Xiang Zhengchu. What a difference! One day, he would also reach the 9th level, or even the 10th level. What kind of scene would it be when that day comes? Chu Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. His subordinate was knocked down in front of him, and Xiang Zhengchu didn't even look at him. Mr. Shen, I know you are powerful and fearless, but don't forget, this is the Assassin Alliance. Assassins are the natural enemies of mages. Hearing this, Shinshingchen's face became even colder. Are you threatening me? You can call everyone here and attack together. A bunch of worthless people, what do I have to fear? No. Xiang Zhengchu smiled and waved his hand. You misunderstood. What I mean is, even if you can kill all of us, you may not be able to protect your disciple's life. Humph. Shinshingchen sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of that? Since I asked you to kowtow, you must kowtow. Even if his life is lost today, I cannot lose face. Chu Chen? No need. He quickly stepped forward to pull Shinshingchen. In the end, I was the one who blew up their secret realm first. This matter can end here. Wow, for the sake of his own face, he didn't even care about my life. I was touched for nothing just now. This old kid is really unreliable. Shinshingchen raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Chen. Do you really not want me to avenge you? No need. Chu Chen answered decisively. You have done well enough. Shinshingchen nodded. For the sake of my disciple, I will spare you for now. If there is a next time, I will kill you all. After leaving these harsh words, Shinshingchen walked out with Chu Chen. Before leaving, Chu Chen couldn't help but glance at Xiang Zhengchu. Previously, when he was in a life-threatening situation, he didn't have time to think too much. Now with Shinshingchen around to ensure his safety, his mind began to become more active. This Xiang Zhengchu, as the guild leader of the Assassin Alliance, didn't even recognize Shinshingchen at first? It was a bit absurd. Plus, he didn't remember his own secret realm, and the cross-shaped throwing dart that was aimed at him. Everything was very strange. Thinking about this, Chu Chen activated the Bai Zhe heart to check Xiang Zhengchu's information. Sansheng Yangtai, Occupation, Wine Demon Phantom, 8th level Ninja, Level, LV. For 71 physical condition Strength Wisdom Agility Spirit Combat Power Value. Hint, the opponent is in a disguised state. The disguised target is Xiang Zhengchu. Weakness, Arrogance, Weak Sustained Combat Ability. After the 4th transformation, there is the power of a battle. After reading the information, Chu Chen couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that this person is not the real leader of the Assassin Alliance at all. No wonder there has been a strange performance from beginning to end. It turns out to be someone else's disguise. Moreover, judging from his name and profession, this person is from the country of Sakura. What is the Assassin Alliance up to? How did they get entangled with people from the country of Sakura? Shuchen was puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Wow! Look at this! This is Shin Shingshin. Truly worthy of the National Guardian technique. This momentum, this aura, amazing. I heard that our leader was subdued by him with just one move, and even knelt down to kowtow. He is the most handsome uncle I've ever seen. And that young man next to him seems pretty good too. I really want to have them all. When walking out, the long corridor was crowded with people. The commotion just now almost alarmed all the members of the alliance. They stood on both sides, whispering to each other, not daring to speak loudly. That was the legendary man. Even if it was risky to come here, as long as they could catch a glimpse of him, it was worth it. After coming out, Shuchen couldn't help but ask, Lao Shin, why did you come to save me? Shin Shingshin touched his beard, put down his arrogant demeanor. It's my teacher. He doesn't know why, but he is so concerned about you. Half an hour ago, he divined that you would encounter danger, but couldn't pinpoint your exact location, so he found me. I saw the message you left me, knowing that you were going to do the fourth transformation task, so I went to the Dark Realm to find you. But I didn't expect that the Dark Realm was gone. There was a young man there who said you blew up the Dark Realm, and after that, the Assassin Alliance came, so I came directly. I see. Shuchen weakly said, then at least change your clothes before coming out. Humph. Shin Shingshin raised his head proudly. What's wrong? Who dares to make fun of me? No one dares, no one dares. Shuchen hurriedly waved his hand, then asked again, by the way, why couldn't I hit the clone of that person just now? But you could? Shin Shingshin explained with a smile, the clone of a high-level skill cannot be hit. The reason I could disperse the clone is because my skill hit his main body. Shuchen was somewhat unconvinced, but I also used a wide-range skill. Why didn't I hit his main body? Ha! Shin Shingshin suddenly laughed. When I went in, I sensed residual fire elements. You must have used a fire-based skill, right? Seeing Shuchen nod, he continued, fire-based skills have high damage, wide range, but also have drawbacks, such as not being fast enough and uneven distribution. Xiang Zhengchu is an 8th-level assassin, with a movement speed beyond ordinary people. He can easily find blind spots that the flames cannot reach. Even if there are no blind spots, he can choose to stand in places where the fire element is sparse. As long as the damage to the main body is not enough, it will not affect the clone. However, on the other hand, at your current level, even if he takes all the damage from your skills, he won't feel much pressure. Hearing this, Shuchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Humph, who does he think he is? I'll go complete the fourth transformation task now, and when I come back, I'll defeat him. Just now, the heart of Baizhe also hinted that after his fourth transformation, he would have the power to fight against him. Shin Shingshin was slightly surprised. Have you completed your fourth transformation task? Yes. Shuchen said proudly. That's good. Shin Shingshin nodded with relief. Work hard to level up again. There's a possibility that our guild will send you to the Jinwu Grand Ceremony this year. Hearing this, Shuchen furrowed his brow slightly. Jinwu Grand Ceremony? What's that? It's an event where young people from major guilds across the country gather to exchange skills, Shin Shingshin said with a smile. Shuchen shrugged. Whatever. With that, he left Shin Shingshin and went straight to the class change temple. Receptionist Song Ying's expression changed when she saw Chu Chen. Last time she tried to seduce him, she was left in a side hall feeling embarrassed. I'm here to turn in a quest. Do I need to fill out a form? Chu Chen asked. No need, follow me, Song Ying replied. Once again in the side hall, Chu Chen walked to the edge of a pool and stood on a stone platform. Soon, the water's surface began to stir. Congratulations on completing the fourth class change quest. As the words appeared on the water surface, a cloud of smoke enveloped Chu Chen. The simple class change ceremony was completed. He quickly checked his status panel. Chu Chen class, Fallen Angel, 4th class change, level, LV, 90 Constitution, 4126 Strength, 3616 Wisdom, 5424 Agility, 2094 Spirit, 3061 Combat Power Skills, Spirit Surge, Infernal Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Tide Rising, Path to Godhood, Extraordinary Insight, Wind Spirit Wings, Soul Entanglement Dance, Heart of the White Seal, Temple of Light, Dictator's Domain, Dark Corruption Passive Skill Spirit Surge triggered, Skill Dark Corruption replaced with Whispers of Reincarnation. Skill, Whispers of Reincarnation, active, Dark Curse. Deals a fatal blow to an enemy within a 50-meter range. Requires a 20-second incantation time. This incantation time cannot be reduced in any way. Wow. Chu Chen was once again amazed. This skill seems a bit overpowered. Just 20 seconds, and it sends you to reincarnation painlessly? If he had learned this skill before facing off against the Sakura Country ninjas, the outcome might have been different. Ding ding! Just as Chu Chen was admiring his new skill, a system prompt sounded. Xingchen, are you done? Hurry back. This old man, always up to something. Chu Chen replied and then left the class change temple to return to the Purple Gold Society. What's up, old Shin, missing me already? Chu Chen joked as he entered. Xingchen sat in a wooden chair in the living room, carefully grooming his beard and even spraying some cologne afterwards. Ah Chu! Chu Chen sneezed from the scent. What are you doing? Going to meet an old flame? What old flame? How rude! Xingchen tidied himself up meticulously before standing up. Susu should be back, I'll go pick her up. You still have to take her to explore the secret realm tomorrow, you haven't forgotten, have you? Oh crap! That's right, he completely forgot about that. Chu Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, how could I forget? I've been keeping track of your affairs. Xingchen gave him a look. Stop talking nonsense and handle things properly. Let's go, I'll take you to a new place to stay. A new place? Chu Chen was surprised. Isn't this place good enough? Susu doesn't like having strangers around, so I'll find you a new house. With that, Xingchen led Chu Chen to another villa. Looking at the similarly luxurious house as before, Chu Chen swallowed nervously. Old Shin, is your family so poor that only villas are left? Has this place been empty all along? Hearing this, Xingchen sighed. This was where Susu's parents lived before. Although Xingchen never mentioned it directly, after spending so much time together, Chu Chen could sense that his son and daughter-in-law had passed away. Standing in this house, Chu Chen clearly felt a sense of sadness emanating from Xingchen. You don't have to do this, I can stay in a hotel. The bright room was spotless, obviously cleaned regularly. And from various places, it could be seen that this place had been uninhabited for a long time, not even a trace of sitting on the sofa. Moving in abruptly might disturb the peace. Xingchen saw his concern and smiled calmly, saying, it's okay, you just stay here at ease. Both Susu and I don't mind, after all, it's been so long, it's time to let go. After saying that, he teasingly looked at Chu Chen. Don't tell me you're afraid to stay, rest assured, this is not a haunted house, they died on the battlefield. No, I didn't mean that. Chu Chen waved his hands repeatedly. He understood the pain of losing loved ones, and his mood was somewhat heavy at the moment. Alright, don't think too much. Your task is to rest well and tomorrow help me protect my granddaughter. I'll leave first, you can find a room yourself, they are all clean. After a few instructions, Xingchen pushed the door and left. Alone, Chu Chen focused his mind, surveyed the room structure, and then found the outermost guest room. Although no one had lived here for a long time, it was clean and cozy. After a while, he sat at the desk and began to inspect the loot dropped by the Lord of the Dark Void in that moment of explosion in the secret realm. He risked his life to pick them up. A total of 8 pieces of equipment, levels 70 to 90, with low grades, below gold. The rest were some materials. Chu Chen carefully searched through them, vaguely remembering picking up something strange that he didn't have time to examine closely at the time. Found it! Soon, he found that thing and took it out. A dazzling light flashed, and a lump of black-green viscous liquid appeared in Chu Chen's hand. The liquid spread in his palm. The touch was like holding a 100-year-old phlegm. Enduring the nausea, he checked the information. Feed, void mucus, level. Description, food containing the power of darkness, can be fed directly. Feed? Chu Chen grimaced and looked at the indescribable viscous substance. From the description, this should be pet food. But, can this thing really be eaten? Taking out the only pet egg on him and placing it on the table, Chu Chen rubbed its rough patterns. Can it be fed like this? He tried to smear the mucus on the eggshell. Feed void mucus? It worked! Chu Chen was delighted and chose yes without hesitation. After feeding, maybe it could accelerate its hatching progress. The black-green viscous liquid began to flow, quickly seeping into the eggshell and disappearing. Chu Chen picked up the egg, knocked and examined it, but found no changes. If there was any difference, it was that the color became slightly darker. After studying for a while, he felt clueless. Since there was nothing to do today, Chu Chen decided to go out and directly came to the Deep Sea City Pet Trading Center. Almost everyone who transitioned to become a pet trainer would work here. It was better to let the professionals handle it than to mess around on his own. Hello, do you need any help? A girl in a pink uniform greeted warmly, holding a young 3-tailed white fox in her arms. The white fox in her arms seemed to be having difficulty breathing due to the pressure from the giant. Chu Chen looked at it, feeling envious and jealous. No, he couldn't think like that. He shifted his gaze elsewhere. I have an egg and I want you to help me with it. The pink girl was startled for a moment, then understood Chu Chen's meaning. Do you need to hatch a pet? please follow me. Inside the trading center's counter, there were various types of pets and unhatched eggs displayed everywhere. Chu Chen followed her to the second floor. Yang Jia, we have a customer. Sitting behind the counter was a mature and graceful woman, dressed in black uniform with gold-rimmed glasses. She raised her head and looked at Chu Chen. What do you need, pet egg hatching, or pet care? Hatching. Chu Chen didn't beat around the bush, directly took out his egg and placed it in front of the woman. The woman's thin lips slightly parted, looking somewhat surprised. Is this a cold jade lion mane horse? This kind of divine beast-level pet that can also be used as a mount is extremely rare. Even in a place like Deep Sea City, which is full of treasures, it is not commonly seen. Wait! A hint of surprise flashed in the woman's charming eyes. She picked up the beast egg, examined it carefully, then furrowed her brows. Have you fed it feed containing dark power? Dark power? Chu Chen remembered that blob of slime, which burst out from the Dark Void Lord, so it should be considered as having dark power, right? Yes, just fed it. Is there a problem? Chu Chen said as he started checking the woman's information. Yang Shui, occupation, 4th turn pet trainer. Pet feed contains different attributes of power. It is most taboo to feed it randomly. Especially for unhatched pet eggs, feeding them randomly will have a great impact on their growth after hatching. Yang Shui gestured for Chu Chen to sit down, then continued, your cold jade lion mane horse originally had a pure bloodline, but now it has been contaminated. Contaminated? Has it turned dark? Chu Chen scratched his head. To be honest, this pet egg was dug out from the coffin of Tu Song. Not to mention being contaminated, even if it was fried in a pan, he wouldn't feel sorry for it, he would just eat 2 more bowls of rice with tears in his eyes. What consequences will there be? Chu Chen asked, resting his head on his hand. Yang Shui used her white onion fingertips to play with the beast egg, shook her head, hard to say. Based on experience, dark power will most likely make the pet stronger, but at the same time, it will also affect its mentality. After hatching, it may become violent and difficult to tame. Even if a contract is successfully signed, there is a risk of attacking the owner. No big deal. Chu Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. If it dares to attack, just give it a beating. If that doesn't work, just fry it in oil directly. Yang Shui gave him a playful glare, already categorizing Chu Chen in her mind as a rich second generation who has lost his mind to playthings. Then leave the egg here, I will notify you after it successfully hatches. Oh, by the way, since this is a divine beast level, a deposit of 100,000 is required. Please pay at the front desk on the first floor. Chu Chen stood up and followed the pink Lolita back to the first floor. 100,000 was nothing to Chu Chen now. After paying the deposit, he strolled around the city center, experiencing the prosperity of the big city, then returned to the villa. A night passed quietly. The next morning, Chu Chen got up, washed up, and tidied the room. When he walked out of the villa, a red convertible supercar roared to a stop in front of the door. In the driver's seat, a burgundy-haired young woman looked over. She took off her sunglasses, her gaze cold. You are Chu Chen? Racing all the way. A 200 million worth fiery red Ferrari supercar, paired with the flying burgundy hair, was a beautiful sight. Chu Chen sat in the passenger seat and couldn't help but turn his head to look more. What are you looking at? Sensing the gaze, Shinsusu showed a slight displeasure. Without looking, he knew that the look in her eyes behind the black sunglasses must be filled with disgust. From the moment Chu Chen got in the car, he could feel that Miss Shin from the Shin family was very repulsed by him. Being able to agree to let him come along, it was probably Shin Xingchen's forced request, forced and helpless. Chu Chen didn't care about these things. Since he had already received the reward in advance, this time his task was to protect Miss Shin and successfully complete the secret realm. He pointed to the open canopy, facing the wind, and struggled to open his mouth. With such strong wind, aren't you afraid of eating dirt? Shinsusu's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't speak. Until the sports car reached the edge of the city, she switched to hover mode and flew into the wilderness. Look, Susu is here. Oh, Miss Shin, you finally arrived. Yes, we've been waiting for you. In the jungle, a group of young people welcomed her. They whispered complaints, but no one dared to blame Shinsusu. Sorry, picked someone up, came late. Shinsusu jumped out of the hover car and took off her sunglasses. Susu, who is this? Seeing Chu Chen following her, the others couldn't help but ask, with a few boys even showing hostility. Oh, this is Chu Chen, Shinsusu said simply, without much introduction. The backgrounds of these people were either rich or noble, and the equipment they wore was no less than spiritual level. Some even had equipment custom-made by high-level blacksmiths from the 100 Refinements Hall. Each one was more stylish than the last. Shinsusu had intended to introduce Chu Chen as her friend, but she didn't. After all, his ordinary clothes made him stand out among the others present. And her eyesight was good enough to see that Chu Chen was wearing 5 pieces of wind god equipment. 5 pieces of wind god equipment. Shunsusu's mind was racing. Is this guy a comedian? Doesn't he know there's a limit to cooldown reduction? Each piece of wind god equipment can reduce cooldown by 20%. Is he trying to reduce his skill cooldown to 0? My goodness. What was Grandpa thinking, sending me such an idiot? Others could roughly understand Shunsusu's attitude. Among them, a tall and sunny young man stepped forward, seemingly the leader of the other boys. Susu, is this guy also coming with us into the secret realm? Yes. Shunsusu reluctantly nodded. After all, this was a direct order from Grandpa. Then, the young man looked at Chu Chen. Hello, I'm Zhongyun. Chu Chen. Chu Chen responded lightly. Zhongyun smiled, then seemed to remember something suddenly, and exclaimed, by the way, Susu, you mentioned before that our secret realm is level 160. Can your friend enter? The level restrictions for random secret realms were quite loose, only requiring half the level of the map to enter. In other words, for a level 160 secret realm, the minimum level to enter would be 80. But, in their eyes, Chu Chen didn't seem to be above level 80. Hearing this, Shunsusu's expression changed slightly. She had forgotten to ask Grandpa about this beforehand. If the person she brought didn't even qualify to enter the secret realm, it would be embarrassing in front of her friends. Seeing her dilemma, Chu Chen smiled calmly. Don't worry, I have the level. With this answer, Shunsusu breathed a sigh of relief. Zhongyun gave a smug smile and walked back to his place. At this moment, including Chu Chen, there were a total of 8 young people gathered here. Shunsusu checked the time and saw there were 3 minutes left before the secret realm would appear. This secret realm was divined by Shunsusu using divination techniques, and she had ample materials, so the refresh time was very accurate. She looked around and noticed some people were missing. Zhongyun, where did Zhotong and Su Xian go? Before Zhongyun could answer, a loud shout came from afar, we're back. Everyone turned to see a blonde teenager pulling a lively and beautiful girl running towards them. It was Zhotong and Su Xian. Seeing the two return, someone in the crowd joked, not bad, Zhou, this time you were gone for quite a while. Zhotong was the son of a third-rate guild leader, who couldn't go a moment without a woman. He was truly a lustful ghost. If it weren't for being classmates of the same level, Shunsusu would never have dealt with such a person. Zhotong had taken his girlfriend elsewhere while waiting for the others. What to do, everyone knows in their hearts. But no one expected them to come back so late. Zhotong returned to the crowd and laughed triumphantly. Hee, the main thing I rely on is perseverance. But this time, I was indeed delayed by something else. Do you know, just now when I was discussing the origin of life with Xin, I was bumped into by an idiot. It scared me almost to death. Later, I gave that beast a lesson. Guess what? He was actually here to find the secret realm too. This time I helped eliminate a competitor for us. Quite an achievement, right? After hearing him finish, Zhongyun hurriedly asked, what about him? Zhotong shrugged, of course I made him scram quickly, I still had important things to do. Hearing this, Shunsusu couldn't help but furrow her brows. We haven't even entered the secret realm yet, and he's already causing trouble. He's really unreliable. Others were also worried and said, won't he cause any trouble? What are you afraid of? Zhotong was extremely arrogant. Are we, this group of people, afraid of trouble in the deep sea city? Let's not mention Susu's grandfather, just look at the backgrounds of the others. Who dares to speak loudly to us? Chu Chen listened on the side and couldn't help but sneer. These people in front of him were only a year or two older than himself, yet so naive. In the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of the heavens. If there is a dispute over treasure, who would care about your family background? Just kill you and throw you into the secret realm, where you can't be found. Others glanced at each other and thought Zhotong's words made sense, so they stopped talking. At this time, a thick black fog descended from the sky, converging into a deep vortex. The secret realm appeared, with the entrance appearing precisely in front of everyone. Alright, everyone get ready to enter the secret realm, take the medicine first. Zhongyun was a 4th-level alchemist, one of the most popular life professions. When this profession becomes strong, it can even perfectly replace a priest. Zhongyun came from a wealthy background, and he has never lacked resources such as equipment and skill books. His strength is not to be underestimated. The 4th-level pill he refined, the explosive Yuan pill, can triple a person's attributes for 2 hours, an absolute tool for leveling up. Here, take it. 1 pill is enough. Zhongyun distributed the pills to everyone one by one. When he came to Chu Chen, he smiled and said, sorry buddy, I didn't know you were coming. I didn't prepare your share. Chu Chen shrugged, it's okay. Shunsusu watched on the side, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but say, Zhongyun, don't you usually take only a few seconds to refine a pill? Make one for him, it's too dangerous inside without it. This. I don't have enough materials, I can't refine one. Jong-yun didn't expect Shinsusu to speak up for him, feeling quite surprised. I don't have enough materials, I can't refine one. Shinsusu frowned slightly, she knew that Jong-yun was deliberately excluding Chu-chen. Although they didn't have much of a relationship, Chu-chen was brought by her after all, and she felt a bit sorry for him. After some thought, she walked over and stuffed the explosive yuan pill into Chu-chen's hand. I don't need it, you take mine. Chu-chen was stunned. Shinsusu's actions were something he never expected. It seems that Shin Lao's education is not a complete failure. Joking to himself, Chu-chen waved his hand. No need, it's indeed dangerous inside, you take it. Being rejected despite her good intentions, Shinsusu pouted slightly, take it or not. Leaving these words behind, she turned and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Jong-yun watched and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, then waved his hand. Everyone, let's enter the secret realm. Plague Farm, level 160 secret realm. After all, Shinsusu was only at the 4th level, so she couldn't predict a higher level secret realm location. Chu-chen glanced at the situation of the small team. Shinsusu, level 155 Crimson Wizard, 4th turn Diviner. Jong-yun, level 151 Alchemy Master, 4th turn Pharmacist. 10 Xiaoai, level 148 Bright Hunter, 4th turn Archer. Jo Tong, level 145 Death Knight, 4th turn Knight. Apart from themselves, all 9 people have reached the 4th turn, and their levels are also similar. With this lineup, it shouldn't be too difficult to clear a level 160 secret realm. Chu-chen relaxed, keeping a distance not too far from Shinsusu. After all, the task of this trip was to protect her safety, and Chu-chen couldn't be bothered with anything else. Pay attention to your positions, don't spread out too much. Jong-yun commanded. Both he and Shinsusu had weaker combat abilities, so they stood in the center of the team. In order to protect Shinsusu, Chu-chen naturally squeezed in as well. Jong-yun's face darkened when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. He hadn't figured out Shinsusu's attitude towards Chu-chen yet, so he decided to ignore him for the time being. The team continued on their way and soon arrived at a green grassland. Ga-wo, Ga-wo. Strange cries rang out as a large group of mutated deer rushed out from all directions. These mutated deer had extremely bizarre appearances, with either 3 antlers on their heads, or 5 or 6 legs, and some even had their internal organs hanging outside their bodies as they ran, clanging and swaying. Name, Mutated Strange Deer. Attribute, Virus. Level, LV. 140. Health, 600W/600W. Constitution, 2522. Strength, 2761. Wisdom, 1789. Agility, 2374. Spirit, 2224. Combat power value. Skills, Mental Contamination. Charge, Plague Zone. Introduction. I'm not ugly. Oh my, how disgusting. The knight leading the way, Jo Tong, couldn't help but exclaim. Several girls also looked like they were about to vomit. Fight. Prophet's Domain. Shinsusu remained calm and quickly used a skill. A black band of light appeared around the team. When the mutated deer stepped into the light, their movement speed immediately slowed down, greatly delaying their charge. Storm Slash. Jo Tong, enduring his disgust, activated a skill. Following that, the archer and warlock also launched one skill after another. Continuous damage values floated up, and with teamwork, the group of mutated deer perished instantly. The team killed the mutated strange deer, you gained 8,000 experience points. The team killed the mutated strange deer, you gained 8,000 experience points. Watching the system messages, Chu-chen was extremely pleased. He had been stuck at level 90 for so long and hadn't gained experience in a while. Damn, Jong-yun, your potions are too powerful. Yeah, I hit over 400,000 damage for the first time. And it wasn't even a critical hit. Alchemy masters are too strong. I'm really envious of you. Ha! Jong-yun smiled faintly, but his eyes revealed his pride. Don't envy me, envy our young master Chu-chen. He doesn't even need to use skills and can easily pass through the secret realm. I still don't even know what profession he is. After saying a few sarcastic remarks, he glanced at Shinsusu. Seeing her cold expression, he stopped talking. Chu-chen maintained an attitude of I have the thickest skin in the world, letting them say whatever they wanted, and he couldn't be bothered to care. In any case, he adhered to one principle: be a good follower of Shinsusu and don't let her get hurt. Quickly finish the secret realm, and everyone goes their separate ways. As the team continued on their way, they encountered mutated creatures contaminated by the virus. There were winged cows, 6-headed wild horses, and even mountain goats that walked on their faces, among others. After killing 4 waves of monsters, someone dissatisfiedly said, Susie, what is your friend here for? Why is she not moving at all? just slacking off. Yeah, I've seen people lying down before, but I've never seen someone lie down so thoroughly. It's like we're working for this kid. These people were originally rich kids, each with a proud heart. At first, perhaps out of consideration for Shinsusu's identity, they didn't dare to complain, but as time went on, they couldn't help but speak up. Shinsusu's face turned ugly, facing her friends questioning. She didn't know how to explain. Before leaving, Shinshinshin insisted that she bring someone to explore the secret realm together, without saying much else. She refused for a long time, but had to agree in the end. At first, she was curious about what kind of person Chuchen was, but she didn't expect him to be like this. Alright, just use a couple of skills, I'll join you in the fight later, Chuchen said helplessly. He didn't want Shinsusu to be wronged because of him. That old man Shinshinshin spoiled his granddaughter so much, if he found out, wouldn't he make trouble for himself when he got back? Anyway, he could control the power of the skills now, so as not to expose the forbidden curse. Hearing Chuchen say this, the others didn't continue to argue. Zhongyun gave the other boys a look, telling them to keep an eye on Chuchen. At this point, if Chuchen continued to slack off, he could rightfully drive him away. The team set off again, passing through the farm and entering a dense forest. This time, a group of mutated bear dogs rushed out. Everyone immediately engaged in battle. Chuchen also moved his limbs, throwing a fireball with his left hand and casting a lightning bolt with his right hand. He didn't care if the skills hit the monsters or not, as long as he appeared busy. After using a round of skills, he had to pretend that he had a cooldown and take a break. In short, he was having a great time slacking off, leaving others speechless. Soon, they had progressed more than halfway through the secret realm. Chuchen looked at his experience bar, which had only increased by less than 0.1%. He couldn't help but be amazed. Starting from the fourth transformation, not only did the difficulty of changing jobs increase linearly, but the experience required for leveling up also became more insane. Fortunately, he had already obtained the certificate for the fifth transformation. Once this was done, he had to hurry up and level up to take on missions. Let's go, continue. After resting and regaining full strength, the team, under Zhongyun's command, continued on their way. Just then, a group of people on horseback suddenly charged at them from behind, surrounding them without a word. Seeing their fierce appearance, it was clear they were not here for a friendly chat. Who are you people? What do you want? Zhongyun's father, Zhong Wentao, was the president of the World War Hall and owned several luxury car clubs, making a name for himself in this deep-sea city. Naturally, he wasn't easily intimidated by such a situation. However, the other party ignored him directly, and a middle-aged man with a fat head and a face full of scars stepped forward and pointed at Zhou Tong, shouting sharply, "It's him! Brother 3, it's this kid who beat me! Hurry up and kill him for me!" The fat man's name was Sun Lai. A few days ago, he had incredibly good luck and completed a hidden mission, obtaining the time and location of the Plague Farm refresh. Originally, he had come here to scout the area first, confirm the secret realm refresh, and then provide the intelligence to his boss, Hua-san. But when he arrived here, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a young couple discussing the origin of life in a small grove. Sun Lai was always eager to learn, so when he saw the scene, he immediately squatted down to observe carefully. When he couldn't help but step forward to guide their posture, he was discovered by the two demonstration teachers. The end result was that he was severely beaten by Zhou Tong. When he returned, Sun Lai was indignant and reported the incident truthfully to his boss. Upon hearing this, Hua-san immediately led his men to track them down in the secret realm. After being surrounded, Chuchen calmly glanced around. The group that came after, the leader Hua-san is a level 164th turn swordsman, already at the 5th turn level, should not have received the job change certificate yet. The others, except for Sun Lai who is a level 113 4th turn warrior, are all worthless. Is this all? How dare they chase after us? You should know that Shinsusu and the second generation have top-level equipment attributes. Looking at the entire 4th turn world, their combat power is quite explosive. Of course, Chuchen, this kind of freak, is another story. Hua-san saw that his little brother had already identified the murderer, took a step forward, and said with a dark face, "You little brat, you hit me, and you even took my secret realm. Are you tired of living? Damn!" Zhou Tong was still excited from the monster hunting just now, still in an extremely excited state. When he was scolded by someone pointing at his nose, he immediately became furious, raised the knight's broadsword in his hand. "Who the hell are you? How dare you shout at your father?" Hua-san was taken aback, then smiled instead of getting angry. This little brat has some guts. What, just finished beating up my brother, and now you don't want to take responsibility? Do I need to remind you, what did my brother see? I heard him say, your wife is quite fair, isn't she? With that, he took the lead, laughing along with his little brothers. Suxan, who was hiding behind Zhou Tong, blushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Go to hell! Zhou Tong was furious and swung his sword. Seeing this, Zhong Yun couldn't help but get excited too. As the son of the head of the World War Hall, he had long wanted to participate in some guild battles. But having just graduated and changed jobs for over a year, his father had always forbidden him from joining the battles. Now, it's great, he can practice his skills. Prepare for battle. In the moment Zhou Tong charged forward, Zhong Yun shouted and used his only combat skill, Enhancing Holy Light. This skill can increase the damage of the next skill by 20% for teammates. The team members also had some tacit understanding. As soon as Zhong Yun's voice fell, Shinsusu's deceleration aura was cast. Following that was the archer's 4th tier skill Evil Spirit Arrow Rain. High damage floated up, and Guisan's little brothers scattered and ran away. Damn, they can't even take a hit. Zhong Yun was helpless, thinking of using this opportunity to practice his combat skills, but unexpectedly solved the opponent in just a few moves. Winning so easily, how can he improve? On the other side, Guisan and Sunlai were stunned on the spot. When they came chasing, they were aggressive and domineering, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. As they slowly retreated, Sunlai whispered, "Third brother. What should we do? These little brats seem to be a bit tough." Guisan pretended to be calm and whispered back, "Delay the time, I invited a big brother before coming, he's on his way. This person is the captain of the Assassin Alliance, a 6th turn assassin. Dealing with these little brats is like playing. As long as we wait for him to come, we can easily crush these people." Hearing this, Sunlai looked at Guisan with admiration. Third brother is really visionary. Knowing that he is useless, so he called the big brother in advance. He didn't dare to say the last sentence, in case the other side didn't make a move, he would be killed by Guisan first. Guisan smiled smugly, "Now listen to my orders. You, go delay them." Ha! Sunlai was startled. Just as he was about to ask why, he met Guisan's cannibalistic eyes and instantly wilted. Then, he had no choice but to walk towards Zhou Tong and the others with a stiff face. Bosses, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Looking at Sunlai's body, bent like a fat shrimp, Zhou Tong poked him with the sword. "Fatso, weren't you arrogant just now? If I didn't hear wrong, you wanted to kill me, right? Come on, I'll see how you do it." No. Sunlai smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. "How could I mean that? It's all a misunderstanding. I'm here mainly to thank you. You see, just now, you gave me such a vivid physiology lesson, something I never learned in school before. I must bow to you as my teacher. You are my teacher." After saying that, he made a few bows in a row, then looked at Suxan and said, "You are my teacher's wife." Suxan blushed and ran away, while Zhou Tong kicked Sunlai over, cursing, "Get lost, looking for death, huh?" Swearing, he rushed up and kicked Sunlai's face hard. The sound of a pig-like scream came, and Sunlai's face swelled even more like a pig's head. Guisan stood by, not moving or making a sound, afraid of attracting the attention of these little demons. Kids of this age are the most ruthless. In their hands, it could really be a matter of life and death. Soon, Zhou Tong finished venting on Sunlai, panting and wiping the sweat. "Zhang Xiao, how should we deal with this guy?" Zhong Yun walked over, arrogantly looked down at Sunlai. "Kill him." "Kill?" Zhou Tong's face changed instantly when he heard this word. He was just a spoiled child from a nouveau riche family. Although he was arrogant and domineering usually, he had never killed anyone before. "What, scared?" Zhong Yun sneered. Zhou Tong wanted to show strength, but never found the courage. At this moment, Suxian ran to his side. "Zhou Tong, are you still a man? I've been seen through by this thug, and you still can't kill him? Don't make me look down on you." Provoked by Suxian, Zhou Tong also hardened his heart and walked towards Sunlai with a sword. Sensing Zhou Tong's killing intent, Sunlai was extremely panicked. Although the other party was a group of kids around 20 years old, the strength was there, and he was definitely no match. He instantly forgot the pain on his body, turned over and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I won't say anything, I know I was wrong." Zhou Tong's face was tense, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. But when he thought of Zhong Yun's mockery and Suxian's disdain, he became more determined. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tong raised his arms and lifted the long sword high. Don't! Sunlai was so scared at this point that he forgot to resist. And at that moment, a voice came from behind. "Sunlai, stand up. Ththr. Brother!" Suddenly remembering that Guisan was still behind him, Sunlai seemed to grasp at a lifeline. "Help, brother, they want to kill me." "Scared of what? Stand up." Guisan walked over with a smile, looking completely different from before. "Don't worry, they can't kill you. My big brother is here." The atmosphere began to become subtle. No one knew who Guasan's so-called big brother really was. Zhong Yun spat and proudly said, "What nonsense, big brother, Zhou Tong, continue, I want to see who dares to stop you." "Alright, Stormy slash." Zhou Tong no longer hesitated, his intent to kill was firm, he raised the long sword again and launched a skill towards Sun Lai. The next moment, swoosh, splat. His body seemed to be hit by a huge force, and Zhou Tong was sent flying. Critical hit. A stream of blood sprayed out, instantly dyeing the ground red. Bang! He fell on the crimson bloodstain, and his blood gauge was immediately emptied. Then, a figure appeared next to the body, holding a black short sword in hand. The air around suddenly dropped to freezing point, making people shiver uncontrollably. As Zhou Tong was killed in an instant, the expressions of Zhong Yun and the others froze on their faces, almost stopping their breath. When you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. Kids, you've been a bit too arrogant, haven't you? The man turned slowly, locking his gaze on everyone with a sudden imposing manner. As an assassin by profession, he naturally exuded a murderous aura. Moreover, Li Zhan has already reached the 6th level. Facing this group of 4th level kids, the pressure he brings to them is like an insurmountable mountain. His 6th level skill, Ghost Shadow Instant Step Slash, can even take down Zhou Tong, a 4th level knight, in seconds. It is estimated that no one else present can withstand it. Watching Zhou Tong die in front of him, even Zhong Yun couldn't help but feel panicked. But relying on his decent background, he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "Who are you?" He, dare to ask who my big brother is?" Guasan walked over smugly. Just thinking about how he was scared to death by these kids just now, he couldn't wait to kill them all immediately. However, before killing them, he had to finish the intimidation first. "Let me tell you, my big brother Li Zhan is a captain-level figure in the Assassin Alliance. You have provoked us today, my big brother will not stand idly by, you will all wait to die one by one." Assassin Alliance? Hearing these words, Zhong Yun's face changed dramatically. In Deep Sea City, apart from the top guild of the Spirit Church, the Assassin Alliance is the strongest. His father's World War Hall is ultimately just a small guild of the 4th or 5th rank. In front of the Assassin Alliance, he really couldn't be arrogant. But fortunately, besides leading the guild, his father also does business and has dealings with many important people. Zhong Yun swallowed hard, suppressed the fear in his eyes, and walked up to Li Zhan. Li Ge, right? My father is the president of the World War Hall, Zhong Wentao. He often interacts with your guild, and even had a meal with Elder Lu. Look, can you spare us for the sake of my father? He. Li Zhan smiled coldly, what a load of nonsense, World War Hall. Go and call your father, let's see if he dares to save face under the Assassin Alliance. Zhong Yun's heart skipped a beat, thinking it was over. Before he could say anything, Li Zhan continued, however, face must still be given to Elder Lu. Then, he stepped aside and said to Guasan, "Let this kid go, you deal with the rest yourself. I'll be here, watching who dares to resist." "Okay, big brother," Guasan replied, then walked over to Li Zhan and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll increase your tribute for this month tenfold." He was not a member of the Assassin Alliance himself, but he recognized Li Zhan as his big brother and made regular contributions every month, just to seek his protection in critical moments. After speaking, he was excited and looked at the 3 girls. Shinsusu, Su Xian, and Tan Xiaoai, all tall and beautiful, he had his eye on them since the first sight. At this time, Sun Lai also got up from the ground and pointed at Su Xian, saying, "Third brother, give me this girl, she is my master's wife, I need to teach her a lesson." Hearing this, fear clouded Su Xian's eyes. Seeing a fellow girl about to be humiliated, Zhong Yun was also torn. He wanted to save her, but his abilities were limited, even if he brought his own father, he could only save himself. Zhou Tong had already been killed, and he didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Zhong Yun was anxious, and next, it would depend on Shinsusu. As long as she revealed her identity, these people would definitely not dare to act. Watching the 2 creepy men approaching step by step, Su Xian and Tan Xiaoai were already pale with fear, tears streaming down their faces. Shinsusu was also extremely nervous. She wanted to mention her grandfather's name, but she was worried that if the other party knew, they might do something more extreme out of fear. But if she didn't say anything, she would still not escape humiliation. Encountering such a situation for the first time, her mind was in chaos, and she really didn't know what to do. Wait! Just as Shinsusu was struggling, a voice sounded from behind her. Shuchen stepped forward and stood in front of Shinsusu. "You guys better not touch her." He spoke indifferently, looking casually at Guisan and Sun Lai. Shinsusu couldn't help but be surprised. "Shuchen, what are you doing?" Shuchen waved his hand to interrupt her, then looked at Li Zhan. "Hey, that guy, from the Assassin Alliance, right? Stop messing around, just take your people and go back as a favor to me." "Damn, is this kid crazy?" Zhong Yun gritted his teeth, looking at Chu Chen as if he was looking at a madman. Originally, he was hoping Shinsusu would reveal her identity and scare these people away with the name Shinshingchen. But now, this guy had completely provoked the other party, leaving no chance. Guo-san and Sun Lai also looked at each other, wondering how they hadn't noticed such a character among the crowd. Where did this lunatic come from? Better stay away from him, lunatics killing people is not legal. Wait, why be afraid? I'm going to kill him now. Guo-san reacted, about to make a move, when the voice of Li Zhan behind him came. This kid has some courage. Interesting, interesting. He smirked, revealing a weapon in his hand, walking step by step towards them. He deliberately walked slowly, wanting to gradually break down the opponent's psychological defenses and make them collapse. However, when Li Zhan walked up to Chu Chen and saw his face clearly, his fierce smile instantly disappeared, replaced by fear and shock. Chu Chen? Yesterday, Shinshingchen left the Assassin Alliance headquarters with Chu Chen. He witnessed it with his own eyes. And after they left, just one night later, Chu Chen's rampage in the Assassin Alliance spread internally. As a member of the Assassin Alliance, Li Zhan naturally knew all about it. He never expected this legendary young man to appear here. Li Zhan's momentum dissipated instantly, looking at Chu Chen in disbelief. Ha? Know me? Chu Chen looked at him and said lightly, so, are you giving me face, or having a fight? Have a fight? Li Zhan shuddered all over, waving his hands repeatedly, and no need. Of course not. Chu Chen now was described as a war god, even the president was no match for him. Fight him? Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Chu Chen blared, fight or not, retreat or not, why hesitate? Ha? Li Zhan didn't quite understand at first, but after thinking about it, he understood the meaning. He immediately straightened up, sweating profusely. Sorry. I'll take my people and leave now. Coming out of the secret realm, Guo-san and Sun Lai were still in a daze. They were about to succeed in capturing the three beauties, but why? Did they suddenly withdraw? Sun Lai naturally didn't dare to speak, and after hesitating for a moment, Guo-san finally gathered the courage to ask, brother, what exactly happened just now? Is that kid very powerful? Why? Humph. Li Zhan's face darkened, looking very angry. I was completely screwed over by you guys today. Do you know who that Chu Chen is? Dare to provoke him? Guo-san was stunned. Does he have some background? Background? Li Zhan sneered. He is the damn background himself. Taking a deep breath, he continued, do you know, this Chu Chen just caused a scene in our Assassin Alliance yesterday. Even our president and Elder Lu combined are not his match. The president is an 8-turn assassin, and he was kneeling and kowtowing after being beaten. You can imagine how strong he is. After listening, Guo-san and Sun Lai were dumbfounded. It felt like a cold snake had crawled behind them, causing them to involuntarily shiver. This story sounded a bit fantastical, but coming directly from Li Zhan's mouth, could it be false? He is a cadre at the level of the Assassin Alliance captain. Could he really spread rumors about his own family head? Who exactly is Chu Chen? If he had made a move just now, Guo-san doesn't even dare to think about it. Right now, he only has one thought, to run quickly. At the same time, inside the secret realm, a group of people looked at Chu Chen with complex expressions, wanting to ask but not daring to. The terrifying atmosphere from earlier had not completely dissipated, and everyone was still a bit flustered. In the end, it was Shinsusu who couldn't help but ask, Chu Chen, who are you exactly? Why are they afraid of you? Afraid of me? Chu Chen shrugged, that's not the case. They are actually afraid of your grandfather. After saying that, Chu Chen chuckled inwardly. As long as you dare to ask, I dare to push it onto Shinshingchen's head. My grandfather? Shinsusu was a bit puzzled, but I didn't mention my identity. Chu Chen smiled faintly, it's like this. Yesterday, your grandfather went to the Assassin Alliance for business and brought me along. The person just now might have seen me with your grandfather and known that we have a relationship, so that's why they were afraid. After listening to Chu Chen's explanation, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. But when they saw Zhou Tong's body, their mood became heavy again. Especially Su Xin. She had been urging Zhou Tong to go and kill before, but unexpectedly, it was him who died. Feeling sad and guilty, her emotions were on the verge of collapse as she pointed at Chu Chen and shouted, who gave you the right to let those people leave? If they killed someone, they should pay with their lives. How can they just leave like that? After being yelled at a few times, Chu Chen was dumbfounded. He exaggeratedly furrowed his brows. Sister, if I don't let them go, are you going to fight them? Besides, whether you live or die, I really don't care. As long as Susu is safe, that's all that matters. After saying this, Shinsusu suddenly looked up at Chu Chen, a strange feeling flashing through her heart. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he also felt that his words were not quite right, as if There was some ambiguity. He thought about explaining a few words, but decided against it. Damn it, there's no way to explain. So, do you still have the mood to continue exploring the secret realm? After a moment of silence, Shu Chen asked. It seemed that if these people stopped here, that would be great. Being tied up here as a bodyguard was boring, and it was better to upgrade quickly and complete the level 5 mission. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, most of them not having any ideas. But they really didn't feel like continuing, especially since someone had just died, and they didn't know how to explain it to his family. Seeing their expressions, Shu Chen couldn't help but feel pleased. It seemed that today could end like this. Time to clock out. However, just then, a cold voice rang out, I want to continue. Shinsusu looked determinedly towards the depths of the secret realm, her attitude clear. Damn! Shu Chen was speechless. This young lady really had a spirit of adventure. With Shinsusu taking the lead, Jongyun also stepped forward. I have decided to continue as well. The secret realm is extremely dangerous to begin with. Before we came, no one was guaranteed a safe return, and Jotong's death was his own fault. After we leave, we will truthfully tell his family about what happened. The rest will be the grudges between them and the Assassin Alliance, nothing to do with us. Those of you who want to continue, follow me and Susu. Those who don't, leave the team now. After Jongyun finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they all decided to continue. Shu Chen's face darkened, looking like he had lost all hope, following behind Shinsusu. Shinsusu noticed his actions, discreetly glanced over, but didn't say anything. The team continued on their way. Without the knight Jotong, the heavy responsibility of fighting monsters fell on a warrior named Jia Xian. Jia Xian is also a member of the spirit cult, and he was originally brought into the guild by Xingqingshan and later became acquainted with Shinsusu. This time, he was called by Shinsusu for the expedition to the secret realm. Due to the previous incidents, the team became much quieter and coordination errors occurred frequently during monster hunting. However, their equipment was very good, and Shu Chen also secretly increased the power of his skill releases, so they managed to progress without much pressure. Half an hour later, they finished off the last wave of monsters and emerged from the dense forest. What is this? Jia Xian, walking at the forefront of the team, noticed some strange things. Outside the dense forest, there suddenly appeared a desolate land. The place was barren, lifeless, and completely out of place compared to the nearby greenery and trees. Look, there's even black smoke coming out. Jongyun also walked over and crouched down to inspect. The desolate land was full of dried cracks, from which black mist continuously emerged, resembling some kind of toxic chemical gas. Jia Xian looked around and found no other way to go, so he took a step forward onto the land. I'll scout ahead. After speaking, he cautiously walked a distance ahead, and nothing dangerous happened. So he turned around to call everyone over. Just then, Shinsusu's expression changed drastically. Jia Xian, be careful behind you. Hearing this, Jia Xian quickly turned around, and a golden light shone from him as his 4th-tier shield skill instantly activated. However, he was not harmed. Looking closely, Jia Xian suddenly saw an old man with gray-brown skin standing 10 meters away from him, holding a green jar and wearing a sinister smile on his face, looking directly at him. Name, Alchemist, Ancient Tier Boss, Attribute, Virus, Level, LV. 160, Health, 1400W/1400W, Constitution, 5088, Strength, 4123, Wisdom, 8789, Agility, 9134, Spirit, 7112, Combat Power Value, Skills, Toxic Spray, Alchemical Contamination, Soul Corrosion, Elixir Ascension, Smash the Jar. After seeing the boss information, Jia Xian quickly retreated. Jongyun, on the other hand, was excited. After enduring all the hardships, their goal was to defeat the boss. Especially seeing that the boss was playing with alchemical elixirs, they might obtain materials suitable for their own alchemy, which made Jongyun even more eager. Jia Xian, take the front. Backline, prepare to output. With a command, the team began to take up strategic positions. Shield of Courage. Jia Xian activated his shield with a taunting effect and charged straight at the boss. Prophet's Domain. Shinsusu also joined the battle. As a fortune teller, she had very few skills to use and could only provide auxiliary support. However, the slowing aura she cast around the team caused significant trouble for the boss. Following that, the archers and warlocks began using their skills, as they were the main damage dealers in the team. With the buffs provided by Zhongyun's potions and occasional interventions by Chu Chen, the boss's health dropped rapidly. In just a few minutes, it was already halfway depleted. Keep it up, watch your positions. Zhongyun shouted, continuously directing the team, seemingly enjoying the feeling. Hiss, ha! At that moment, the alchemist on the opposite side revealed a mouth full of black rotten teeth and made a strange howling sound. Then he raised his arms high and smashed the green jar in his hands. Crack! The green poisonous mist instantly spread around, appearing to be a terrifying skill. He's desperate. Quick, give him a fatal blow. Zhong Yun, being experienced, knew that the boss had triggered the skill due to its low health. At this moment, we need to accelerate the attack to prevent him from counterattacking. Divine Judgment. Blazing Sun Arrow. Boom! Everyone unleashed all the skills they could. A series of continuous damage floated up. The alchemist let out a miserable cry, and his body went limp and fell down. With the death of the boss, the green poisonous mist also stopped spreading and halted about a dozen meters away from the team. We did it! The crowd cheered. I'll hold on to the items for now and distribute them later when we're out. Zhong Yun walked forward and picked up the loot. Among these people, besides Shinsusu, Zhong Yun came from a strong background. But Shinsusu was not one to seek the limelight, so they usually followed Zhong Yun's lead. After picking up the items, Zhong Yun returned and organized the team to prepare to leave the secret realm. Hey, Zhong, look behind you. At this moment, someone shouted, and Zhong Yun was startled, immediately turning around. Chu Chen in the crowd also noticed something was wrong. The green poisonous mist, after a moment of stagnation, began to move again. However, their direction of movement changed, no longer spreading outward but retracting. In the end, all the poisonous mist gathered on the alchemist's body. Ding! System prompt. Plague Farm Boss Alchemist, Ancient Grade, has mutated. 3 system prompts popped up in succession, and no one expected the boss to undergo a mutation. Now it was Chu Chen's turn to be excited. Such a thing was extremely rare. The last time he encountered a boss mutation was during the last time. It was when he entered the dragon's lair with Chini, and the coastal dragon evolved into the deep-sea dragon king. Originally, when entering the secret realm this time, Chu Chen just wanted to be a quiet bodyguard and had no intention of claiming the loot. But now that the boss had mutated, it was a different story. The rewards from such a boss were very generous. Not only did he want them, he wanted them all. He quietly took a few steps forward, ready to act at any moment. Seeing how nervous Zhong Yun and the others were, it seemed like they were encountering this kind of situation for the first time. And Chu Chen had experience. The strength of the boss after mutation could increase several times over. With the strength of these people, they probably couldn't handle it. Soon, the green poisonous mist condensed into the alchemist's body. The strange and ugly old man began to convulse and twist, and finally, he stood up in a strange posture. His black rotten teeth were exposed again as the old man let out a roar, "Ga roar." The next moment, his skin began to decay and then split open. Watching this horrifying and disgusting scene, the girls including Shinsusu couldn't help but turn their heads away. Zhong, should we continue? I feel like we can't defeat this thing. Jia Xian, who was at the front, felt a bit scared and looked at Zhong Yun. Hearing this, Zhong Yun also began to hesitate. He glanced at the remaining time for the explosive yuan pill, which was 13 minutes, and said, let's give it a try, and if we can't defeat it, we'll retreat. Chu Chen glanced at Shinsusu and saw the excitement in the young lady's beautiful eyes, showing no intention of backing down. He smiled and shook his head, finally understanding why Shinxingshan insisted on protecting her himself, truly not letting one relax. While others were still hesitating, the boss's mutation had already been completed. The originally frail and ugly old man had completely transformed. His skin was scattered on the ground, once barely considered human, now turned into a monster. Looking at it, Chu Chen felt it resembled a velociraptor he had seen in a movie in his past life. Name, Alchemy Monster, Dominant Level Boss, Attribute, Virus Level, LV. 160 Health, 3800W/3800W Constitution, 7469 Strength, 8574 Wisdom, 7113 Agility is Spirit, 6898 Combat Power Skills, Toxic Spray, Alchemical Contamination, Soul Corrosion, Endless Ripping, Toxic Skin after the boss mutation, except for the level remaining unchanged. The other attributes have undergone a qualitative leap. Continue the fight. With a roar from Zhong Yun, the team once again formed their formation. This time, Chu Chen deliberately stayed closer to Shinsusu to prevent her from encountering danger. Divine Judgment. Jia Xian activated the skill and rushed forward first. Roar. The alchemy monster let out a long roar, then pounded the ground with one foot, bang. The ground, which already had cracks, cracked again. Countless green toxic mists spewed out from the crevices, instantly attacking everyone. This skill completely ignores the front line of the team and directly attacks everyone. The dense damage values floated above their heads, although not high, but they jumped more than 10 segments per second. By the time they reacted, their health had almost halved. Hymn of the Holy Song. The priest hurriedly used the group healing skill. 176. The 4th tier healing skill only added a little over 100 health per second. Everyone was dumbfounded. The boss's toxic mist even had a heavy injury effect. At this rate of health loss, it wouldn't be long before all of them died. Watching Shinsusu's health rapidly decreasing, on the brink of death, Shuchen couldn't care less. He raised his right hand, Dictator's Domain. Ice cascaded. With Shuchen at the center, the entire secret realm almost turned into an icy world. Crack! Crack! All the creatures present were sealed in dark ice. Not only the alchemy monster, but also Zhongyun, Shinsusu, and others, instantly turned into ice sculptures. At the same time, their health was also frozen, no longer taking damage. Even the green toxic mists were sealed by the ice blocks. Since he had already taken action, Shuchen no longer held back his strength. Annihilation Thunder. Boom! The double-powered Thunder-type Forbidden Curse, combined with the 5 times damage absorption effect of Dictator's Domain, Shuchen directly dealt over 20 million damage to the boss. After the subsequent damage from Annihilation Thunder, the alchemy monster instantly disintegrated. Although the frozen team members couldn't move their bodies, their eyes were still functional. Seeing this damage value, their pupils revealed an undisguised shock and fear. That fear was even more intense than when they were almost killed by the boss just now. A mage who had just been swimming could actually deal over 20 million damage? What kind of monster is this? Could he be the real boss in the secret realm? Crack bang! For them, the 30-second freezing effect felt like a century had passed. Finally, the ice blocks cracked open, and everyone regained their freedom. Phew! A gentle breeze blew by, and the air felt somewhat eerie. They looked at each other, none daring to speak. At this moment, Shuchen stood at the forefront, leaving only a silhouette for them, like a towering mountain. Zhongyun's throat moved a few times, wanting to speak, but couldn't muster the courage. In the end, it was Shinsusu who recovered from the shock and slowly walked over. Shuchen. Shuchen was originally standing there, his eyes shining as he looked at the boss's loot. Upon hearing someone call him, he finally reacted and turned around. It was in this instant that his mind quickly concocted an incredible story. Shinsusu lifted her pretty face, her wine-red long hair flying in the wind. You just saved all of us. Hey! Shuchen waved his hand carelessly. I only wanted to save you, the others just happened to be there. Hearing this, Zhongyun's face changed, wanting to explode but dared not. The blow Shuchen just made was like a god descending to earth, and he saw it with his own eyes. He even felt a bit scared, thinking about the consequences if he angered Shuchen and a thunderbolt struck him. He probably wouldn't even have ashes left. Shinsusu's mood was complicated. Since entering the secret realm, she could see that Shuchen genuinely wanted to protect her. Thinking back to her initial attitude towards him, Shinsusu felt a bit ashamed. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Shuchen, who are you really? Damn! She really asked. Shuchen felt a headache coming on. He knew that once he revealed his strength, he couldn't avoid this question. Old Shin, this is your granddaughter asking. Then don't blame me for revealing it to you. Ahem. With a light cough, Shuchen stood with his hands behind his back, looking mysterious. Well, since it has come to this, I won't hide it from you. Susu, your grandfather probably didn't tell you about the relationship between him and me, did he? Shinsusu? Shuchen, what are you saying? She doubted her ears. Did she just hear Shuchen refer to himself as me? Shuchen continued, it seems he didn't tell you. But now that you've grown up, you should know that I am your grandfather's senior brother. Everyone? What's going on? Shinxingchen's senior brother? A young man who looks about the same age as them is actually Shinxingchen's peer? Is this even possible? They stared wide-eyed as if hearing a fairy tale. Normally, no one would believe such a ridiculous statement. But thinking about Shuchen's displayed power just now, everything seemed to make sense. Shinsusu was visibly shocked by this revelation, her lips slightly parted, at a loss for words. Shuchen looked at their expressions and couldn't help but feel pleased. Hee, it's good to know they're scared. It's easier to control those who are afraid. Ah, he sighed deeply, looking more like an old man. In fact, I am already 96 years old this year. Both Shinshidi and I are mages, we both studied under the same master. Back then, I accidentally discovered a dark organization's transaction, was betrayed by them, injected with a drug, and turned into this youthful appearance. It was Shinshidi who saved me that time, or else I would have lost my life. For these years, I've been living in seclusion, biding my time, all to one day find that dark organization again and destroy it. If it weren't for the urgent situation today, I wouldn't have revealed my identity. So, you better not go around blabbering, keep this secret to yourselves. Otherwise, you might bring disaster upon yourselves, or even suffer the fate of being wiped out by dark forces. After finishing, he looked at the dumbfounded crowd and shouted, "Do you understand?" Boom! Like being struck by lightning, the group nodded frantically like chickens pecking at rice. Understood, understood. He. Chuchen smiled slightly. That's good. Remember, today it was all of you working together that defeated the boss and cleared the secret realm. It has nothing to do with me. Yes, we understand. Zhong Yun was covered in cold sweat, his voice trembling as he spoke. He was quite clever and knew he had luck on his side today. If Chu Chen was Xin Xingchen's senior brother, then he must make sure to please and befriend such a person. This great power, as long as you take care of yourself a little in the future, will be a great blessing. So, he took a step forward and continued, "Senior, I wonder what dark organization you investigated back then? My Zhong family also has some influence, maybe I can contribute." Chu Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. Damn, where did all these damn questions come from? I haven't thought about these details. Hey, do you think storytelling is so simple? Wait a minute. Chu Chen suddenly remembered something. Wasn't Xin Xingchen the one who killed 3 ancient evil gods back then? Then, let's use this material. Then, he said in a deep voice, this dark organization is related to the 3 ancient evil gods that invaded the Dragon Kingdom border back then. I can only reveal this much, after all, these are all confidential. Hey! Chu Chen couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his wit. This not only answered the question, but also maintained a sense of mystery, credibility directly off the charts. At this moment, Shinsusu suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Yes, I remember. Grandpa once told me that when he killed the 3 ancient evil gods back then, it was not just his own credit. According to him, he was not a match for the 3 ancient evil gods at the time, it was because a mage helped him secretly that he could win. Could it be that mage? Is you?" Hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Is there such a coincidence? Heaven helps me too, then I won't be polite. Yes, that's right, it was me, Chu Chen nodded. At that time, I saw junior brother Shin struggling alone, so I couldn't help but lend a hand in secret. But, please don't tell him, because I am still in a hidden identity and cannot be exposed. If he knew I intervened, he would definitely be angry. You know your grandpa, once he gets angry, even I as his senior brother can't handle it. Shinsusu nodded solemnly, rest assured, I will definitely guard your secret. Us too. The others hurriedly agreed. We will absolutely not reveal it. That's good. Chu Chen showed a kind smile, with young people like you, Dragon Kingdom is proud. Then, he assumed the posture of an elder, go pick up the boss's loot, it belongs to you. No. Zhong Yun quickly waved his hand. We are already fortunate to witness the senior's demeanor today. Please keep these things for yourself. After speaking, he turned to the others, do you have any objections? Everyone looked serious, no objections. Please accept it, senior. Everything is under control. Chu Chen was ecstatic in his heart and nodded slightly, then I won't be polite. Life is like a drama, all depends on acting skills. After fooling everyone, Chu Chen packed all the items into his backpack. Since they already belonged to him, he would look at them slowly when he got back. After picking them up, he couldn't help but consider whether to ask Zhong Yun for the loot from the small monsters in front as well. After some thought, he decided against it. After all, he didn't have that thick of a skin, it would be embarrassing to ask. Alright, let's go out. After that, Chu Chen took the lead and walked towards the exit of the secret realm. The others hurried to follow, and that majestic figure seemed taller and taller in their eyes. After coming out, Chu Chen sent the others back, leaving only him and Shinsusu. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. The red sports car was still parked there, and Shinsusu walked over to open the car door. Senior, shall we go back? Okay. Chu Chen got into the passenger seat, then instructed, don't call me senior, just call me by my name. Otherwise, if your grandpa suspects that I've exposed my identity, it will be troublesome. Oh, okay, I understand, Chu Chen. Shinsusu still seemed a bit nervous. Start the car, she directly switched to flight mode and returned to the Purple Gold Society. The supercar was parked at the entrance, and Chu Chen got out of the car, ready to walk towards another villa. Seeing this, Shinsusu quickly called out, wait. Chu Chen, won't you come in and sit for a while? Chu Chen paused, turned around, your grandfather said you don't like outsiders coming into the house, so I won't go in. Shinsusu hurriedly grabbed him, you're not an outsider, come in, I'll make tea for you. Hearing this, Chu Chen chuckled inwardly, shrugged, alright then. He entered the house, and Shinsusu invited Chu Chen to sit down. She then sat in front of the tea set and began to prepare. You're quite skilled, Chu Chen said with a smile after watching for a while. Shinsusu nodded, I often watch my grandfather, so I learned by watching. Bringing up Shinshingchen, Shu Chen asked, "It's already noon, isn't your grandfather coming back?" "He probably won't be back," Shinsusu said as she handed him a teacup. Shu Chen took a sip. "Alright, I'll cook lunch, let you taste my cooking." With that, he put down the teacup and busied himself in the kitchen. An hour later, Shinsusu sat at the dining table with joy, picked up a bite of food and put it in her mouth. Her expression changed instantly. "What's wrong? Not tasty?" Shu Chen asked, puzzled. No, it's delicious," Shinsusu frowned, struggling to swallow. Perplexed, Shu Chen took a bite himself. "Isn't it delicious?" "Oh, you young people have such picky tastes," Shinsusu murmured softly, "my bad." "Ahem." Shu Chen tried to ease the awkwardness. "How about I order takeout?" "No need," Shinsusu shook her head, "at least this is better than what my grandfather cooks." Shu Chen was slightly surprised. "Does your grandfather cook for you every day?" "Yes, so I'm used to it," Shinsusu said. "Since my parents passed away, my grandfather has been taking care of me." As they talked about this topic, the atmosphere seemed to become heavy. Shu Chen cautiously said, "I heard your grandfather mention that your parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, right?" "Yes," Shinsusu nodded lightly. "That year, when the Sakura Kingdom invaded the Dragon Kingdom on a large scale, they died in that war." "The Sakura Kingdom?" Shu Chen suddenly remembered the Sakura Kingdom ninja who disguised himself as the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Could there be a conspiracy? "I need to find a way to investigate him." After dinner, Shu Chen went out again. He had the rest of the afternoon to quickly level up. He found a level 400 instance and dove right in. Name, Lava Behemoth. Type, Monster. Level, LV. 400, Health, 4700W/4700W, Constitution, 6253, Strength, 6516, Intelligence, 250, Agility, 3871, Spirit, 3122, Combat Power, Skills, Rolling Wheels, Ground Slam, Shared Brain, Description. A monster made of rocks, big body, small brain, weakness, not very smart, can be easily manipulated. Looking at the densely packed monsters, Shu Chen was very satisfied. "Alright, I'll level up here." Infernal Catastrophe. Annihilation Thunder. Continuous forbidden spells were cast, quickly clearing out the monsters. Shu Chen didn't bother moving to another location, staying put to wait for the monsters to respawn and release his skills again. After messing around like this all afternoon, when the sky turned dark, Shu Chen had reached level 104. It took several hours to only level up by 14 levels. After the fourth transformation, it truly felt like hell mode. It was the first time Shu Chen experienced such a slow leveling process. However, it was enough. He opened his backpack and took out the Dragon Soul Holy Robe, putting it on himself. On the loose robe, there were black dragon scales shimmering with a cold light, mysterious and mystical, seeming to contain ancient power. Boosting up the style, Shu Chen checked his attribute panel. Shu Chen Occupation, Fallen Angel Envoy, 4th Transformation, Level, LV. 104 Constitution, 4706 Strength, 4040 Wisdom, 6204 Agility, 2536 Spirit, 4921 Combat Power Value, Skills, Magic Spirit Surge, Purgatory Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Sea Tide, Path to Godhood's End, Extraordinary Comprehension, Wind Spirit Wings, Soul Entanglement Dance, White Zealot Heart, Temple of Light, Dictator's Domain, Whispers of Reincarnation Dragon Soul Holy Garment, you are under the Dragon God's Blessing state, immune to death. Chu Chen looked down at himself and nodded. Finally, he had clothes to wear, now he looked like a mage. Immediately, he took out the ancient divine authority in his hand. This level 35 sacred artifact, although of the highest rank, was too low level. No matter how you looked at it, it couldn't match his current self. The matter of forging the ancient divine authority had to be put on the agenda, Shu Chen thought to himself. Tired of killing monsters for half a day, Shu Chen directly spread his wind spirit wings and flew back. Entering the Purple Gold Society, Shu Chen glanced at Shinshingchen's villa. Only one room's light was on. It seemed that old man hadn't returned yet, probably still fooling around with the old lady outside. Both the grandfather and grandson were not easy to deal with. Shu Chen sighed and returned to his own room. After freshening up, he went to bed to rest. He was exhausted that day and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, the evening breeze gently blowing. Shu Chen didn't know how long he had been asleep when suddenly a strange situation occurred. Boom! The window of the room he was in was suddenly shattered, wood chips and glass scattered all over the floor. Startled, Shu Chen reflexively jumped up from the bed and activated his wind spirit wings instantly. What's going on? Looking at the hole in the window, Shu Chen frowned. This was the house left by Shinsusu's parents, almost destroyed by someone. Since learning that they had died fighting to protect the country, Shuchen had great respect for these two strangers. Now seeing the house being damaged, a fire ignited in his chest, uncontrollable anger. Who? Come out. Rushing outside, Shu Chen searched around. Swish, just then, a figure descended from the roof, a short knife in hand stabbing towards Shu Chen's back. Shu Chen's white zealot heart had the ability to predict danger. Before the opponent could reach him, he had already reacted. Releasing his wind spirit wings to the extreme, he quickly dodged the attack, then struck back with a punch to the head of the assailant. Bang! The figure was injured and flew backward. Shu Chen didn't dare to use a forbidden curse. After all, the house was right next to him, and the curse would destroy it as well. The assailant, failing to land a hit, seemed to have no intention of attacking again. He was dressed in all black, with only his eyes exposed. Not bad. His eyes flashed with a strange light, then he turned and fled the scene. Shu Chen wanted to chase after him but was worried about Shinsusu, so he hurried over to check. Fortunately, the villa was quiet, as if nothing had happened. The attacker had fled so suddenly that Shu Chen didn't have time to check his information. However, judging from his attack style, he should be an assassin by profession. After a little thought, Shu Chen also understood that the opponent had come solely for him, and he didn't have any enemies in this deep-sea city. If there were any, it would be the Assassin Alliance that had conflicts before. The identity of the person just now could only be one possibility, the fake guild leader. From the Cherry Blossom Country, Sunta Misaki. Damn it! Shu Chen looked at the damaged house, his face seemingly covered in a layer of frost. The beast from the Cherry Blossom Country. You've been living too comfortably, looking for death, huh? I'm going to kill you right now. Assassin Alliance headquarters. The moonlight was clear and cold, a scene of solemn killing. The protective barrier of the guild has been shattered, and the Assassin Alliance is under attack. Zhou Shan has some influence in Deep Sea City, and now he is launching a full-scale attack, causing considerable trouble for the Assassin Alliance. Elder Lu Ruffing mobilized troops to resist, and the situation on both sides was tense. Damn it, Zhou Shan, are you crazy? Cutting the throat of a 5th-level priest, Lu Ruffing shouted at Zhou Shan not far away. Zhou Shan's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, seemingly losing his sanity. Stop the bullshit. My son Zhou Tong was killed by someone from your Assassin Alliance. Today I will destroy your guild and avenge my son. Heh, you're not qualified enough to destroy my Assassin Alliance. Lu Ruffing sneered, then entered stealth mode to find the next target. At this moment, Shu Chen's figure appeared above the Assassin Alliance. He was too lazy to care about the commotion outside and took advantage of the chaos to sneak in. Meanwhile, inside the guild, disguised as the guild leader, Sanjo Yosuke, showed no interest in the battle outside. He sat in a high-backed chair, wearing a blue windbreaker with a subtly embroidered cherry blossom pattern on the collar. Swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, Sanjo Yosuke seemed a bit impatient, until the large screen in front of him lit up, showing a person's image. Kobayashi-kun, you finally came. Sanjo Yosuke looked up at the screen. I'm terribly sorry for keeping you waiting. Kobayashi Jiro smiled and said, but this time, I bring good news. We have located the sleeping place of the Yamata no Orochi. Really? That's fantastic. Excited by the news, Sanjo Yosuke downed the red wine in one gulp, then slammed the glass hard on the table. Kobayashi Jiro continued, Sanjo-kun, have you obtained the taboo magic stone? Sanjo Yosuke smirked arrogantly, of course. A month ago, the Holy Sakura Society sent him to the Dragon Kingdom to infiltrate the Assassin Alliance. His mission was to obtain the taboo magic stone from Soejima Yukon. Sanjo Yosuke lived up to expectations and secretly killed Soejima Yukon, then disguised himself as him and stayed in the Assassin Alliance. However, what gave him a headache was that the taboo magic stone was not in the guild's warehouse and could not be found anywhere. Until last night, Sanjo Yosuke finally found it under Soejima Yukon's bed in the bedroom. Seeing the black stone in Sanjo Yosuke's hand, Kobayashi Jiro on the screen was extremely excited. Sanjo-kun, give it to me quickly. With it, I can change my job to become a yin-yang master. Then, the Yamata no Orochi can be at our disposal. Sanjo Yosuke hesitated with the stone, seeming a bit uneasy. Kobayashi-kun, are you so confident that you can control the Yamata no Orochi? It is the ancient evil god with the serial number 12, not an ordinary being. He. A look of madness flashed on Kobayashi Jiro's young face. It's precisely because it's powerful enough that it will become our weapon to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. As long as I reach the 9th level in the yin-yang master profession before it awakens, I can definitely control it. Hearing this, Sanjo Yosuke elegantly brushed his bangs off his forehead. Alright, I'll trust you. One more thing, when can I leave here? I heard that the cherry blossoms in my hometown have bloomed. I miss it so much. You probably can't come back for now. Kobayashi Jiro said, the chairman has decided to send you to collect food. You know, awakening the Yamata no Orochi requires feeding 100 young men and women. You can find these people in the Dragon Kingdom and bring them back as soon as possible. What? As soon as he heard that this task had fallen to him, Sanju Yuta's face turned fierce. But soon, he sat back down. Stay elegant. Kobayashi Jiro still maintained a calm smile. Sanju-kun, this is the president's decision. Are you sure you want to go against it? You. Sanju Yuta's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll take the order. How can I give this to you? My current identity is Xiang Zhengchu, not Sanju Yuta, so I can't send it to you through a friend's email. It's okay. Kobayashi Jiro snapped his fingers. Then, he opened his palm, and a fist-sized black hole appeared in his palm. At the same time, a black hole appeared in front of Sanju Yuta. Kobayashi Jiro, a professional 9-turn starry sky wanderer. His skilled spacetime wormhole completely ignores distance. As long as he has the opponent's coordinates, he can arrive. Sanju-kun, put the forbidden magic stone into the wormhole, and I can take it. Although Sanju Yuta was still somewhat unwilling, he understood that he had no choice but to continue staying in this ghostly place. Helplessly, he reached out, ready to put the forbidden magic stone into the wormhole. However, at that moment, a figure swiftly passed by, handed over. Chuchin pushed his flying speed to the extreme, swooping past the long table and snatching the forbidden magic stone. The situation changed suddenly. Both Sanju Yuta and Kobayashi Jiro on the screen were startled. Sanju-kun, who is he? Just as he was about to get the forbidden magic stone, it fell into someone else's hands, and Kobayashi Jiro's expression also changed. Sanju Yuta stood up slowly and calmly said, Kobayashi-kun, let's contact each other later. With that, he ended the video call and looked at Chuchin. It's you again, this time I didn't sense Shinshinchin's aura. Chuchin put the forbidden magic stone into the system backpack and smiled slightly. He's busy dealing with the old lady. As for you, I'll handle it. With that, his expression suddenly turned cold. The son and daughter-in-law of Lao Shen were killed by Usakura ghosts. Now, you've destroyed the house they left behind. I want you to pay with your life. As he spoke, Chuchin floated in midair, and a fire-type forbidden curse was cast. Boom! The newly placed tables and chairs were burned again, with debris flying everywhere. Sanju Yuta took a few steps back, his speed so fast that he could shake off the flames. Fengma Shadow Clone. Using the same old trick, over a dozen clones appeared, surrounding Chuchin from all directions. A trivial skill, trying to show off in front of the master. Witness my great power. No, the Temple of Light. Chuchin, with experience this time, abandoned the hell catastrophe and directly cast a light-type forbidden curse. Ding! The bell rang, and golden holy light instantly filled the entire room. The dozen clones disappeared suddenly, and Sanju Yuta's main body appeared on the chandelier. Chuchin was a bit speechless. You like that chandelier so much, why not build a nest on it? He, young and arrogant, ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth. Sanju Yuta stood tall, arms crossed, Fengma, // Dictatorship domain. The heavy dark ice burst open instantly, filling the entire space. Chuchin didn't give him a chance to use his skills and directly froze him. Looking at the frozen Sanju Yuta, Chuchin floated in midair, stopping in front of him. Then, a dark aura slowly emanated from Chuchin's body, representing the breath of death. With one arm raised slightly, Chuchin pointed at the enemy, his throat emitting a voice like the abyss of hell. Reincarnation whisper. 20, 19, 18, 20 seconds felt like 20 centuries. The black aura emanating from Chuchin slowly invaded towards Sanju Yuta. Hurry, hurry, hurry. He urged in his heart incessantly. As long as that black energy touched Sun Yongtai, it meant the skill chant was complete. By then, the life of this cherry blossom ghost would come to an end. 13, 12, snap. Against his wishes, when he counted silently to around 10 seconds, cracks suddenly burst out on Sun Yongtai's body covered in ice. Quickly, the cracks spread. In less than 2 seconds, he broke free from the control and emerged from the ice. Damn it! Chuchin frowned. Indeed, the level difference was too great, and the control time did not achieve the expected effect. He hurriedly terminated the skill. During the chant, other skills could not be released. In case the opponent launched an attack, he might not react in time. On the other side, Sun Yongtai, who broke free from the control, quickly distanced himself from Chuchin. You seem to have grown a lot, he said while elegantly patting himself. Those ice shards wet his coat, which was really annoying. He. Chuchin grinned. Don't be surprised too soon, the real show is yet to come. Don't be too pleased, our battle will end soon. Sun Yongtai couldn't be bothered to argue with him, slightly bent his body, Fengma ghost shadow step. Swish! The skill activated, his body instantly turned into a blue stream of light and shot out swiftly. Chu Chen's expression turned solemn. At the moment the opponent launched an attack, he also reacted. Reincarnation Whisper. Dictator's Domain. 2 forbidden spells were released simultaneously. 0° ice invaded again. However, this time, Chu Chen froze himself. When he was grinding stone monsters before, he had practiced this combo repeatedly, completely usable. Using Reincarnation Whisper at the moment of freezing oneself would not be interrupted. Ding! Sun Yangtai's fatal blow hit the ice shell, causing no damage. The skill cooldown is very fast. He looked at Chu Chun with a murderous look. But do you think you are absolutely safe hiding inside? Fengma, chaotic god of killing. Sun Yangtai threw a shuriken, instantly turning into millions of blade shadows, clanging and slashing. Watching the frustrated Sun Yangtai, Chu Chen, if he hadn't turned into an ice sculpture, would have laughed his mouth off. Baga! Quickly hand over the forbidden magic stone, you bastard. At this moment, Sun Yangtai only wanted to snatch back the forbidden magic stone, completely unaware that a wisp of black energy was slowly drifting towards him. Numerous skills were thrown out, he was exhausted, but the ice block remained unmoved. The ice created by Dictator's Domain would only disappear when the controlled person broke free, otherwise it could not be destroyed. Chu Chen had verified many times that this skill controlling friendly targets ignored tenacity. In other words, if the skill panel controlled for 30 seconds, then the time he was frozen must also be 30 seconds. Bagayaru. Sun Yangtai, who had been unable to break the ice block, was almost driven into madness, no longer caring about elegance. If he couldn't retrieve the forbidden magic stone, a dead end awaited him. By then, not only would the ultimate pervert Kobayashi Jiro come after him, even the company president would not let him off. After all, the Holy Sakura Society needed the power of the Yamata no Orochi to break through the Dragon Kingdom. And to control the Yamata no Orochi, someone had to change jobs to the hidden profession on Myoji. The forbidden magic stone could be said to be the key to all plans. It was even more important than his own life. Bastard, do you have to force me to take action? If I use all my strength, it could be very dangerous. Sun Yangtai's face twisted, showing a wolf-like gaze. Fengmon great wolf howl. A giant wolf shadow flashed by, his hands turned into claws, pouncing fiercely towards Chu Chen. Almost transforming into a werewolf, he wanted to shatter everything, including the ice in the person. Bang! 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 The frenzied attacks came, but still to no avail. The ice protecting Chu Chen showed white marks, but it never shattered. 3, 2, 1, die! As Chu Chen finished the countdown silently, the silent black mist, like the hand of death, seeped into the enemy's body and gripped his heart. Finally realizing something was wrong, Mitsuyata Sanai suddenly felt a sense of fear. It was a primal fear from the depths of his soul, a fear of death. Swish! A very soft voice. Health bar instantly emptied. Thud! Mitsuyata Sanai's body went limp, kneeling on both knees. Ugh! Is this the end? Damn it! At the moment his life disappeared, what he saw was Chu Chen walking out of the ice. He slowly walked towards himself, a smile on his face, a smile more brilliant and warm than the cherry blossoms in his hometown. Thud! Chu Chen's face turned cold, kicking Mitsuyata Sanai down with one foot, then ruthlessly stepping on his face, exerting force to crush it. This kick is for Susu's parents. He then left the disfigured body behind and walked away. Before reaching the door, he suddenly remembered something, turned back, and kicked Mitsuyata Sanai's face fiercely. After kicking more than 100 times, Chu Chen finally stopped, panting. These more than 100 kicks are for the money to repair my villa. After all, that house was destroyed because of him, and Chu Chen felt he should pay for the repairs. Damn! The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, adding a few more kicks before reluctantly leaving the scene. Outside the base, the battle continued. Zhou Shan gathered all available forces to avenge his son. Lu Ruffing felt increasingly overwhelmed, and gradually, the Assassin Alliance began to show signs of decline. Chu Chen glanced casually, didn't linger, and left directly. Purple Gold Society. A villa with a hole blasted in it stood there, like a wounded beast under the moonlight. In front of the broken wall, Shin Xingchen stood there, silent. Old Shin. Chu Chen walked over, his voice soft. They came for me, which is why the house was affected. He didn't know how to explain. This house was where Shin Xingchen's son used to live, holding some important memories. It must be heartbreaking for it to be destroyed now. Thinking about this, a heavy weight pressed on Chu Chen's heart. The security team from the neighborhood just came by. Shin Xingchen spoke with his back to Chu Chen. They admitted negligence and are willing to cover half of the repair costs, but here, Shin Xingchen covered his head with both hands. The remaining half is still a significant amount. Will I go bankrupt like this? Ah, damn. Watching the frantic old man, Shu Chen had a black line on his face. There was no need to empathize with him. This old man was even more unreliable than himself, with no sense of propriety at all. Nevertheless, Shu Chen stepped forward and said, "I'll cover the remaining costs, after all, it happened because of me." Shin Xingchen instantly calmed down, smiling at Shu Chen. The young can be taught. Shu Chen rolled his eyes and ignored him. Then, Shin Xingchen stood with his hands behind his back, sighed slightly. "You went to chase someone just now, right? Did you catch up?" "Yes." Shu Chen nodded, not saying much. "That's good." Shin Xingchen didn't ask further, then said lightly, "You can sleep at my place tonight. Susu seems to really like you and doesn't reject you." "All right." Shu Chen didn't refuse and turned to walk away. After a few steps, he stopped abruptly and turned back. Shin Xingchen stood with his back to him, bathed in moonlight, silent. Shu Chen saw a heavy gloom for the first time on this old man. Sakura Country. Headquarters of the Holy Sakura Society. The room was filled with bookshelves, and in the middle was a huge conference table. From the arrangement, it had a classical atmosphere. However, the female attendants shuttling back and forth were all dressed in revealing bunny girl outfits, which seemed out of place. Seated around the table were all elderly men with white hair. Only Kobayashi Jiro had a young face. I've said before that Sanya Mitsuru is not up to the task. Look at his neither male nor female appearance, he's only suitable for entertaining guests in my kabukicho. One of the elders of the Holy Sakura Society spoke. He stood with one leg on the chair, and under the wrinkled suit, his explosive muscles were faintly visible. Even the bunny girl standing behind him was attracted to his physique, wishing to feel the power of this old man. The room fell silent. Kobayashi Jiro glanced at the president at the end of the long table and said lazily, "Why don't I go to Dragon Country myself?" Everyone looked at the president, only he could make the decision. Kobayashi Jiro, the most dazzling genius in Sakura Country in recent years, was the only newcomer in the Holy Sakura Society qualified to sit with the elders. Of course, this talented young man had never cared about these old men. Only the president could control him. "No need." The president spoke slowly, "Your task is to subdue the Yamata no Orochi. I will send someone else to Dragon Country. The Yamata no Orochi, who likes to eat young people, will only submit to the young." And Kobayashi Jiro, with extraordinary talent, successfully changed jobs at the age of 12 and reached the 9th transformation at the age of 16. It was most appropriate for him to subdue the Yamata no Orochi. However, he now needed the forbidden magic stone to change to the Yin-Yang master profession. In addition, awakening the Yamata no Orochi required feeding 100 young men and women. Therefore, bringing back the forbidden magic stone and 100 young professionals from Dragon Country was the highest task for the Holy Sakura Society at the moment. Eastern suburbs of Deep Sea City. Shu Chen followed the coordinates and navigated all the way here, only to reach a dead end. "Please proceed straight ahead." "Still go straight?" Shu Chen looked at the lake in front of him, cursed, and turned off the navigation. Yesterday, he searched online for a long time and finally found out that the designer of the Purple Gold Society was a 5 transformation builder, Xuanning. So Shu Chen decided to find this person. Only he could restore the destroyed villa to the greatest extent. Is this the right place? Shu Chen opened the chat box, looked at the coordinates Xuanning sent him, and confirmed repeatedly. He didn't go the wrong way, but there was only a wild lake here, with no one in sight. Boom! Just as Shu Chen was puzzled, the water suddenly burst open, creating a huge splash. Then, a group of people rushed out in a panic and returned to the shore in a very embarrassed manner. "Damn! I'm going to die. Where's the priest? Heal me quickly." A middle-aged man lay on the ground wailing. "General Shui, you still have half a tube of blood." The priest walked over, speechless, and filled him up with blood. Phew! With his status restored, Xuanning calmed down. He stood up, wiped the water off his body, coughed a few times. "I am a life profession, not familiar with combat. This is normal. Who dares to make fun of me? I'll fire you, believe it or not. Do you still want to work in my construction team?" Seeing the boss getting angry, the group of people immediately suppressed their laughter and lowered their heads, afraid of losing their jobs. Shu Chen looked at this person up and down, then walked over. "You are Xuanning? Who?" Xuanning turned abruptly, looking alert, thinking that a monster from the water was chasing him. It's me, we contacted this morning, Shu Chen." Shu Chen hurriedly identified himself. It seemed that one more step, and Xuanning would have attacked. I don't know what kind of attack methods architects have, whether they use steel bars to poke or cement to smear on the face. Shu Chen? Xuanning frowned and thought for a while before remembering this matter. "Oh, right, why are you looking for me?" Shu Chen got straight to the point. "The Purple Gold Society was designed by you, right? Now there is a villa inside that has been damaged. I want to ask you to repair it. Name your price. Xuanning was very impatient, gesturing to himself and then pointing to the lake. Do I look like someone who has the time for this kind of work? I make millions in minutes. Let me repair a broken villa? Joking, it's almost like asking me to repair a border military base. Get out of here, don't bother me. With that, he left Xu Chen and shouted to his subordinates, get back in shape. Take your medicine. If I go down again, I don't believe I can't kill this rotten fish. Hearing this, his subordinates all looked hopeless. Mr. Xue, we really are no match for that guy. Should we hire someone to kill him? Nonsense. Xuanning shouted, hiring someone doesn't come for free, you know about cost saving. But damn it, the city defense team has raised the price for killing monsters to 50 million. 50 million. Just because I have money, they want to rip me off? Is it my fault for having money? Watching the boss vent his emotions here, a group of employees looked at each other helplessly. Their construction team recently took on a project to develop this clear water lake and build a water park. But who knew, there was a level 360 boss hidden under the water, the spirit mirror twin fish. This guy is a randomly spawning boss that has been here for 3 years. However, because this area is in the suburbs with few people around, the boss only moves within the range of the lake and has hardly harmed anyone. So, the deep-sea city defense team ignored it. It wasn't until Xuanning and his team arrived here that they discovered this creature was still alive. The spirit mirror twin fish had a strong territorial awareness, and anyone approaching the lake would be attacked by it, making it impossible to work. Later, when Xuanning went to the city defense team to deal with the monster, they demanded a fee of 50 million, causing Xuanning to walk away. In order to save money, he gathered all his combat professionals to try and kill the boss himself. The result was what Xu Chen saw when he arrived. Listening from the side, Xu Chen also got a rough idea of the situation. He walked up to Xuanning and said, Mr. Xue, how about making a deal? You help kill the boss, and I will repair the villa for you. What do you think? You? Get out of here, stop causing trouble. Xuanning sneered, looking at Xu Chen's young face, pushing him away impatiently. The people he brought were all 4th-tier professionals, and together they couldn't handle the spirit mirror twin fish. Young people like Xu Chen probably just changed professions not long ago. That boss could probably defeat him without even using a second skill. Let me try, what's the harm? Xu Chen persisted, I don't charge for killing monsters, and I'll pay you to repair the villa. It's a deal that guarantees profit. Why not do it? I'm afraid you'll end up as fish food. Do you know how terrifying that boss is? Xuanning's face twisted, showing his teeth and grimacing, as if imitating the boss's expression to scare off Xu Chen. Terrifying? Xu Chen smiled calmly. Do you know how terrifying I am? Alright, you're the most terrifying. Go ahead if you want. Xuanning was already fed up with this mess and didn't want to waste more time talking to Xu Chen. It's a deal. Seeing him agree, Xu Chen leaped into the lake. Wind spirit wings. As soon as he entered the water, Xu Chen immediately activated a wind-based protective spell to apply a damage reduction buff. The underwater environment was dark and quiet. Xu Chen looked around. Unlike regular dungeons, where there are no small monsters in the area where randomly spawning bosses are located, the lake bottom appeared empty. Spirit mirror twin fish? Will there be 2 bosses? Gurgle gurgle. Just as Xu Chen was pondering, he heard a commotion beside him. He quickly turned to look and saw a white strange fish floating in the water, its surface enveloped in a layer of mysterious power, emitting a profound light. Name, Spirit Mirror Twin Fish, Dominant Level Boss, Attribute, Monster, Level, LV. 360, Health, 6200W/6200W, Physique, Strength, Wisdom, Agility, Spirit, Combat Power Value, Skills, Water Forest Arrow Rain, Rampaging Waterfall, Bestowal of the Other Way, Dragon Transformation. It appeared. Xu Chen reacted quickly, and at the moment he saw the boss, he immediately acted. Azure Sea Tide rises. Swish! Dozens of water waves spread underwater, causing the water to resemble towering waves. The spirit mirror twin fish moved quickly underwater, avoiding most of the damage, but still getting hit by a few water waves. However, the damage was ridiculously low, and the imprisonment effect did not trigger. Damn, another high magic resistance? Xu Chen felt a headache. Although the damage from Azure Sea Tide Rises was indeed not as strong as other forbidden spells, dealing only over 80,000 was a bit ridiculous. It seemed that the Spirit Mirror Twin Fish had over 90% magic damage immunity. I can only use the ultimate move. Seeing the situation, Xu Chen prepared to use the Reincarnation Whisper again to send this one away. Dictator's Domain. The ice realm unfolded, instantly freezing the underwater area. Reincarnation. Ha! Just as he was about to start chanting, Chuchen suddenly discovered that the spirit mirror twin fish was not frozen, still swimming there, and even shattered all the ice blocks. So difficult to deal with? Both water and ice forbidden spells can't control it. And the damage is ridiculously low. No wonder those guys on the shore are in such a mess. Roar! A loud noise pierced through the water, and the spirit mirror twin fish actually let out a dragon-like roar. Chuchen looked up. He saw the spirit mirror twin fish diving from above, the water around it condensed, turning into a giant dragon shadow. This skill seemed quite powerful, so Chuchen didn't dare to confront it head-on. Instead, he unfolded his spirit wings and dodged to the side. Boom, bang! Although he was impaired in movement underwater, Chuchen narrowly avoided the attack and was unharmed. At this moment, he also saw clearly that the other half of the spirit mirror twin fish was actually blood red. Half white, half red, looking so strange. The next moment, the red body emitted a weird light, and the boss continued its attack. The cold light in Chuchen's hand shimmered, ready to strike back. Since he couldn't control the opponent, he decided to freeze himself using the method of Sun Yangtai's killing 3, then used the reincarnation whisper to send it away. Swish! Just then, the skill of the spirit mirror twin fish struck first. Dozens of water waves spread out, leaving Chuchen stunned. This was his own Azure Sea Tide Rises? This thing could absorb his skills and throw them back at him? Shocked, Chuchen also released the same water forbidden spell to avoid being controlled by the opponent's water waves. Damn, if that's the case, can't I use the reincarnation whisper? He couldn't help but hesitate. Obviously, the spirit mirror twin fish absorbed skills with its white side and released them with its red side. If the reincarnation whisper couldn't kill it, or could only kill one side, it would be troublesome. After all, it's called twin fish, maybe it has 2 lives. If the red side returns the skills, it would be disastrous. Although he had 20 seconds to escape, he didn't want to take that risk. Chuchen knew best how terrifying the reincarnation whisper was. Any mishap and he would lose his life. Damn it! Chuchen cursed inwardly. He thought it would be easy to solve, but he didn't expect to encounter such a big problem. Lao Shen, I'm really going all out to repair your house. Come on. Chuchen's heart hardened, and he charged straight ahead. Annihilation Thunder. Purgatory Catastrophe. Soul Entanglement Dance. Countless skills were unleashed in succession, completely overturning the underwater world. You like absorbing skills, huh? Let me give you your fill. Come, absorb me fiercely. Boom, boom. This was Chuchen's last resort. Although the damage dealt to the boss was low, with skills, as long as the quantity was enough, it would eventually wear it down. When using skills, it's all about quantity over quality. At the same time, above the lake surface, Xuanning and his group stood on the shore, dumbfounded. They saw the underwater scene erupting like doomsday, with thunder and fire, a scene straight out of hell. Then, a violent tornado appeared, lifting a mixture of water and ice straight into the sky. What's going on down there? Is the water on fire? And there's a fierce wind? I don't remember the boss's skills being this powerful. Shuezong, what should we do? A 4th-tier professional asked, sweating profusely and with a dry mouth. Xuanning was also at a loss, completely stunned. As a life-based professional, he had never seen such a battle scene before. He hesitated and said, could that kid die down there? Should we go help him? His subordinates shook their heads, looking like a group of tambourine players. Shuezong, with skills of this power, do you think we can survive if we get involved? Gulp. Xuanning swallowed hard. Silence was the best answer. Underwater. The wind howled, the thunder roared, and the fire blazed. Chuchen didn't care where the boss was, as his skills could cover the entire lake bottom. Moreover, his damage immunity and healing could directly ignore the damage rebounded by the opponent. Boom! Boom! Chuchen unleashed skills recklessly, like a madman. After more than 10 minutes, when Chuchen cast hundreds of forbidden spells, finally, you have killed the Spirit Mirror Pisces, dominant level boss, and gained experience points. Huff! Huff! Seeing the system prompt, Chuchen finally stopped, feeling sore all over, as if he had been drained. A burst of light flashed at the bottom of the lake, but he didn't rest and quickly swam over. The drops from the boss were not many, but the quality was good. Chuchen picked them up one by one. Pisces Jade Pendant, Artifact, Class Type, Unrestricted, Level, LV. 320, Durability / Constitution plus 1700, Wisdom plus 2100, Spirit plus 2000, Equipment Effect, immune to 20% magic damage and reflects 20% of enemy skill damage back to the caster. Introduction: treat others as they treat you. It looked pretty good, but it wasn't of much use to him. Chuchen felt a bit disappointed and stored it in his backpack. Such items could only be auctioned off. Looking further, there were 2 more red artifacts, but none were for mages. Besides these, there was one last skill book. Shuchen picked it up and looked at the staff emblem on the cover, tears welling up in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had looted a mage skill book. It was worth coming after all. He quickly checked the information on the skill book. Guardian Soul Seal, LV. 300, 6th tier skill, class restriction, mage. After reading it, Shuchen felt delighted. A 6th tier shield type skill? Xuanning was somewhat nervous. He watched the young man emerge from the water, more panicked than when being chased by the boss. You didn't die? Remembering the catastrophic disaster that erupted underwater just now, the fact that Shuchen could still come out alive was nothing short of a miracle. Even if you die, I won't. Shuchen took off his coat and wrung out the water. When you have time, hurry up and come fix the villa for me. Xuanning was even more surprised. Are you saying you killed the boss? If you don't believe it, go down and see for yourself. Shuchen frowned. This guy was really stubborn. Hearing this, Xuanning was half believing, half doubting, and he led a few subordinates step by step to the edge of the lake. They cautiously peeked their heads out, their bodies arched back, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. However, all they saw was the calm lake surface. Mr. Xue, it seems like he's really gone, one of the subordinates said. Don't talk nonsense. Xuanning glared at him. Maybe the boss is hiding in the dark. Let's not get too close, it could be dangerous. Bang! Upon hearing this, Shuchen flew up and kicked Xuanning in the butt, kicking him into the lake. Ah! Help! I'm going to die. Save me! Watching him panic and call for help, Shuchen said indifferently, so, is there any danger? Ha! Hearing Shuchen's voice, Xuanning calmed down for the moment, floating on the water and wiping his face. It seems he's really gone? Quick, pull me up. Shouting for his subordinates to pull him ashore, Xuanning calmed his pounding heart. Alright, Shuchen, you're amazing, you win. I'll take people to Zijin Society early tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you. Putting on his coat and draping it over his shoulders, Shuchen walked away. Changing his clothes, he went to the Deep Sea City Exchange. Just after a big battle, his backpack was full. After the exhaustion, he went to find the exchange lady to sell some goods, which was a kind of enjoyment. Passing through the crowded crowd, Shuchen entered the exchange and looked around. Mr. Shu, welcome. It's been a while. Instead of finding the lady in black stockings, another familiar figure appeared. Seeing this person, Shuchen's eyes darkened, his mouth twitched continuously. Wei Suanan? Why the hell are you here? Wei Suanan's eyes lit up. So familiar, this is how people in Jiangling greet each other. Then, he pulled Shuchen into his office, closed the door, and poured tea. You see, Mr. Chu. After sitting down, Wei Suanan began to explain, since you killed the Dark Dragon last time, our Jiangling city has been booming. The city government has attracted many companies to settle in, developing countless new projects. Even our exchange is thriving, starting to cooperate with major cities. So, I was transferred here and became the manager of the Deep Sea City Exchange. All thanks to you, Jiangling City has undergone tremendous changes. Thanks to me? Shuchen frowned. Then why haven't I benefited at all? Ahem. Wei Suanan coughed. Pay attention to the bigger picture, Mr. Chu. You have left Jiangling and flown to a broader sky, with vast opportunities. Do you still care about Jiangling City with its limited prospects? Shuchen had nothing to say, rolled his eyes. Okay, stop talking. You're here, take this equipment and sell it for me. With that, he handed over the equipment dropped by the spirit mirror Pisces, along with the spoils from the plague farm, to Wei Suanan. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. Wei Suanan accepted the equipment, praising, Mr. Shu, you still surprise people everywhere. Even with a level 320 spiritual weapon, TSK. Alright, take your time to sell, I'm leaving. Not seeing the lady in black stockings, Shuchen was in a bad mood. Wei Suanan stopped him and handed him a gold card. Mr. Shu, this is the membership card of the Deep Sea City Exchange. 1-star member, still 5% off. Shuchen took it and smirked. Old Wei, you're still the same as before. Still so stingy. After taking the card, Shuchen left the trading post, leaving behind Wei Suanan who was smiling foolishly. Beep beep beep. Just as he walked out of the gate, a system prompt came through. Shuchen opened the panel and saw it was from Yang Xue at the Pet Trading Center. Yang Xue, Mr. Shu, hello. The pet egg you deposited has successfully hatched. Please come to collect your pet promptly. Shuchen, okay. Quite unexpectedly, the pet egg hatched so quickly. Indeed, professional matters should be left to professionals. Thinking that he would soon have a pet, Shuchen hastened his pace towards the pet trading center. And the thought of the charming Yang Xue made him move even faster. In less than 5 minutes, Shuchen arrived at his destination. Mr. Shu, please follow me. The pink Lolita was still as enthusiastic as ever. As soon as Chu Chen entered, she came forward to greet him. Once again on the second floor, Chu Chen immediately saw Yang Shui, and then, his gaze locked onto the round and plump, soft, little black horse in front of Yang Shui. Yang Shui walked over with the little black horse and handed it to Chu Chen. This is your pet, the Flame Thunder Winged Horse. I mentioned from the beginning that this pet egg was corrupted by dark forces. I see you didn't really care, so you just fed it more dark feed, making its dark power even purer. So, the original Frost Lion Mane horse mutated into this. Chu Chen took the foal and gently held it in his arms. It was completely black, without any other colors, and was only about the size of a small dog. It looked somewhat cute, but in its eyes, there was a fierce look that didn't match its cuteness. Name, Flame Thunder Winged Horse. Nickname, None Tier, Divine Beast Owner. Contract not yet signed. Level, LV. 0 Constitution, 5 Strength, 5 Intelligence, 5 Agility, 5 Spirit, 5 Skills. None. Chu Chen pointed at the foal, looked up at Yang Shui, and asked in confusion, isn't it called the Flame Thunder Winged Horse? Where are the wings? Yang Shui smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Your pet is still in its infancy and needs to be leveled up. Maybe when it reaches a certain level, the wings will grow out. Chu Chen was extremely eager. Okay, I'll take it to level up now. As long as it grows up, he can ride it. No man can resist a Pegasus with wings. Chu Chen couldn't wait for a moment. Hey, Mr. Chu. Yang Shui quickly stopped him. To level up the pet, you need to sign a contract first, and you haven't paid the final installment yet. The hatching fee is 200,000. Okay. Chu Chen suppressed his excitement and followed the pink Lolita to pay the money. Soon, under Yang Shui's guidance, he began to try to sign a contract with the little black horse. The contract ceremony was simple. As long as the professional fed a drop of their blood to the pet, they could become its owner. Chu Chen pricked his fingertip with a silver needle, slowly squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it into the foal's mouth. A group of people gathered around, looking very nervous. Gurgle, gurgle. The little black horse, with the drop of blood in its mouth, seemed about to swallow it. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Chu Chen's eyes also lit up. However, the next moment, the little black horse raised its head. Pfft. It spat out a mouthful of saliva, along with the drop of blood, directly onto Chu Chen's face. Kill it. I'll treat you to horse meat, braised or stewed. Chu Chen grimly pressed the little black horse to the ground, his killing intent soaring. But the little black horse's eyes were full of mockery, fueling Chu Chen's anger even more. Yang Shui hurriedly intervened. Mr. Chu, calm down. You've spent 300,000, it would be a waste to just eat horse meat. And besides, it might give you diarrhea. That makes sense. Thinking about the money he spent, Chu Chen's anger subsided by half. What should we do? This creature refuses to sign a contract with me. Yang Shui also felt a bit of a headache. I've said before, dark forces will make it difficult to tame. At the moment, we don't have a better way. Perhaps you can take it to the wilderness to hunt monsters together. Try to build a bond. Maybe it will work out. Just be careful when you're killing monsters. It's not your pet yet. Your skills might hurt it too. No need to be careful. It deserves to die. Chu Chen waved his hand and picked up the little black horse and walked out. Instance, Slaughter Forest, recommended level, LV. 270 LV. 300. Chu Chen randomly chose a wilderness instance, threw the little black horse on the ground, and stepped on it with his foot to prevent it from escaping. You don't want to sign with me, huh? Watch closely. Chu Chen's tone was extremely fierce. Then, he raised his hand and directly cast a devastating thunder of annihilation. Not far away, there was a 280-level bear creature, who was humming a tune and thinking about what to eat for lunch, but suddenly it was struck by a thunderbolt from above and instantly ascended to the sky. The forbidden curse was only used at 20% power to avoid injuring the black horse. Chu Chen lowered his head and roared proudly, how about it, do you submit? The little black horse struggled, clearly not submitting, and bit Chu Chen's shoe tip. Chu Chen's toes were bitten and it hurt. In anger, he unleashed the Hell Cataclysm. Boom! The fire elements raged in all directions, with an extremely violent momentum. Centered on Chu Chen, the fire-type forbidden curse swept out, spreading the scorching flames rapidly, causing destructive devastation, leveling the slaughter forest in an instant. Seeing this situation, the little black horse was immediately frightened and panicked, its eyes almost popping out. It let go of Chu Chen's shoe and shrunk its whole body to the soul, afraid of being touched by the fire elements. After a while, the flames subsided. Chu Chen released his foot and squatted in front of the trembling little black horse. Seeing its trembling appearance, Chu Chen grinned. His goal was achieved. Stand up. With a start, the little black horse immediately got up from the ground and stood obediently. Chu Chen continued, how about it, will you sign? The little black horse nodded repeatedly, its eyes clear and innocent. Getting the answer, Chu Chen extended his finger, do it yourself. The little black horse bit his finger, gently cutting a wound and swallowing a drop of blood. After finishing, it carefully licked Chu Chen's wound, showing how considerate it was. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing a contract with the Inferno Thunderwing horse. Would you like to give it a nickname? Yes. Let's call it the Unruly Little Black Horse. Sorry, the nickname is too long, naming failed. Forget it, let's just call it Little Black. Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to think of a name and randomly chose one. Naturally, the little black horse didn't object and accepted it happily. Let's go, I'll take you to level up. Chu Chen showed a friendly smile and walked ahead with Little Black. The slaughter forest had been leveled, so they had to change maps. Not far away, there was the Howl Cave where level 450 monsters appeared. This place looks good. Chu Chen stood at the cave entrance, holding Little Black in his arms, and with a wave of his hand, the scorching flames burst out. Boom! With a simple fire-type forbidden curse, the cave no longer had any signs of life. You have killed the dark bat and gained experience points. You have killed the giant rock snake and gained experience points. Pet Little Black has leveled up. Current level LV. 1. Pet Little Black has leveled up. Current level LV. 2. Pet Little Black has leveled up. Current level LV. 52. A series of system prompts came in, and Little Black, who had shared half of the experience, directly reached level 52. Nay, with the level increase, Little Black's body size also changed. It was originally the size of a teddy bear, but now it has become a German shepherd. Moreover, there are faint black flames flickering on the surface of its mane, looking quite cool. It seems that before long, I will be able to ride it myself. Chu Chen is very much looking forward to it. Let's go, next map. After Little Black actively picked up the loot, Chu Chen took him to the next instance. There was no way, as a mage who only knew curse spells, the process of grinding maps was so plain and boring. After grinding for 2 hours, Chu Chen leveled up by 5 levels, and Little Black's level also reached LV 80. When a dazzling light flashed from its body, Little Black raised its front hooves and neighed towards the sky. Immediately after, the black flames on its body became more intense, forming a wave of fire that leaped along the curves of its body. Under Chu Chen's gaze, 2 protrusions also swelled on its back, continuously expanding and growing larger. Finally, the protrusions burst open, turning into a pair of black wings emitting a faint eerie light, stretching out on both sides of Little Black's body. Wow, so cool! Chu Chen exclaimed. After Little Black completed its transformation, he quickly checked the information. Name, Demon Flame Thunder Winged Horse. Nickname, Little Black. Tier, Divine Beast. Owner, Chu Chen. Level, LV 80. Constitution, 2405. Strength, 2405. Wisdom, 3205. Agility, 2805. Spirit, 2405. Skills, Black Winged Demon Meteor, Pegasus Black Dragon Wave. Chu Chen was slightly surprised. Little Black's attributes had grown so rapidly, and it had even learned 2 skills. However, these were not the key points. The most important thing was that it not only grew wings but its size was now enough for him to ride on. Chu Chen patted the large horse's back excitedly, saying, Little Black, quickly, lie down and let me ride for a while. Little Black let out a low neigh, bending its 4 limbs obediently, allowing Chu Chen to mount it. Wow! Sitting on the horse's back, Chu Chen stroked the huge wings, feeling more enticing than a young girl's skin. Little Black roared and galloped forward with all 4 hooves. After a short run, it spread its huge wings and soared into the sky. The towering ancient trees beside them rapidly descended as Chu Chen rode Little Black, quickly breaking out of the forest. His mood was extremely exhilarating. This was much more enjoyable than flying with skills. After a while, when Chu Chen had enough of riding, he patted the horse's back. Alright, let's go down first. Upon receiving the command, Little Black prepared to return to the ground. And at that moment, Chu Chen suddenly saw a divine light descending from the sky not far in front of him, falling into the forest. At the same time, the system warnings came in frantically, warning. Warning! Warning! Random boss refresh in Deep Sea City, Hexagonal Giant. Deep Sea City residents, please be on guard and kill it as soon as possible. Deep Sea City Defense Team Base. Gather! Gather! All squad leaders, report to me with your team members within 3 minutes. Seeing the system warning about the random boss refresh, General Chaobin immediately gave the order. In the office, Deputy General Hukai handed over a cup of tea, not taking it seriously. General, why so nervous? Didn't that boss just refresh? It didn't cause any damage. Maybe it's like the previous Spirit Mirror Pisces, not very aggressive. Stop talking nonsense. Chaobin angrily knocked over the water cup. The hexagonal giant is a registered random boss. Do you not understand how fierce it is? Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You just want to wait for the boss to invade the city, let things escalate, and then demand benefits from people, right? Exposed, Hukai smirked. General, don't blame me. Our defense team has always been doing the most dangerous work, but the profits are too little. I'm also considering my brothers. Get lost. Chaobin's anger grew stronger, looking as if he regretted not being able to turn iron into steel. Let me tell you, even if we don't take action, there will be others who will go kill the boss. The thing that this deep-sea city lacks the least is strong individuals. Our city defense team's reputation has already been ruined by you all. If we wait for other forces to kill the boss while we remain idle, then we will truly become a laughingstock for eternity. Are you thinking that I have been sitting in this position of general for too long and want to bring me down? Chaobin became more and more agitated as he spoke, slamming the wooden table with a loud smack. I dare not, you are being too harsh. Hukai nodded repeatedly, knowing that Chaobin was truly angry, and dared not say another word, quickly running out to gather the troops. The Forest of Lamentation. Shuchen looked at the divine light descending from the sky in front of him, unable to contain his joy. This divine light was clearly the birthplace of the random boss, the hexagonal giant. This guy actually spawned right in front of him. Unbelievable, his luck today was truly unbelievable. Soon, the divine light faded, and a giant over 20 meters tall emerged from it. It had a hexagonal head, held to the sky, and with a casual wave of its hand, knocked down a swath of large trees. Looking at the hexagonal giant, Shuchen saw that it was covered in bronze skin and iron bones, as if cast from molten iron, possessing visibly top-notch defensive capabilities. Let's go, Xiaohei, go play with it. Shuchen's playful spirit rose as he urged Xiaohei to fly forward, wanting it to take this opportunity to exercise its combat abilities. After all, Xiaohei had just been born not long ago and lacked combat experience. Chirp chirp. Xiaohei chirped softly, flapping its wings but hesitating to move forward, seemingly wary of the hexagonal giant. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Shuchen was puzzled and quickly checked the information on the hexagonal giant. Name, hexagonal giant, supreme level boss, type, giant, level, LV. 400, health, 9800W/9800W, constitution, strength, intelligence, agility, spirit, combat power value, skills, ruthless barrage, king's roar, earth-shattering, sweeping thousands of miles, Montai's foot. It's not that strong. Shuchen gently patted the horse's head, trying to encourage Xiaohei, just a supreme level boss, and you are a divine beast. What are you afraid of? Go, give it a little divine beast shock. Seeing Xiaohei still hesitating, Shuchen showed a friendly smile. If you don't go, I'll roast both of you together. Swish! Xiaohei's wings trembled, bravely charging towards the hexagonal giant. At the same time, many professionals flocked to the Forest of Lamentation. Everyone received a system warning. Among the arriving crowd, a large portion were there just to watch the excitement. After all, spawning a random boss was no small matter for any city, especially this time. It was the hexagonal giant, a naturally ferocious and highly aggressive boss. Many reporters and streamers didn't want to miss this big scoop and rushed to the scene. If they could capture the entire process of killing the boss on video and edit it later, it would surely become a hit. Before long, the Forest of Lamentation was surrounded by hundreds of people, and the number was rapidly increasing. Damn! Look, that's the hexagonal giant. It's so fierce. Just looking at it from a distance makes my breathing quicken. Damn! ALV. 400 supreme level boss, it's worth seeing once in a lifetime. Is it really LV? 400? I can't even see its level. Why is everyone just watching and not taking action? If we don't kill the boss soon, it will enter the city center. Where is the city defense team? Have their people arrived? Are you still counting on the city defense team? They're probably still at home, calculating the cost of fighting the boss. What should we do? To kill this boss, at least an 8th level expert needs to make a move. I don't see anyone of that caliber here. Let's wait and see if anyone from the Lynx US sect will take action. More and more people gathered, but their strength was average, and no one dared to challenge the hexagonal giant easily. Some 7th level professionals were eager to try, but they were all stopped by their companions and never made a move. After all, the strength of the boss was not something that a 7th level player could handle. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion in the crowd. Make way, make way. Leave the boss to our city defense team. All bystanders, step aside, we will not be responsible for any accidental injuries. Hukai led a group of people and pushed through the crowd to the front. Folks, did you see that our deep-sea city defense team has appeared? To be honest, the streamer is somewhat disappointed. I thought it would be the Lingshu sect coming to handle this matter. It seems that we won't have the chance to see Elder Shinxingchen's magnificence, folks. A young girl held a live streaming device, interacting frequently with the audience, her chatter never stopping. Hu Kai's ears were sharp, and he heard all these words. His face darkened instantly. What nonsense about the Lingshu sect. Protecting the city's safety is the responsibility of our city defense team, and it's none of others' business. I reiterate, all bystanders must immediately leave this place. If we accidentally injure someone while killing the boss, we will not be responsible. With that, he turned and pointed at the hexagonal giant, Captain 3. Captain 3 immediately understood, gestured to a team member, Xiaoli, go lure the boss over here. Everyone else, get ready for battle. Xiaoli was a 5th level knight, focusing on health and resistance in terms of attributes and equipment, with defense maxed out. Following orders, he charged forward and used a provocation skill on the boss. Roar! Provoked, the hexagonal giant immediately turned around, targeting Xiaoli. It drew 2 beast bones from its waist, then roared to the sky, roar. The roaring sound, accompanied by a stunning effect, hit Xiaoli head-on. The hexagonal giant stunned him, swiftly raised the bone club in its hand, and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! Critical hit. Over 400,000 damage floated up, and Xiaoli was sent flying by the blow. However, for him, this damage was completely bearable, only taking away about 1/7 of his health. Xiaoli, come back quickly and lure the boss over here. Everyone else, prepare to attack. Captain 3 commanded loudly. Hu Kai also ordered, everyone, cooperate fully with the 3rd squad. Hearing the captain's words, Xiaoli stood up and retreated to the back. Roar! At this moment, the hexagonal giant swiftly swung the beast bones again. Seeing the danger, Captain 3 immediately shouted, Priest, give him a shield. Guardian light. Angel's shield. Several beams of holy light appeared on Xiaoli, calming him slightly. At the same time, the beast bones of the hexagonal giant struck again. Bang! Critical hit. Xiaoli was once again sent flying, losing another chunk of health. However, he was not far from the team now, and the boss was within attack range. Numerous skills were unleashed, all targeting the hexagonal giant, causing it to howl in pain. Xiaoli was delighted and got up to use the taunt skill again before running back. The hexagonal giant immediately became furious, aiming at Xiaoli's position and raising its arms alternately to strike down. Despite its massive body, its movements were incredibly fast. The 2 beast bones struck continuously, launching over a dozen attacks in the blink of an eye. Critical hit. Critical hit. Ah! A series of damage values floated up, and in Xiaoli's cries of agony, his health was instantly depleted. The hexagonal giant displayed its might, and Xiaoli, the 5th level Blood Bull Knight, met his end right there. The forest echoed with sorrow, a solemn silence enveloping the surroundings. The death of the knight Xiaoli cast a layer of fear over everyone's hearts. The hexagonal giant stood at least 20 meters tall, yet it could launch over a dozen attacks in just a few seconds. How unbelievable! It was absolutely outrageous, beyond belief. High defense, high offense, high agility? This was like a god. Deputy General Hu Kai gritted his teeth, a few drops of sweat trickling down his forehead. The members of their city defense team were well trained, but in the face of absolute power, all tactics seemed laughable. No, so many people are watching, we can't lose face. Even if the reputation of the city defense team stinks, it can't stink in our hands. Thinking to himself, Hu Kai began to contact Xiao Bin to report the situation and request higher combat support. Just then, a shout came from the crowd, look, there seems to be someone near the boss. Isn't that a person? It looks like a celestial horse, a black celestial horse. Could it be a minion brought by the boss? Don't talk nonsense, how can a random boss have minions? That's definitely a person. That's right, I can see clearly, there is indeed a person on the horse's back. The scene became noisy again, but their discussion shifted from the hexagonal giant to the mysterious figure riding on the horse's back. Hu Kai also looked up, his expression complex. Could it be that a powerful figure has intervened? No, we absolutely cannot let the boss die at his hands, otherwise, the city defense team will definitely be the biggest loser today. In midair, Shu Chen felt a bit frustrated. He was having a good time playing, and Little Black was gradually getting into the groove, familiarizing himself with various combat techniques. Unexpectedly, the boss was suddenly attracted by someone else and turned away. It was only then that he noticed a large crowd gathering on the ground. Little Black, stop playing around, hurry up and kill it, or we'll be surrounded. Roar! Little Black, now familiar with combat, even his roar was filled with confidence. Ready, Celestial Black Dragon Wave. With Chu Chen's command, Little Black flew high and immediately spewed out a black energy wave from his mouth. Hissing, the black wave shot towards the ironclad body of the hexagonal giant, appearing powerful but causing minimal damage. Roar! The hexagonal giant roared, unleashing a sonic wave attack with a stunning effect. Chuchen quickly released a forbidden spell, Emerald Sea Tide. Dozens of water waves suddenly spread out. Chuchen seemed to transform into a sea god, creating a massive tsunami in the air. The majestic water elemental power erupted instantly, not only neutralizing the control effect but also causing considerable damage to the hexagonal giant. Wow! A burst of exclamation erupted from the onlookers below. Such a cool skill. Who is this expert? He looks like a mage. Could it be Elder Shinshinshin? Impossible. Elder Shin's mount is the crimson blood spirit crane, not a black celestial horse. Do we have a mage in Deep Sea City who rides a black celestial horse? I've never heard of such a person. I don't know. First time seeing him. Darn, the distance is too far, I can't see his information. Who has long-range advanced reconnaissance magic? Can you check who he is? I do, I just checked, he told me. Look at my sister. What does that mean? Is your sister pretty? Forget it, who cares who he is, as long as he can kill the boss. Go for it, big shot. Go for it. Black Horse Prince, go for it. Black Horse Prince? Chuchen smiled slightly in midair, finding the title somewhat pleasing. Then, he patted Little Black's head. Alright, don't embarrass yourself. Your damage is not enough for now. Get closer to the boss when you fly, stay within a range of 50 meters, and leave the rest to me. Squawk. Little Black protested unwillingly. It sprayed the boss again before following Chuchen's orders to approach the hexagonal giant. As the black horse approached, the hexagonal giant swung a pair of beast bones, wildly dancing. However, Little Black, who was already proficient in flying maneuvers, moved much faster than the hexagonal giant, dodging its attacks every time. It circled around the boss like a fly, neither too close nor too far. Roar! Roar! The attacks of the hexagonal giant all missed, making it extremely frustrated but unable to do anything about it. Well done, Little Black. Watch me, reincarnation whisper. Chuchen raised his hand lightly, and a wisp of black mist appeared quietly, slowly approaching the hexagonal giant. Wow, look, the black horse's attacks have stopped. What's going on? Are they getting closer to the boss? Could it be that the big shot is going to take action personally? Damn, I can't wait. Quick, 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 record it, capture it. A group of people were excited, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Damn it! Hukai cursed with a dark expression, then waved his hand. Archers, warlocks, mages, come with me. They quickly formed a small team and quietly approached the boss while others were not paying attention. After closing the distance, Hukai found a hidden spot and ordered, "Get ready to launch the attack." Deputy Commander. A level 6 mage raised a question. Wouldn't it be better to leave the boss to that big shot? Our little damage won't be of much help. Nonsense. Hukai muttered under his breath, if he kills the boss, our city defense team will become a joke. The team members were even more puzzled. Then why are you asking us to help? Hukai smirked sinisterly and said, help with what? The target I want you to attack is not the boss, but the person riding the horse. What? The team members were all taken aback. Isn't that a bad idea? What if we anger that big shot? What will we do? He. Hukai said disdainfully, remember, we just want to kill the boss, it's just that our skills were a bit off. At worst, we'll apologize to him, what can he do? Besides, I've already requested support from headquarters, and 10 level 7 experts will be here soon. By then, he may not necessarily be our match. Stop talking nonsense. Look, that guy seems to be about to use a skill on the boss. Everyone, attack the person riding the black horse, harass him with all your might. Explosive Sky Bow. Hukai took the lead, unleashing a level 6 archer skill directly towards Chuchen. Others also followed the deputy commander's lead, using their skills one after another. Danger below. Just as Chuchen's reincarnation whisper was halfway through its chant, a warning came from the heart of Baizé. Little Black, dodge quickly. He hurriedly stopped the skill and commanded Little Black to dodge to the side. Swish, swish, boom. Over a dozen skills instantly bombarded the spot where Chuchen had been standing just moments ago. What's going on? Chuchen looked down with a cold expression. Soon, following the trajectory of the skills, he saw the small team hidden in the forest. Are they also here to kill the boss, but messed up their skills? Chuchen thought to himself, but the next moment, he dismissed this speculation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if the skills were off, the whole team wouldn't have missed. Moreover, the warning from the heart of Baizé came before they used their skills. This means that their initial target was me. Realizing this, Chuchen smiled coldly and instantly cast an ice-type forbidden curse. Dictator's Domain. He controlled the release of his skills, freezing only a small group of people without affecting the cheerleaders in the distance. Since they ambushed me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Chen's face turned cold, his killing intent rising. Immediately, he waved his hand again, purgatory catastrophe. Boom! Boom! 5 consecutive 10% power purgatory catastrophes smashed down, ensuring enough damage without harming the innocent. The team led by Hu Kai instantly turned to ashes. Ha! What is the Dark Horse Prince doing? Why isn't he attacking the boss? Was he disturbed, so his skills went in the wrong direction? Maybe. Look, he's attacking again. Keep recording. After dealing with the attackers, Chu Chen continued to control Little Black around the Hex Giant. Reincarnation Whisper. The dark magic curse struck again, and the black mist reappeared. This time, there were no obstacles as the black mist slowly drifted towards the boss. The Hex Giant had long been in a state of extreme anger, swinging its club wildly, but it never touched even a hair of Little Black. Soon, the 20-second countdown ended. Whoosh! A number, red as if about to bleed, floated above the boss's head. Roar! Boom! With a final howl, the Hex Giant collapsed, breaking a large number of trees and stirring up endless dust. The boss's death was spectacular, but the onlookers were plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, as if frozen in place. What did I just see? It's fake, it must be fake. Who saw what happened? The Dark Horse Prince just circled the boss a few times, and it fell. Did he confuse the boss by circling around? Stop talking nonsense, the boss's body has disappeared. It's dead, really dead. Boom! A wave of shock and questioning erupted from the crowd. Chu Chen paid no attention to this. He controlled Little Black and rushed to the ground at maximum speed. With so many people on the scene, there might be some with sticky fingers trying to grab his loot. So, Chu Chen quickly reached the loot and picked it up. Then, he flew back into the air and made his escape. Wow, the big shot is leaving. Don't go, Dark Horse Prince, can you give me an autograph? Give me one too, I've been your fan for 10 years. 10 years mean nothing. I've been a fan for 100 years, can you let me see your true face? The crowd instantly turned into fans, chasing after Chu Chen. Some of them even had flying skills and pets, but their speed couldn't match Little Black's, so they could only barely keep up with Chu Chen. Ha! What's going on? At this time, the support team from the city defense force arrived. They didn't see the boss, but they saw a group of people rushing in the opposite direction. Did the boss run away? The captain of the support team was puzzled. That's not right, that direction leads to the city center. If the boss went there, it should have caused a commotion. But it was quiet when we arrived. At this moment, a team member reminded, Captain, look, there's no sign of the boss here. According to records, the Hex Giant is over 20 meters tall. We should be able to see it from here. The captain nodded, feeling helpless, and stopped a young man. Young man, have you seen the Hex Giant? The young man impatiently shrugged off the captain's arm. What are you doing? Oh, Black Horse Brother ran far away. It's all your fault, otherwise I would have caught up to him. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Embarrassed by the verbal attack, the captain said, don't misunderstand. We are from the city defense force, here to eliminate the Hex Giant. Put. The young man couldn't help but burst out. You guys are going to exterminate the Hexagon Giant? You can't even catch up with eating shit. The boss was killed by my brother, the Black Horse, long ago. You guys can just chill out, a bunch of clowns. City defense team members? What's going on? We just received orders to come support, and we haven't done anything yet, but we're already being criticized? But they couldn't really have a conflict with a child, so they had to let him leave first. Captain, what should we do? The team members asked one after another. The captain shrugged helplessly, haven't you heard? The boss has already been killed. Let's go back and report first, and see what the general says. Then, the group returned the way they came. On the other side, Chu Chen rode Blackie wildly all the way. The fans behind him were even more of a headache than the boss. Although he managed to shake off most of them, some with advanced flying skills could still keep up. Until Chu Chen rode the Black Pegasus into a protective barrier, the people following behind him finally stopped. Stop, 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 don't chase, did you see that? He actually entered the Purple Gold Society. Oh my god, who is this Black Horse Prince after all? It must be some big shot who took out the boss but doesn't want to attract too much attention. Should we still chase him? Chase what? Do you dare to break into the Purple Gold Society? Are you asking for death? The Purple Gold Society in the Deep Sea City, although it looked like a slightly more luxurious villa area from the outside, was nothing special. However, everyone knew that those who were qualified to live here were either high-ranking officials or those who had made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Either way, they were definitely figures to be admired by ordinary people. Now that Chu Chen had entered this place, The people following naturally did not dare to intrude. After sighing for a while, the group could only leave disappointedly. Inside the Purple Gold Society, Shu Chen put Blackie into the pet space and quickly pushed open the door to enter the villa. The room was filled with the fragrance of tea. Xinxingchen was sitting on the sofa, savoring the Tian Shan snow tea in his hand. "What's the rush?" Xinxingchen said with a sideways glance as he saw Chu Chen come in. "Nothing, where is your granddaughter?" Chu Chen sat down opposite him and poured himself a cup of tea. "She's gone out, do you need to find her?" "No, just asking." Shu Chen finished his tea in one gulp. "By the way, I found that Xuaning, and he promised to come early tomorrow to repair the villa." Ah. When it came to this topic, Xinxingchen sighed deeply, gently put down the teacup, and was enveloped in a sense of desolation. "What's the use of repairing it? It can never be the same as before." Hearing this, Chu Chen felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Indeed, Olchen still cared a lot about that house. After all, it was something his son left behind in this world. How could it not be important? Although he seemed indifferent on the surface, in the end, he couldn't escape his own feelings. Overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, Chu Chen clasped his hands tightly, hesitated, and said, "Olchen, I really feel very sorry about this matter. But repairing the house is the only thing I can do. If this is not enough, you can tell me, how can I make amends? It's useless. Nothing can be done anymore." Xinxingchen shook his head slowly, showing a sad expression. Seeing this, Chu Chen clenched his fists tightly, lowered his head in frustration. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. After a while, Xinxingchen spoke again, "Unless." Chu Chen suddenly looked up, looking at Xinxingchen with anticipation. "Unless you help me with something," Xinxingchen said, his mouth slightly trembling, as if trying hard to hold back a smile. "Chu Chen?" He frowned, carefully observing Xinxingchen's expression. On that old face, at this moment, there was no trace of sadness to be seen. Instead, there was cunning, triumph, and ruthless mockery. Chu Chen's pupils trembled, shaking with anger. "Old man, are you trying to fool me? What, not happy? You just said you wanted to make it up to me, now you want to go back on your word?" Xinxingchen stood with hands on hips, speaking with a fierce momentum. All right, I owe you." Chu Chen, feeling helpless, could only compromise. "Tell me, what do you want me to help you with this time?" This time is a good opportunity, most people wouldn't even qualify to go." As he spoke, Xinxingchen mysteriously beckoned with his finger, "Come closer." Chu Chen's gaze was wary. He understood that the more Xinxingchen spoke like this, the bigger the trap might be. Both of them bent down, getting closer. Xinxingchen whispered, "These days, I need to take care of some personal matters. But as the elder of the spirit cultivation sect, I can't just leave at will. So, I need you to go to the spirit cultivation sect and act as my stand-in for a while." After hearing this, Chu Chen was completely confused. "What, I'm going to be a stand-in? How does this old man come up with these ideas? It's not." Chu Chen was at a loss for words for a moment. There were too many flaws in this matter, he didn't even know how to respond. Gathering his thoughts, he decided to start from the beginning and ask, "What are you going to take care of?" Xinxingchen looked up at the sky, "Just some personal matters." Chu Chen waved his hand, as if he was about to leave. "If you're not sincere, then there's nothing to discuss, right? Sit down." Xinxingchen furrowed his brow. "Can't I tell you? Actually, it's nothing major, it's just Little Flower's birthday, and I want to take her on a trip around the Sea of Return." The Sea of Return was the largest sea area on Blue Star, spanning the entire eastern hemisphere of the continent. Going around it would allow you to visit all the coastal countries. Chu Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. This old guy was asking for his help again. It's always for a woman. But, Chu Chen suddenly remembered something. "Aren't you afraid your granddaughter will find out?" Xinxingchen smirked cunningly. "I told Susu that there are many internal affairs in the guild recently, and I have to focus on selecting the participants for the true martial ceremony, so I won't be going home for a while." True martial ceremony? Chu Chen was slightly surprised. This name sounded familiar. He seemed to have heard Xinxingchen mention it before. "I remember you told me about this ceremony, and that you might send me, right?" Xinxingchen pondered for a moment, then replied, "That's not set in stone. But if you become my stand-in, you'll have the authority of the elder, and you can recommend yourself at that time. My position carries a lot of weight in decision-making. And, the rewards for the true martial ceremony are quite tempting rewards?" Chu Chen's eyes lit up. "What kind of rewards?" Xinxingchen pretended to be mysterious. "It's not clear right now, but this is a national-level competition. The rewards are definitely amazing." Seeing how serious he was, Chu Chen couldn't help but become interested. "I agree, but how am I going to be your stand-in? The guild members aren't blind." "Simple." Xinxingchen handed a card to Chu Chen. "Use this, the prank card." Chu Chen took it. Item, prank card, level? Description: can change appearance to that of the target for 24 hours. The target must be a friend of the user. Damn, you already prepared the item. You've been planning to prank me, haven't you? Shin smirked. No manners, I am your master after all. Chu Chen resigned himself. Alright, my good master, I'll go to the spirit cultivation sect with you tomorrow. That's more like it. Shin smiled smugly. Early the next morning, Shui Ning arrived as scheduled. Looking at the dilapidated villa, he began to demonstrate his professionalism and quickly drafted a specific renovation plan. Please make sure it looks exactly the same as before. After instructing Shui Ning, Chu Chen followed Shin to the repairing spirit church. Walking through the main gate, the first thing they saw was a white church. In front of the church was an arched stone door, above which a huge bell swung gently. This is where our guild members usually gather, Shin introduced. Come, let me show you around and get familiar. Stepping into the church, a young man approached them. Elder Shin. He saw Shin and immediately stood up straight to greet him. Then his gaze shifted to Chu Chen and he was startled. This young man was Jia Xan, who had previously gone to the plague farm with Shin Susu. When Chu Chen fabricated a story to deceive everyone, he had heard it from beginning to end. Now seeing Shin senior brother Elder Chu, Jia Xan suddenly became nervous. Elder. Chu Chen, why are you here? He knew Chu Chen wanted to conceal his identity, so he forcibly held back the word elder. Ahem. Chu Chen also felt a bit embarrassed and put on a hermit-like demeanor. Yes, I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look. Jia Xan looked admiringly. Then, where would you like to go? Can I show you around? Seeing Chu Chen for the first time at the church headquarters, Jia Xan knew he was unfamiliar with the place, so he volunteered. Shin watched on the side, not quite understanding what these two youngsters were up to. He said to Jia Xan, Great, if you're free, then lead us to the new council chamber. I heard the council chamber has been moved elsewhere. I don't know where it is yet. Jia Xan gladly accepted. You two, follow me. Two elders? Shin frowned, sensing that something was amiss. But as the Grand Elder, he had to maintain his dignity and didn't ask further. With Jia Xan energetically leading the way, they soon arrived at the third floor of the church. Walking along the long corridor, Chu Chen quietly asked Shin, Hey, what is the council chamber used for? Of course, it's a hall for meetings. You just need to show up every morning at 8 to make an appearance, Shin replied. Morning meetings? Chu Chen sighed. He hadn't expected that even in a different world, he couldn't escape the fate of being a laborer. How long do I have to stay? Shin pondered for a moment and then said, about 2 months. Also, during these 2 months, you shouldn't go out to avoid exposing your identity. Anyway, there's a place for you to sleep here. What? Chu Chen's expression changed. So long, and I can't go out? Why didn't you say so earlier, old man? Are you deliberately tricking me? Shin also took a firm stance. What's wrong with tricking you? How many times have you tricked me? What's wrong with tricking you once? Chu Chen gritted his teeth and grabbed Shin white beard. Old man, explain clearly, when did I ever trick you? Shin also grabbed Chu Chen's hair. You're rebelling, huh? Jia Xan, come here, help me get rid of this kid. Jia Xan, who was leading the way, turned around and was startled by the two behind him. Then he slowly turned back around without saying anything. Joking aside, the two old guys were just fooling around. Why would I, a junior, get involved? Well, let's just lead the way honestly. At the end of the corridor, there was a window with crimson blue curtains hanging on it, letting light in and reflecting a solemn shine on the carpet. Jia Xan pushed open the metal door on the left, revealing a new set of tables and chairs inside. Elder Shin, this is our new council chamber. Shin walked in and nodded in satisfaction. Good, you can go now. After sending Jia Xan away, he closed the door and carefully instructed Chu Chen, as I told you before, come here to show your face every day at 8 a.m. Got it? Got it. Stop nagging. Chu Chen, who was still feeling sore from being scolded by Shin said unhappily, but I don't know what you usually look like. What if someone finds out something is wrong? Shin chuckled, that's easy. When others speak, you just need to nod, shake your head, smile, or frown. You are the Grand Elder, others will scrutinize your words and actions, you don't need to worry about what they think. Chu Chen nodded as if he understood, so basically, just act cool, I'm good at that. Shin glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to respond. After making sure of the location, he took Chu Chen to a room on the 5th floor. This is my place. You will sleep here in the coming days. Chu Chen looked around and saw that the suite was well furnished, as expected of a Grand Elder. The living conditions were quite superior. After everything was arranged, Shin checked the time. It was exactly 7 a.m. I won't stay long. An hour later is the meeting, don't forget. With that, Shin Xingqian couldn't wait and walked to the window, opened it, and jumped out. Oh my god! Chu Chen was startled and quickly ran over. The building seemed to be perched on a cliff, with a bottomless abyss outside the window. He looked around and finally saw a blood-red shadow flying off into the distance. It was Shin Xingqian's mount, the Crimson Blood Spirit Crane. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, closed the window, and sat down at the desk. It was evident that Shin Xingqian was a meticulous person. The desk was made of spirit silkworm wood, with sparse silver dots on it, a very rare variety. The books were neatly arranged and emitted a faint, unique fragrance, refreshing the mind. In such an atmosphere, one would feel the desire to read. Chu Chen slumped in the chair, adjusted to a comfortable position, and then picked up a yellowed book at random, flipping open the cover. Oh my! Chu Chen suddenly jumped up and threw the book into a corner. Wow, this old man has quite a diverse reading taste. After the shock, Chu Chen slowed his breathing and calmed his heartbeat. Then, he leaned on the desk, continuing to search, hoping to find something more exciting. However, he was disappointed. Except for that yellowed book, the rest were too serious. The serious atmosphere made Chu Chen a bit drowsy. Ancient Evil Gods notes? Suddenly, he noticed something different, pulled it out from the pile of books. It wasn't a book but more like a notebook. Judging by the title, it should be about things related to the ancient evil god. Could it contain information about the Higanbana demon? Chu Chen quickly flipped open the cover. The first page only had one line, Sequence 1, Unknown. Below was a blank page. What is this? Chu Chen frowned and turned to the next page. Sequence 2, Blood Qilin, Strength Unknown. According to historical records, it once brought unprecedented disasters, nearly destroying the human race, and later slept within the Dragon Kingdom's borders, specific location unknown. The text was limited to this, leaving Chu Chen scratching his head. Is this a notebook or an introduction? He turned another page. Sequence 3, Worldly Python, All Unknown. Chu Chen. He sped up his reading and found that the earlier sequence numbers only had one or two sentences. It wasn't until he reached the 37th page that the records became detailed. Sequence 37, Snowwoman, Level 510, Battle Power 31 million, controls ice-based forbidden spells. Awakened within the borders of the Sakura country, causing a large number of casualties, putting the Sakura country on the brink of destruction. King Kato Shinku personally kneels at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, bowing 300 times, begging for help. The marshal of the Dragon Kingdom's border army, Long Haotsong, adhering to the righteousness of humanity first, led the troops to besiege the Snow Maiden. After 3 months, she was killed in the flourishing harbor. The Sakura Kingdom tried to cover up this history vigorously, but with little success. Sakura Kingdom again? Chu Chen felt a wave of nausea. When he turned to the next page, there was no record, only a mysterious text. Where did the ancient evil god come from? Who created the serial number? Why is the order of arrangement around the world surprisingly consistent without exception? Behind all this, is it the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. That's it? Chu Chen quickly flipped through, hoping to find a record of Sequence 44, the Higanbana demon. But as he flipped to the end, there was no trace of writing. Damn! It's only up to 37, couldn't they write a bit more? What a rubbish author, short and powerless. Disappointed, Chu Chen picked up the pen on the table, gritted his teeth, and wrote 2 big words at the end of the notes. Update. Throwing the notebook back in place, Chu Chen glanced at the time, 7:32 a.m. There was still an hour before the meeting started. Chu Chen lay down on the bed, set an alarm for 7:50, and prepared to take a nap. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt something was amiss. As the Grand Elder, did he really have to be punctual for the meeting? So, he reset the alarm to 8:30 and finally fell asleep contentedly. Waking up from a nap, Chu Chen felt refreshed. He got up slowly from the bed and carefully washed up. After finishing, he took out the prank card and transformed himself into the appearance of Shin Xingqian. With Perot's necklace, he wasn't afraid of being exposed. With everything ready, Chu Chen pushed open the door of the meeting room precisely at 9 o'clock. Creak, the door opened, and light shone in. Inside the meeting room, it was empty. Chu Chen? I'm an hour late, and I'm still the first one here? Or did they finish the meeting and leave already? Chu Chen was at a loss. Just as he was hesitating, footsteps suddenly came from behind. Several white-bearded old men of similar age to Shin Xingqian walked over, chatting and laughing. But when they saw Shin Xingqian, they all froze in place, their steps halted. Elder Shin, why are you standing here? This immortal was usually lazy to death, lying down and sleeping during every meeting. Today, he was unusually standing up with both feet on the ground. Chu Chen blinked, his face expressionless, not knowing what to say. At this moment, another old man stepped forward and tentatively asked, Elder Shin, do you have any instructions to convey? Hearing this, Shuchen suddenly remembered what Shin Xingchen had taught him before leaving, to nod, shake his head, smile, or pout while listening to others, and let them guess the rest. Making up his mind, Shuchen selected 2 expressions from inside, raised the corners of his mouth, then smiled gently and nodded towards the crowd. Soon, everyone arrived. The people filled the long conference table, their gazes all focused on Shin Xingchen. Today, it was rare for Elder Shin to speak, so they naturally listened attentively. Chu Chen's mind raced, his brain overloaded with speed, and finally he remembered something. Ahem. He cleared his throat, put on a lofty expression. I have something important to say, so listen carefully, all of you. As soon as he said this, many officials immediately sat up straight, their eyes fixed on him. Chu Chen continued, I want all of you to do your best to find the certification for the 6th transfer of the mage profession. Having said that, he added, remember, once you find it, give it directly to me, never put it in the guild warehouse. Joking, he didn't have warehouse permissions himself, wouldn't it be a waste to put it in there? Upon hearing this task, many members were puzzled. Elder Shin, why suddenly ask for a mage's job change certificate? Yeah, do we have mages in the guild who need to do the 6th job change? Even if there are, there's no need to have so many members help him find the job change certificate together. Just one mage, not much value in nurturing. The person who said this suddenly froze, wishing to slap himself. You see, Shin Xingchen is also a mage. He actually said bad things about mages in front of him. Damn, it's been too long since I talked to Elder Shin. I actually made such a low-level mistake in front of him. Sure enough, Chu Chen slowly turned his head to look at him, smiling. What, you look down on mages? And no, I'm not, I didn't. The member was trembling all over, shaking under Chu Chen's gaze. Chu Chen's smile widened. Since you don't, then go find it for me now. If you can't find it, don't ever come back. Yes, I'll go now. The member's face turned pale, trembling like a sieve, cursing that his parents didn't give him 2 legs, and ran out in a hurry. The others immediately lowered their heads, afraid that Shin Xingchen's anger would fall on them. This senior elder's temper has been strange for a long time, and they didn't want to provoke him. Seeing everyone's reactions, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel pleased. It seems that my improvisation was quite successful. It must be because Shin Xingchen, this old guy, usually does so many bad things that he has these members completely under control, not daring to resist at all. After satisfying his elder craving, Chu Chen sat there in silence. The play shouldn't be overdone, or the truth might be revealed. After a moment of silence, an old member gathered the courage to ask Chu Chen, Elder Shin, do you have any other instructions? Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. Phew, the member secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the metal gate was pushed open from the outside, and a thin old man walked in slowly. Seeing this person, all the members stood up suddenly, showing utmost respect. President! Chu Chen was surprised. President? Didn't old Shin say that President Yao Xingyu wouldn't appear easily? Damn, am I so unlucky that I ran into trouble on the first day as a stand-in? He was conflicted, not knowing what kind of state Shin Xingchen usually was in front of the president. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up like everyone else. When Yao Xingyu sat down at the end of the long table, everyone also sat back down. Chu Chen's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He had heard from Shin Xingchen that his teacher, Yao Xingyu, was a 9th-level diviner, the servant of the heavenly language god, and his level had reached 632, which could be said to be the ceiling of the 9th-level profession. After the 4th job change, the difficulty of leveling up increased significantly. Not to mention the 9th job change, almost every level up was a whole new realm. I wonder if he can see through my true identity. The artifact necklace and the 9th-level diviner, who was more powerful, Chu Chen really couldn't decide. Under tension, Chu Chen's gaze dared not look at Yao Xingyu. He suddenly realized that this wrinkled old man's face looked remarkably like the turtle master from a movie he had seen in his past life, Kung Fu Panda. Put! Chu Chen almost burst out laughing but managed to hold it in. Damn, can't laugh, I'm dead if I do. But, he really looks like him. Damn, stop looking. Thinking of something else. Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Chang, never tired of looking at each other, hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, odd change, even unchanged. Damn, it still seems like. Ha, can't hold it in. Xingchen, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Yao Xingyu spoke, his voice as dry as a desert. Chu Chen shivered and sat up straight. Damn, how should I answer? How does Lao Shun usually address him? Master? Teacher? Or president? Forget it, just make something up. He calmed down a bit and said softly, teacher. What teacher? Yao Xingyu scolded lightly. How many times do I have to say it? you should address by position in the meeting. Chu Chen was stunned, then reacted, and said again, President. Yao Xingyu looked at him meaningfully. I came today to confirm with everyone the candidates for the Jinwu Grand Ceremony. What do you all think? Oh, as soon as this was mentioned, Chu Chen was no longer sleepy. President, I have a suggestion. I recommend our new member Chu Chen. He is a rare talent. Sending him will surely give face to our guild leader. What nonsense are you talking about? Yao Xingyu glared at Chu Chen. Chu Chen is already a confirmed candidate. Why are you recommending him? Are you confused? What I want to confirm is the second candidate, whether to send Du Song or Nie Li. What the heck? Confirmed already? Chu Chen's pupils dilated. That old guy Xinxingchen, using the Jinwu Grand Ceremony spot as bait, tricked him into being his substitute, and he was already a confirmed candidate? Is there a single truthful word in this old turtle's mouth? Chu Chen almost bit his tongue off, fiercely saying, Whoever can go, I have no objections. Well, let's leave it for now. We still have time before the Jinwu Grand Ceremony. We'll discuss it later. Yao Shengyu stood up solemnly. Xingchen, come with me. With that, he walked out of the meeting room under everyone's gaze. Watching Yao Xingyu's back, Chu Chen was puzzled. This old man is so strange. He came for the candidate selection, but before the results were out, he left again. Are there any normal people in this guild? Chu Chen was speechless and had to follow his footsteps out of the meeting room. Along the way, Chu Chen followed Yao Xingyu to the 7th floor of the cathedral. There were obviously few people here, and even the light was dimmed. Passing through the corridor lined with murals, Yao Xingyu led Chu Chen into an attic. Phew! The candle was lit, making the room much brighter. Chu Chen always felt eerie here and asked, President, why did you bring me here? Yao Xingyu didn't rush to answer. Carefully using a glass lampshade to cover the candle, the flickering flame illuminated his thin figure even more. After a while, he turned his back to Chu Chen and said, Chu Chen, do you desire power? No, I desire milk. Chu Chen subconsciously replied, then suddenly woke up. Do you know who I am? Yao Xingyu turned around, standing against the light, hiding his expression in the shadows, exuding a mysterious aura. No one can escape the eyes of a top diviner. He pointed to himself. Chu Chen was even more puzzled. Since you already know, why didn't you expose me in public? Yao Xingyu took 2 steps closer. Xingchen claims to be your master, so in a way, I am your master's master. How can a master's master betray his own grandson? Isn't that right, my good grandson? Chu Chen was speechless. Damn, this old man is here to take advantage? And he can't even argue back. He quickly changed the subject. So, why did you bring me to this place? Yao Xingyu smiled. It's for the thing you most want to know. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was slightly taken aback. The thing I most want to know. When can I have multiple wives and concubines? Under the shining candlelight, Yao Xingyu's facial muscles twitched noticeably. He resisted the urge to curse and said in a deep voice, It's about your sister Chushi. Sister? Chu Chen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately stepped forward. Do you know where my sister is? I don't know, Yao Xingyu smiled faintly, but I can find out at any time. Not knowing, but able to find out at any time. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was shocked. What arrogant words! What disdainful eyes! Could this be the confidence of the strongest diviner? It's really dazzling. Under Chu Chen's admiring gaze, Yao Xingyu returned to the candlestick, removed the lampshade, and the firelight suddenly became scattered, filling the entire room. He retracted his right hand into his wide sleeve, took out a handful of black crystal powder, and sprinkled it around the candlestick in a circle. Then, he sprinkled a larger circle of powdered pomegranate flowers on the outer edge. This was followed by yellow bilestone powder, crushed ostrich eggshells, and 17 other divination materials. Circle after circle was sprinkled, and ripples of strangeness seemed to spread around the candlestick. At this moment, the candle flame began to change, emitting a halo of red, yellow, and blue light. Chu Chen watched attentively, observing the actions of the strongest diviner. In his eyes, Yao Xingyu's movements seemed to transcend the realm of skills. He seemed to be performing a true, mysterious, and ancient divination ritual. With Yao Xingyu chanting, the candle flame dripped like water droplets, sequentially igniting the 17 circles on the table. Then, he spread out his right hand above the flame, letting it roast his palm. Be careful. Chu Chen subconsciously wanted to stop him, but quickly restrained himself. Soon, the flames soared. Yao Xingyu's palm was engulfed by the flames. He half closed his eyes, gently shook his hand, and flicked the flames onto the wall behind the square table. Boom! The flames spread out, instantly engulfing the wall. After doing all this, Yao Xingyu stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the wall of fire, his eyes flickering. Do you see, Chu Chen? This is the guidance of Marcia. Chu Chen scratched his head. Who is guiding me? one of the 12 main gods, the sun god Marsha, who is in charge of divination. A Western god? Shu Chen looked at Yao Xingyu with interest. Why don't you ask the gods of the Dragon Kingdom? The growth paths of each professional are different, diviners are no exception, and Yao Xingyu frowned. Are you focusing on the wrong things? Don't you want to know the result of the divination? Of course I do. Shu Chen shifted his gaze back to the wall of fire, but here, besides the flames, there's nothing else. What can it reveal? Yao Xingyu candidly shook his head. It can't reveal anything. Shu Chen? Now he seemed to understand why Xinxingchen was so unreliable. The source of the inheritance was here. What do you mean it can't reveal anything? Didn't you just say that nothing can escape the eyes of the top diviner? Have you forgotten your own boasting so quickly? Constantly complaining in his heart, Shu Chen pointed at the flames on the wall. But didn't you say that the sun god guided you? Yao Xingyu nodded. That's right, the flames haven't extinguished, which means your sister is still alive, and her vitality is very strong. Upon hearing this news, Shu Chen's clenched heart seemed to relax a bit. I knew she wouldn't die. But Yao Xingyu lowered his head in contemplation. Why can't I see any information about her? Could it be because of the Higan-Bana demon? Shu Chen's appetite was piqued, and he hurriedly urged, Master, what do you mean by that? A single master struck a chord in Yao Xingyu's heart, and he smiled and looked at Shu Chen, explaining carefully, this Higan-Bana demon is an ancient evil god with extremely powerful spiritual power. My divination skills don't work on it, which is normal. But now, I can't even see your sister's information, indicating that she and the Higan-Bana demon are likely still together. Shushi disappeared because she went to hunt the Higan-Bana demon. In that battle, something unimaginable may have happened. Shu Chen felt heavy-hearted, so how can I find her? Yao Xingyu looked at the firewall and then pointed to the bottom where there was a surge of dark currents. He uttered two words, under the sea. Under the sea? Shu Chen repeated. Yes, Yao Xingyu nodded. The convergence of dark currents and flames indicates that Chushi's life force is related to the seabed, where you can find clues. Shu Chen still didn't understand. The world's oceans are vast. Where should I look? Yao Xingyu waved his sleeves, dispersing the flames on the wall. Go to the true martial ceremony, there may be answers there. Is that also the guidance of the sun god? No, this is my intuition as a top diviner. Shu Chen hardened, his fist clenched. Master, can't you give me a clear direction? Yao Xingyu faintly smiled. Throughout history, diviners, whether they are roadside charlatans or yin-yang masters who deduce the fate of the country in the royal court, they never speak too clearly about the results of divination. Shu Chen asked, why is that? To put it nicely, it's to keep the heavenly secrets, but in reality, it's because they don't want to commit to a specific outcome. Ambiguous words are our way of survival. After thinking for a while, Shu Chen finally found a point to refute. But you're not just any diviner, you're a professional, a 9-transformation diviner. Yao Xingyu smirked mysteriously, looking up at Shu Chen. Shu Chen, you've just changed professions, maybe there are still many things you don't understand. When you reach the 9th transformation, at my level, you might be able to see this world in a new light. That is the most real world. 9 transformations. That is indeed a realm that many aspire to. However, for Shu Chen, it still seemed distant, as he had just reached the 4th transformation. Master, are you sure the true martial ceremony will have clues about my sister? Yao Xingyu tidied up the remnants of the divination ritual and said, of course, nothing is certain in this world, everything is subject to change. But that's what makes our fate interesting, isn't it? Shu Chen didn't care if things were interesting or not, he only knew that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he couldn't miss it. Alright, I will definitely go to the true martial ceremony. Since the original plan was to go there anyway, Shu Chen had no reservations. Since you've decided to go, you must achieve something decent, don't embarrass the spirit cult. Yao Xingyu paused. Of course, it's best to win the championship. I have to say, their prize money is quite substantial. If you can win the prize money, we'll split it 70-30 between you and the guild. Shu Chen immediately protested, why do I only get 30%? Yao Xingyu glared, 70% belongs to the guild. You can only take 30%. Shu Chen was taken aback. Master, in my mind, you have always been that kind of ethereal and otherworldly figure. Now suddenly becoming so worldly, it was truly disorienting. No choice. Yao Xingyu shrugged, I need money too. The spirit cult is vast, and daily expenses are not insignificant. Do you think money will just fall from the sky? Shu Chen was taken aback, shrugged and said, alright, 3 out of 10 it is, as you said. Upon hearing this, Yao Xingyu suddenly laughed, you're quite confident, do you really think you can achieve a ranking just by going there? The true martial grand ceremony gathers the most outstanding young people from all over the Dragon Kingdom. Just pick one randomly, and they are all top talents. Although I know you're not bad, but I still can't see through you. Now, let's have a frank discussion. What level is your strength really at? What level? Chu Chen fell into silence. It's not that he wanted to hide something from Yao Xingyu, but he couldn't really say what level he was at now. Based on his paper strength, he was just a newbie at the 4th transformation. However, it can't be calculated like that. With forbidden curses on him and having slain an 8th transformation powerhouse, how should his strength be defined? Yao Xingyu mentioned earlier that after the 9th transformation, one would enter a whole new world. Could he compete with the people in that world? He should be able to, right? Chu Chen still had confidence in himself. Even if he couldn't easily win, he could still use the reincarnation whisper to exchange blows with him at full strength. Yes, that's right. Chu Chen looked at Yao Xingyu and slowly said, as for my strength, below the 9th transformation, I'm invincible. Above the 9th transformation, I can exchange blow for blow. Yao Xingyu, you're quite arrogant, kid. But if you're too arrogant, it might not be a good thing. Below the 9th transformation, you're invincible, hee. Is that true? Of course it's false. I just reached the 4th transformation, and I still have to rely on you, master, for guidance. Chu Chen chuckled. You can guess for yourself whether it's true or not. Yao Xingyu's expression changed several times, and finally sighed, you shameless brat, you do have the aura of your master when he was young. Hee. Chu Chen playfully walked over to pat him on the back. Master, don't be polite, just bring out the good stuff. Oh. Yao Xingyu made a comfortable sound, not bad, a bit more sensible than your master. Since you're so obedient, master can't let you down. You asked them to help you find the 6th transformation certificate in the council chamber, right? No need to bother, master will give it to you. With that, Yao Xingyu gently opened his palm, and a colorful little book flashed with a dazzling light. Item, magic scripture, level? Description, a 6th transformation certificate for mage class. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately grabbed it. Wow, he was only a little over level 100, and he already got the certificates for the 5th and 6th transformations. With Xinxin before and now Yao Xingyu, these two old men were practically paving his way to the end. Is this what it feels like to rely on others? It feels great. Tears streamed down Chu Chen's face. He really loved these old men. Master, are there any maps with dense monster populations near our guild? I need to level up quickly. After the excitement, Chu Chen asked Yao Xingyu. He got the job transfer certificate, but the level was still a big issue. No need to go outside, there's a training-specific secret realm in the guild where you can level up quickly. The entrance is on the east side of the prayer square, easy to find, and the condition for entering the realm is simple, just need to have a guild contribution level of apprentice 5. Ha! Chu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Guild contribution? Since he joined the guild, he had never done any guild tasks, if he guessed correctly. Indeed. He opened the guild panel and saw his contribution level clearly marked, Apprentice LV. 0. Yao Xingyu's face turned dark. You brat, you haven't contributed anything to the guild at all, what use are you? You might as well raise a dog. Chu Chen showed a smile that was not worth much, continued to massage his back. Master, in my hometown, there is a saying that goes, help others to the end, escort the Buddha to the west. You must have a way to help me enter the secret realm, right? Oh. Yao Xingyu felt comfortable again. It had to be said that Chu Chen's massage technique was indeed quite good. Alright, take this. Yao Xingyu took out several silver medals. This is a contribution medal, which can directly increase your contribution points, enough for you to advance to apprentice level 5. Immediately, he sighed, and this skill book, it's for you, take it now. A skill book? Chu Chen's smile became even brighter. Today was truly full of surprises. He quickly took it and checked the information. Gravity Black Hole, LV. 160, 5th tier skill, class restriction, Mage, this is a control type skill, Yao Xingyu explained. Before the True Martial Cannon's expedition ceremony, there will be an assessment for 3 seed players. The assessment location is also an internal secret realm of our church, the Nether Tower, and the standard for the assessment is to clear 100 levels. The boss on the 100th level is called the Dark Soul Devourer, very difficult to defeat, but it has a weakness, it is afraid of control. So, this skill book is for you. Consider it as me giving you a backdoor. Dark Soul Devourer. Chu Chen murmured the name. It is a boss of the dark element? Yao Xingyu nodded heavily, his expression becoming serious. Yes. During the time before the assessment, you must hurry up and level up. If you fail the assessment, your qualification will be revoked. Don't embarrass us before you officially set out. I'm counting on you not to let us down and lose face in front of your master and me. You must practice this gravity black hole diligently, it will be your important means to defeat the boss. Remember, bosses of the dark element are very powerful and difficult to deal with, so be careful when the time comes. Chu Chen nodded. Ah yes, bosses of the dark element are really tough to beat. He echoed, his smile becoming even brighter. Alright, master, you rest, I'll go level up. Chu Chen had originally wanted to squeeze more things out of the old man, but then he thought that he couldn't just drain the old man dry all at once. There's always tomorrow. Go ahead. Yao Xingyu squinted his eyes, looking kind. After Chu Chen walked away, he leisurely came out of the room and made his way to the activity hall on the third floor. This was where the young guild members usually gathered, full of youthful energy and restlessness. President. Seeing Yao Xingyu approaching, a group of young people immediately fell silent and stood still in their places. It's okay, you guys can continue playing. Yao Xingyu glanced around, didn't find the person he was looking for, and then turned to leave. As he reached the staircase covered with dark gray carpet, a person came running towards him and bumped directly into his arms. Ouch! Who is it? The person held his sore nose, clearly annoyed. But when he regained his focus and saw who had collided with him, he suddenly trembled. President Grandpa? This young man was one of the candidates for the True Martial Cannon Expedition, Nia Li. At the same time, he was the grandson of Nia Chen, the second-generation elder of the Lingxi Church, which was why he called Yao Xingyu President Grandpa. In the Lingxi Church, although the elders held the same position, they were divided into several levels based on seniority. Among them, Xin Xingchen stood alone. Below him were the so-called second-generation elders led by Nia Chen. Yao Xingyu saw Nia Li and smiled slightly. Little Li, are you in such a hurry for something? Nia Li seemed to have something to say but hesitated. You don't have to say it, I already know. Yao Xingyu looked calm and asked, is it about the expedition quota? Do you want to go see your grandfather? Upon hearing this, Nia Li clenched his fists and lowered his head, his expression saying it all. The selection criteria for the True Martial Great Ceremony required awakening and job transition within 2 years, which he fully met. Within the sacred family, considering age and strength, there was no one more suitable than him. But unexpectedly, Chu Chen snatched the #1 seat in the end. And Nia Li was just a candidate. Even if he eventually succeeded in being selected, he would at most be going as the #2 seed. The difference between the #1 and #2 seeds was not just about priority in drawing opponents during the main competition, but more importantly, it represented how others recognized one's strength. The #2 seed would always be overshadowed by the #1. Nia Li was not satisfied at all. At this moment, Yao Xingyu shook his head and said, I also don't understand why Chu Chen, with what ability and virtue, can hold the #1 seed. What did you say? Nia Li suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief. But, isn't Chu Chen the designated #1 seed? To be honest, I detest predetermined arrangements the most. Yao Xingyu sighed. Even if there was a pre-selection, I believe the #1 seed should be you. Nia Li's eyes sparkled with seriousness. Grand Elder, you. Yao Xingyu nodded. That's right, I have faith in you. I support you to challenge Chu Chen, defeat him, and reclaim your status as the #1 seed. A fiery flame suddenly rose in his chest, and Nia Li's hands trembled with excitement. He could never have imagined that the supreme god in the sacred family, his grand elder, the man standing at the pinnacle of human achievement, had such high expectations of him. Since that was the case, he must live up to it and make those expectations bear fruit. Grand Elder, thank you. I will not disappoint you and my grandfather's expectations. I will definitely challenge Chu Chen and reclaim the #1 seed. Go, Yao Xingyu continued to encourage. I believe you can do it. Chu Chen will appear at the job transition temple soon, find him, and then defeat him. Yes. Nia Li's spirit was high. With a determination to win, he strode out of the church. He wanted to prove his strength. Watching the young man's figure disappear into the distance, Yao Xingyu clasped his hands behind his back and walked upstairs. At the same time, he muttered, Little Li is only at the 6th transformation, not enough. I need to find someone stronger to train that kid. The True Martial Great Ceremony is not a gathering of pus. He needs to quickly familiarize himself with the combat skills between professions. At the same time, Chu Chen inquired all the way, passed through the prayer square, and finally arrived at his destination. At this moment, he finally felt that the headquarters of the sacred family was truly huge. After searching for an hour, he finally arrived at the leveling sanctuary mentioned by Yao Xingyu, the endless isolated island. Your guild contribution level is insufficient to enter. Please pay attention to guild tasks and upgrade as soon as possible. Almost forgot. Chu Chen took out his contribution medal and used it all. Ding! Your guild contribution level has been upgraded to Apprentice LV. 7. Trying to enter again, Chu Chen saw that the prompt panel had changed. Please select Monster Level, LV. 100 LV. 150 LV. 150 LV. 200 LV. 400 LV. 450. Friendly reminder, each person can only enter the endless isolated island once a day. Please choose the level carefully. Looking at the level selection, Chu Chen was slightly surprised. This sanctuary actually allowed people from level 100 to 450 to choose suitable monsters. Without hesitation, he directly chose the highest level. Enter! Darkness enveloped him, and Chu Chen entered the sanctuary. After his vision was restored, he found himself on a deserted island. The visibility around is probably just over 100 meters, and further away is endless thick fog. System prompt: monsters will continuously emerge from all directions. Please enjoy the thrill of hunting to your heart's content. 3, 2, 1. All troops attack. Endless beast tide. I like this mode. Chu Chen waved his single arm and pointed to the sky, shouting, "The end of the divine path." Boom, the dark sky began to tremble, and a sudden rain of meteorites fell. Boom! Boom! The beast tide had just shown itself, only to be smashed upside down. Meteorites fell like raindrops, covering every corner of the solitary island, with cries of agony echoing continuously. You have killed the giant night demon and gained experience points. You have killed the frost evil dragon and gained experience points. The system prompt was rapidly flashing, and Chu Chen's experience bar began to rise steadily. This time, he deliberately did not equip the ancient divine authority to avoid summoning a bunch of wild boars, which would be quite troublesome. But then again, that equipment had not been used for a long time and had been lying idle in his backpack. He stretched lazily, found a big tree to lean against, and comfortably yawned. "Come out, little black." The black Pegasus appeared, spread its wings and flew around, then landed next to Chu Chen, obediently rubbing its horse face against him. All right, stop being so affectionate." Although Chu Chen complained, he carefully stroked the horse's face. Little Black was extremely happy, twitched its ears, and Chu Chen, feeling helpless, had to rub its ears again. Then, Little Black blinked, and Chu Chen proceeded to stroke the horse's eyes. After playing with it for a while, Chu Chen felt drowsy. By this time, the meteorite rain had reached the intensity of a downpour, and the monsters were already dying miserably in the fog without even showing themselves. Occasionally, a few lucky ones managed to rush out, but they couldn't even get close to Chu Chen and fell on their way to charge. Hot Chu Chen yawned, then pushed away Little Black. "All right, play by yourself, I'm going to take a nap." Little Black turned and left, wanting to play with a few monsters, but couldn't even lock onto a target. They were dying too fast. Helplessly, it returned to Chu Chen's side and fell asleep next to him. And so, one man and one horse embarked on a strange and boring but highly efficient leveling journey. Not knowing how long he had slept, Chu Chen woke up leisurely. The meteorite rain was still pouring down, and the endless fog echoed with cries. Little Black was still by his side, sleeping on its back. He checked the time, it was exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He had already been in the secret realm for over 8 hours. Not knowing how many levels he had gained, Chu Chen thought to himself and opened the attribute panel. Chu Chen, Occupation, Fallen Angel, 4th Transformation, Level, LV, 133, Constitution, 4,826, Strength, 4,120, Wisdom, 6,324, Agility, 2,646, Spirit, 5,041, Combat Power. In half a day's time, he had gone from level 109 to 133, which was quite fast. Little Black had also gone from level 80 to 114. It really is a leveling paradise, Chu Chen couldn't help but admire. In this endless solitary island secret realm, as long as one didn't actively exit, monsters would keep coming. Unfortunately, each person could only enter once a day. Feeling his hungry stomach, Chu Chen remembered that he hadn't eaten all day. Although professionals had attribute bonuses and their constitution was different from ordinary people, not eating for a few days wouldn't affect their physical functions. But the feeling of hunger still existed. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Chen decided to continue grinding monsters. He needed to reach level 160 to receive the 5th transformation task, and he was still 27 levels short. It should be noted that the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Chu Chen roughly estimated that the remaining 27 levels would probably take more than a day. He didn't want to waste time. So, he lay back down and casually plucked a blade of grass to chew on. In the high sky, meteor showers continued to fall, creating a twilight scene of the gods. Chu Chen was lost in thought, not sure what he was thinking. Soon, it was midnight, and he reached level 139. "Xiao Hei, let's go." Finally, after a difficult struggle, Chu Chen patted Xiao Hei's belly to wake it up and let it out of the secret realm. After being hungry all day, Chu Chen came out and flew out of the guild headquarters on Xiao Hei. He found a roadside stall that was still open and ordered some skewers, then ate voraciously. Hui hui. Xiao Hei watched from the side, drooling almost dripping onto Chu Chen's face. "Do you want to eat too?" Chu Chen looked at it with a smile, then turned and shouted, "Boss, another 100 skewers of grilled vegetables." "Okay." Hearing the boss's response, Xiao Hei excitedly flapped its wings and ran to the side, carrying a box of beer over. Clang! It threw the beer onto the table in front of Chu Chen, shaking its head and gesturing wildly. "Do you want to drink this?" Chu Chen was a bit puzzled. Why did it want to drink beer? Who taught it that? Is the next step going to be smoking and getting a haircut? Seeing Xiao Hei looking so expectant, Chu Chen smiled and didn't want to dampen its enthusiasm. "Boss, can I borrow a basin?" After greeting the boss, Chu Chen brought a basin over, then opened a dozen bottles of beer and poured them all into the basin. Xiao Hei was ecstatic and immediately plunged its big face into the basin. Gudong gudong. Drinking heartily, Xiao Hei burped contentedly, then grinned at Chu Chen, showing its big teeth, and buried its head to continue drinking. At this moment, the boss walked over with the skewers. Seeing Xiao Hei, he was slightly surprised, glanced at Chu Chen, and asked, "Hey, young man, you're the Black Horse Prince who killed the Hexagon Giant before, right?" Chu Chen was stunned, didn't expect to be recognized here. He nodded shortly after, admitting it. There was nothing to hide. In this city of the deep sea, where strong people abound, although he had a moment of fame, it didn't mean he would always be remembered. After all, there are people in the limelight every day, and he doesn't have a protagonist's halo to always attract attention. So admitting this wouldn't bring him any inconvenience. Wow, this big horse is really nice. The boss put down the grilled vegetables, carefully touched the horse's back a few times, then went back satisfied to continue his business. The midnight streets were still bustling with countless young people coming and going, and the nightlife was just beginning. Xiao Hei ate and drank heartily, devouring the food in no time. Burp, both man and horse burped at the same time, exhaling contentedly. After settling the bill, Chu Chen mounted the horse, feeling a bit hesitant suddenly. The horse drank beer, but he didn't. Would that be considered drunk driving? It shouldn't be. Whatever, there are no airborne traffic police anyway. Chu Chen urged Xiao Hei and flew towards the direction of the repairing spirit church. It was already a new day, and the number of entries into the secret realm had refreshed. Once again arriving at the entrance to the Endless Island, Chu Chen entered directly. This time, he had learned his lesson and prepared a lot of food in advance to avoid going hungry again. Next, he aimed to level up to 160 in one go. 36 hours later, Chu Chen came out. After sleeping for a day and a half in the secret realm, he finally successfully reached level 160. It must be said that the skill end of the divine path is really comfortable. Leveling up while sleeping, it's the ultimate dream of many people. As long as conditions permit, Chu Chen could even sleep to the 8th transformation in this secret realm. Looking up at the sun, it was a bit dazzling. Chu Chen didn't delay much and went straight to the transfer job temple. "Hello, I'm here to accept the 5th job transfer task," Chu Chen said directly as he entered the hall. The receptionist was no longer Song Ying, but had turned into a short-haired girl. "Please follow me." This time, there were no cumbersome procedures or forms to fill out. The receptionist led Chu Chen to a side hall. The side hall where the 5th job transfer tasks were issued was more luxurious and spacious than the 4th. The only similarity was a circular stone platform in the center of the room. Chu Chen walked up to it and stepped onto the platform. The platform vibrated, then slowly emitted a white mist that formed into words in the air. "Chu Chen, current level LV 160, meets the conditions for the 5th job transfer. Please submit the Mage job transfer certificate." Chu Chen took out the mirror heart staff, and the white mist immediately enveloped it. Job transfer certificate submitted successfully, initiating the 5th job transfer task. Task successfully issued, task map, Epic Road. Still no task description, but Chu Chen was used to it. Based on experience, he needed to reach the secret realm to see the task requirements. "I hope this one is simpler," Chu Chen thought. After all, he still had the 6th transfer certificate and needed to quickly level up to complete the 6th transfer. Coming out of the transfer job temple, Chu Chen opened the unethical navigation to find the direction of the Epic Road. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, with a strange expression blocking his way. "Chu Chen, you finally showed up. I've been squatting here waiting for you for 2 days." Chu Chen looked at the person blocking his path and furrowed his brows lightly. In an instant, his brain quickly turned, trying to recall any conflicts he had with someone. This person in front of him might be seeking revenge. But soon, he dismissed this speculation. Because, as far as he could tell, those who had a grudge against him had already accidentally died. The probability of this person seeking revenge was not very high. "Who are you?" Chu Chen asked straightforwardly, knowing that overthinking was pointless. Nieli raised his arm, revealing a golden triangular mark. That was the symbol of the spirit cult church. "You are Chu Chen, right? I have something to discuss with you." His expression was complex, but his eyes revealed more fatigue and weakness. 2 days ago, after listening to Yao Xingyu's words, he had come straight to the transfer job temple to find Chu Chen and had been squatting there until now. During this time, he had not slept, nor had he eaten much. His eyes were blurry from staying awake, afraid of missing Chu Chen. Fortunately, he had waited for him, otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on until the expedition ceremony. "Looking for me?" Chu Chen looked at his guild emblem, as well as his shaky and weak body, and probably understood something. "You haven't eaten in a long time, have you? Would you like some of this?" Since they were from the same guild, Chu Chen took out a bread he had bought while exploring the secret realm before and handed it over. "Ah, what filling is it?" Driven by hunger, Nieli took the food. The next moment, he suddenly realized and threw it to the ground. "I'm not here for food. The reason I'm looking for you is to declare war on you. I want to challenge you and compete for the position of number 1 seed." Hearing this, Chu Chen understood the purpose of this person's visit. His gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "Who sent you? You don't need to worry about that. You just need to tell me, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Nieli didn't dare to betray the guild leader, so he evaded the question and tried to test Chu Chen first. Chu Chen bent down, picked up the bread, and wiped off the dirt. "How do you know me?" He still did not respond to Nieli's challenge. Nieli shook the communicator in his hand. "On the Dragon Kingdom Occupational Forum, although the popularity of your posts has decreased, they can still be found. Dragon Slayer, Baron of Pigs, are they all about you? There are your photos and videos inside, 4K Ultra HD uncensored." Thinking back to the time when he killed the Dark Dragon, Chu Chen chuckled. "Do they think I look handsome?" Nieli pondered for a moment and replied seriously, "To be honest, it's not bad. You do look quite not. Don't change the subject. Answer me directly, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Hunger and fatigue affected his brain function, and Nieli was getting annoyed by Chu Chen leading the conversation astray. Chu Chen squinted at him and said slowly, "Why do you want to challenge me? Do you not accept it?" "That's right." Nieli raised his voice. "I just saw where you came out from. It's the side hall for completing the 5th grade tasks. If I'm not mistaken, you must have just completed the 5th grade, right? With that level of strength, why should you be the number 1 seed?" Since I changed jobs, I've been practicing combat skills day and night, then leveling up desperately. Now I've reached the 7th grade, but you, a 5th grade person, took away the number 1 seed. How can I accept that?" Hearing this, Chu Chen sneered, then looked at Nieli with interest. "You can't accept it, huh? What if I tell you, I haven't even completed the 5th grade tasks yet, and so far I'm only at the 4th grade, will you cry?" "Nieli? What, you haven't even reached the 5th grade?" Hearing what seemed like the sound of grinding teeth, Nieli clenched his fists. "That's right, a genuine 4th grade player." Chu Chen shrugged. "So, still want to challenge me? Just a friendly reminder, me at the 4th grade against your 7th grade, it's quite unfair." Nieli's expression changed several times, then he made up his mind. "Of course, I will continue to challenge you. But as you said, this kind of match is unfair, so I'll wait for you for a day. Within a day, hurry up and complete the 5th grade, let our strengths be somewhat closer, then I'll duel with you. Although it's still somewhat unfair, I can't wait for you any longer. After all, the expedition ceremony is only a few days away. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Shaking his head, Chu Chen sighed helplessly. "What I mean is, me at the 4th grade against your 7th grade, it's unfair to you. Why don't you improve your strength before coming to find me? Or consider the 2nd seed?" "You." Insulted like this, Nieli wanted to curse out loud but couldn't. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Chu Chen. "Since you put it that way, I'll take it as you accepting the challenge. This time tomorrow, I'll be waiting for you in the guild's duel room. Hope you have the courage to come." "As you wish." Chu Chen waved his hand, agreeing. After all, since others had come looking for him, there was no need to hide. Besides, he could take this opportunity to see what these so-called young geniuses were capable of. Yao Xingyu made the true martial great ceremony sound so important. Maybe it could bring him some surprises. After leaving the job change temple, Chu Chen headed straight to the Epic Road secret realm. Ding! System prompt: the Epic Road is a designated map for 5th grade tasks, only accessible by 1 person. Do you want to enter? Yes. Your 5th grade task command is being generated, please wait. Completed. Task name, Epic Ballad. Task requirement 1, sing along to the BGM Blessed Dragon Soul throughout the journey. Task requirement 2, complete the Epic Road within the duration of 1 song, failure if exceeded. Sing along throughout the journey. Seeing these 4 words, Chu Chen was dumbfounded. He naturally knew how to sing Blessed Dragon Soul, as it was the national anthem of the Dragon Kingdom. He used to sing it frequently at the Maple Leaf Academy and had it memorized. But what did it mean to sing along throughout the journey? Did he have to fight and sing at the same time? He could hardly believe his eyes. Was the job change task this mischievous? To be able to play something so embarrassing. Although the song is great and quite inspiring, singing while fighting. Isn't that a bit weird? It's just so awkward. Sigh. Despite the helplessness, there was no other way. Shu Chen entered the secret realm. After the transition, what came into view was a long stone path. The path had no forks, just straight ahead. Before Chu Chen could think much, powerful music suddenly started playing from the sky. He quickly ran forward. As he stepped onto the stone path, monsters attacked from both sides. Inferno Catastrophe. The familiar fire spell was cast, clearing the monsters on both sides, leaving the path unobstructed. At this moment, the prelude of the BGM finished. Shu Chen quickly started singing, The Oath of the Gods, the Solemnity of the Soul. Boom! The spell continued to be cast, clearing the second wave of monsters. Suddenly, a system prompt came, Your voice is too soft, please sing loudly and with emotion. Continuing to sing softly will be considered a mission failure. Shu Chen. He took a deep breath, the dragon soul guides us forward. Boom! Fighting and singing all the way, Shu Chen gradually got into the zone, filled with strength and conviction. Finally, halfway through the song, he saw the end of the stone path. It was the dawn of victory. Stepping to the end of the stone path, Shu Chen immediately checked the mission progress. Mission name, Epic Long Song. Mission requirement 1, sing along with the BGM Blessing of the Dragon Soul. Completed. Mission requirement 2, clear the epic road within the duration of one song. Exceeding the time limit will be considered a failure. Completed. Phew. Luckily, there were no other surprises. Coming out of the secret realm, he returned to the Class Change Temple to complete the mission. Congratulations on completing the 5th transformation mission. Dense fog formed words, and a brilliant divine light flashed on Shu Chen's body. He opened the attribute panel. Shu Chen, Occupation, Radiant Moon Mage, 5th Transformation, Level, LV, 160, Constitution, 8111, Strength, 7157, Intelligence, Agility, 7347, Spirit, Combat Power, Skills, Spirit Surge, Inferno Catastrophe, Annihilation Thunder, Source of All Laws, Azure Sea Tide, Path of the Divine, Extraordinary Insight, Wind Spirit Wings, Soul Entanglement Dance, Heart of the White Zeal, Temple of Light, Dictator's Domain, Whispers of Reincarnation, Dragon Soul Armor. You are under the protection of the Divine Dragon's Blessing State, immune to death. Another qualitative leap. Without time to celebrate, Shu Chen hurried back to the church and returned to the entrance of the Endless Isolation without consuming today's entry. Back in the secret realm, Shu Chen released Path of the Divine and lay under a tree, leisurely gaining experience. Little Black was summoned and yawned, lying down nearby for a nap. Feeling a bit bored, Shu Chen started organizing the items in his backpack. Aside from some equipment yet to be sold, there were 3 most important items. One was the Forbidden Magic Stone, which could provide the item for the second occupation, requiring level 300 to use. Another was the skill book Guardian Soul Seal, also for level 300. As for the third item, Shu Chen took it out directly. This was a winning treasure given by Master Yao Xingyu, the skill book Gravity Black Hole obtained by defeating the boss of the Nether Tower. The level requirement was 160, which Chu Chen just met. I wonder what kind of forbidden spell it can be transformed into. This was Chu Chen's first time learning a 5th tier skill, and to be honest, he was a bit excited. He extended his right hand and directly imprinted it. Do you want to learn Gravity Black Hole? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on learning the skill, Gravity Black Hole. The passive skill Spirit Surge is triggered, and the skill Gravity Black Hole is replaced with Divine King's Descent. The Descent of the God King, under the Divine Might, all beings submit. You can control all target creatures within the range of the skill. Damn! Seeing the skill introduction, Shu Chen almost jumped up. Control all creatures. What is this? A psychic forbidden curse? With this skill, whether it's grinding levels or fighting in groups, before it even starts, the enemy camp is turned into allies. It's just unknown how effective it will be in actual combat. Shu Chen is itching to find out. Then, he stood up and stopped the end of the divine path. At the same time, the wailing in the mist also ceased. Shu Chen walked forward for a while, standing quietly, waiting for the beast tide to attack. Boom! Boom! Soon, huge vibrations spread from all directions. Countless monsters rushed over, aggressively charging towards Shu Chen. For so many days, hardly any beasts could break out of the mist. Now, they finally saw this detestable human and wished to tear him apart. Boom! Boom! Finding their target, the beast tide continued to charge, with a momentum that shook the heavens and earth, rolling towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen stood proudly, nodding slightly. As the beast tide drew closer, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp. The God King descends. Boom! A breathtaking aura seemed to materialize, bursting out from Chu Chen's body, spreading explosively. The leading monster was instantly affected, its fierce eyes changing from ferocious to bewildered, and finally settling into worship. They looked at Chu Chen as if he were the most devout believer meeting their divine being. The young man radiating a majestic divine light seemed like the supreme god ruling over all things, making them feel a sense of submission. Boom! 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 The front monsters halted, causing a chain reaction of collisions with those behind, resulting in a series of rear-end collisions. Chu Chen slowly raised his head, a smile playing on his lips. He looked at the now submissive monsters and gently said, "Good, go take them down." Roar, roar! Following the command of the supreme god and influenced by the descent of the God King's skill, the monsters turned around, aiming their fangs and horns at the endless beast tide behind them. The number of subsequent monsters far exceeded them, but they showed no fear, because behind them stood their god. They were fearless, loyal, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect, never backing down. Roar! The monsters divided into two camps instantly engaged in an extremely bloody battle. Bang! Boom! Countless massive bodies collided, emitting primitive and bloody sounds of impact, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Even Xiao He, upon hearing the commotion, became excited and restless, eager to join the fight. Chu Chen, watching from behind, smiled smugly. This skill is truly insane. Alright, the performance ends here. The end of the divine path. Releasing the earth-forbidden curse again, the meteor shower of doom descended once more. The beast tide on the scene instantly turned into a mountain of corpses. Whether they were already under Chu Chen's control or appeared later, all perished. Chu Chen didn't feel sorry for those monsters fighting for him because he knew that once the skill's control failed, they would turn their fangs back towards him. In a true sense, they were still his enemies. Just that they had been turned into tools by him. After the excitement, Chu Chen stretched lazily and went back to sleep. The meteor shower continued to fall, restarting the boring path of leveling up. In a daze, the whole day passed, and by noon the next day, Chu Chen had reached level 171, with his speed slowing down. Of course, mainly because Xiao He, this leg accessory, took half of the experience. After stretching his muscles, Chu Chen recalled Xiao He into the pet space and then exited the secret realm. He did not forget the previous appointment with Niali, and now it's time. After coming out, Chu Chen inquired all the way towards the direction of the battle room. At this time, the main arena of the battle room was already full of people. Is Chu Chen still daring to come? What time is it already? Exactly, if he doesn't dare to come, just say so, don't let us wait in vain for half a day. Hey, actually it doesn't matter if he comes or not, the result will be the same anyway. That's right, Niali is the strongest force among the younger generation of our Lingxiu church, how could he lose? I wonder how the elders made the decision, actually letting Chu Chen become the #1 seed. I heard he just reached the 5th rank, isn't he embarrassing our guild at the True Martial Great ceremony? There must be some hidden agenda. That kid must have buttered up Elder Shin in some way. Shoo, don't say anymore, look, Chu Chen is here. Lingxiu Church headquarters. Hurried footsteps sounded, Elder Lu Honghu led the officials rushing towards the battle room. This is really absurd. Even if they have objections to the expedition quota, they can bring it up to the Elder Council. How can they privately duel? Hurry up and stop them. Lu Honghu's face was full of anger. Ever since he heard that Niali wanted to duel with Chu Chen in the guild, he led people straight to the battle room. Elder Lu. At this moment, a steward caught up. What? Why are you blocking me? Lu Honghu's face turned dark, waving his hand to push the person in front of him. The steward quickly stepped forward again. Elder Lu, the chairman asked me to come. He has ordered all officials to immediately go to the council chamber. No mistakes allowed. What? Lu Honghu's face changed. Being called back at this critical moment, it seemed the chairman's intention was clear. He didn't want him to stop the duel. What's going on? Although he couldn't figure out the chairman's thoughts, since the order came, he dared not disobey. Let's go to the council chamber. With his command, the people he brought followed the same path back, heading in another direction. Pushing open the metal door of the council chamber, a group of people entered in single file. By the conference table, 2 people were already seated. One was the chairman Yao Xingyu, and the other was Niali's grandfather, the second-generation elder Niechen. Quite a few people, please have a seat. Yao Xingyu gestured to the chairs beside the table as he saw the people coming in. After everyone sat down, Yao Xingyu continued to speak. I called everyone here today, not for any other reason, just haven't seen you all in a long time, let's chat casually, Don't be nervous, feel free. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing the chairman's intentions. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Honghu couldn't help but ask, "Chairman, please don't beat around the bush. You must have known about the children's mischief. Why didn't you let me stop it?" Hee, it's okay. Yao Xingyu took a sip of tea. Young people, they need to be a bit aggressive. If they don't have some edge, this true martial great ceremony might be in vain. But Lu Honghu still seemed a bit worried. He always acted cautiously, adhering to the principle of no rules, no square, naturally not wanting Nieli and the others to mess around. Yao Xingyu interrupted him, "Old Lu, you don't need to worry too much. There is a blessing barrier guarding the arena in the battle room. It can immunize against all deaths. There won't be any fatalities." Hearing this, Elder Lu was speechless. He didn't expect the chairman's requirements for guild members to be so low. Can it be just without fatalities? Where is the bottom line? Seeing that he still looked worried, Yao Xingyu smiled. "Alright, Shidian, Jiefan, you take some officials to watch over the battle room. Don't let those kids get too out of hand." In the Lingxiu Church, below the chairman and elders, there are a series of official positions such as stewards, hall masters, law protectors, standard bearers, and captains. Yao Xingyu pointed at someone in each level and asked them to keep an eye on him. "Oh, by the way, I heard that a young man named Chu Qin is quite arrogant in the guild. If Nieli loses to him, you guys should educate him on behalf of me. Don't let him be too arrogant." He. After giving instructions, Yao Xingyu let them go. Battle room. Chu Chen looked calm as he slowly walked up to the platform under the gaze of the crowd. Is this the legendary Chu Chen? Seems pretty average, nothing special except good looks. He must have some extraordinary abilities. I heard that when he was in Jiangling City, he killed an ancient evil god. I know, it's just a weaker version of the Dark Dragon, only level 100, I could easily kill him, he just got lucky. That's right, this kid is quite arrogant, daring to challenge. People from small places are ignorant. He may not know that Nieli has already reached the 7th transformation at the age of 19, and he is a very strong bloodline warrior. This battle is basically without suspense. Nieli will easily secure the top seed. I'm afraid this kid won't admit defeat. He was personally recruited by Elder Shin into the guild. His status is probably not ordinary. It's okay, if he doesn't admit defeat, we'll join forces to pressure him. He will have to give up the spot. As the audience's voices grew louder, the atmosphere at the scene also became heated. Almost everyone was convinced that Nieli would win without a doubt. Occasionally, a few people who supported Chu Chen wanted to speak up, but they were immediately drowned out by angry shouts. You finally came. Nieli also stepped onto the platform, facing Chu Chen. For this battle, he deliberately put on the ancient god set, his strongest equipment. He understood the principle of a lion fighting a rabbit. Although Nieli was confident of winning against a 5th transformation, he would not underestimate his opponent. Chu Chen responded calmly, "Although I'm a bit late, I won't go easy on you, let's begin." Buzz. As Chu Chen's voice fell, a transparent protective barrier rose on the platform. This was the blessing barrier mentioned by Yao Xingyu. It could isolate skills, prevent accidental injuries to the audience, and prevent interference from outside during the match. More importantly, when someone inside the barrier received a fatal blow, it would activate a protective mechanism to prevent death, leaving a drop of blood. After all, it was just a place for people to practice, with limits. Go for it, Nieli. Show this kid what you're made of. That's right. But go easy, don't finish him off too quickly. Give this country bumpkin some face. Don't let people say we from the Deep Sea City bully outsiders. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. At this moment, a small team quietly approached and stood at the edge of the audience seats, carefully watching the situation on the platform. Hearing the shouts from below, Nieli frowned slightly, clearly displeased. He usually detested regional discrimination, especially those who looked down on outsiders and thought they were superior. However, he couldn't care about that now. It's my turn. With a loud shout, Nieli's arms emitted a crimson light, like a demon. The bloodline demon claw could bring him a terrifying attribute boost. It was his signature killing move. With this move, he had won the championship in the youth competition in Deep Sea City, defeating many opponents of the same age group. Even against slightly weaker 8th transformation opponents, he could still compete. Facing Chu Chen, who was at the 5th transformation, he didn't think he had any chance of losing. Wow! It's here, the bloodline demon claw. Oh my god, Nieli doesn't give the opponent any chance. He wants to directly kill Chu Chen. Go for it, Nieli. I lost to this move back then, let me witness its power again. Woohoo! In the cheers of the audience, Nieli suddenly made a move, his body shooting out like a cannonball. Without any hesitation, his claws gleaming with a blue cold light, accurately aimed at Chu Chen's vital points. Swish! His body brought up a strong wind, unstoppable like a broken bamboo, shocking everyone. Dictator's domain. Just when everyone thought Chu Chen was scared silly, he made his move. The ice-type forbidden spell suddenly burst open, freezing Nieli into an ice sculpture, still maintaining his sprinting posture. Annihilation Thunder. The next moment, the thunder-type forbidden spell descended from the sky, a majestic thunder dragon crashing down on Nieli's head. Under countless shocked and terrified gazes, the 7th turn bloodline warrior was instantly defeated. The battle room fell silent. The scene just now was too powerful for those present. It completely exceeded their ability to accept. The 7th turn bloodline warrior, with high attack and thick defense, combined with the bonus of bloodline demon claw, had explosive attributes. But he was actually defeated by a 5th turn mage in an instant? Is this Chu Chen still within the realm of humanity? What just happened? What is Chu Chen up to? Aren't mages the most rubbish profession? How could he defeat Nieli in an instant? Could it be there are really no rubbish professions, only rubbish job changers? It must be a coincidence. Nieli might have just happened to be countered by the thunder attribute. Don't you think so? A group of people turned green, trying to console themselves, saying that Chu Chen wasn't that strong, defeating Nieli was just a fluke. At this moment, under the arena, Nieli had already been teleported out. He was left with only a drop of blood, a thorough defeat. What's happening to me? He clearly had the victory in his grasp. Just half a second more and his claws could have pierced Chu Chen's vital points. But why? The one teleported out as the loser was himself. What did Chu Chen do? As the youngest genius in the spirit hall, he couldn't accept such an outcome. Could it be this is why Chu Chen became the number 1 seed? Is this the gap between me and Chu Chen? In an instant, Nieli saw a gap between himself and Chu Chen, a gap that was difficult to cross. It felt like a huge stone was pressing on his chest, making his breathing heavy and his heart cold. You lost. Chu Chen walked down the arena slowly, looking calmly at Nieli, and said softly. Then, he walked towards the battle room without wasting any more time here. Nieli's face felt hot, as if he had been slapped hard. He lowered his head, avoiding Chu Chen's gaze. Seeing Chu Chen about to leave, the others naturally didn't dare to say much, only whispering as they watched him leave. Wait! Suddenly, someone stood up and stopped Chu Chen. Are you just going to leave like this? Team Captain Chai Zhangyang looked proud, blocking Chu Chen's way. What's the matter? Chu Chen looked coldly at him. Nothing. Chai Zhangyang smiled and said, I just want to test the strength of the number 1 seed. Chu Chen, I know you have some backing, but being appointed as the number 1 seed is just because you've climbed up the tree of Eldershin, everyone knows that. Since you like to gain fame by suppressing others, why don't I play with you? How about it, dare to have another match with me? Oh, come on. Chu Chen's eyes were calm, and he returned to the arena. Seeing Chu Chen's reaction, Chai Zhangyang was slightly stunned, then his expression turned fierce. Since the president asked us to teach you a lesson, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thinking like this, Chai Zhangyang also jumped onto the arena. Awesome, a captain-level cadre has taken action. Chu Chen is in trouble now, he has provoked Captain Chai, he's in for it. No way, is Chu Chen crazy? Daring to accept this kind of challenge? Does he really think he's invincible? He could beat Nieli. I admit I underestimated him before, but Captain Chai Zhangyang is a cadre, much stronger than Nieli. I think Chu Chen is going to lose. Sigh. Arrogance is the biggest enemy. Hopefully Chu Chen will learn his lesson. The comments from the audience continued, but it was clear that people didn't have as much hostility towards Chu Chen as before. After all, people have a mentality of admiring the strong. Just now, Chu Chen showed his strength, and they had a different view of him. Now, facing off against Chai Zhangyang, they even started to worry about Chu Chen. Chu Chen, although we are both at the 7th level, I am more than 20 levels higher than Nieli. Our strengths are incomparable. But you can't say I'm bullying you. After all, you accepted the challenge yourself. I didn't force you. If later you click, boom. A thunderous forbidden curse fell, striking Chai Zhangyang, who was talking nonstop, on the head. Before he could finish his sentence, his health bar was emptied, and he was teleported out from under the arena with just a drop of blood left. If you lose, you can't deny it. Muttering the last half of the sentence, Chai Zhangyang was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? He didn't even finish speaking, and he was sent out directly? I haven't even started, and it's already over? Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the audience erupted in a shocked uproar. Damn! It's getting more and more outrageous. Previously, Nieli at least put up a fight before being defeated, but Chai Zhangyang didn't even make a move, and the match was over? He didn't even last 5 seconds. How terrifying is Chu Chen's strength? Really? Indeed incomparable, you are far worse than Nieli. With a simple taunt, Chu Chen turned and left. This time, Song Xiong, as a flag bearer, stepped forward. He stood on the arena and loudly declared, "It's my turn this time, I've been waiting for a long time. Chu Chen, come and fight me." Hearing the shout, Chu Chen turned to look. At the same time, the audience erupted in a gasp. Today is really the right day, one exciting show after another. First Nieli, then Chai Zhangyang, and now, even a flag-bearer cadre wants to challenge Chu Chen. It's as if Chu Chen is the unmatched Demon King, facing wave after wave of warriors coming to challenge him. It's like watching a simplified version of the true martial grand ceremony in advance. Go Chu Chen! Accept his challenge. Yes, show them your strength again. This time, some people started to cheer for Chu Chen. Although the number was small, they were forming a small force, acting as cheerleaders. In just 2 battles, Chu Chen had gained a small group of fans. Song Xiong was thin and weak, with a scholarly appearance, wearing a pair of thick glasses. He stood on the arena with a spirited posture. Chu Chen was a bit puzzled. When did he become so popular? Could it be that these people also want to compete for the number 1 seed? No, these guys look like they are not young. The entry requirements for the true martial grand ceremony are to have changed jobs within 2 years. This is a strict condition. It's obvious that Chai Zhangyang and Song Xiong are not eligible. Thinking of this, Chu Chen looked up. At this moment, he noticed a group of people standing next to the battle room's audience seats. They were all like Song Xiong, eager and ready to go. Chu Chen frowned. They seem to be queuing up to challenge him? If Song Xiong loses later, they should continue to come forward to challenge. But he has no grudges with them, and they don't even know each other. Why is this happening? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Chu Chen felt. He vaguely felt like he had fallen into someone's trap, but he didn't have a clear idea. There was definitely something fishy going on. Who was setting him up? Chu Chen furrowed his brows and thought. Hey, Chu Chen, dare to come? Seeing Chu Chen standing still, Song Xiong urged. Chu Chen snapped out of his thoughts, set aside these thoughts, and returned to the arena. However, he ignored Song Xiong and faced everyone below, shouting in a deep voice, "Any of you who don't accept me, who want to challenge me, stop dilly-dallying, come up together." Wow! The scene erupted in another uproar. This Chu Chen is really bold. Standing alone, proud in front of thousands of people without changing his expression, this is the demeanor of a great general. Although there were not thousands of people in the battle room, there were still hundreds of people. Chu Chen dared to say this to everyone, obviously having absolute confidence in his own strength. It seems that it's still too early to worship him now. I wonder what surprises he will bring next. The group of people's eyes lit up, beginning to anticipate the development of the situation. Humph, who do you think you are? I'm coming. Where there are admirers, there are also haters. Soon, more than a dozen people jumped onto the arena, standing around Chu Chen. More and more people followed suit, and in no time, the arena was filled with people. Including the cadres sent by Yao Xingyu, they all stood up there. Although it's a bit unethical to gang up, this is what Chu Chen asked for himself. They had never seen such a request before. The people below counted many times, and there were a total of 144 people standing on the arena, including Chu Chen. In other words, the current situation is Chu Chen 1 versus 143. Although the arena was not small, with over 100 people standing on it, it seemed a bit crowded. However, they had no intention of coming down, and even felt that there weren't enough people, continuously calling for more to come up. But the effect was mediocre, and no one dared to climb up with a straight face. 143 versus 1 was already embarrassing enough. Those with thinner skin couldn't even stand up there. Can we start? Chu Chen stood in the middle, looking at the people surrounding him, and said coldly. Yes. Among the 143 people, Tao Yu had the highest position. As a steward, he pulled everyone into formation and faced Chu Chen. For the sake of fairness, you go first. He. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. You understand fairness. Being sarcastic by Chu Chen, Tao Yu was a bit embarrassed. Chu Chen, it was your request to have more against fewer, so don't blame us. No, you guys are saving me time like this, I should thank you. Chu Chen said indifferently, but I don't like to make the first move, so it's your turn. At these words, everyone looked at each other. Damn, so arrogant. It seems the president's decision was right. This kid really needs a good lesson. Alright, we won't hold back. After Tao Yu finished speaking, he waved his hand, allowing everyone to spread out to the maximum extent. This way, they could release skills from all directions, greatly increasing the chances of hitting. Moreover, Chu Chen was a mage. All his skills were large-scale group skills. Spreading out could reduce casualties. Dragon Impact, Soul Raid, Radiant Night Frost. Countless skills erupted simultaneously, attacking the only target in the arena. Chu Chen stood alone, the dragon soul holy robe fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. When those people attacked and approached him, he suddenly activated his skill, Divine King's Descent. In an instant, a terrifying and unparalleled power surged, turning into a tangible wave. Chu Chen's eyes were like torches, as if he were the king of the gods incarnate. His voice was like a bell, and he arrogantly shouted, "Kneel down." The council chamber. Although the chairs were filled with people, it was surprisingly quiet. Yao Xingyu had no intention of saying anything, just calmly sipping his tea, contentedly at ease. After all, he left the elders here because he didn't want them to go to the battle room. These old stubborn people always like to interfere in the affairs of the young with their rules and regulations. Quite boring. Squeak, the doors of the council chamber were pushed open, and a minister-level official walked in, whispering a few words to Lu Honghu. What? After listening, Lu Honghu was astonished. He waved for the official to go back, then walked over to Yao Xingyu and said, "President, things are getting out of hand in the battle room, are you really not going to intervene?" Hee, stay calm. Yao Xingyu poured another cup of tea. Just a group of kids, how big of a deal can they make? Can they really overturn the spirit teaching church? By the way, who won between Chu Chen and Nye Li? Lu Hongmu glanced at Nye Chen beside him, pursed his lips. Chu Chen won. But after he won, it seems like more people want to challenge him. The situation is getting out of control now. Yao Xingyu remained nonchalant. It's okay, let them spar. It's not a bad thing. As you just saw, those people were sent by me. They will handle it with care. Heh, you guys don't understand a thing. Those people were just sent by me to provoke Chu Chen. Their role is to provide Chu Chen with combat experience. They have to fight. Lu Honghu became more anxious. President, they might not be able to handle the situation. There are over 100 people on the stage now. It seems like Chu Chen has angered them. He's now fighting 143 people at once. Clatter! The teacup in his hand fell on the table. Yao Xingyu's expression froze. Oh no, it's getting out of hand. President, let me go, otherwise these kids might really cause trouble. Lu Honghu requested again. Yao Xingyu waved his hand. I'll go myself. With that, he suddenly stood up, took a step and disappeared on the spot, only to reappear outside the church the next moment. He displayed the ability to shrink space, taking 100 meters with each step. At this moment, Yao Xingyu was indeed a bit flustered. He had originally wanted Chu Chen to accumulate more combat experience, but being besieged by over 100 people was something he had not anticipated. Moreover, among them were minister-level officials, especially Tao Yu, who had reached the 8th revolution. Even if Chu Chen fought him one-on-one, he would probably suffer a bit, let alone being ganged up on. Although no one would die on the stage, these young people were capable of anything once they got worked up. If they extended their grievances beyond the stage, it would lead to a big problem. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Yao Xingyu became. To save Chu Chen, he accelerated his pace and arrived at the battle room in less than 20 seconds. Boom! As soon as he entered, Yao Xingyu felt a powerful mental force erupting, forcing him to resist with all his might. What kind of power was this? His heart tightened, and he quickly looked ahead. He saw the stage crowded with people, in a chaotic mess, but strangely, the only one standing at this moment was Chu Chen. His over 100 opponents were either kneeling or prostrating themselves on the ground, devoutly worshipping Chu Chen as if he were the god of all beings. Seeing such a bizarre and strange scene, Yao Xingyu was slightly shocked, but quickly recovered. Chu Chen, truly the chosen son of the Dragon Kingdom, had brought surprises far beyond imagination. After giving Chu Chen a deep look, Yao Xingyu smiled knowingly and then turned to leave. In the battle room, although it was full of people, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. On the stage, Chu Chen stood proudly, as if a celestial being descending from the heavens, looking down upon all earthly matters with disdain. Those who had originally intended to defeat Chu Chen were now all submissive, kneeling before him. It seemed as though their souls were being invaded by some strange power, rendering their bodies uncontrollable, completely unable to resist Chu Chen's commands. When Chu Chen said kneel, they knelt, their execution comparable to the border guards of the Dragon Kingdom. Even with the blessing barrier protecting them, the spectators outside the stage were also shaken, their hearts trembling. In the eyes of everyone, there was an indescribable aura emanating from Chu Chen, instilling fear in those who beheld him. With a single move, Chu Chen subdued the crowd and slowly looked around. Wherever his gaze fell, everyone bowed their heads in silence, avoiding his eyes as if they could shoot out endless sharp blades, captivating their souls. Seeing this outcome, Chu Chen was very satisfied. He stepped down from the stage, gradually walking away under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Phew, it was only after Chu Chen disappeared outside the door that the people left in the battle room dared to breathe heavily. The oppressive force just now had almost solidified the air, continuously squeezing the people, making it difficult for them to breathe. He really is a monster, someone exclaimed, unable to find any words to express their inner fear. A mage, a profession recognized as the most difficult to develop in the Dragon Kingdom, had been nurtured by Chu Chen to such an extent. What had he experienced? With the example of Xinxingchen before them, everyone also understood that not all mages were useless. But Chu Chen, he was not even 20 years old. This cognitive impact was even more shocking than Xinxingchen's arrival. Some had even concluded in their hearts that when Chu Chen reached Xinxingchen's age, he would definitely surpass him. Nieli sat in a corner, his fists clenched tightly, his nails embedded in his flesh. When he was initially defeated by Chu Chen, he still harbored a sense of resentment, thinking that his own carelessness had led to his defeat. But later, witnessing Chu Chen single-handedly facing hundreds and, with a speed faster than defeating himself, subduing everyone in the blink of an eye, Nieli understood how insignificant his own strength was in front of Chu Chen. Like a clown. If the true martial grand ceremony was an event where talents like Chu Chen could participate, did he still have a chance to compete for a spot? He couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt and denial. Leaving those people behind, Chu Chen returned to the Endless Solitude Island. With his identity as the number 1 seed, no one would have any objections now. Therefore, Chu Chen's next goal was to continue leveling up. He had already obtained the 6th transformation certificate and needed to quickly reach level 240 to complete the transformation. The true martial grand ceremony was about to begin, and Chu Chen had to be prepared. Although he had absolute confidence in the competition itself, he understood that he might face some unknown challenges. The true martial grand ceremony, the underwater world. These were the 2 clues provided by Yao Xingyu. Following this direction would lead him to his sister. Underwater. Chu Chen lay on the grass, gazing at the sky and murmuring to himself. He had thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out what these 2 words represented. Whether it was the literal meaning or symbolized something else, Chu Chen did not know. But regardless, he had to follow this clue, as it was his only direction at the moment. Meanwhile, in the eastern city, Guling Mountain, a square stage about 100 meters long had been completed, standing atop the mountain. At each corner of the stage, a gem of mysterious color was embedded, radiating a brilliant light. The 4 gems resonated with each other, outlining a faintly visible array on the stage. This is the venue for the True Martial Arts Convention, with 4 auxiliary arenas set up not far from the main arena. The auxiliary arenas are slightly smaller but similar in material and design. The 5 arenas, basking in the mountain breeze, lie quietly there, and in a few days, they will welcome the annual national event. At this moment, halfway up the mountain, on a dense tree with branches and leaves, a woman sits on a branch, looking up with her long hair tied up in a simple ponytail, looking very neat and tidy. Her tight-fitting outfit and high heels are all blood red, showing off her boldness. Is it really just the 2 of us for this operation? The woman in red said softly, her long, slender legs hanging straight down in midair. As her words fell, the dense leaves beside her rustled. A woman of similar age but with a completely different temperament appeared. This woman was dressed in black, with a gloomy expression, standing on a branch, her figure hidden among the leaves. We are just the advance team, the president will continue to send people later, the woman in red said, her eyes lighting up, eagerly asking, will Kojima Jun come? The woman in black shook her head. Our mission is to gather 100 under 20-year-old job changers and bring them back to the Sakura country. And they must be brought back alive. Kojima Jiro, a man with a demonic penchant for killing, if he comes, we will only be able to bring back 100 corpses. At this, the woman in red chuckled, as if she had heard a great joke. After laughing, she pushed herself up with her hands and stood on the branch next to the woman in black. Killing is just a hobby for Kojima Jun, he is a man with great ambitions. Awakening the Yamata no Orochi, what a great cause, in my eyes, only Kojima Jun can achieve it. At this, the woman in black said coldly, it's not awakening, it's resurrection, the Yamata no Orochi is not asleep, it has been killed by someone. They are delusional to resurrect the ancient evil god, it's simply a pipe dream. No, it's not like that. The woman in red interrupted, her smile revealing madness, I believe in Kojima Jun, he will definitely succeed. He will. With that, she suddenly became excited, her breathing quickening. Her chest rose and fell continuously, and on the exposed snow-white skin, there was a very conspicuous pink cherry blossom. That was the exclusive symbol of the Holy Sakura Society. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days have passed. Chu Chen slept like a log in the secret realm. These days, he had been eating and sleeping, seemingly gaining a few pounds. Of course, his level had also increased significantly. This time, he didn't really shout hey. Without the vampire, Chu Chen enjoyed the experience alone and directly reached level 240. He could now take on 6th tier missions. Shu Chen was thrilled and hurried towards the exit of the secret realm. After staying for so long, it felt like being in prison. He was about to vomit. He rushed out without stopping, and it was already dark outside. Since the Temple of Job Change was open 24/7, Shu Chen didn't want to waste any time and planned to go accept the 6th-tier mission now. The repairing spirit church under the night sky was unusually quiet, and coupled with the remote location of the endless solitude island, a sense of loneliness lingered. As Shu Chen walked forward, he suddenly saw a familiar, thin figure slowly approaching from the darkness. "Master?" Shu Chen voiced his confusion after seeing the person's face clearly. The visitor turned out to be Yao Xingyu. What was he doing here? Was he here to find Shu Chen on purpose? How is it? The efficiency of upgrading in this secret realm is not bad, right? Yao Xingyu spoke with a hoarse voice. Shu Chen walked up to him and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I woke up at level 240. Ready for the 6th tier?" Yao Xingyu asked, relieved and surprised. The speed of this upgrade indeed exceeded his imagination. However, if the target is Shu Chen, everything seems normal again. The scene he saw in the battle room before gave him a deeper understanding of Shu Chen. "Yes, I can reach the 6th transformation now." Shu Chen pretended to be distressed. "Oh, I have a headache now. What should I do after the 6th transformation? I don't even know where to find the 7th transformation certificate." Facing his crazy implications, Yao Xingyu just chuckled and ignored it. "Tomorrow morning is the expedition assessment, be prepared. The difficulty of the Nether Tower is not comparable to the Endless Island." "So soon?" Shu Chen said subconsciously. "Oh right, it's been several days already." He had been closed in the secret realm for so many days, and when he suddenly came out, he had a feeling of crossing time and space. "Alright, I will be there on time." Shu Chen agreed. Afterwards, the old and the young chatted casually for a few moments and then went their separate ways. With only one night left, Shu Chen simply didn't go to pick up the 6th transformation task. It wouldn't be too late to go after finishing the Nether Tower. At night, he was still resting in Xin Xingchen's room. The stars were twinkling outside the window, a full moon hanging in the sky, shining like a mirror. In another room, an old man and a young man seemed to be arguing about something. "Just lost to that Shu Chen once, is it necessary to be so disheartened?" Nie Chen looked at his grandson Niali with an expression of iron and steel. Niali shrank into the sofa, his whole person losing his edge, like a defeated cock. In these days, the 3 spots for the expedition to the Jinwu Grand Ceremony had already been determined. Number 1 seed Shu Chen, number 2 seed Niali, number 3 seed Dusong. The 3 of them would represent the Xiuling Church in the battle. However, Niali, who was disheartened, had the intention to withdraw and didn't want to participate in the Jinwu Grand Ceremony, which made Nie Chen furious. Listening to his grandfather's questioning, Niali remained silent. Nie Chen, looking at his dejected appearance, also felt a bit sorry for him and softened his attitude. "What are you worried about? As long as you achieve results in the main competition, who cares if you are the 2nd seed? Besides, there is still the final assessment tomorrow. As long as you perform better than Shu Chen in the Nether Tower, maybe Grandpa can maneuver and get the number 1 seed back for you." Hearing this, Niali smiled bitterly. "How could I be better than him? Only boosting other people's morale. You're a useless thing." Nie Chen scolded helplessly. Then, he opened his palm and revealed a skill book shining with a brown light. "Haven't you been wanting this soul-suppressing fist skill book from me for a long time? Grandpa will give it to you now." This was a 7th rank skill that Niali had been pestering him for. However, Nie Chen had always emphasized that this skill was too powerful and a slight mistake could be fatal. It could be said to be the ceiling of 7th rank skills. He was afraid that Niali would cause trouble, so he hadn't given it to him. Seeing this skill book, Niali suddenly sat up straight, his eyes becoming enthusiastic again. "Grandpa, are you really giving it to me?" he asked excitedly, somewhat unbelieving. Nie Chen smiled and patted his grandson's head indulgently. "Of course, at this point, there is no better way. In tomorrow's Nether Tower assessment, you only need to reach the 100th floor, and the boss on the 100th floor is a very powerful dark creature. However, its biggest weakness is its extremely poor control immunity. This soul-suppressing fist has strong control and high damage. It will definitely help you kill the boss at the fastest speed." Listening to his grandfather's words, Niali seemed to be rekindled with enthusiasm, full of fighting spirit again. He snatched the skill book and showed a look of excitement. "Great, Grandpa! If you had given it to me earlier, I definitely wouldn't lose to Shu Chen. He. Watching his grandson regain his fighting spirit, Nie Chen also smiled and advised, "Even with this skill, you must never be careless. The 100th floor boss, the Dark Soul Devourer, is not easy to deal with. When your grandfather was just at the 7th level, he went to challenge the Nether Tower and was defeated by it. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have lost his life in there. Even the talented elder Shinshingchen had a difficult time winning against it in their first battle. Listening to his grandfather recounting old stories, Nieli also felt a sense of longing. Grandfather, how old were you when you reached the 7th level? Niechen closed his eyes and recalled for a moment, shaking his head. I can't remember, probably a few years older than you. Ah? Nieli was slightly surprised. A few years older than himself would mean just over 20 years old. But now, Niechen is already in his 70s, only at the 8th level, level 517. It took him 50 years to complete one advancement? Seeing his grandson's confusion, Niechen smiled and said, there are many young people with good talents in this world who can reach the 7th level in a short time. But after the 7th level, you can see who the real geniuses are. Although grandfather has good talent, it's just good. Compared to those true geniuses, there is a big difference. Listening to these words, Nieli was slightly moved. Is it very difficult to advance after the 7th level? Yes, Niechen continued, it becomes extremely difficult to level up after the 7th level, something you should be able to feel now. The 8th and 9th levels are even more challenging. Every level up is a struggle. Even with all my efforts, I only reached level 517, so you must reach the 8th level as soon as possible. I don't know how many so-called talented young people have fallen at this stage, spending their whole lives stuck at the 7th level. This is the life of a professional. The road to growth is long and arduous. After saying that, he withdrew his gaze, looked at his grandson whose expression was gradually dimming, grinned. What, are you scared now? No way. Nieli quickly cheered up, his tone firm. I'm not afraid, I won't slack off, I will become stronger. And, I will do my best in tomorrow's assessment to bring honor to you. That's right, that's my good grandson. Niechen nodded in approval, then got up and left the room. It's late, get some rest. Watching his grandfather leave, Nieli remained on the sofa, holding the skill book in his arms. He looked at the full moon floating outside the window, his eyes fiery. Shu-chun, I will definitely defeat you tomorrow. Definitely. Early the next morning, someone came to escort Shu-chen, taking him to the outside of the nether tower. At the entrance, there was a small house with a glowing stone slab standing beside it, recording the clearance records of the nether tower. Shu-chen stopped and looked carefully. 100th floor clearance records, first place, Shinshingchen, 6 minutes 11 seconds, second place, Niechen, 7 minutes 19 seconds, third place, Yang Xiaoqiu, 7 minutes 42 seconds, the top 3 holders are all senior figures, and Shinshingchen is more than a minute faster than the second place, showing the gap in strength. Not bad, old Shin, not bad. Shu-chen smiled as he continued to look. The nether tower has a total of 500 floors, with a record set every 100 floors. Among the 5 record holders, Shinshingchen is always first. After reading, Shu-chen pushed the door and entered the small house. At this moment, there were already 2 people sitting inside. One was Nieli, and the other was the 3rd seed, Dusong. Dusong was tall and muscular, his tendons stretching his clothes, his exposed skin showing a dark yellow bronze color, full of a sense of power and beauty. He was a 356 level 7th level Azura Berserker, just like Nieli, both belonging to strength-based professionals. When Shu-chen walked in, Dusong smiled and greeted him. Nieli looked over with a complex expression but didn't say anything. The 3 of them were the cream of the crop selected by the Elder Council from the younger generation of the guild. If they could pass today's trial in the Netherworld Tower, they would represent the Soul Hall at the True Martial Great Ceremony in a few days. This could be considered the supreme glory. The 3 of them sat quietly for a while, and the door of the small house opened again, revealing the figure of Yao Xingyu. How are you? Are you ready? Seeing the president in person, Dusong quickly stood up, his excited face flushed. He was a very straightforward person, almost all emotions written on his face, without any concealment. I'm ready, President, I won't let you down. Good. Yao Shengyu nodded in satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and then looked at Nieli. Nieli's gaze was firm, his expression enthusiastic. He knew that the president had high expectations of him, and he was ready for battle at this moment. Yao Shengyu quickly averted his gaze, not daring to provoke him further. In the past few days, he had given Nieli too much stimulation, and if he continued, he might explode. Finally, Yao Xingyu's gaze locked onto Chu-chen. Come with me for a moment. He walked to the side and waited for Chu-chen to approach before whispering, have you learned the skill book Gravity Black Hole? After saying that, he looked around. This conversation couldn't be overheard, as it was considered cheating. Hearing this, Chu-chen hesitated and said, I have learned that skill, but also haven't learned it. He did learn the Gravity Black Hole skill, but he didn't have that skill at the moment. Can you speak in plain language? Yao Xingyu frowned. Let me tell you, this assessment is not a joke. If you don't pass, you can forget about attending the True Martial Great Ceremony. Chu-chen smirked. Don't worry, master, you've already helped me with the back door, I won't let you down. Also, I won't tell anyone about you secretly giving me the skill book. Yao Xingyu's face darkened. You rascal, trying to blackmail your master, huh? No, no. Chu Chen accompanied with a smile, lightly patting his back. After a while, Yao Xingyu felt relieved and waved his hand as he walked out. Before leaving, he turned back and instructed, Chu Chen, when you enter the Netherworld Tower later, you must give it your all and clear it as quickly as possible. Since there is no live broadcast, you don't need to hide your strength. No one will see the real situation inside the tower. What we can see is the number of levels cleared and the time taken. Oh, hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Just now, he was struggling with how to control the power of the skill to quickly clear the tower while also appearing reasonable. Although he had already revealed some of his strength by facing hundreds alone, at least he didn't want people to see that he was full of forbidden curses. Now, since no one outside can see, he can unleash his skills to the fullest without any reservations. Got it, master, watch me closely. Chu Chen responded cheerfully. Yao Xingyu smiled slightly and walked away. Coming out of the small house, he went straight to the council chamber. All the members of the Soul Hall were already waiting here, and when they saw the president arrive, they quickly stood up to greet him. Yao Xingyu walked calmly to his seat and pointed to the electronic screen on the wall. Bring up the live feed of the Netherworld Tower. Yes, someone responded, and after some operations on the control panel, the large screen lit up. At this moment, the screen showed the situation on the first floor of the Netherworld Tower. The tower was extremely dark, with dark red beams and walls, giving a sense of oppression and ferocity. After about 2 minutes, a figure appeared. It was Du Song. As the third seed, he was the first to undergo the assessment. Squeak! Hiss in the picture, it can be seen that as Du Songfu stepped into the Nether Tower, a group of blood-red bats rushed out from the corner. These were the monsters on the first level, level 310 Bloodthirsty Blood Bat. In the Nether Tower, the level of monsters would increase by 1 level with each passing floor. And after every 100 floors, a boss would appear. Facing the attacking monsters, Du Song burst out a shout, a black battle axe appearing in his hand. Swinging the weapon round, without even using any skills, just a simple chop, and several monsters were immediately cut into 2 pieces. Splurt! Splurt! The huge axe tore through numerous bats, their bodies falling continuously. Blood splattered, blending with the crimson-colored building, making the gloss on top appear even more eerie. In less than half a minute, all the level 310 bloodthirsty blood bats were completely slain. A burst of admiration erupted in the council chamber. Du Song has mastered his professional characteristics skillfully, maximizing his strength. It's a pity that he is still somewhat clumsy. When facing agile professionals, he will ultimately suffer. I don't think so. As the saying goes, 1 force can overcome 10. His fighting style is simple and rough, very much in line with the truth of the simplest way is the best. The officials all spoke up, discussing Du Song's performance. Some praised, some scorned, each holding their own opinions. But this did not hinder Du Song's progress through all obstacles. After 15 minutes, he finally reached the 100th floor. After defeating the last small monster, a sudden change occurred in the Nether Tower. A dark aura condensed, a fierce demonic wind blowing, as if an unparalleled demon king was walking out from the Nether. Du Song held the huge axe, standing solemnly. Before him, a towering black mist appeared, and from it, a giant claw reached out towards him. Du Song let out a long roar, swinging the huge axe up to strike. Bang! The sound of metal collision rang out, and Du Song used the rebound force of the shock to retreat backwards. At this moment, the black mist dispersed, revealing the owner of that giant claw. Dark Soul Devourer. An endless pressure came from all directions. Du Song felt his soul being severely hit, trembling uncontrollably. His teeth clenched, the veins on his hands gripping the weapon bulging. At the same time, a drop of cold sweat slid down from his forehead. Name, Dark Soul Devourer, Supreme Boss, Type, Monster, Level, LV. 410, Health, 100 million/100 million, Constitution, Strength, Intelligence, Agility, Spirit, Combat Power Value, Skills, Soul Shock, Dark Flame Blade, Void Flow, Nether Summon. The Nether Tower is a man-made secret realm within the Lingxi Church, and the monsters inside are fixed. So, even though Du Song was more than 50 levels lower than the Dark Soul Devourer, he could still see its information. However, for Du Song, it would have been better not to see it, because after seeing it, his pressure increased even more. Before coming, he had only heard the seniors in the guild say that the 100th floor boss was insanely strong, but he had not expected it to be so extreme. Nearly 300,000 combat power. Du Song's throat moved slightly, swallowing hard. Originally, before entering the secret realm, he was full of confidence that he could achieve a good result, but now facing the boss, his confidence was shattered. Should he fight with all his might, or retreat now? He couldn't help but hesitate. He had spent 15 minutes to complete the 100 floors, which was a decent result, considered qualified. But if he withdrew early, it might provoke the dissatisfaction of the Elder Council, and thus lose the qualification to participate in the true martial grand ceremony. He didn't want to take that risk. Hiss. Gah! The Dark Soul Devourer didn't give him much time to consider, its 4 protruding fangs bared, roaring as it charged towards him. Listening to the terrifying voice coming from the boss's throat, Dusong's scalp tingled, and his blood surged. Damn it! Even if I lose, I can't lose face. He gritted his teeth, wielding the black giant axe in his hand. This time, he unleashed his skill. Fatal Cleave. Swish! The battle axe cut through a crescent moon arc, shaking open the space in front of him, displaying considerable power. In the next moment, the razor-sharp axe blade directly chopped the boss in half, instantly. Is it done? Dusong was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the Dark Soul Devourer looked like an agile monster, but it didn't dodge his attack. Am I this strong? No. Just as he was about to celebrate, Dusong realized that the situation seemed different from what he had imagined. In front of him, a faint mist rose from the surface of the boss's body, then quickly spread. In the end, its entire body turned into a gaseous mist. It turned out that it wasn't split by him, but vaporized. The blow just now didn't cause any damage to it at all. Seeing this scene clearly, Dusong panicked and retreated. At this moment, the boss, transformed into mist, pressed forward, and then, a spiral-long spike emerged from the dense fog, shimmering with a ghostly light, and struck fiercely. Alas, Dusong lost. There's no way. Once the boss vaporizes and gets close, it's hard to win. The Shura's fierce battle is well-rounded, but unfortunately lacks control skills. Coupled with Dusong's lack of experience in fighting the Dark Soul Devourer, it's not unjust to lose. I think he performed decently in the first 100 levels. He should be allowed to continue. What do you think? In the council chamber, the elders were discussing one after another. Nye-chan accompanied Yao Xingyu and sat in the front row. He glanced at the president and found his expression indifferent, showing no emotions. So, he turned to the people behind and said, "Elders, please combine the opinions of the middle-level cadres under your charge to give Dusong a final evaluation, and then vote on whether to retain his qualification." As soon as he finished speaking, Dusong on the big screen awkwardly resisted several skills and then slipped out of the secret realm. Several elders whispered in disgust for a few moments, their voices gradually fading. Lu Honghu looked around and was the first to speak. "I think from Dusong's performance, we can see that he has good potential and a precise grasp of his professional characteristics. Although he was defeated by the Dark Soul Devourer, it's understandable, considering his lack of experience. He didn't know to start with control skills to prevent the boss from vaporizing. Of course, it's also possible that he didn't have control skills. Overall, his performance is satisfactory. I believe he should be allowed to compete in the Jinwu Grand Ceremony." Nye-chan nodded and then looked at the others. There were a total of 11 second and third generation elders present. They expressed their opinions one after another, with 7 in favor of retaining the qualification and 4 opposed. Nye-chan nodded, leaned over to Yao Xingyu, and whispered a few words of inquiry. Yao Xingyu waved his hand gently, saying, "Let's go by the elders' voting results." After all, Dusong didn't have a strong background in the Lingxiu Church, so no one would favor him. The strength of the Dark Soul Devourer was evident, and it was normal to fail the challenge. Moreover, Dusong was only the 3rd seed, and the requirements for his strength were not as strict as the following 2. After announcing the results, Nye-chan informed the 2nd seed to begin the assessment. Then, the big screen showed the figure of his grandson, Nye-li, who glanced calmly at the people behind him, a smug smile playing on his lips. Compared to Dusong, Nye-li was more talented and dedicated in his training. As a warrior, Nye-li's skill connection and application seemed more reasonable and smooth. In 8 minutes and 1 second, he cleared 100 levels and was ready to challenge the Dark Soul Eater. Wow, this young man is not to be underestimated. He is truly the rising star, following in the footsteps of Chang Jiang. At this rate, in another 2 years, he might even be able to challenge the top 3 records of 100 levels. Congratulations to Elder Nye for raising such a good grandson. Indeed, with such young talent, our Lingxiu sect will have a bright future. Listening to the flattery from the people behind him, Nye-chan felt elated, but with the guild leader by his side, he dared not show it easily, just nodding lightly in acknowledgement. Yao Xingyu remained calm, his deep eyes calm and still. Nye-chan glanced hurriedly at him, then quickly shifted his gaze back to the screen. At this moment, facing the refreshed boss Dark Soul Eater, Nye-li's still youthful face couldn't hide his nervousness. His performance so far had been perfect, as long as he followed his grandfather's strategy and quickly killed the boss, he would surely surpass Chu Chen. Then, relying on his grandfather's influence in the guild, he could definitely reclaim the position of number 1 seed. With this in mind, Nieli focused intently. When the Dark Soul Eater emerged from the void, Nieli rushed forward without hesitation, activating his powerful control skill before it could dissipate. Soul-sealing fist. Boom! Endless killing intent surged out from Nieli's body, shockwaves spreading in all directions like a physical force. The Dark Soul Eater let out a painful cry, its misty form twisted, then reverted to its true form. It was interrupted by the control skill just as it was halfway through dissipating. Now's the time. Nieli saw his strike land successfully and continued to move forward without hesitation. Overlord Sky-Cleaving Fist. His right fist, enveloped in silver energy, emitting a dragon-like roar, suddenly struck the boss's head. Bang! A shocking red damage value floated up, directly reducing the boss's health by nearly 1/5. Wow! In the council chamber, a burst of amazed exclamations erupted. Everyone was impressed by Nieli's performance. Although for these elders and senior officials, killing the Dark Soul Eater was as simple as crushing an ant. However, they also understood that the one currently in the secret realm was just a 19-year-old youth. He had only changed professions a little over a year ago, yet possessed such strength, truly terrifying. If given enough time to grow, he would definitely become a renowned figure on Blue Star in the future. Elder Nia, congratulations, congratulations, having such a good grandson is truly enviable. One of the third-generation elders named Lu Yunqing took the opportunity to flatter, not missing this chance to butter up. Yes, Nieli's performance is much stronger than us old folks back in the day. His performance earlier already impressed me, and now he has given me a new surprise. Yes, this child is truly a rare talent. I think Nieli should represent our guild as the number 1 seed. With his strength, he will surely stand out. Hearing these praises, Nie-chan was very pleased. Especially when someone suggested Nieli should be the number 1 seed, the look of pride in his eyes deepened. Sneaking a glance at Yao Xingyu, he turned around, pressing his hands down. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. After all, Chu Chen has not been assessed yet. As for who will be the number 1 seed, let's wait until he finishes the Netherworld Tower. After all, as you all know, each time you enter the next level of the Netherworld Tower, the skill cooldowns are refreshed, which is very advantageous for mage professions. Maybe Chu Chen will also perform exceptionally well. Moreover, previously Chu Chen was able to defeat 100 opponents in the battle room, achieving a complete victory. His strength must be quite good, and everyone can look forward to it. Nie Chen's words were quite cunning. He neither agreed to the reselection of the number 1 seed nor opposed it. At the same time, he subtly elevated Nieli's opponent, so that when Chu Chen's final results were not as good as Nieli's, there would be a certain disappointment. At that time, he could logically reselect the number 1 seed. By then, even the president would have nothing to say. After listening to Nie Chen's words, an elder chuckled, "Hey! In fact, none of us were present during that time. Everything was described by the children in the guild. The true situation is still uncertain." Makes sense, Lu Yunqing took over with a cold smile. I also asked a guild member who was on the platform at the time. He said that when facing Chu Chen, it was as if his mind was suddenly controlled, inexplicably feeling a sense of submission in his heart, and then he knelt down to Chu Chen. I have pondered repeatedly, this kind of large-scale mental control skill is probably at the level of forbidden spells, but Chu Chen has just reached the 5th transformation. Even with talent, it is impossible to learn forbidden spells. Not to mention him, even our Elder Shin probably cannot reach the level of forbidden spells, so I conclude that Chu Chen must have used some high-level items to create the illusion of defeating 100 opponents. This analysis instantly gained the agreement of many people. If that's the case, Chu Chen really cannot serve as the number 1 seed. After all, the true martial grand ceremony prohibits the use of items. To win, one can only rely on their own strength, without resorting to tricks. It seems that the selection of the number 1 seed candidate indeed needs to be carefully considered. In my opinion, it must be Nieli. Listening to these words, Yao Xingyu remained calm and unmoved. Led by Lu Yunqing, those who spoke out in support of Nieli were all members of Nie Chen's faction, and they would naturally try their best to suppress Chu Chen and take away the title of the number 1 seed. However, because Chu Chen belonged to Xinxingchen, they had been somewhat restrained before and did not dare to go too far. Now, at the final moment, with Xinxingchen absent and Nieli's performance truly outstanding, they were determined to secure the title of the number 1 seed. However, the scene of opening champagne in the second half made Yao Xingyu feel a bit amused. On the large screen, Nieli's battle was nearing its end. The skill void flowing waves of the Dark Soul devouring beast had a long cooldown time. Once interrupted, it lost an important combat method. As a 7th transformation bloodline warrior, Nieli engaged in close combat with the boss, completely dominating the situation. In the end, with an impressive time of 9 minutes and 17 seconds, he cleared the 100th floor of the Nether Tower and completed the assessment. Niechen proudly read out the results, then announced that the number 1 seed player would begin the assessment. Soon, Xu Chen entered the scene. On the large screen, a tall young man dressed in black armor stood in the center of the first floor of the Nether Tower. "Everyone, enjoy the show and see what surprises the number 1 seed will bring us," Niechen said. His implication was for those behind him to keep a close eye and not overlook any mistakes made by Xu Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Chen in the footage had already made a move. The raging fire elements erupted from his body, instantly devouring all the monsters and directly killing them. In the real-time information at the top right corner, there was a line of blue text: "Xu Chen cleared the first floor, time taken, 00 minutes 1 second. The people in the council chamber were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Cleared in just 1 second? From the birth of the monsters to their annihilation on the first floor, it only took 1 second? What is going on?" Looking at the suddenly silent crowd, Yao Xingyu's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he had shown emotion and expression since sitting here today. Beside him, Niechen's pupils dilated, his body stiffened, as if he had seen an extremely terrifying scene. On the large screen, after Xu Chen reached the second level, he still used the fire-based skill he had just used to instantly kill the monster again. It took, still just 1 second. He didn't even blink, appearing extremely relaxed. Niechen's mouth twitched. He also understood, if the system's timing could be more precise, Xu Chen might not even need this long. 1 second is the system's limit, not Xu Chen's limit. In the Nether Tower, the time for scene transitions is not counted in the score. In other words, the clearance time is only calculated after the monsters spawn. And Xu Chen killed each wave of monsters instantly, taking only 100 seconds to clear 100 levels of small monsters. And each time, he used the same fire-based skill. Is this a 9th tier skill? Impossible, according to what Nieli said. He hasn't even reached the 5th transformation. Even if he has been working hard these days, he might have just completed the 5th transformation at most. How could he learn a 9th tier skill? But he's instantly killing monsters on every level. How do you explain that? Perhaps, this is the strength of an extraordinary genius? His control over magical elements allows him to use a 5th tier skill with the effect of a 9th tier skill. It's terrifying. In a few more years, won't he be able to master forbidden spells? In the council chamber, everyone looked shocked, watching the unbelievable scene on the big screen. If Nieli's performance just now impressed everyone, then what Xu Chen brought to them was a double shock to their vision and soul. As fellow mage professionals, this contrasting shock brought by Xu Chen even surpassed what Xin Xingchen had shown them. After all, Xin Xingchen, as a 9th tier sky demon, had once fought 3 ancient evil gods alone. His extraordinary performance would be considered normal by people. But Xu Chen was different. He was a young man who had just changed professions, even younger than Nieli by a year, and showing such strength at this moment was truly difficult for people to understand and accept. For such a person, rather than calling him a genius, they preferred to call him a monster. Just as I expected. Yao Xingyu smiled satisfactorily, then stood up and slowly walked towards the large screen hanging on the wall. Watching the dark soul-eating beast reappear and confront Xu Chen, a stronger smile appeared on his face. Go for it, Xu Chen, I have set the stage for you. Next, show your power to the fullest, shut the mouths of those who doubt your strength. Blow their minds. Thinking like this, Yao Xingyu couldn't help but feel excited. He suddenly turned around, facing everyone in the council chamber, and said loudly, "Everyone, perhaps you still don't understand much about this child Xu Chen. I know many of you have doubts in your hearts, don't understand why Xin Xingchen and I value him so much. But today, I believe you will be as amazed by his talent as I am, and be convinced by it. In time, Xu Chen will definitely become a beacon figure in our spirit cultivation church, and even in the entire Dragon Kingdom." After listening to the chairman's words, the expressions of the people below were all shocked. They were stunned, their expressions changed dramatically, as if struck by lightning. Yao Xingyu was slightly puzzled, not understanding why they had such a strong reaction. Could it be that his speech was too inspiring? It couldn't be that exaggerated. At this moment, Niechen's face also showed a look of astonishment. He moved his lips and said, "Chairman, Elder Nye, no need to say more." Yao Xingyu knew that Niechen had opinions about Xu Chen, so he interrupted his speech. Then, he extended 3 fingers, with a smile on his face. 30 seconds. Xu Chen kills the Dark Soul Devourer in just 30 seconds. Anyway, with his own skilled gravity black hole, he was confident that defeating the Dark Soul Devourer would be much easier, at least easier than Nieli. If it exceeds this time, even if you cancel his qualification to participate, I won't say more. Yao Shengyu continued. But as I said, if Chu Chen kills the boss within 30 seconds, then I will give him a higher position in the guild. Guild leader. At this moment, the third-generation elder Lu Honghu couldn't help but stand up from the stunned crowd. He pointed to the big screen behind Yao Shengyu and said with difficulty, "Guild leader, look back, Chu Chen. He has already completed the assessment. He killed the Dark Soul Devourer, and it only took 1 second." Yao Shengyu? Suddenly turning his body, Yao Shengyu looked at the big screen. Only the screen was empty, with no one in sight, only the residual golden light still shining brightly, accompanied by a faint sound of a bell. This is the light element? Yao Shengyu was astonished, then looked at the statistics panel, which read several lines. Chu Chen cleared the 100th floor, time taken, 01 minute 41 seconds. This challenge refreshed the record of clearing 100 floors. First place, Chu Chen, 1 minute 41 seconds. Second place, Xin Xingchen, 6 minutes 11 seconds. Third place, Nie Chen, 7 minutes 19 seconds. In total, 100 levels of small monsters, plus the boss levels not counted. Chu Chen can be said to clear one level in 1 second. In this way, he incredibly completed the assessment of the Dark Tower. And he completely surpassed Xin Xingchen's clearance record, directly topping the results. With this record, even if there are successors, they can only be on par with him, unable to surpass him. Yao Shengyu blinked his eyes, speechless and astonished. What's going on? This kid, while I was boasting for him, he actually defeated the boss? What happened exactly? How could the gravity black hole skill I gave him be so powerful? Why didn't I know? Living for 92 years, Yao Shengyu felt this eerie feeling for the first time, but at the same time, it was accompanied by endless surprises. How many secrets are still waiting for him to discover on Chu Chen's body? The chosen son of the Dragon Kingdom, his potential is simply 100 times stronger than he imagined. Xingchen, we really didn't misjudge him. It seems that soon, I can announce the decision to let Chu Chen take your position as an elder. On the other side, after Chu Chen defeated the Dark Soul Devourer, he intended to continue the challenge. After watching Xin Xingchen's clearance record, he secretly wanted to try to surpass it. However, he thought again that he only came this time to complete the assessment. There was no need to show off unnecessarily. Most importantly, this Dark Tower had no experience or loot. So, he exited the secret realm. In the small house, Nieli and Du Song sat there with blank expressions. When they saw Chu Chen coming out, the two of them stood up stiffly, subconsciously took a few steps back, and their eyes became fearful. What's wrong with you guys? Chu Chen looked slightly puzzled. The two of them moved their mouths. And after a while, Du Song gathered the courage to speak. Chu Chen, what kind of monster are you? You actually broke Elder Shun's record, clearing 100 levels in less than 2 minutes. Nieli nodded frantically and said with a trembling voice, and that light element skill you used to kill the boss, is it 8th or 9th rank? Weren't you just at the 5th rank? It's nothing. Chu Chen waved his hand casually, it's just an ordinary skill. Wait a minute. Halfway through, he suddenly realized something was wrong. How come you can see the skills I'm using? Nieli and Du Song exchanged glances and shrugged simultaneously, because we have sharp eyes. Open the guild channel and see for yourself, your video of clearing the level has gone viral. Chu Chen quickly followed his advice and opened the guild chat channel. Sure enough, the discussion inside was all about his glorious achievement of clearing the 100th floor of the Dark Tower in 1 minute and 41 seconds. He instantly understood that he had been fooled by Yao Shengyu. This old guy. If I ever believe half a word from your mouth again, I won't be surnamed Chu.